Traversing into the realm of Harry Potter, Mia found herself in a state of bewilderment. Upon further contemplation, she realized, the sister of the Savior, an entity not present in the original narrative, yet intimately connected to the protagonist. She could either become a sacrificial lamb or follow closely in her brother's footsteps, wielding formidable powers to vanquish foes. However, her unfamiliarity with the original plot compelled her to study diligently, aspiring to accompany her brother in his conquests. Yet, Mia observed with some perplexity that since her enrollment, Snape had unleashed venomous barbs towards Harry, while treating her with unexpected kindness. Could it be that her appearance was somehow endearing? She scratched her head in confusion. Chapter 1. A new recruit in the army of transmigration. When Mia opened her eyes, she felt disoriented, straining to shift her neck and survey her surroundings. Where on earth am I? Is this still my homeland? Feeling the movement of the child nestled in his arms, Severus Snape lowered his gaze, his touch gentle and his expression a blend of tenderness and sorrow as he regarded Mia. Who is this? Mia attempted to speak, but only incoherent babbles escaped her lips. The realization that she had transformed into an infant struck Mia like a thunderbolt. What? After persevering through 9 years of compulsory education, enduring 3 grueling years of high school, and finally gaining admission to university, had she now regressed to infancy? Overwhelmed, Mia could only weep, tears brimming in her eyes as she opened her mouth to wail. Snape watched, transfixed, as the infant blinked awake, momentarily stunned. Then those striking green eyes, so reminiscent of Lily's, filled with tears, leaving him utterly at a loss. Mia had been peacefully slumbering, even during Hagrid's motorcycle ride, yet in Snape's arms she began to cry. Not only did Mia wail, but little Harry, sensing the distress of his twin sister, joined in her lamentation. Panic ensued among the adults present. Professor McGonagall hastily took little Harry to soothe him, while Dumbledore reached for Mia, only to be met with a stern refusal from Snape. Thus, he resorted to playfully waving his wand in an attempt to quell her cries. Little Harry, cradled in Professor McGonagall's arms, was still inconsolable, reaching out towards his sister. Reluctantly, McGonagall brought Harry closer, just as Mia began to regain her composure, her gaze falling upon the tiny infant beside her. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that brought her solace. Seeing Harry instilled a measure of comfort within Mia, as he grasped her hand with determination. These two children share a remarkable bond, Hagrid observed, his heart softening at the sight of the two quiet little ones. Twins, Dumbledore murmured, gently stroking Harry's lightning-shaped scar, his eyes betraying an uncontainable worry. When they had arrived, only the wailing brother and sister remained, their magical lineage safeguarding them. Yet, it was foreordained that this child would have to confront Voldemort, and how could the twin sister escape such a fate? It is time to take them away, Dumbledore declared, pulling himself from his reverie and addressing them. Upon hearing this, Snape clenched his hands tightly. Severus, it is here that they will be safest. Their blood magic will protect them, Dumbledore reassured, fully aware of Snape's feelings for Lily, and understanding the depth of his affection for this child who bore her resemblance. Albus, are you truly going to entrust these children to that family? I have observed them all day, and I have never seen more wretched muggles. They are simply... Professor McGonagall expressed her disapproval. They are their only remaining kin, Dumbledore replied, taking the slumbering Harry as he approached the Dursleys' residence. This child will become famous. Every child in our world will know his name. Indeed, he must be shielded from such matters as he grows, Dumbledore remarked, casting a deep gaze upon Harry, until he is prepared. The two children were placed at the doorstep of the Dursleys' home, and Snape turned away, his heart heavy. He feared that if he looked back, he would take Mia with him. After Dumbledore placed the envelope atop the swaddled infant, the group departed. Mia, having absorbed the events unfolding around her, came to understand that she had traversed into the world of Harry Potter, becoming the sister of a protagonist who did not exist in the original tale. While every child may have fantasized about an owl delivering their acceptance letter to Hogwarts, few would have imagined such a journey. In most narratives, the twin sister would either become a sacrificial figure or wield immense power. Help, she was merely a naive university student, having only listened to a few movie summaries. Had she known of this transmigration, she would have thoroughly devoured the Harry Potter series and worn out the DVDs. Thus, Mia and Harry were taken in by Aunt Petunia's family, the siblings crammed into a cramped storage space beneath the stairs. Growing up, they were forced to wear Dudley's hand-me-downs and perform household chores for the family. Due to insufficient nutrition, both children appeared somewhat frail. As Mia matured, she increasingly resembled Lily, her dark, curly hair making her a near replica of her mother. Each time Petunia beheld Mia, her eyes brimmed with sorrow and resentment. As girls typically fared poorly living alongside boys, Mia finally acquired her own small room at the age of 7. Due to her reincarnation, Mia often exhibited an unexpected maturity and wisdom beyond her years, leading to a relationship with Harry that felt more akin to that of siblings than mere twins. Furthermore, Mia's presence alleviated the hardships Harry faced. contrasting with the original narrative. Wake up, cousins. We're going to the zoo. Dudley banged on Mia's door early in the morning, bouncing down the stairs. Mia would secretly bring little Harry to her room to rest, for the storage space beneath the stairs was far too cramped. Awakened by the ruckus, the siblings hurriedly got out of bed. Harry donned his glasses and threw off the covers, determined to prepare breakfast for the family. While Mia headed to the washroom descending the stairs, she encountered her uncle barking orders at Harry to cook and brew coffee, Aunt Petunia fuming at Dudley for the insufficient number of birthday presents, and Harry looking on in envy. Mia approached Harry, offering a reassuring squeeze of his hand before taking over his chores, placing plates and coffee on the table as they prepared to leave for the zoo. I warn you children, if anything strange occurs, just a hint. You won't eat for a week, their uncle cautioned before they got into the car, unwilling to let anything disrupt his precious son's birthday. Yet, trouble arose at the zoo as Harry inadvertently used magic to free a snake. Mia also discovered that Harry could communicate with it, leading her to ponder why she, sharing the same parents, could not. Was this ability passed down only to males? But Mia had little time for such thoughts, as Dudley had shoved Harry into the snake enclosure. Their uncle, furious, imprisoned Harry, ensuring he would not leave for the next week. Harry, are you all right? In the stillness of the night, Mia approached the door, offering food to Harry and keeping him company. I'm fine, Mia. What about you? Did Uncle trouble you? Harry peered through a small gap at his twin sister. Although they were twins, their appearances differed. Harry resembled their father, James, while Mia mirrored their mother, Lily. Didn't just eat this quickly. Mia nudged the food towards Harry. Thank you, Mia. Why thank me? We are siblings. Chapter 2. The Letter from the Owl. Despite knowing that their acceptance letters to Hogwarts would arrive at the age of 11, thereby whisking them away from the dreary existence of the Dursleys, the days prior were indeed arduous. Today, Dudley donned his new school uniform, basking in the praises of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, as he prepared to embark on his journey to Smeltings in a week. Mia pondered. Could it be that their Hogwarts letters were on the verge of arrival? Go fetch the letter, Aunt Petunia commanded Harry. Upon hearing this, Mia eagerly seized Harry's hand, leading him to retrieve the mail. One by one, they inspected the letters, and much to their delight, they uncovered 2 extraordinary envelopes. What is this? Harry hesitated, gazing at the letter addressed to both of them. Mia shushed him with a finger to her lips, concealing the envelope in her pocket. After handing over the letters meant for Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, she pulled Harry back into her room. With anticipation, they opened the envelopes. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st, and we await your owl by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts? Harry looked at Mia in disbelief. Hogwarts truly existed. In their childhood, Harry always drifted into slumber to the enchanting tales spun by Mia. He could not fathom how she conjured such whimsical stories. Yet he yearned for the magical world she described. It's Hogwarts, Mia exclaimed, her beautiful green eyes narrowing with glee, as she finally received the long-awaited acceptance letter. Just as the siblings reveled in their joy, the envelope was suddenly snatched away by Dudley, who dashed outside, shouting, Mom, Dad, Harry and Mia have a letter. Harry sprang up to pursue him, exclaiming, Hey, that's mine. Who would write to you? Uncle Vernon snatched the letter from Dudley's hand, perusing its contents with incredulity before casting a disbelieving glance toward Aunt Petunia, whose expression mirrored his shock. The couple had taken to locking Harry and Mia in their respective rooms, forbidding them to emerge, and any correspondence from Hogwarts was ruthlessly torn to shreds. Harry observed Uncle Vernon locking the door from downstairs, while Mia peered through the window upstairs at the owls congregating in the yard, all dispatched from Hogwarts. To wit, too. Mia waved at the owls, one of which tilted its head and flew to the window. She found the adorable creature delightful. In the days that followed, Hogwarts letters appeared everywhere, inside eggs, the mailbox, and even the fire. The Dursleys, driven to desperation, relocated the siblings to a dilapidated little shack on a remote rock in the sea. In the dimly lit lighthouse, the Dursleys huddled together on a single bed. Mia and Harry, unable to sleep, watched as Dudley's watch counted down the hours until their birthday. Happy birthday, Harry and Mia, they chimed in unison, sharing a smile. Just as they uttered those words, the door was suddenly smashed open, revealing a giant man with a bushy beard illuminated by the lightning outside. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon awoke, staring in horror at the intruder. My apologies, Hagrid muttered, surprised that his mere knock had resulted in the door collapsing. Attempting to prop it back up. You're trespassing. Uncle Vernon glared protectively at Aunt Petunia. Shut it, you brute, Hagrid retorted, disregarding the Dursleys and turning to Dudley. Last time I saw you, you were just a wee thing. Harry, Mia, Harry, you're sturdier than I imagined. Look at that little belly. Mia raised her hand shyly. We are Harry and Mia, you know. Of course, I brought you gifts, though I might have sat on them accidentally. They should still be quite delectable. Hagrid produced the presents he had brought for the children. I baked it myself and even wrote a message, he said as they curiously opened the package to reveal a birthday cake adorned with the words Happy Birthday Harry and Mia. This was their first gift in 11 years. Aside from each other, and they exchanged glances, delight evident on their faces, before politely thanking Hagrid in unison. Turning 11 isn't an everyday occurrence, is it? Hagrid remarked, settling onto the sofa and igniting the fireplace with his umbrella. Harry and Mia were filled with wonder and excitement, as this was their first encounter with genuine magic. Excuse me, who are you? Harry inquired, as the familiar stranger seemed to know him and his sister well. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Do you know of Hogwarts? Yes, Harry nodded, while Aunt Petunia stared at him in disbelief. They had never mentioned such a place to him, even claiming that his parents had perished in a car crash. They can't go there. Since the day we took them in, such occurrences were strictly forbidden. Uncle Vernon seized the Hogwarts letter. You knew? Why didn't you tell me? Harry realized their silence was an indication of their knowledge. Of course we knew. You and your sister are just like her. My parents were so proud when she received her letter. We had a witch in the family. But only I knew she was a freak. Then she met that Potter, had you too. And then she blew up. We could only take you in. Aunt Petunia remembered her own pleas to Dumbledore to be allowed to attend Hogwarts, only to be rejected, recalling her sister's tragic demise in the wizarding world. Harboring both love and resentment for the two children. Blew up? You said my parents died in a car crash. Harry exclaimed incredulously. Mia was aware of the true circumstances of their parents' demise, slain by Voldemort. What crash could kill Lily and James? Surely, you must concoct a better story. This is slander. Hagrid could not abide the tarnishing of their hero's legacy. The dispute concluded with Dudley sneaking a piece of cake, leading Hagrid to transform him, ending with Hagrid whisking Mia and Harry away. Chapter 3. The Elder Wand. Hagrid needed to escort the siblings to Diagon Alley for their school supplies. But to gain entry required a visit to a special place, the Leaky Cauldron, a somewhat dilapidated pub frequented predominantly by wizards. Hagrid led Mia and Harry through the door. You've arrived, Hagrid. Same as ever? The bartender inquired upon seeing him. Thanks, Tom. Today I'm here on Hogwarts business, helping young Harry and young Mia procure their school supplies. As Hagrid spoke, every patron turned their attention toward them. Wow. My goodness, it's Harry Potter. Tom exclaimed in astonishment. Though they were twins, Harry, having vanquished Voldemort, attracted far more attention. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, Miss Potter, welcome. An elderly gentleman grasped Harry's hand, ensuring Mia was not forgotten. Well, I thought I was inconspicuous, Mia replied. I'm Doris Crockford. It's an honor to meet you, she said as the surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, addressing Harry and Mia. To them, Harry, the boy who defeated Voldemort, was a savior, highlighting the terror Voldemort had instilled. Their journey continued until they reached a man clad in a turban, exuding a strong scent of garlic. Harry Potter, Mia Potter, it is an honor beyond words, he said, revealing himself to be Quirrell, causing Mia to wrinkle her nose. Though Mia was not well versed in the details of Harry Potter's saga, she was acutely aware of the primary antagonist from the first season. Hello, Professor, nearly didn't see you there, Harry greeted. This is Professor Quirrell. He teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, Hagrid introduced, shaking Quirrell's hand. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, however, is a cursed place, where no one can endure for a year. Harry, observing Mia's reluctance to shake Professor Quirrell's hand, was promptly restrained by her. Ah, you must be Mia. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said. Thank you. I'm equally delighted to meet you, but Hagrid, aren't we supposed to be going shopping? Harry sensed Mia's apprehension towards Quirrell and remained cautious, as Mia was invariably right. He returned her grip, and turned his gaze towards Hagrid. Indeed, it's time to depart. There are plenty of items to procure. Farewell. Hagrid led the two siblings to the back door, which faced a solid wall. How do they know about us? Harry pondered, still bewildered. You are quite well known here, but it is not my place to divulge details, Hagrid replied as he tapped several bricks, which swiftly shifted to reveal a passageway. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The wonders of the wizarding world were utterly enchanting, especially for two young ones witnessing it for the first time. Harry and Mia tightly clasped each other's hands, gazing around in awe. Of course, one cannot embark on a shopping spree without money, so Hagrid first escorted the children to Gringotts. Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, is the safest place to store valuables, second only to Hogwarts itself. Inside, diminutive goblins busily attended to their accounts. What is that? Harry inquired, observing the goblins. They are goblins, highly intelligent but not particularly amiable, Hagrid responded. Upon arrival, a goblin halted his work, peering at the two children. Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Mia Potter, here to withdraw some funds, are we? Do you have your key? The siblings exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was meant. Hold on, let me see where I put it. Hagrid rummaged through his belongings. Here it is. This little trinket. And by the way, Dumbledore gave me this, he said, producing the key and a letter for the goblin. This is for the vault. Very well then. The goblin acquiesced, leading them to the vault. Their parents had left them a considerable fortune, and it must be noted that the Potter family's wealth was immense. Wow. Mia felt suddenly transformed from a mere child into a wealthy heiress. Money truly is a splendid thing. Each sibling took a bag of galleons before proceeding to Vault 713, where Hagrid mysteriously retrieved a small package. What is it? Classified information, Hogwarts business, top secret, do not disclose to anyone. Understood. How intriguing. Mia cast a sympathetic glance at her naive brother. Exiting Gringotts, the most exhilarating moment awaited them. Wand selection at Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was modest, filled with boxes stacked on shelves. Is anyone here? A sudden whoosh revealed an elderly gentleman descending from a ladder, startling them. At last, I have been expecting you, Mr. Potter, Miss Potter. Who shall select first? Harry should go first. Mia observed Ollivander's evident interest in Harry. Very well, Miss Potter. Your parents purchased their wands here. As if it were just yesterday. Ollivander began to select a wand, prompting Harry to try one. The initial attempt produced a startling result, yet the selection process proceeded smoothly. Next, it was Mia's turn. Try this one, Miss Potter. Ollivander offered her a wand. Each wand crafted by Ollivander possesses exceptional magical properties, which is its essence. Most importantly, the wand chooses the wizard. This one contains a unicorn hair, crafted from elder wood, measuring 10 inches. Mia waved it, causing the shelves to topple, scattering wands everywhere. Well, that clearly isn't suitable. Fear not, it is rare for a wizard to find their perfect wand on the first try. Here, try this one. Phoenix feather, walnut, 11 inches. Mia waved it again, but still, it was not the right fit. No need to fret, let us explore this one, Ollivander mused, retrieving a dusty box that had evidently not been opened for ages. Elder, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. Mia paused at the mention of Elder, aware that few in the wizarding world wielded such a wand. The last known was the Elder Wand, a legendary artifact. Finally, she found success, feeling the wand resonate with her. I recall the last Elder Wand belonged to the Deathly Hallows, and it is notoriously finicky, no one can master it easily. It possesses immense magical power but refuses to align with lesser wizards. A wizard wielding an Elder Wand is destined for greatness. I foresee a momentous fate in store for you. Meanwhile, the dragon heartstring facilitates the rapid crafting of formidable wands, allowing for swift mastery of magic. Ollivander gazed in astonishment at Mia, marveling at how this pair of siblings had one who vanquished Voldemort, and the other who had claimed the Elder Wand. Mia regarded her wand, realizing her resolve. She would not sit idly by, waiting to be preyed upon. We shall be the finest of partners. That will be 14 galleons in total. Chapter 4. Platform 9 3/4. Harry Mia. The two, having chosen their wands, heard a tapping at the window and turned to see Hagrid, who upon noticing their attention, raised his hands to reveal a white owl and a sleek black cat. Birthday presents. The children rushed excitedly towards Hagrid, surrounding him. The owl belonged to Harry, while the black cat was Mia's. Hagrid, how did you know I adored cats? Mia was pleasantly surprised to receive a gift, especially amidst the attention focused on Harry, the savior, while she was merely his sister, feeling somewhat overshadowed. Despite this, Hagrid's gesture undoubtedly conveyed to them both that they were cherished children in his eyes. Mia reflected on Hagrid's kindness, from rescuing them from the Dursleys to this delayed birthday gift, marking the first kindness they had encountered in this strange new world. Thank you, Hagrid. Harry and Mia embraced his large leg. Now that the siblings had entered the wizarding world, it was time to learn some truths. The streets were not the best place for conversation, so Hagrid took them to a restaurant, where he revealed the grim realities of Voldemort and the deaths of Lily and James. Is he dead? I don't believe so. He still lives, albeit in a weakened state. That night, you must have dealt him a significant blow, which is why you are so famous. At the train station, Hagrid prepared to leave the siblings, as he had to deliver the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, handing them their tickets. Platform 9 3/4? There is no such platform, Harry remarked, glancing at the ticket, sensing something amiss. Just as he was about to question Hagrid, he vanished. Mia, what should we do? Harry instinctively turned to his most reliable companion for help. Let us try platforms 9 and 10. Surely there must be a way. Mia believed that where there is a will, there is a way. The two children pushed their luggage, which towered over them, toward the platforms. Mia silently vowed to master the undetectable extension charm. This was quite the exertion. Upon reaching platform 9, Harry scanned the area but could not locate platform 9 3/4. Just as he was about to ask a conductor, Mia tugged at him. So many muggles every year. Platform 9 3/4 is over there. Molly was ushering her daughter alongside her 4 sons. Let us go. Mia pulled Harry along, watching as Percy and the Weasley twins vanished through the stone pillar. Wow! Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Good day, madam. Might I inquire if platform 9 3/4 is nearby? Mia approached Molly cautiously, gently tugging at her sleeve. Molly lowered her gaze to meet the visage strikingly reminiscent of Lily's, squatting down to regard Mia at eye level, her hand tenderly caressing the girl's face. My dear. Might I ask your name? Mia Potter, madam, Mia replied obediently, allowing Molly to stroke her cheek. Harry, observing this unfamiliar woman, hurried over. You are Harry. Are you not? Molly turned her attention to Harry, while Ginny, upon hearing the name, widened her eyes in astonishment and covered her mouth. Yes, Harry replied, somewhat perplexed. Good child, simply pass through there, do not be afraid. These are my children, Ron and Ginny. Ron is also attending school this year. Molly beckoned her children over, demonstrating the way for Ron. Thank you, madam, they expressed. Time was of the essence, and if they did not enter soon, they would miss the train, so Molly urged the two children to proceed without further delay. Mia stepped forward, pushing her luggage, with Harry hastily following. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a train emblazoned with the number 5972, and directly above was the sign, Platform 9 3/4, the Hogwarts Express. They swiftly boarded the train, stowing their luggage before settling into a compartment. At that moment, a red-haired boy entered, none other than Ron, Molly's son they had just encountered. Sorry, all the other compartments are full. May I sit here? Ron inquired, peeking in. Of course, Harry replied without hesitation, as Mia was already dozing. My goodness. You are indeed Harry Potter? Ron exclaimed with excitement as he took a seat. Yes, Harry said, accustomed to such inquiries. I am Ron Weasley. May I see your scar? Certainly, Harry lifted his hair. Brilliant! Ron exclaimed, his voice rising, awakening Mia, who blinked at the sudden influx of company. Apologies for waking you, Mia. This is Ron Weasley. Ron, this is my sister, Mia Potter. Harry felt a twinge of regret for disturbing his sister, but Mia merely shook her head. Hello, Mia, I'm Ron. Hello. Mia nodded, not particularly fond of socializing. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere until a lady wheeled a snack cart past. Harry waved his hand, declaring he would take one of everything, only to be halted by Mia. Will you manage to eat all that? Just pick some favorites. Though he didn't buy everything, there was still a fair amount, and the trio enjoyed their treats while chatting, when suddenly a mouse appeared. Ah! Mia exclaimed, startled by the rodent. As Luna swiftly pinned it down. Scabbers. I apologize. This is my pet, Scabbers. Ron hurriedly rescued his mouse. Scabbers? Luna questioned, returning to her black cat. Mia gazed at Scabbers, her mind rifling through hazy memories of an animagus, Peter. What's wrong? Are you alright, Mia? Harry, aware that his sister had an aversion to mice and insects, noted her lack of reaction, and felt a pang of concern. Nothing. Mia shook her head, recognizing the moment was not yet right. As the silence deepened once more, Ron quickly interjected, Let me perform a spell for you. With both siblings now looking at him, Ron raised his wand toward Scabbers, when suddenly a cute girl with curly hair appeared. Have you seen a toad? Are you casting spells? May I watch? Of course. Sunshine daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow. Ron's wand glimmered and Scabbers scampered away, prompting Ron to realize he had once again been outwitted by his brothers. Mia couldn't help but chuckle. Are you certain that was an actual spell? It doesn't seem very effective. I've tried a few simple spells myself, and they worked quite well. For instance, Reparo. Hermione produced her wand, aiming it at Harry's glasses, which promptly mended themselves. Hermione, Mia regarded the girl with newfound interest. Hello, I'm Mia Potter. May we be friends? Certainly, I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hermione replied warmly. Chapter 5. The sorting ceremony. The train soon approached its destination, and Harry took the initiative to lead Ron out, granting Mia space to change her attire. As the train halted, students began to disembark in succession. First-year students, gather here, Hagrid called, holding a lantern to guide the newcomers. At least, they were indeed smaller compared to Hagrid. Harry, Mia, over here. How are you? Upon seeing Hagrid, Mia tugged Harry along. We're well, Hagrid, they replied in unison. The first years followed Hagrid to the edge of the lake, where Hogwarts loomed before them, a grand, ancient and mysterious castle, destined to be their home for the next 7 years. Each boat can hold no more than 4 people, Hagrid directed them as they boarded. Mia, be careful, Harry cautioned as he assisted his sister onto the boat. Thank you, Harry. On their boat sat Hermione, Ron and Mia, and once they settled in, the small vessel began to glide across the water. Curiously, Mia leaned over the side of the boat, peering into the inky depths. What if we fall in? There must be magic to help us fly back up, Mia pondered. Nodding thoughtfully at Hermione's reply, the boat soon reached the shore, and Hagrid led the first years through a tunnel to the castle's grand entrance. Hagrid knocked on the door, which swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall standing before them. Thank you, Hagrid, she said, acknowledging him before ushering the first years inside. Outside the Great Hall, McGonagall briefly introduced Hogwarts to the newcomers. Do you know how the sorting works? I heard it involves battling a dragon. Is that true? But we don't know any magic yet. Indeed, that's what my brother told me. Which house do you think you'll be sorted into? Harry asked them. I will surely be placed in Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor, the best house, Ron declared. I wish to be in Gryffindor too. Harry appreciated the values represented by each house, and had a fondness for Gryffindor. What about you, Mia? Me. I'm uncertain. I think any house would be splendid. No. Slytherin is the most malevolent. All dark wizards hail from there, Ron countered. Undeniably, Slytherin students are quite clever, and we shouldn't harbor prejudice, Mia frowned. Recognizing that while Slytherin had a tarnished reputation, it deserved a fair consideration. Slytherin is simply dreadful, Ron retorted defiantly. Mia, reluctant to debate with immature children, was about to cease the argument when a voice rang out beside her. Well, you have quite the discerning eye. My entire family are Slytherins. And I am destined to be one as well. And you, red-haired ragamuffin, you must be a Weasley, a blood traitor. How insufferable, Mia thought, turning to see a blonde boy strutting in with 2 chubby sidekicks. Indeed, the rumors were true. Harry Potter has arrived at Hogwarts. This is Crabbe, this is Goyle. And I am Draco Malfoy. Though Draco spoke to Harry, his gaze was fixed on Mia. Harry immediately grew alert, pulling his sister behind him. Hello, I'm Harry Potter. And this is my sister, Mia. Mia, emerald suits you. I hope to see you in Slytherin, Draco noted, then turned back to Harry. You will discover that certain wizarding families are simply superior, Potter. Do not associate with riffraff. I can assist you. Ron glared fiercely at Draco, who remained unfazed, extending his hand toward Harry. I believe I can discern right from wrong on my own. Thank you. Draco, taken aback by the rejection, left with a scowl. Professor McGonagall soon returned, leading them into the Great Hall. As Mia stepped into the Grand Hall, she was immediately enveloped by exclamations of awe. Raising her gaze, she beheld a breathtaking sight. Candles floated in midair, and a starry sky adorned the ceiling. It's enchanted to mimic the sky outside, Hermione whispered to Mia. The upperclassmen curiously scrutinized the newcomers, who in turn, gazed around with equal wonder. They approached a peculiar, somewhat soiled hat resting upon a stool. Ah, the sorting hat. Mia mused, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, she sensed a searing gaze upon her. Following the source, she spotted a professor with a white beard observing them intently. Upon noticing Mia, he raised his cup in a friendly gesture. It was Professor Dumbledore. Turning her head slightly, she recognized another figure. Severus Snape, his greasy black hair framing his face. The very man who had cradled her upon her arrival. Since Mia's entrance, Snape had not diverted his gaze, fixating on the slender forms of the siblings, gripping their cups tightly. When their eyes met, he momentarily averted his gaze. Mia quickly redirected her attention as the sorting hat began to sing, its melody somewhat off-key, but thankfully, it concluded swiftly. When I call your name, step forward, and I shall place the sorting hat upon your head to determine your house, Professor McGonagall announced, referencing the list. Hannah Abbott, a blonde girl, walked up to the hat, seated herself and donned it. Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table erupted in applause. Hermione Granger. Hermione, feeling the weight of nerves, reminded herself to relax. I told you that fellow has issues, Ron muttered to Harry about Hermione. How can you say that about Hermione? Mia interjected, frowning at Ron. I'm not wrong. Ron mumbled under his breath. Gryffindor. Hermione beamed, making her way to the red table, where Gryffindors welcomed her with applause. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. The sorting hat barely touched Draco's head before announcing the result, echoing the sentiment that all dark wizards hailed from Slytherin. Ron began to whisper again, and Mia felt too fatigued to retort. Ron Weasley. Another Weasley, It was predictable where he would end up. Gryffindor. Ron exhaled in relief. Harry Potter. At the mention of this name, all eyes turned towards him, the boy who lived. The Sorting Hat hesitated, torn between Slytherin and Gryffindor, as Harry quietly urged, Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. Then, the Hat acquiesced to Harry's wishes. Wonderful. We have a savior among us. The Weasley twins were the first to rise in jubilant applause for Harry. He had secured a house he was pleased with and looked towards his sister, hoping she would join him. Chapter 6 Slytherin. Mia Potter. Though her name lacked the renown of her brothers, she was nonetheless the sister of the savior, drawing everyone's attention once more. In truth, it was Snape who awaited Mia's sorting with the greatest anticipation. Let us see. Ambition, considerable talent, a refusal to yield. A thirst for power. Perhaps this house will suit you best. Slytherin. The declaration left all in disbelief. The sister of the boy who lived had been sorted into Slytherin, a known haven for dark wizards. This prompted Harry to rise, eager to seek out Mia. Wow, Ron gasped, while Hermione remained unconcerned, confident that their friendship would endure despite the sorting. As for the professors, Snape wore a hint of a smile, while Dumbledore maintained his inscrutable demeanor. Lost in thought, Draco led the applause for Mia, having been positioned centrally upon his arrival, his status unmistakable. The others followed suit, warmly welcoming her into their fold. Mia gracefully approached the Slytherin table, where an empty seat beside Draco awaited her. Please take a seat. Thank you. On Harry's side, he longed to seek out his sister. But now was not the appropriate time. He would have to wait until the sorting concluded. Mia surveyed the spread before her, settling for fries and chicken legs. As the feast progressed to desserts, which were exceedingly sweet. Once everyone had dined, Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell silent. I have a few words to share with you all as the term commences. First-year students, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. Even upperclassmen should take note. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, I must advise that those who wish to avoid unfortunate accidents should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Mia chuckled to herself. The more they warned against it, the more enticing it became. With the night tour and the Forbidden Forest on the agenda, she nodded in satisfaction at the planned activities. Following this, the students were ushered back to their dormitories by their prefects. Keep together, don't fall behind. The prefects led the first years to the dungeons. Remember the password. It changes every month. Pure blood. The door creaked open, revealing a dim and damp chamber adorned in silver and green, with a large glass pane offering a view of the Black Lake's depths and its mysterious inhabitants. Will we really not catch rheumatism down here? Mia wondered, gazing at the lightless abyss. Your belongings are already in your dormitories, the prefect explained, and after settling the first years and imparting instructions, they were dismissed to their rooms. Each dormitory accommodated 2 students, but Mia found herself alone in hers. What a coincidence. But it's convenient for nighttime wanderings. After organizing her belongings, Mia washed up and settled in for the night, leaving any nocturnal escapades for the morrow. Her biological clock, steadfast as ever, roused Mia early. Dressed in her Slytherin robes, she prepared to head to the dining hall, only to spot Draco, impeccably attired, accompanied by a throng of followers. Crabbe and Goyle stood behind him, snacking, while Draco lounged on a single sofa, flanked by 2 girls, a short-haired brunette and a long-haired blonde, and a slender boy with striking blue eyes and a handsome dark-skinned companion. Upon seeing Mia, Draco rose, greeting her with a casual morning. Morning? I came to invite you to class with us. Mia nodded in agreement. Hello, I'm Blaise Zabini. A pleasure to meet you, lovely lady. Blaise introduced himself, standing to offer his greeting. With Draco at the helm, his entourage naturally welcomed Mia without reservation. Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, Theodore Knott. Hello, Iemme Mia Potter. Are you heading to the dining hall? Yes. Would you like to join us? Of course. The group made their way to the hall in a striking display, prompting Mia to resolve to walk alone in the future. During the meal, Mia encountered Harry, who had been searching for her. With Slytherins watching, he pulled her aside. Mia, are you alright in Slytherin? Are they bullying you? Damn it. We've never been apart. How could the Sorting Hat place you in Slytherin? The mere thought of his sister alone and vulnerable among Slytherins, especially with the arrogant Malfoy potentially tormenting her, kept Harry restless. No, Harry, calm down, I'm perfectly fine. Seeing Harry's anxious demeanor, Mia hurried to quell his fears. Well, Mia, you must understand, Slytherin is not known for its kindness. Ron gnawed on a chicken leg, prompting Mia, Harry, and Hermione to cast him reproachful glances. After all, Mia was a Slytherin. Wasn't he flaunting his words right in front of her? Alright Ron, Harry, do not overthink it. Mia seems to be getting along well with her classmates, doesn't she? Hermione interjected hastily, and Mia offered a grateful look in response. Indeed, indeed. And even if something were to occur, wouldn't you still be there for me, brother? Just because we are in different houses doesn't mean you would neglect me, right? Mia feigned tears, causing Harry to panic. How could that be? He exclaimed. I know you're worried about me, but trust me, I must return now. Class is about to begin, and you shouldn't be late either. Observing that Draco and the others had nearly finished their meal, Mia realized it was time for her to depart. The first class was potions, taught by their own head of house. Being tardy would not bode well. Very well. Harry conceded, helplessly watching his sister run further away, joining Draco's side. My heart aches, he lamented. Chapter 7. Potions class. Due to the ever-shifting staircases, the group wandered for quite some time, nearly losing their way until Mia inquired with a portrait, allowing them to finally arrive at the classroom. The potions classroom was located in the dungeons, with tightly shut windows and dim lighting that cast a chilly air. Mia thought it would be quite torturous here during winter. This class was attended by both Slytherin and Gryffindor, with distinct seating arrangements for the two houses. Just as class was about to commence, Harry and Ron arrived fashionably late. But fortunately, the professor had yet to arrive. At Hermione's urging, they quickly took their seats. Before long, Snape strode into the room, his black robe billowing as he moved. With a flick of his wand, he drew the curtains, shrouding the potions classroom in deeper shadows. The atmosphere grew even more somber. In my class, no wand waving or incantation shall be tolerated. Snape's voice resonated, slow and deliberate. Personally, I do not expect the majority of you to grasp the intricacies and subtleties of potion making. However, for that select few with potential. He glanced towards Draco in the front row, who, understanding the attention was directed at him, raised his platinum head with pride. Yet, when he noticed Mia sitting beside him, his expression faltered, and he shot her an inquisitive look, perplexed by her sudden dismay. Shifting his gaze to the obediently seated Mia, Snape's tone softened involuntarily. I can teach you how to bewilder the mind, ensnare the senses. I can instruct you on how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stave off death. His gaze then landed on Harry. I must reiterate. Some may believe that being a celebrated figure at Hogwarts allows for a lackadaisical approach to learning. This was evidently directed at Harry, causing Mia to worry. She turned her head to find Harry diligently jotting down notes, while Hermione beside him quickly nudged him, prompting him to look up towards the podium. Mr. Potter, the celebrity of the new generation, what would you obtain by adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Snape crossed his arms. Hermione raised her hand, eager to answer, but Harry shook his head. You do not know? Then let us change the question. Where should one begin to search for Bezoar? I do not know, sir, Harry replied. Hermione's hand was almost raised to the ceiling, while Mia too felt compelled to stand. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? I do not know, sir. What a pity. Clearly, fame does not equate to knowledge, does it, Mr. Potter? Miss Potter, would you care to enlighten us? Snape turned his gaze towards Mia, who was caught off guard by the sudden call. Draco, concerned that Mia might falter, was ready to offer her the answer. Yes, sir. Daffodil root combined with mugwort produces a powerful sleeping potion, known as the Draught of Living Death. Bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, capable of counteracting most poisons. Aconite and wolfsbane are the same plant, commonly referred to as monkshood. I am finished, sir. Excellent answer, Miss Potter. Slytherin earns 2 points. Snape remarked, nodding in satisfaction at Mia. Then, abruptly changing his tone, he added, so why are you not writing these down? The Gryffindors, aggrieved by their classmates' disrespect towards the professor, were docked 5 points. The students murmured in discontent. Silence. Draco and his companions gloatingly regarded Harry, while Mia sensed Snape's apparent dissatisfaction towards him. Next came potion brewing, and naturally, Draco was paired with Mia. The class was to concoct a potion for scabies, a task Draco excelled at since Snape had previously tutored him. Thus it was a breeze for him, while Mia, being both intelligent and dexterous, complimented him well. As the handling of slugs was rather unpleasant, Draco took it upon himself, while Mia focused on crushing the venomous fangs. Professor Snape patrolled the classroom, silently appearing behind students to deliver scathing criticisms, with Gryffindor being the most frequent victims, losing several points in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, Slytherin was awarded numerous points. Indeed, the headmaster was quite biased. They poured the prepared materials into the cauldron, ensuring to remove it from the flame before adding 2 porcupine quills. This was crucial. Next, they stirred clockwise 5 times, and a pink mist rose above the cauldron, solidifying their success once the potion turned blue. Success. Mia beamed at Draco, her beautiful green eyes squinting with delight, her exquisite face radiating joy. Draco felt a flush of pride at her exuberance. Of course, Miss Potter's potion was brewed to perfection. Slytherin earns 5 points. Snape's sudden proclamation startled both Mia and Draco. He had been quietly observing Mia's potion making from behind, recognizing her talent, much like her mother's. As he turned to leave, he shot Draco a warning glare. Fool. Remove the cauldron before adding the porcupine quills. But it was too late. Neville's cauldron exploded, splattering potion all over himself and those nearby. Be careful. Draco and Mia, seated closer to Neville, were fortunate that Draco reacted swiftly. Otherwise Mia would have been harmed as well. Thank you, Mia expressed gratefully to Draco, glancing at the potion that had narrowly missed her. Mr. Potter, why did you not intervene with Longbottom? Snape's fury was directed at Harry, observing the injured students. Harry felt powerless. Professor, let us first escort them to Madame Pomfrey. Mia quickly interjected to defend Harry. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Injured students, follow me to the infirmary. The rest of you are not to move. With that, he led a throng of students away. Mia hurried over to Harry, concerned for his well-being. Harry, are you alright? I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt? I'm okay, thanks to Draco pulling me out of the way. That's good. As soon as class ended, all the students rushed outside, eager to avoid being detained by Snape. Chapter 8. Night adventures. Whenever there were no classes, Mia would frequent the library. After each lesson, professors assigned corresponding homework, and Mia was not one to procrastinate until the last minute. Thus, she hurried to complete her assignments upon arriving at the library. With only a few patrons present, Mia chose a seat by the window, where the afternoon sun bathed her in warmth. The assignments were quite simple, and after finishing, Mia stretched and lifted her gaze, discovering Hermione seated across from her, also engrossed in her potions homework. Quietly, Mia returned the reference books and selected a few intriguing titles. Mia often visited the library, and every time she did, she would find Hermione, and they would sit together in a comfortable silence, undisturbed. Mia read swiftly and possessed an excellent memory, making her a favored discussion partner for Hermione when it came to challenging concepts. Mia, may I take a look at your essay? Hermione found herself momentarily stumped while working on her assignment, and, upon noticing that Mia had already completed hers, quietly sought her assistance. Of course. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, Mia replied as she handed over her paper. At that moment, Mia was engrossed in a book on metamorphosis, having read extensively yet lacking the opportunity to apply her knowledge practically. She recalled that there was an answer room on the 8th floor, which would be a perfect place to put her skills into practice. However, as her thoughts wandered, she quickly refocused. Animagus? Hermione, having completed her assignment, had quietly approached Mia from behind. The sudden sound startled Mia. I'm sorry, are you alright? Hermione realized she had frightened Mia and hastily apologized. It's fine. Would you like to join me? Mia offered. No, I haven't reached that part yet, Hermione replied. Unwilling to disrupt her own progression, she retrieved the book she intended to read, and began to leaf through its pages. Time slipped away swiftly, and it was only upon Madame Pance's reminder that the two girls became aware of the approaching closing time of the library. After returning their books, they parted ways, with Hermione heading back to the dormitory. Mia, however, had no intention of returning just yet. She had planned to explore the castle at night since the beginning of the term. Having cast a carefully selected disillusionment charm, Mia embarked on her castle adventure. The castle was rife with hidden passages leading to unknown destinations, and though Mia had only discovered a few, she recalled that there was still something on the 4th floor. Turning toward the 4th floor, she thought, I remember Professor Dumbledore mentioned the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. I found it. Before her stood a locked wooden door, and she thought, this could hardly pose a challenge. Alohomora, open! With a gentle flick of her wand, the door clicked open. Mia quickly slipped inside and closed the door behind her, hoping to avoid detection by the fat lady and Filch. The room was dim, shrouded in darkness. Yet Mia's nose detected an unpleasant odor amidst the flickering lights. Illuminating the room with her wand, she discovered a 3-headed dog, slumbering soundly. As it awoke, Mia felt no fear. Instead, she took a moment to observe the creature, while the dog regarded this small human who seemed undaunted. Its curiosity piqued. Sit, good doggy, Mia coaxed, utilizing her inherent skills to charm animals. The creature, known as Fluffy, felt an instinctive urge to obey her call. No. Fluffy shook its head in protest. For it was a noble 3-headed guardian. Why the lack of response? This trick works wonders on owls, Mia thought, trying once more. Come here, she beckoned. not only calling but also gesturing with her hands. Heaven knows how much willpower Fluffy exerted to resist, for it could not forget its purpose. Is this trick really ineffective? Mia mused, unconvinced. She believed Fluffy must not have been trained properly. Tomorrow night, she decided, I shall bring some meat. I refused to believe it. Noticing the hour was growing late, Mia resolved to return the following evening and turned to leave. Will you return, human? Fluffy inquired. Yes, dog, Mia replied. As she descended to the second floor, Mia suddenly heard a cat's meow followed by Filch's voice. Oh, what have I discovered? A disobedient student. Madame Rosmerta. Let us see where those pesky little trolls are. Pressed against the wall, Mia dared not move, fully aware of a cat's acute sense of hearing. Just as she felt she might be discovered, the wall behind her shifted, and an arm enveloped her, restoring the wall to its original state. Strange, where did they go? Filch muttered as he could no longer find her, and departed. Mia exhaled in relief, dispelling her disillusionment charm to see who her savior was. Well, what do we have here? A small snake? The familiar voice and manner of speaking confirmed her suspicion. It was the Weasley twins. Thank you for rescuing me. Mia expressed her gratitude politely. Oh, did I hear something? A little snake thanking us? Please speak normally. I am Mia Potter. I am Fred. I am George. Delighted to meet you. We are equally pleased to meet you, the little sister of the chosen one. George bent down with a grin, regarding Mia with curiosity. Who would have thought that the sister of the hero would sneak out for a midnight adventure? Fred remarked, astonished at Mia's boldness. Are you not also out for a night escapade? Mia retorted. Oh well, it is quite late. Do you need us to escort you back, little snake? If it's not too much trouble, thank you. However, could you share the castle's secret passages with me? In exchange, I can tell you some fun pranks. The Weasley twins were notorious for their mischief. Certainly, young lady. The twins grew increasingly intrigued by Mia. Perhaps you would like to join our prank squad? If you wouldn't mind, I'd love to. Mia extended her hand, and George shook it eagerly, puffing with laughter. Mia almost lost her composure at the sight of George's tousled hair. Oh brother, look at your hair. This is too amusing. How did you manage that? Fred could not contain his laughter. Mia kindly conjured a mirror, a splendid transformation spell. If I were a professor, I would award you 2 points. Fred winked. Thank you. Well, this is cool. George marveled at his newly styled hair. How did you do that? He asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A touch of small magic. Mia replied with a mysterious smile. Now can you tell me where the secret passages are? All right, cunning little snake. Here is the map of the castle we drew, marked with the discovered passages and hidden rooms. Fred handed the map to Mia, who quickly used a duplication spell to create a copy before returning the original to Fred. You know so many spells? Many? I suppose so. Well, it seems we have a mysterious little snake here. Now may we escort you back, Miss Snake? Certainly, thank you. Mr. Lion. The three erupted into laughter. Chapter 9. The Mudblood Seed. Mia had always been a woman of action. The night prior, she had declared her intention to train Fluffy and return to research the creature's favorite foods. The following evening, she packed snacks at the dining table in preparation for her nocturnal adventure. Mia's schedule was brimming, and aside from attending classes and mealtimes, Harry rarely saw his sister. It had been a long time since they had been apart. Hey sis, are you coming home for dinner? Harry inquired. Brother, I am off to explore the seas. On the 4th floor, she called out, Come here, Fluffy. Do you want a treat? Standing before Fluffy, she waved the delectable snacks, still warm from the warming charm. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, enticing Fluffy to drool. Come here, Mia encouraged, observing the effectiveness of her call. Woof. I want to eat. Let me through. One of Fluffy's heads could no longer resist. Confined and poorly fed, it yearned for freedom. At last, a child had appeared, and it felt compelled to heed the call of its instincts. Stop, you fool. We have a mission. We cannot be tempted. The other head swallowed hard and averted its gaze, cursing the delightful scent. A woof. The third head, unable to withstand the temptation, succumbed. After all, it was merely a dog, a creature driven by hunger, and this little girl appeared harmless. Take your time eating. Since you've eaten my treat, you wouldn't mind if I pet you, would you? Observing Fluffy devour the snacks before her, Mia revealed her true intention. Without waiting for Fluffy's consent, she expertly petted the creature. Her adept skills soon had Fluffy rolling over in delight. What is this magic? Fluffy mused, lost in bliss. Good boy. You are such a sweet dog. As Mia played with Fluffy, she noted the hour was growing late, and it was time for her to return. Lue, with a lingering reluctance, tugged at Mia's robe. Will you come again? Be good. I promise to visit and bring you some treats next time. Oh, truly, I assure you. Only after Mia's repeated reassurances did Lue relent. After Mia emerged, she glanced at her damp robe and decided it was best to wash it. The following day, with no classes, Mia rose a tad later than usual. Stepping out of her dormitory, she intended to read in the common lounge, only to find her usual spot occupied by Theodore. Upon noticing her, Theodore lifted his gaze from his potion book to meet Mia's. "Good morning, Nate." "Morning." After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to their respective pursuits. Theodore engrossed in his potions text, while Mia perused a textbook meant for upperclassmen. The lounge was nearly deserted, enveloped in a serene silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the fireplace and the rustling of pages. That insufferable Potter. Draco's undue attention towards her was infuriating. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered as both Theodore and Mia frowned in unison. Due to their slightly secluded seating, the newcomers likely failed to notice that the subjects of their conversation were right there. She was recently stealing the limelight. What could possibly be the reason for Professor Snape's peculiar interest in her? Since the school year commenced, Mia had frequently garnered points for her outstanding performance, and her striking beauty had made her quite renowned at Hogwarts. She had received numerous love letters, all of which her brother Harry confiscated. Merely the sister of the Savior. What else did she possess beyond that title? Draco would never associate with someone lacking even a formidable family name. Just a mudblood, indeed. Such words were rather harsh, and Theodore's expression soured slightly. "Isn't your mother also a mudblood?" Mia's demeanor turned frosty. She was not one to swallow her anger. With a flick of her wand, she stepped out from behind the sofa. "What are you saying? Why not let me hear it too?" Pansy and Daphne, the instigators, appeared somewhat guilty upon seeing her. Yet their followers were brazenly defiant. "We're talking about you, mudblood," one girl shrieked, clutching her front teeth. "Continue," Mia replied nonchalantly, surveying the group, with Pansy and Daphne leading a cadre of upperclassmen. "Do you wish to brawl, Potter?" They brandished their wands at Mia. "Have you heard the saying? The first to provoke is the base one." Mia surveyed her wand, which seemed to pulse with excitement at her rising fury. "You big-toothed wench. Disarming curse. Petrificus totalis." With her words, the group launched their attack. "Protego. Expelliarmus. Petrificus totalis." Mia calmly cast 3 spells in succession. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. A mere first year had so effortlessly vanquished multiple wizards, including upperclassmen. As they found themselves immobilized, Mia retrieved a potion she had crafted herself. "I recall a saying, what was it again? Something about those who gossip having rotten mouths? You seem to relish talking behind others' backs, so why not sample this potion for me?" The expressions on their faces morphed into sheer terror, their eyes brimming with desperation. One among them hastily rushed off to summon the headmaster. "Headmaster, it's an emergency. Potter is dueling in the common room." "Who are you referring to?" Snape, initially somewhat vexed, straightened upon hearing the name. "It's Mia Potter." "What transpired?" Snape hastened towards the common room, concerned for Mia's safety. "It was Potter. She initiated the attack." "Sir, you ought to know that your esteemed professor does not appreciate hearing falsehoods." Snape halted, fixing a penetrating gaze on the boy, who appeared quite guilty. With little time to spare for him, Snape continued on his way to Mia. Thankfully, the office was not far from the dormitory, and upon arrival, he found Mia administering a potion to Pansy and her gang. "Young ladies, would you care to explain to your unfortunate professor what transpired?" Snape's voice resonated like a heavenly chorus, and Pansy's group exhaled a sigh of relief. "Miss Parkinson, you may elaborate." Snape lifted the binding spells from them, and Pansy quickly seized the opportunity to complain. "Professor, it was Potter. She inexplicably attacked us and tried to force us to drink potions." "Is that so?" Snape's gaze bore into Pansy, who squirmed under the scrutiny. "Miss Potter, your explanation?" "Yes, Professor. It was Parkinson and her friends who first insulted my family, calling us mudbloods. I could not restrain myself from retaliating." Mia felt a pang of regret for her impulsiveness, now that the matter had reached Snape's ears. "Dare to complain? Just wait until I deal with you later." "Is that so, Miss Parkinson?" Snape's expression darkened at the mention of her name. "I spoke no falsehood." Pansy remained oblivious to her wrongdoing. "Very well, all involved in this affair, except Miss Potter, shall receive a 6-month detention and must apologize to Miss Potter, in addition to Slytherin losing 50 points. Snape's ire rose at the thought of his beloved Lily and Mia being labeled mudbloods. "Professor, I can't believe that you, who typically favors Slytherin, would deduct such points. That is rather unjust. She attacked us too." Pansy's shrill voice pierced Mia's ears. "Fool." Mia derided Pansy, whose face twisted in anger. "Miss Parkinson, an additional month of detention." "I 2 months." Pansy fell silent. From now on, every evening, Miss Potter shall report to my office for detention. Snape intended to provide the girl with some extra lessons. Fortuitously, Mia's strength had spared her from harm. Had she been injured, Snape could scarcely fathom his reaction. Very well, Professor. Thus, the matter was settled, but after this confrontation, Mia regained her reputation throughout the school, and whispers of admiration began to circulate within Slytherin. Chapter 10 Points. Mia, are you alright? Who bullied you? Tell me. Upon learning of Mia's troubles, Harry rushed over, dragging Ron and Hermione along. I'm fine. They couldn't overpower me, Mia reassured them. I told you, Slytherins are not to be trusted, Ron muttered. No. I can't let you face Slytherin alone anymore. What if they bully you again? Harry declared, intent on transferring Mia to another house. No, it's not that serious, brother. I'm quite capable, they can't defeat me, Mia quickly interjected. Harry's right. It's unsafe for you here alone, and you still associate with Malfoy and his gang, which may lead to more bullying, Hermione chimed in, supporting Harry. No, this was an isolated incident, and Slytherin values strength. This victory will keep them in line. That is not acceptable. We've never been apart, Mia. I can't bear the thought of you getting hurt without my knowledge, Harry said, his expression grave as he gazed at Mia. Struck momentarily speechless, Mia understood Harry's concern. Her expression softened as she embraced him. I'm fine, Harry. I am perfectly alright. You must trust me, okay? Harry understood Mia just as she understood him. Both were stubborn and resolute. Just promise there won't be another incident, he murmured, burying his face in her neck. Alright, I promise. This incident was but a minor interlude. Subsequently, Draco, his expression darkened, admonished Daphne and Pansy, while the others gradually offered their apologies. Due to Slytherin's deduction of 50 points, they slipped from first to second last among the houses, with Gryffindor now at the bottom. Unable to tolerate their diminished standing, the Slytherins embarked on a fervent quest to regain points, answering questions in class with newfound enthusiasm. During herbology, the lesson was a joint session with Gryffindor. They were to study the Devil's Snare, and Professor Sprout provided an overview of its characteristics. Mia and Hermione eagerly answered questions, significantly boosting their house's scores. Professor Sprout is a gentle witch who encourages her students to answer questions enthusiastically, showing particular fondness for those who engage actively. Very well. Miss Potter and Miss Granger, your responses were commendable. In the subsequent practical session, Mia also performed exceptionally well, once again earning Professor Sprout's praise alongside Hermione. During Transfiguration class, Mia arrived early, finding the classroom nearly empty, save for a tabby cat perched on the podium. Her eyes lit up. Meow meow, may I stroke you? You are so beautiful. Unable to contain her excitement, Mia tiptoed closer to the tabby cat. The feline's gaze, tinged with a hint of human-like exasperation, remained fixed on her. Noticing that the cat did not flee, Mia cautiously placed her hand atop its head and gently caressed it. What a sweet creature you are. Whose pet are you? I wonder. Meow. Professor McGonagall, noticing a student had entered, swiftly extended a paw to press Mia's hand down onto the desk, for the cat professor was quite proud. Oh dear, class is about to begin. I shall come to play with you later, Mia whispered to McGonagall's feline form before hastily returning to her seat. As all the students gathered and the bell rang, Mia pondered whether Professor McGonagall was running late. Suddenly, the small cat before her transformed into Professor McGonagall. Mia's eyes widened in astonishment as the professor discreetly smiled at her surprise before adopting a serious demeanor. What have I done? Mia mumbled, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. What's the matter? Draco inquired, observing Mia's downcast expression, mistakenly thinking she was unwell. Nothing, just feeling a bit socially awkward, Mia replied softly, covering her face. Socially awkward? What does that mean? Draco asked, perplexed. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous form of magic among all your studies at Hogwarts. No mischief is permitted in my class. Otherwise, I shall ask you to leave, Professor McGonagall declared. With a flick of her wand, she transformed the podium into a pig before reverting it back. Transfiguration involves changing one object into another, including transformations between non-living and living creatures, as well as partial and complete transformations. Now, we shall learn the most fundamental transfiguration, turning a matchstick into a needle. Each student had a matchstick before them, and the classroom soon filled with the sound of incantations being uttered. Mia had already mastered basic transfiguration through self-study, including the transformation of a mirror, which was a testament to her diligence. With a gentle wave, she successfully transformed the matchstick into a silver needle. 5 points to Slytherin. The classroom fell silent, all eyes turning towards Mia, and it was unsurprising. After all, She was a formidable presence among them. Professor McGonagall regarded Mia with satisfaction. Soon, Draco and Theodore also completed the task, earning Slytherin an additional 10 points. Miss Potter, I have heard you have self-studied up to 4th year? Professor McGonagall inquired. Impressed by Mia's rapid progress. Yes, Professor, Mia affirmed. An astonishing talent indeed. I would like to invite Miss Potter to my office for lessons every Saturday evening, Professor McGonagall proposed, recognizing a promising student. Of course, Professor. Mia had not anticipated that the esteemed Professor McGonagall would offer to be her one-on-one mentor. While Mia had a natural aptitude for magic, learning under guidance was far more efficient than solitary exploration. I look forward to your visits, Miss Potter. In the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall excitedly shared her discovery with Albus. Albus, you have no idea how remarkable Mia's talent is. Calm down, Minerva. The child indeed possesses extraordinary abilities. I suspect her talents extend beyond charms and transfiguration. She also shows significant promise with magical creatures, Dumbledore replied, cheerfully savoring a lemon drop. Despite his benign appearance resembling that of a kind old man, he was the most powerful white wizard in the realm, well aware of Mia's recent exploits, particularly concerning the three-headed dog. What do you mean? McGonagall caught on to Dumbledore's insinuation, amused. This child has such boldness. She and her brother are truly like their father. Ha ha ha, youth is meant to be vibrant. Perhaps one day we could arrange for Mia to meet Newt. They might find they have much in common. Chapter 11. Mischief. Since Mia agreed to join the prankster squad during their last nighttime escapade, Hogwarts students have endured quite the torment, particularly Ron. With Mia and the Weasley twins' inventive minds and her financial backing, their collaboration was truly serendipitous. The first targets of their pranks were those who had bullied Mia. Mia, I heard you single-handedly took down a group of Slytherins? George inquired curiously. The trio gathered once more in an abandoned classroom, scheming new mischief. Even you know about it? Not just us, the entire Hogwarts knows. Our Miss Potter faced a horde of Slytherins all on her own. Fred chimed in dramatically. How did that spread? Mia recalled the tale's embellishments, her expression turning complex. It's quite the spectacle. It's reached the 10th version. Those foolish Slytherins dared to insult the great Miss Potter. Our beloved Miss Potter suddenly appeared like a specter, gazing down at them with disdain, her voice cold as she said, "Continue if you dare. Look down on them?" Mia thought of her diminutive stature, recalling how she had to tiptoe to administer medicine. And then one of them sneered. "What's wrong? You mudblood." Miss Potter could not endure such provocation and immediately cast a spell. Fred and George acted out the scene. The unfortunate student was struck down, followed by a flurry of magical attacks, as Miss Potter effortlessly dispatched them all. The two fell to the ground, clutching their chests, while the Slytherins suffered injuries. And Miss Potter's hem was slightly soiled. George teasingly flicked at Mia's garment. What a splendid magical duel. MVP of the match goes to Miss Mia for the final blow. Well, don't you think these rumors are a tad exaggerated? Mia sighed. How could they be? It's so thrilling. I heard some Hufflepuff students are making a tidy profit writing about this. Fred lamented for not seizing the opportunity. They even published a book. Do you Hogwarts students have too little homework? Indeed, George produced the book he had purchased. To be fair, it's quite well written. He nodded affirmatively. I've heard they've released spin-offs. Miss Potter vs. the Vampire, Super Mia, and Final Battle, the Werewolf. Mia felt utterly mortified, realizing her 7 years at Hogwarts would be the most unforgettable 15 of her life. Well, since I'm socially dead, the other protagonist of this tale cannot escape unscathed either. Ha ha ha, let us all perish together. Thus, for the next month, Pansy and her friends found themselves plagued by misfortunes. Choking on water, running out of toilet paper, and stepping in dog, no cat mess. In the Great Hall, when Mia appeared at the Slytherin table, Pansy and Daphne visibly recoiled, subtly distancing themselves from Mia, fearful of further pranks. Disappointed by their reaction, Mia greeted Draco before joining Harry. Mia, to see my sister approaching me is quite the delight, Harry expressed, touched. Mia bypassed Harry to snuggle up to Hermione. Mia. Hermione cheerfully returned the embrace. Crack. Whose heart has shattered? I shall not say. Well, mate, don't feel down. Ron sympathetically patted Harry's shoulder. Seeing Harry's woeful expression, Mia stifled a laugh and hugged him. Hee brother. Mia, you've turned rather mischievous, Harry remarked. A hint of melancholy in his eyes. Since Mia joined Slytherin, she had become somewhat wickedly cunning, taking great delight in teasing Harry. To make amends. Shall I treat you to some sweets? Ron, you should have one too. Mia extracted a box of sweets, her eyes brimming with anticipation, while Fred and George Weasley, seated across from Harry, stifled their laughter. Harry, placing immense trust in his sister, promptly selected a piece to consume. Ron, however, remained cautious. He was well aware of Mia's recent closeness with the Weasley twins, and the mischievous grins exchanged between them fueled his suspicions. Do you not trust me, Ron? Mia feigned sadness, but Ron was not easily swayed by such theatrics. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. Why don't you let Hermione have some too? This nearly flabbergasted Mia, but she quickly devised a response. Hermione's parents are dentists. They don't permit her to indulge in too much candy. Ron cast a dubious glance at Hermione, who nodded without a hint of guilt. With this revelation, Ron felt reassured enough to partake, evidently relieved. Mia Potter. What have you done to me? A voice echoed from the adjacent Slytherin table, revealing Draco Malfoy, with Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass beside him, desperately stifling their laughter. Fearing Draco's ire, while also having fallen victim to Mia's prank, Ron observed the scene, hesitating before a melodious voice escaped his lips, prompting him to hastily cover his mouth. Harry stared in disbelief at his sister, his gaze laced with reproach. You even got me? Am I not your closest brother? Seizing the moment, Mia swiftly fled with the Weasley twins, calling back, the effects will wear off in half an hour. They had to escape, for otherwise, not only those pranked by Mia, but also the Weasley twins would be eager to bury them alive, inciting a collective ire. The trio dashed away, vanishing before others could pursue. Then, someone broke the silence, laughter erupting contagiously among the students. Ha ha ha, what happened to your voice? This is hilarious. You dare to mock me? You're in the same boat. The light-hearted jesting was not unwelcome, especially as it united everyone in shared embarrassment. At the professor's table, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape observed the lively scene, exchanging smiles of resigned amusement. Still just children, McGonagall remarked, her eyes softened with tenderness. Ah, the joys of youth. Professor Flitwick chuckled, gazing fondly at the spirited students. Dumbledore glanced at the prank candies nearby, a knowing smile gracing his lips, embodying a whimsical spirit. Throughout, Snape had been intently watching Mia, his heart filled with quiet satisfaction as he beheld her vibrant demeanor. Chapter 12. Felix Felicis. The Professor of Charms was a diminutive wizard named Professor Flitwick. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, he was a former champion of the Magical Dueling Championship. From the very first lesson, Mia's exceptional magical talent garnered Flitwick's admiration, and he soon learned of her prowess in dueling, igniting the desire to take her as his apprentice. Today, we shall learn the spell Lacarnum Inflammary. Professor Flitwick demonstrated on the podium, conjuring a roaring flame from his wand, which he subsequently extinguished with a stream of water. Wow, that is so cool. Everyone, remember my wand movements and the incantation. Now, Miss Potter, would you demonstrate for us? Flitwick invited Mia, who had mastered all the spells of her first year. Certainly, Professor. Lacarnum Inflammary. Mia executed a flawless incantation. And Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Slytherin earns 5 points. You may take your seat, Miss Potter. After class, Mia and Draco hurried to their next classroom. Next is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Ugh, I can't wait for my dad to deal with him. Draco groaned at the thought of the overpowering stench of garlic that permeated the room. If only we could make that happen sooner. Do have your father handle him. Blaise chimed in, lamenting the fact that despite his meticulous grooming and efforts to impress, the pungent odor of garlic would always overshadow his cologne in that class. Good heavens. After every lesson, my dates always assume I neglect personal hygiene. Blaise expressed his genuine distress. Upon hearing this, Mia, Theodore, Pansy, and Daphne shared similar grimaces, as they too had to endure multiple cleansing charms post-class, unable to shake off the psychological assault of the garlic scent. We're here. Let us go in, Theodore remarked, eyeing the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Each entry required mental preparation. Frankly, Mia found herself not only battling the garlic's assault, but also enduring Quirrell's peculiar teaching style and his sensitive demeanor, as if any slight disturbance could startle him. And then there was Voldemort lurking behind his head. Mia often wondered how Quirrell managed to sleep at night with such a presence looming. She yearned to confront Voldemort and change professors, but she needed to wait for a proper opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Dumbledore. At last, the class concluded. As the bell rang, students rushed to escape into the fresh air. Miss Potter, please wait, called Quirrell just as Mia was about to exit. Oh no. Mia approached with the sympathetic gazes of Draco and the others upon her. Professor Quirrell, is there something you need? Miss Potter, your magical talent is remarkable. I would like to invite you to my office for a discussion. That Mia Potter, I must find a way to make her useful to me. Voldemort commanded from Quirrell's mind. Yes, my master, Quirrell responded, fear evident in his voice. No thanks, Professor. I have detention soon and I'm already late. Goodbye. Mia, sensing Quirrell's ulterior motives, swiftly declined. She was not yet powerful enough, lacking the knowledge of mental shielding. Approaching him now would only give him leverage. And if Voldemort discovered her true heritage, it would spell disaster. Quirrell fixated on Mia's retreating figure. Upon exiting, Mia found Draco and the others waiting for her. Is everything all right? What did Professor Quirrell want? Draco inquired, casting a cleansing charm on Mia, who had a slight tendency towards cleanliness. Nothing major. He just wanted to chat in his office, but I declined, Mia summarized succinctly. Draco pondered the prospect of visiting Quirrell's office and decided against it. Later that evening, Mia headed to Snape's for detention. Professor, what will we be learning today? Mia asked as Snape, engrossed in grading assignments, furrowed his brow, appearing rather displeased. Felix Felicis. The materials are there, and the precautions are noted. You may begin experimenting, Snape instructed, his mood lifting slightly at the sight of Mia. While he resumed grading, Mia examined his old notebook filled with detailed notes and unique insights from his youth. Truly, he was a master of potions. Mia marveled at Snape's brilliance before diving into her studies. Felix Felicis, also known as the luck potion, was a 6th-year topic. Its preparation was notably complex. Any mistakes could lead to dire consequences. However, if brewed correctly, one would find success in any endeavor until the potion's effects wore off. Following Snape's notes, Mia began her attempt. Adding 2 drops of belladonna extract, 1 drop of lemon juice, 10 crushed ashwanda eggshells, 7 drops of undistilled acromantula venom. Stirring gently until the mixture turned orange, then adding 6 newt eggs until it turned red. At this stage, it required 3 days of simmering. Every step that Mia took was executed with extraordinary caution, for the potion of Felix Felicis was notoriously challenging to concoct, with the specter of failure looming at every turn. Alas, she had faltered, and a flicker of frustration crossed her features. Severus Snape, who had already finished grading assignments, observed her from the side. Noting her haste in that particular step, Professor? Mia nodded and attempted once more. This time she succeeded, yet it was merely the first stage, and she would have to wait 3 days to proceed further. Well done. Now, allow me to impart some important considerations for the next steps. Pleased with Mia's progress, Snape gestured for her to take a seat at her designated desk and retrieve her notes to commence the lesson. Snape exhibited no inclination to withhold his extensive knowledge, sharing his years of experience with Mia, who in turn demonstrated remarkable intelligence and quickly grasped the concepts. That will be all for today. You should return and rest, he advised, glancing at the time, aware that Mia was still growing. Good night, Professor. Please rest early as well, Mia replied, obediently bidding farewell as Snape escorted her to the door. Good night. The following day was Saturday, devoid of classes, yet Mia was to attend a one-on-one session with Professor McGonagall. Upon her arrival at the professor's office, she found McGonagall already awaiting her. Miss Potter, please take a seat, McGonagall said, her demeanor softened. The two continued their previous lesson, and at the conclusion Mia posed a query to her professor. Professor, may I inquire about the matter of animagi? McGonagall's surprise was palpable, as animagi represented a perilous form of magic, often leading practitioners astray during their training. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic imposed strict regulations, mandating that all animagi transformations and their characteristics be registered with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. What prompts your curiosity, Miss Potter? I was merely intrigued while reading, Mia replied. Curiosity is commendable, but do not hastily attempt it alone. It is an exceedingly dangerous endeavor, do you understand, Miss Potter? McGonagall regarded Mia with a serious expression, to which Mia nodded obediently. Very well, it is time for you to return and rest, child. McGonagall rose and escorted Mia out of the office. Good night, Professor. Good night, Mia. Chapter 13. The Favoritism of Professor Snape. Do you not find that Professor Snape is somewhat partial to Potter? This conclusion was drawn by a little badger after much observation. Professor Snape, partial to Potter? Another badger looked incredulous. Oh, not that Potter, I mean Mia Potter. The gossiping badger playfully nudged its companion. Is that so? But isn't it quite normal for Professor Snape to favor Slytherin? The other badger stated matter-of-factly. No, let me elaborate. First, in potions class, due to his disdain for Draco, Snape personally paired the brilliant potion maker Theodore not with Mia. Theodore, being taciturn and proficient in potion making, pleased Professor Snape immensely with this arrangement. The first-year potions were primarily rudimentary, which Mia had already practiced in Snape's office, thus allowing her and Theodore the privilege of brewing more advanced potions. In first-year classes, potions was typically a joint effort between Gryffindor and Slytherin, leading to quite the scene. Miss Potter, your herb-cutting technique is flawless, 2 points for you. Mr. Potter, I shall deduct 2 points for your distraction during class. Miss Potter receives points. Mr. Potter loses points. This hardly seems fair, does it? It merely illustrates that Professor Snape harbors a distinct disdain for Gryffindor. The little badger mused, feeling that, as another Potter, the treatment was vastly different. And what of this incident? Professor Snape was grading assignments in his office when a sudden knock echoed through the door. Professor, it's bad. Potter is fighting by the Black Lake. What? Take me there at once. Snape sprang to his feet. The altercation had arisen from some upper-year Slytherins challenging Mia, only to be thoroughly subdued. I not only wield magic, I also know a bit about physical combat, Mia declared triumphantly, surveying the fallen students with a proud tilt of her chin. Upon Snape's arrival, he was greeted with this disarray. Ahem. Mia, upon hearing his voice, immediately stood at attention. Professor, what brings you here? I have heard that our Miss Potter is once again embroiled in a brawl? Snape's tone was tinged with exasperation. No. We merely sought to consult Miss Potter on her magic. The students on the ground scrambled to explain, having been thoroughly bested by Mia. Indeed, yes, Professor. Well, Hogwarts forbids dueling in private. All of you will serve detention for a month, and Miss Potter shall remain in my office for her own detention. But what does this signify? Now for the crux of the matter. Once while submitting a potion assignment, guess what I witnessed? What? Professor Snape was personally instructing Potter in potion making, and he was exceptionally patient, not a harsh word uttered. Imagine this is Professor Snape, the very serpent who spews venom. And yet he said not a word. Furthermore, I noticed that when Potter inadvertently made an error in a fundamental step, he did not reprimand her. Is this not favoritism? The little badger stood up, visibly agitated. At this moment, the others in the common room nodded in agreement, having been eavesdropping since the discussion began. Wow. That truly is remarkable. Dean and Andre nudged Cedric beside them. Even you have faced Snape's scorn. That Miss Potter is indeed exceptional, Cedric replied with a gentle smile. His curiosity about the renowned Mia Potter piqued. She now seemed to eclipse her savior brother's fame. In Snape's office, while serving her detention and studying advanced potions, Mia sneezed. Snape immediately turned his attention to her. Have you caught a cold? He inquired, moving to retrieve a potion from the shelf. Perhaps someone has been speaking of me, Mia mused, rubbing her nose. Snape, unyielding, pressed the potion into her hands, insisting she drink. It's quite sweet. Thank you, Professor. After she ingested the potion, Snape noticed her thin clothing, aware that the weather had turned cold. He cast a warming charm around her. Mia felt somewhat exasperated. She truly wasn't cold, but rather, it was the kind of chill that Snape perceived. The success of brewing Felix Felicis was rare, yet under Snape's direct guidance, Mia ultimately triumphed. I did it, Professor! Mia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, our Miss Potter has brewed her potion exquisitely. 5 points to Gryffindor, Snape declared proudly, admiring the potion-making prodigy he had nurtured. Professor, it is thanks to you that I have succeeded, Mia said, presenting the completed Felix Felicis to Snape, wishing him perpetual luck. I must return now. Good night, Professor. Snape stood momentarily stunned, holding the vial of Felix Felicis, adorned with Mia's bold inscription. May luck always be your companion. With the successful brewing of the potion, Professor Snape granted Mia a few days of respite. Seizing this opportunity, Mia ventured to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Recently, she had been practicing spells and transfiguration, as well as potion making within its confines. Expecto Patronum. As Mia recited the incantation, a wisp of white smoke emerged from the tip of her wand, yet failed to take form. Another failure. Gazing at the formless smoke, Mia felt an unfamiliar wave of defeat wash over her. She had been practicing the Patronus charm for a week, but success eluded her. Prior to this, her magical endeavors had flowed seamlessly. To conjure a Patronus, one must recall their happiest memory. However, as Mia rifled through her recollections, having exhausted each one, she found that none were sufficient to summon her guardian spirit. Having faced repeated failures, Mia resolved to grant herself a reprieve. Mia reclined upon the sofa, one hand raised with her wand, her gaze wandering aimlessly in a random direction. With a flick of her wand, an attack was unleashed, shattering a nearby vase. Subsequently, she summoned the magical energy within her, directing it with her will. This time, Mia refrained from using her wand, and under her watchful eyes, the vase was restored to its former glory. Chapter 14. Narcissus Cookies. The study of magical history was the most tedious of subjects, particularly when taught by Professor Binns, whose monotone delivery was utterly soporific. By the end of the lesson, not a single student could keep their head upright. Mia found herself nodding off repeatedly, having yawned at least 10 times, until she could no longer resist the urge to collapse onto her desk. Wake up, Mia, class is over, Draco yawned, nudging the still drowsy Mia, warning her against catching a chill from sleeping there. Class is over? Mia blinked in confusion, glancing around as the professor had already departed, and students were gradually vacating the classroom. Let's go back and rest, it's chilly here. All right. In the great hall, Mia hung her head as she dined, teetering on the brink of dozing off and nearly dropping her face into her plate. Draco, now wide awake, observed Mia's plight with a hint of exasperation. Just as she threatened to drift off again, he caught her face with one hand. Draco. Mia felt the cool touch and opened her eyes in confusion. Why are there 2 hands? Theo. She glanced at the owner of the hands, Draco on her left and Theo on her right. All right, Theo retracted his hand, having seen Draco steady Mia. Thank you. Why are you so tired? Draco inquired. Haha, perhaps I just didn't sleep well. In truth, it was due to her late-night practice in the room of requirement, compounded by her age, which naturally demanded more rest. Then I shall prepare some sleeping potion for you. As he spoke, a flock of owls swooped in, dropping parcels. Some were so heavy that they rattled the table, while others unfortunate enough to miss their mark landed in Mia's meal, splattering her. Before Mia was Hedwig, her brother's owl. Neither Harry nor Mia had any packages sent, but Mia did subscribe to the Daily Prophet, keeping her informed of the Wizarding World's happenings. She affectionately patted Hedwig's head and offered it some food, which the owl accepted eagerly. Thank you, Hedwig. Hoot. As she unfolded the Daily Prophet, the lead story caught her eye. Gringotts had been robbed. It seemed Hagrid's assertion that Gringotts was the second safest place after Hogwarts was somewhat exaggerated. Meanwhile, Draco's owl delivered a trove of goodies. Upon opening the parcel, Draco revealed his mother's homemade treats. He couldn't help but boast. These are my mother's special confections. He proceeded to share them with Goyle and Theo, setting aside a portion specifically for Mia. Try this. My mother made it especially for you after I wrote to her about how much you enjoyed her treats. Mia smiled at Draco's proud demeanor as she accepted the confection, savoring it in her mouth. Please thank your mother for me. I truly love it. Thank you, Draco. Draco's ears tinged pink. No need for thanks. My mother hopes you can visit Malfoy Manor sometime, to be personally hosted. All right, I shall definitely come. After indulging in the treats, Mia bid Draco farewell, carrying the cookies crafted by Narcissa and the Daily Prophet to where Harry was seated. Brother, Hermione, Ron, Fred, George. Mia. Good evening. Hermione greeted, inviting Mia to sit beside her. Ron nodded with a mouthful of chicken leg, unable to respond just yet, while the Weasley twins cheerfully greeted Mia. Harry, noticing Mia's hands laden with items, quickly offered to help. Why are you carrying so much? It's from Draco's mother. She heard I liked her little sweets and made them especially for me. Despite Harry's reservations about Draco, their rivalry notwithstanding, he still appreciated Narcissa's kind gesture. By the way, I came to show you this. She handed the Daily Prophet to Harry, as Hedwig fluttered from Mia's head to Harry's. Gringotts robbed. Vault 713? Harry immediately recalled the items Hagrid had once brought. Look, Neville received a memory ball. A nearby student's comment drew Mia's attention. I saw it in a book. If you forget something, the smoke turns red, Hermione explained, just as the memory ball indeed changed color. But I forgot what I was supposed to forget? Neville appeared bewildered. Perhaps in time you will remember? Mia mused. She sometimes forgot things too but would recall them after a while. To prevent forgetting again, she would jot down important tasks. I should head back now. Good night, Harry. I hope you remember soon, Neville. Goodbye, Hermione, Ron, Fred, George. Mia knew she needed rest. 4 flying lessons awaited her the next day, and driving while fatigued could lead to mishaps. Thank you, Mia. Goodbye. Good night, Mia. Chapter 15. Flying Lessons. The Quidditch pitch buzzed with students who arrived early, for none could resist the allure of Quidditch, especially Draco Malfoy, who often boasted of his extensive experience before his peers. Madame Hooch, a sprightly woman with a short haircut, wasted no time with pleasantries and dove straight into the lesson. Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, Madame Hooch. Welcome to your flying lesson. What are you waiting for? Stand by your brooms to the left. Mia's position was quite close to Madame Hooch, and she noted that her eyes gleamed like those of a hawk, sharp and discerning. All the students complied, positioning themselves near their brooms. Place your right hand above the broom and say, up. The broomstick was a remarkable object. If one harbored any fear or trepidation about flying, it would not respond to their command. Draco, who adored flying, succeeded effortlessly, a smile curling his lips as he grasped the broom. Harry, too, filled with eagerness, managed to mount his broom with ease. Both Harry and Mia were blessed with the legacy of their father, James Potter, who had been a stellar seeker for Gryffindor, and their inherited talents shone through. Mia, ever bold and eager to embrace the unknown, had the broom obediently in her grasp, observing the other students who merely shouted without achieving any effect. Madame Hooch sighed and added, "Put some feeling into it." Seeing Harry succeed instantly, Hermione grew anxious and called out to her broom, yet her efforts bore no fruit. Meanwhile, Ron had managed to succeed but was rather rudely jolted by his broom. "Quiet down, Harry. Now those of you who have your brooms, I want you to mount them, and hold on tight so you don't fall off. All students, mount your brooms. When I blow my whistle, I want each of you to push off the ground with all your might. Let your broom soar into the air for a moment, and then lean slightly forward to return to the ground. Pay attention to my whistle, 3-2. Before the whistle had even finished, Neville's feet flew off the ground. "Longbottom, get down! Get down!" Neville's broom spiraled out of control, and he was unable to rein it in, shooting high into the air before crashing into a wall, and then careening back towards the group of students. Madame Hooch attempted to halt Neville with her wand, but as he barreled towards her, she had to dodge out of the way. Neville ascended yet again, and before him stood a portrait holding a sharp implement, which snagged his robe. Fortunately, he escaped the wild broom, but unfortunately he was now plummeting. Wingardium Leviosa, Mia observed as Neville finally came to a halt, and she swiftly cast a spell. As Neville descended, he employed a protective charm. Although he landed unscathed, he was left trembling on the ground. "Mr. Longbottom, Mrs. Hooch hurried over to assess Neville's condition. "Is he all right? We should check with Madame Pomfrey." Mrs. Hooch helped Neville to his feet and then turned to Mia, saying, "A splendid levitation charm, Miss Potter. I commend you for your magical prowess and your willingness to assist." She then addressed the other students. "While I escort him to the infirmary, I expect you all to remain firmly on the ground. Do not let me see any brooms in the air, or I shall expel you on the spot." With that, she departed. Draco picked up the memory orb that Neville had dropped. Did you see his face? If he had held on to this, he would remember the landing. Draco mocked Neville while clutching the orb. "Give that to me, Malfoy." The two engaged in a quarrel, with both Malfoy and Harry taking to the skies. "Do you want to be expelled?" Hermione admonished Harry. Hearing Hermione's voice brought Mia back from her reverie, and she glanced at the two daring boys. Draco provocatively tossed the memory orb into the air, prompting Harry to chase after it. Concerned that it was Harry's first time on a broom and he might get hurt, Mia hurriedly took to the air, wand in one hand and broom in the other. "Mia!" Hermione called after her, but instead of stopping, she flew up as well. Darkness enveloped her for a moment. Oh no, they wouldn't all get expelled together, would they? Just before the memory orb collided with Professor McGonagall's glass, Harry made a sudden stop to catch it. Professor McGonagall, noticing Harry by the window, quickly rose to assess the situation. Harry triumphantly held up the memory orb, ready to return, only to be met with a slap from the rushing Mia. "Ouch. Mia?" Harry stared, speechless, at Mia's furious expression. "How dare you? It's your first time on a broom, and Neville has just been injured. Have you no sense at all?" They descended onto the lawn, where the surrounding students, initially eager to cheer for Harry, fell silent at the sight of Mia's anger. "I was wrong, Mia. Sister, please forgive me," Harry pleaded cautiously, tugging at Mia's sleeve, but she resolutely ignored him, even giving Draco a fierce glare. Draco, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose. He had become a bit too overconfident and inadvertently revealed himself in front of Mia. Chapter 16, Cold War. "Harry Potter, follow me." Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared on the pitch, her demeanor as stern as ever, causing Mia to feel a surge of anxiety. "Don't worry," Harry reassured, patting Mia as he followed her. Later, Harry informed Mia that he had been selected for the Quidditch team under exceptional circumstances. However, in the days that followed, Harry, Draco, and Theodore not experienced an unprecedented chill from their peers. Even the Slytherins felt a tremor of apprehension. First, Mia wore a frosty expression, making them wary of her ire. And then Draco, caught in Mia's Cold War, disturbed the common room, while Harry frequently visited the Slytherin common room. The Slytherins were left with their anger unexpressed. At the Slytherin long table, Harry humbly held a plate of Mia's favorite fries and drink on his left, while Draco had some snacks prepared by Narcissa nearby. "Sister, please acknowledge me. I was wrong, I truly was. I should not have been so reckless. Mia, I too erred. I should not have deliberately provoked Harry," Draco added. Mia cast a disinterested glance at the two, letting out a soft huff before seeking out Hermione, Ron and the twins. "The sky is falling. It's all your fault, Malfoy. Huh. If you can't handle your sister, you take it out on me? Potter. The two exchanged glares, prompting Harry to hastily follow his sister's footsteps with the fries and drink in hand. Wait. Draco suddenly called out to Harry. What is it, Malfoy? Harry turned back annoyed. Bring it to Mia. Draco turned his face away, nudging the snacks toward him. Although Harry harbored no fondness for Draco, he accepted them, knowing they would please his sister. Mia, you're the seeker. No first year has ever made the team. You must be the youngest Quidditch player in a century. Ron exclaimed excitedly to Harry. Even the youngest Quidditch player must appease an angry sister, right? Miss Snake? The twins approached, grinning and winking at Mia, which proved effective, as she couldn't help but smile. Good job, Harry. Wood has already informed us. After amusing Mia, the twins joined Harry, each slinging an arm around him. Fred and George are also on the team. They're beaters, Ron reminded him. Our task is to protect you from getting too battered. Though we can't guarantee it. Quidditch is quite brutal. However, no one has ever died. Occasionally, someone may go missing, but they usually turn up after a month or two. Their banter sent a shiver through Harry. Mia listened intently, her brow furrowed. Go on, Harry. Quidditch is exhilarating. You will be the best. Ron, who adored Quidditch, added. Of course, who wouldn't he like it? I've never played. What if I make a fool of myself? Harry expressed his worry about the weight of expectation. You won't. It's in your blood, Hermione suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of all three. Perhaps Mia could also become a remarkable Quidditch player, Hermione mused, looking at Mia. Of course. If Mia were in Gryffindor, after all, you two are twins and know each other best, right? But would they clash with Fred and George? Possibly? Hermione shrugged, lightening the mood with a small jest, which eased Harry's tension. What do you mean by in your blood? Hermione, do you know something? Mia inquired. Let me show you. Hermione led them to a trophy case. They stood before a trophy inscribed with Seeker, James Potter, 1971. Wow, you never mentioned your father was a seeker. I didn't know. Harry gazed intently at the trophy, perhaps trying to catch a glimpse of his father's shadow. What kind of people were my parents, James Potter and Lily Evans? They stood against Voldemort, allowing their wife to escape with their child, and reminding their child to grow up healthy. If only they hadn't died. Harry might have grown up in a loving family, with devoted parents who cherished their children. Perhaps due to the unique bond of twins. Harry sensed Mia's unrest and subtly took her hand, which made Mia's hand tremble slightly before she grasped his in return. As they exited the trophy room, Ron rambled on. Hermione knows more about your parents than you do. Suddenly, they felt the staircase shift beneath them. What is happening? The stairs are changing. We should leave quickly. They'll change again soon, Ron said, pushing open the door ahead. Mia stared at the door, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. Where are we? Is anyone else feeling like we might be lost? Then it struck her. This was Peeves' domain. This is the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Suddenly, the extinguished wall lamps flared to life, revealing a magnificent Maine Coon cat, which captivated Mia's attention, though it was not the time for petting. Follow me, she urged, pulling Hermione toward the door. Damn, it's locked. Harry banged on the door. Alohomora. Harry, has the magic you learned gone to waste? Mia couldn't resist teasing him as she attempted to unlock the door. Get inside. Once everyone had entered, Mia closed the door behind them. You finally want to pay attention to me, Mia, Harry said, looking at his sister with gratitude. But Mia, Hermione, and Ron were speechless. Was now really the time for this? The group fell silent, listening intently until Filch had left. Then Ron exclaimed, Phew, Filch is gone. He must think the door is locked. Harry stared at the enormous 3-headed dog before them. Louis caught a whiff of a familiar scent, rising to his feet. His imposing figure was indeed quite intimidating. Upon confirming it was Mia, he was overwhelmed with excitement, and nearly lunged towards her. Ah, ah, ah. The trio screamed in fright. Harry swiftly grasped Mia's hand, and made a dash for the exit, just as Mia was about to speak. Never mind, she said. Chapter 17. Astronomy class in Cedric Astronomy class, or stargazing, is often a time for romantic tension in many narratives, and ours is no exception. This class is typically scheduled for the evening, and on this occasion, it was attended by Slytherin and Hufflepuff together. The astronomy tower was open air. And with the autumn chill settling in, the little snakes and badgers shivered without the warmth of protective spells. Observing Draco, who was clearly freezing yet stubbornly holding on, Mia felt exasperated. Are you cold? I could lend you my robe, she offered, as Draco began to remove his robe for her. With a sigh, Mia realized it was futile to remain angry. Her heart softened, and she cast a large warming charm that enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the piercing cold air transformed into a comforting warmth, and the little badgers and snakes looked at Mia with gratitude, only to break into knowing smiles upon noticing Draco beside her. Thank you. By the way, are you still angry? Draco asked cautiously, tugging at Mia's sleeve. Seeing her not resist, he attempted to hold her hand. That won't be necessary, she replied, indicating she was no longer upset. A smile spread across Draco's face, his handsome features becoming even more charming as he took the opportunity to grasp Mia's hand, feeling it was even colder than his own. Mia reciprocated the gesture. The main focus of astronomy class was to study star charts, utilizing magic to assist in observing the constellations and sketching them. Mia compared the chart to the stars above. Merlin, I truly can't discern any difference among these stars, she lamented. Though Mia enjoyed stargazing, it did not mean she could identify them. She gazed hopelessly at the chart, conceding defeat. You foolish girl, it should be drawn like this, Draco said, leaning over to inspect Mia's work, which was indeed quite atrocious. This is Sirius. And this one is the constellation Draco. As Mia turned her head, the moonlight illuminated Draco's exquisite face, lending him an air of gentleness. Why are you looking at me? Draco asked, noticing Mia's gaze, his ears turning a shade of pink. Oh, I see, Mia said, reluctantly averting her eyes and returning to her studies. Ah, did you see that? I saw it. It's so adorable. I'm going to write a fanfiction about those two tonight. An aloof yet soft-hearted young master, and an unaware yet charming girl. The little badger watching them from the side was nearly beside itself with excitement. Ever since they wrote about Mia in their last piece, it felt as though they had stumbled upon a treasure trove, and now Badger House had become a hub of creativity. Oh, Draco and Mia are just perfect together. The little badger squealed, watching the two huddled together, covering its mouth in excitement. Oh, my ship is only a step away from marriage. Who are you shipping? Cedric. The upperclassman. Mia pointed to a star on her chart. Is this your constellation, Draco? Indeed, he said, lifting his chin with pride. It was his favorite dragon after all. You like dragons? Of course. They are the mightiest creatures. Little dragons? What did you call me? Draco exploded, his ears turning crimson. No one had ever called him that apart from his parents. It felt too intimate. Wow. The badgers gasped collectively, astonished that such a proud young master could blush. My ship is real. The moment astronomy class ended, Draco made a swift exit, leaving Goyle and Crabbe in his wake. What happened? Blaze inquired, intrigued as he approached Mia. That's a secret, Mia replied with a playful wink. Theodore, who had witnessed the entire exchange, pursed his lips and departed. Pansy and Daphne were nearly dying from jealousy, but dared not provoke her. I'm heading out. Goodbye, Mia said casually, waving as she left for the room of requirement. After her usual training session, Mia began to feel a bit peckish. She pulled out the map given to her by the twins and located Hogwarts kitchen. How convenient that Badger House is right by the kitchen, she mused, casting a disillusionment charm before heading straight for it. Upon entering smoothly, she was greeted by a flurry of house elves busy at work. Noticing Mia's presence, one elf appeared before her. Dear Miss Potter, how may I serve you? Could you prepare some food for me? Of course, it would be my honor, the elf replied, moving swiftly to prepare a feast. Thank you, Mia said, her gratitude eliciting a peculiar reaction from the elf. Oh, how could I allow you to thank me? It exclaimed, then began to bang its head against the wall. Stop! Mia exclaimed, taken aback. The elf paused but then attempted to harm itself again. Dobby, don't hurt yourself. Damn it, I nearly forgot about the nature of house elves. Miss Potter is a good person, she thanked Dobby, the elf said, its big eyes gazing earnestly at Mia. I'm going to eat now. You can get back to work, Mia said, feeling uncertain on how to deal with the house elf's fervent attention. Very well, Miss Potter, please enjoy your meal. Mia hurriedly finished her food. Just as she prepared to leave, she heard the door creak open. Evening hunger strikes, doesn't it? A melodious and gentle male voice reached Mia's ears. Good evening, she replied, turning to face an attractive face. The newcomer was tall and well-built, with striking features and kind eyes. It was Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts' beloved gentleman and heartthrob. Cedric had ventured out in search of a midnight snack, unexpectedly encountering the intriguing Mia Potter. Good evening. I'm Cedric Diggory, he said, smiling at Mia's adorable demeanor. I know you, you're quite famous. I'm Mia Potter. I'm aware of you too. Are you out for a stroll at night? Cedric inquired, fully aware that Slytherin House was not in close proximity to Badger House. Aren't you as well? Mia replied. Not easily fooled. Cedric shook his head, opting not to pursue that line of conversation. A sly little snake indeed. Could you help me prepare something to eat? Cedric asked the house elf, and soon a banquet appeared before him as well. Care for a taste? It's quite delicious, Cedric offered. Well, I suppose I can't refuse, Mia replied, feeling a pang of hunger as she gazed at the delectable spread before her. After they finished eating, they prepared to leave. Cedric had intended to walk Mia back, but she politely declined. Then good night, Mississippi, good night, Mr. Badger. With that, Mia dashed away, leaving Cedric chuckling as he watched her retreating figure. Chapter 18. Quidditch Practice and Wood. Originally, Mia's plan for the day was to accompany Hermione in the library for homework in the morning, and engage in discussions about potions with Theodore in the afternoon, especially since the cold weather had made her reluctant to venture outside. However, Harry forcibly dragged her out, claiming, "You've skipped out on my practices too many times. This time you must join me. I'm your older brother." Thus, Mia thought if she was going to endure the cold, she might as well bring Ron and Hermione along. This explained the trio's neat appearance in the stands at the Quidditch pitch. "Sorry, miss, we can't have outsiders during practice." Mia, who was in the midst of discussing how to create a hand warmer with Hermione, looked up at the interruption. It was Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Tall and sturdy with handsome features, he had a somewhat wooden personality, and was a Quidditch fanatic. "I apologize, I invited Mia. She won't disclose any strategies," Harry explained, having been pulled into practice just upon arriving at the pitch. Realizing Wood's character, he hurried to clarify. "Harry, that still won't do." Observing their trump card, Wood remained coldly resolute in his refusal. Mia shrugged, rising to depart. At that moment, the Weasley twins swooped in, exclaiming, "Hey Wood, Miss Snake is not one to divulge secrets carelessly." After a prolonged absence, the twins seized the opportunity to greet Mia while explaining themselves to Wood. Surprised to see his team siding with Mia, Wood raised an eyebrow. "What's this? Have you turned traitor behind my back? Aren't you and Slytherin traditionally at odds?" With that, Wood scrutinized Mia thoroughly. "Captain, Mia is merely here to accompany me, and she knows nothing of tactics." Although Wood harbored a certain obsession with Quidditch, Harry's words prompted him to nod in reluctant agreement. "Thank you, Captain. And you too. Why are you slacking off? Extra training awaits." Having settled the matter, Wood cast a glance at the lazy Weasley twins. "Oh no," they lamented as Wood summoned them for training, with Harry hastily following suit. "I never imagined Wood would truly be as wooden as the rumors suggest," Hermione remarked, shaking her head as she continued her research with Mia. The two, having successfully concocted a hand warmer, embraced their enchanted glass vials, and casually handed one to Ron before beginning to admire Harry and the others' training. While Wood's personality might be dull, his physique and visage left nothing to be desired. Mia gazed at Wood's well-toned form, speculating about the number of abdominal muscles concealed beneath his attire. "The Weasley twins aren't too shabby either," Hermione praised, admiring Fred and George's synchronized agility. Ron stared at them in horror, questioning whether they understood the implications of their words. "And who is that girl? She appears quite formidable," Mia inquired, noticing a lithe girl with a ponytail among the team. "Ah, that's Angelina. I've heard she will take over as captain once Wood graduates," Harry interjected, while searching for the golden snitch as the others practiced their batting. Growing somewhat bored, Mia decided to pull out a book borrowed from the library, with Hermione eagerly joining her. "What year are you on?" "6th year. So soon? Is it all right? I plan to finish the 7th year before the end of the 1st. Are you two devils?" Ron gaped at the extraordinary declarations from his companions. "Watch out, Mia." This warning accompanied a rogue bludger hurtling toward them. Striking during practice, it gained speed and power, prompting Wood and Harry to rush over. It's well known that individuals are often rendered momentarily paralyzed during unexpected assaults, a phenomenon commonly referred to as the frozen response. However, Mia was no ordinary witch. She was a force to be reckoned with, capable of wielding spells with precision. She swiftly pushed Ron and Hermione aside, and with a flick of her wrist, halted the bludger in mid-flight. "Mia. Hermione, Ron, are you all right?" Harry sighed in relief as he observed the ball come to a standstill. Rushing to stand in front of Mia, his concern palpable. "I apologize, that was my oversight. Do you need me to escort you to the infirmary?" Wood quickly inquired. The others soon arrived, worried for any potential injuries. "We're fine. Here's the ball back to you. Just be more careful next time." Mia returned the bludger to Wood, calmly retrieving her fallen book. Wood had just witnessed Mia's remarkable reflexes, igniting a desire to recruit her for the team. Yet reason reminded him that she was a Slytherin, compelling him to depart with a lingering sense of reluctance. Observing Wood glance back as he walked away, Mia pondered whether he had forgotten something. "No idea," the twins shrugged. "Why does he act like a big, confused dog?" Mia mused, perplexed. Chapter 19. A Duel with Voldemort. Tonight, Mia's nocturnal mission led her to the Forbidden Forest, with the objective of procuring the venomous fangs of acromantulas. If fortune favored her, She might also obtain unicorn blood and practice her skills on the magical creatures dwelling within. Satisfied with her checklist, she set off. Hagrid patrolled the grounds every night with Fong, so she needed to be cautious to avoid him. The Forbidden Forest was foreboding and, bathed in moonlight, it exuded an eerie atmosphere. Mia cast a Lumos charm, proceeding with caution. Fortunately, she soon stumbled upon an acromantula. Truth be told, Mia harbored a deep aversion to insects. With a swift flourish of her wand, she dispatched the creature and hastily collected sufficient fangs and blood before relocating. These were valuable commodities. Suddenly, she heard a faint commotion, resembling the anguished cries of an animal. Following the sound, she discovered a cloaked figure hunched over a unicorn, siphoning its blood. Unicorn blood possesses potent magical properties, capable of extending life, even reviving those on the brink of death. However, those who slay a unicorn and drink its blood are cursed to lead a wretched existence, alive yet forever tormented. In an instant, Mia recalled the dark figure of Voldemort lurking behind Quirrell. Voldemort required unicorn blood to sustain his life, despite the accompanying curse. Realizing the unicorn was nearing its end, Mia swiftly targeted the cloaked figure. Shattered to pieces. Although the figure evaded her attack, she successfully interrupted his malevolent actions. Inferno, bind him. As the cloaked figure attempted to flee, Mia was determined to eliminate Voldemort to avert further complications. Crucio. The figure understood that if he did not deal with Mia, escape would be impossible. Mia adeptly dodged, casting her spell again. Shatter to pieces. To be honest, Hogwarts strictly prohibited students from studying dark magic. Yet the undeniable power of such spells compelled Mia to resolve to learn them. A hail of destruction, a storm of chaos. Do not kill her. I still have use for her. Voldemort commanded from Quirrell's head, coveting Mia's formidable spell. Sleep now. Upon hearing this, Quirrell had no choice but to temper his aggression. Concerned that the unicorn might not endure much longer, Mia understood that now was not the time for hesitation. It was imperative to act decisively. Crucio. She relentlessly directed the curse at Quirrell. Aware that utilizing the unforgivable curse at such a frequency in the Forbidden Forest would inevitably attract Dumbledore's attention, Quirrell prepared to flee. Thinking of escaping? Petrificus totalis. Shattered to pieces. There was no way she would allow him to get away. The use of the unforgivable curse swiftly alerted Dumbledore, who urgently summoned the professors. Albus, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape arrived promptly at Dumbledore's office. What is happening? Dumbledore, equally in the dark, had discovered the use of the unforgivable curse during his late-night work. Let us head to the Forbidden Forest. Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid stood at the forest's edge, awaiting the professor's arrival. Hagrid, lead the way. Upon their arrival, several professors witnessed Mia engaged in a magical duel with the cloaked figure and, to their astonishment, employing the Cruciatus curse. Noticing Dumbledore's presence, Quirrell's expression soured. Disregarding Mia's fate, he hurled an attack toward her. Professor Snape's face darkened as he cast a spell that struck Quirrell, leaving him battered. But the opportunity allowed Quirrell to escape. He actually got away, Mia cursed under her breath. Mia. Snape hurried to her side. His eyes filled with concern as he noticed her injuries. He prepared to lift her and depart, only to be halted. Miss Potter. Perhaps you should explain why you are not resting at this hour but instead engaged in a duel in the Forbidden Forest. And why you resorted to using the unforgivable curse. Professor McGonagall regarded Mia sternly. Her actions had been perilous, necessitating clarification. Hagrid sensed the tension in the air, fully aware that Mia was not a wicked child. Although Mia is indeed a prodigy, having learned the Cruciatus curse after just one demonstration from Quirrell, this marks her first true experience in combat, facing off against a professor possessed by Voldemort. Apologies, Professor. Mia found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had violated school regulations and her actions had been rather extreme. She felt inadequate. Had she managed to defeat Quirrell, she could have easily informed the professors of his true identity, sparing Harry from peril. Dumbledore began to question his own judgments. The fact that Mia had utilized an unforgivable curse, coupled with her remarkable intellect, evoked memories of Voldemort. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence until a melodious chirp broke through. Fawkes. Fawkes. Dumbledore gazed at his phoenix as it gracefully alighted beside Mia, nuzzling her affectionately, clearly fond of the young witch. It then shed a tear, which healed Mia's wounds. Thank you, she expressed gratefully to Fawkes. You are most welcome, little witch. Fawkes nodded before returning to Dumbledore's side. Fawkes. It was indeed surprising to see the phoenix. A creature of great spirit, so enamored with Mia. Perhaps he had misjudged? At that moment, the rustling of branches announced the arrival of a centaur. distinguished by its platinum hair and azure eyes, brandishing a bow and arrow. Hagrid feared that Firenze might shoot Mia, given that she had just set fire to the Forbidden Forest. Firenze. Dumbledore regarded the newcomer. Firenze bowed slightly, stating, "I believe some friends wish to meet her." The professors exchanged glances, deciding to follow Firenze to see what awaited them. Chapter 20. The Unicorn. The group arrived at the spot where the wounded unicorn lay. The professors gazed at these sacred beings, somewhat perplexed. A cluster of unicorns encircled a frail unicorn, its silvery blood staining the ground beneath it. It lay prostrate, resembling a holy moon against the inky darkness, as several companions tended to its injuries. Indeed, Mia had led Quirrell away to prevent collateral damage. "Wait. They do not favor human contact. Go on, child," Firenze instructed Mia. As the unicorns parted, the weak one struggled to rise, approaching Mia and affectionately nuzzling her. Tentatively, Mia placed her hand upon its mane, and soon the other unicorns gathered, their gentle, pure eyes fixed upon her. One unicorn offered its blood to Mia, willingly given. This blood bore blessings. The unicorns encircled the beautiful maiden, and the scene was so sacred and enchanting that it left the professors in awe. "My goodness. I knew Mia was not a wicked child," Hagrid said, wiping away tears. Dumbledore observed this moment intently. Perhaps the situation was not as he had perceived. He understood Mia's parentage and had personally entrusted her to the Dursleys. He felt a deep sense of compassion for her. Unicorns typically shunned human interaction. Only those with pure, kind souls might earn their favor. The affection shown by the unicorns undoubtedly conveyed to the professors that Mia was not malevolent. There might be deeper truths at play. "This child acted to save the unicorn," Firenze explained to the professors. "While observing the stars, I noticed a shift in their trajectories. Centaurs seldom intervene in human fates. Yet today I felt compelled to do so. This child may alter many predetermined outcomes." All the professors recognized the weight of Firenze's words. Predetermined outcomes. Professor McGonagall had not anticipated that Mia was indeed entwined with the destiny of opposing Voldemort. "I apologize, Professor, for trespassing into the Forbidden Forest," Mia addressed the professors, who bore no ire toward her, quickly seizing the moment to admit her fault. "You did exceptionally well, child, but the Forbidden Forest is perilous. We do not wish for you to be harmed, understand?" Dumbledore softened his demeanor, choosing to overlook Mia's use of the unforgivable curse. "Yes, Professor. Given your violation of school rules, you are to serve a month in cleaning the trophy room." Just as the matter seemed to be lightly dismissed, Firenze interjected. "We must also commend this child. Not only did she venture into the Forbidden Forest at night to dispatch numerous acromantulas, but her duel also disrupted their nest. Since the arrival of these creatures, they have wreaked havoc on the native territory. Truly, we owe you a debt of gratitude, child." Mia, overwhelmed, covered her eyes, while Hagrid sheepishly hid his face. Mia Potter. 3 months of cleaning the trophy room. Firenze realized he might have inadvertently caused trouble and fell silent, hastily departing, fearful of inadvertently saying something that might extend Mia's punishment to a year. Dumbledore had intended to inquire further of Mia, but she was swiftly taken by Snape to Madame Pomfrey for a health check. He had just learned that Mia could perform the unforgivable curse because her opponent had used it as well, and was concerned for her well-being. Fortunately, Mia was unharmed. "Next time you face danger, run, do you understand? Do not charge in recklessly," Snape admonished her sternly, to which Mia listened obediently, her demeanor earnest. Though she would likely repeat her mistakes in the future. "Do not use the unforgivable curse lightly until you find yourself in danger, understood? Additionally, come to my office in the coming days. I will teach you spells." Snape did not prohibit Mia from using the unforgivable curse. He was aware of Quirrell's true identity and that Voldemort might fixate on Mia. Thus he felt compelled to strengthen her, ensuring she could at least safeguard herself. "Really?" Mia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Snape. "You enjoy dark magic?" Snape inquired. "Yes. I love all forms of magic," Mia affirmed with a nod. "I will arrange a permission slip for the restricted section of the library. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand, but do inform me of your intentions beforehand." Snape thought that since Mia was interested, it would be better to let her pursue it, thus sparing himself from injury. And he believed in her remarkable talent, trusting she would not turn out to be the threat Dumbledore feared. "Thank you, Professor, you are the best," Mia exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected boon. And she excitedly threw her arms around Snape. He gently patted her back. "Now go rest. If you feel unwell, remember to tell me." "All right, Professor. Good night," she chirped, skipping away. Chapter 21 Halloween. Snape kept his word. beginning the very next day to teach Mia various offensive spells and personally guiding her in practical applications. Sectum Sempra, a spell of Snape's own invention, conjured an invisible blade that could inflict grievous wounds on opponents from a distance, leaving deep and horrific gashes that could only be healed by a bespoke counter-curse. The healing charm was taught with diligence. Mia learned swiftly. The rapid pace of her learning had its consequences. In the Forbidden Forest, she shouted, Sectum Sempra, Sectum Sempra, Sectum Sempra, blowing on her wand, which was beginning to smoke. Firenze clapped in satisfaction at the significantly diminished number of acromantulas. There are still many more. Let me lead you to them. The two worked in splendid harmony, one guiding while the other cast spells. By the end of the day, they had made considerable progress. And Firenze noted he would continue the search the following evening. All right, I'll return tomorrow night. Acromantulas, do not come any closer. After assisting Firenze in vanquishing the acromantulas, Mia felt a pang of hunger, recalling that dinner was about to commence in the Great Hall. With a buoyant spirit, she made her way toward the dining hall. On the way, Mia collided with a girl who had her head down, and both tumbled to the ground. Who is it? Hermione? As Mia was about to express her indignation at the rudeness of the person who had not even apologized, she looked up and saw Hermione, her head bowed, wiping away tears. Hermione? Why are you crying? Did I hurt you? Mia quickly stood and rushed to Hermione's side, feeling somewhat helpless at the sight of her red-eyed silence. Mia, am I really annoying? Hermione stammered, choking back sobs. Hearing those words, Mia furrowed her brow. How could that be? Hermione, you are wonderful. Did someone say something to hurt you? Hermione shook her head and buried her face in Mia's embrace, sobbing quietly. Mia immediately enveloped her in a comforting hug, softly whispering, It's all right, it's all right. Our Hermione is the best. Those who say otherwise are simply blind to your brilliance. How could anyone dislike you? You're my favorite, Hermione. Don't cry. Don't cry. It pains my heart to see you like this. Hermione replied, her voice muffled. They maintained this position until Hermione's spirits began to settle. Mia took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away Hermione's tear-streaked face. Feeling a bit better now? You've cried like a little bunny. Thank you, Mia. Hermione, noticing that she had dampened Mia's clothing with her tears, felt a pang of embarrassment. No worries, I'll accompany you to the restroom to freshen up, all right? Mia said softly to Hermione. Okay. Mia took Hermione's hand, and together they headed to the restroom. After Hermione washed her face and tidied up, Mia smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Our Hermione should be proud. Hermione couldn't help but smile as well. I'm so glad to have you, Mia. I feel the same way. Meanwhile, the Great Hall was celebrating Halloween, but the joyous atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Quirrell's arrival. Troll. In the dungeons. There's a troll, he exclaimed before fainting. Draco, noticing Mia's absence from the Great Hall, immediately turned to Quirrell, while Harry also noted that Hermione and Mia were missing. As Quirrell collapsed, chaos erupted in the hall. Students screamed, eager to flee. Silence. Dumbledore rose immediately to restore order. Please remain calm. Prefects, lead your respective houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Unaware of the troll's existence, Harry and Ron stealthily left the group to search for Hermione and Mia, only to bump into Draco, who had also slipped away. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Never mind, we don't have time for this. To the first-floor restroom. They might be there, he said, leading the two straight to the restroom. Inside the restroom, Mia suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. Hermione, do you smell something? It seems so. No sooner had she spoken than a troll burst in, wielding a wooden club. Watch out. Mia quickly pulled the stunned Hermione aside to evade the troll's attack. And they sought refuge. How rude. Doesn't it know that the ladies' restroom is off limits to men? Mia quipped as they ran. Hermione, are you alright? It seems we need to join forces to tackle this little predicament. Of course. Remember the spell we learned together? They both drew their wands and said in unison, Stupefy. The troll collapsed, and Mia and Hermione shared a triumphant high five. Cool. Only then did they notice the three individuals blocked by the troll. Harry, Ron, Draco. What are you doing here? Mia asked, still somewhat puzzled. We heard about the troll in the hall, and were worried you'd be unaware, so we came to find you. Harry explained as he approached Mia. I'm glad you're safe, Draco admitted, though he was secretly frightened. Concern for Mia overshadowed his fear. Hermione and I are quite formidable. A mere troll is nothing, Mia proudly declared, grasping Hermione's hand. Ron hesitated before stepping forward. I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said that. So it was you who upset Hermione? No wonder she was so heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Mia immediately shifted her gaze to Ron. Hermione, I'm sorry, Harry chimed in. And Mia looked at him, making them both feel even more guilty. It's fine. Thank you for coming to find me. By the time Harry and Ron arrived, Hermione had already moved past her earlier distress. You cried so sorrowfully just now. They should properly apologize to you, Mia said, feeling indignant on Hermione's behalf. No problem. Hermione, whatever you need from us, we will do as compensation, Harry offered, acknowledging that they had indeed hurt Hermione and could not simply brush it aside. Everyone, I think what we should do now is leave this place. If the professors discover the troll is missing from the dungeons, they will likely arrive shortly, Draco reminded them. Despite the touching moment. Goodness, you all better explain what happened, came McGonagall's furious voice. Oh no, we're doomed. Mia groaned, recalling her unfinished detention. McGonagall stormed in, followed by a limping Snape and Quirrell. The five exchanged worried glances, realizing they were in deep trouble. What have you all done? McGonagall reprimanded the children. At that moment, Hermione stepped forward and took full responsibility. It's my fault, Professor McGonagall. I read about trolls and thought I could defeat it. They came to stop me. Draco, Harry. And Ron looked at Hermione in disbelief, not expecting her to shoulder all the blame. Even so, that was foolish. I can't believe you acted so recklessly. You've greatly disappointed me. McGonagall scolded. Miss Granger, for your impulsiveness, I shall deduct 5 points. As for you, Miss Potter, Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Weasley, remember that you were merely lucky. Not every first year can face a troll and emerge unscathed, she admonished, causing everyone's hearts to race. 5 points awarded for your good fortune. The tension eased slightly. Mia had noticed that her head of house was limping, and as soon as McGonagall left, she rushed to Snape's side. Professor, you. Snape concealed his injury, having been wounded in the encounter with the troll. The troll is waking up. You must leave here at once. But before he could finish, Harry and the others were pulling Mia away, and she turned back, worried about Snape. Chapter 22, The Quidditch Match. Today was the day of the Quidditch match, and Harry was too nervous to eat. Have some bread, mate, Ron urged, noticing Harry's reluctance to eat anything. Ron's right. You'll need plenty of energy today. At least eat something. I'm not hungry. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Professor Snape approached. Good luck today, Potter. You defeated the troll. So the Quidditch match should be a piece of cake, even against Slytherin. With that, he limped away. What's with the blood? Harry noticed Snape's injury from the previous night and grew suspicious. Blood? I think last night Snape used the troll as a diversion to sneak past the three-headed dog. But before he could finish his thought, Harry was interrupted. Professor Snape is a good man. He wouldn't do something like that. Mia had just arrived and overheard Harry's unfounded speculation about Snape. Mia, what are you doing here? Harry exclaimed, surprised to see his sister and the tomato juice she held. I saw you weren't eating, so I came to check on you. Mia sat next to Hermione. But I still think Snape. Harry. Professor Snape is very kind to me. I don't believe someone like him could be a bad person, Mia countered. That may be true for you. But not for us, Ron chimed in, recalling his own experiences with Snape. Harry, if you're looking for someone to suspect, why not consider Quirrell? He was the one who first mentioned the troll, after all. Harry recalled that Mia had harbored a dislike for Quirrell even before the school year commenced, and she had since kept a watchful eye on him. However, it seemed implausible that Quirrell would act in such a manner, did it not? Professor Quirrell was known to be easily startled by the slightest noise during class. Such a timid individual could hardly be capable of malevolence. Indeed, Quirrell's disguise was masterfully executed. Had Mia not been privy to the truth beforehand, she too might have been deceived. Yet, Mia was reluctant for Harry to harbor suspicions regarding Snape, for he had consistently treated her with kindness. Whether it was his concern for her injuries, often prioritizing her well-being over the grim realities, or his unwavering belief in her regardless of the circumstances, Mia found it impossible to doubt him. All right, I shall say no more, she concluded as Harry, unable to bear her distress, shifted the conversation away. At that moment, an owl swooped in, delivering a package to Harry, who caught it deftly. Mail this early? No one has ever sent us a package, he mused, wondering if it had been misdelivered. Shall we take a look? Ron suggested with curiosity. Without hesitation, the four of them eagerly unwrapped the parcel. A broomstick? But not just any broomstick. It was a Nimbus 2000. Ron admired it enviously. Suddenly, Harry's thoughts drifted to Professor McGonagall, who was nearby with the very owl that had delivered the package. She flashed a smile at Harry, prompting him to grin in return. At the Quidditch pitch, when Mia arrived at the Slytherin section of the stands, Draco and his companions had already claimed their spots. You arrived quite early, she remarked as she accepted the binoculars he offered. Of course. I have been looking forward to this, Draco replied, his enthusiasm palpable. If it weren't for the first-year restrictions, I would have tried out for the team myself, Blaise teased. Next year I shall audition and compete with that Potter, Draco grumbled, clearly harboring resentment towards Harry, who had been granted an exception to join the team as a first year. Mia shook her head in resignation, turning to Theo. I thought you disliked the noise. What brings you here? Theo shifted his gaze to Draco, understanding that he had been dragged along. The Quidditch matches typically commenced around November. And with the chill in the air, Mia, bundled in thick clothing and gloves, still felt the cold. She observed her surroundings. Draco was utterly absorbed in Quidditch, oblivious to the temperature, while Blaise seemed preoccupied with flirting. Pansy and Daphne, clad in short skirts, appeared unfazed by the cold. However, Mia's relationship with them was not particularly close, and noticing Theo's inadequate attire, she generously offered her hand warmer to her potions partner. Why are you dressed so lightly? She inquired. It's not too bad, Theo replied, accepting it gratefully. Suddenly, the players from both teams soared out on their broomsticks, signaling the start of the match. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the first Quidditch match of the term at Hogwarts. Today's match features Slytherin vs. Gryffindor, Lee Jordan announced enthusiastically, holding the microphone. Madame Hooch entered the pitch, declaring the match officially underway. She directed her gaze towards the poised Slytherin and Gryffindor players, stating her hopes for a fair and thrilling contest. Then, she turned her attention to Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, who was known for his unsportsmanlike conduct. Madame Hooch released the quaffle and the bludgers into the air, followed closely by the golden snitch. The golden snitch darted past Harry and Terence Higgs. As the quaffle soared into the sky, the match commenced. With that, both teams sprang into action. Angelina was the first to seize the quaffle, scoring for Gryffindor amidst Slytherin's defensive attempts. Gryffindor scores 10 points. Lee Jordan exclaimed, his commentary slightly biased but undeniably entertaining. Damn it, Draco cursed, visibly agitated and wishing he could join the fray. Seeing his team score, Harry clapped with delight, almost getting hit by the ball in the process. Mia, observing her foolish brother, could only shake her head in exasperation. Slytherin, undeterred, regained possession of the ball, passing it to Flint, which explained Madame Hooch's wary warning directed at him. As Angelina attempted to seize the ball, Flint delivered a brutal kick, sending the quaffle straight through the hoop. Wood executed a somersault to deflect the ball, successfully defending the goal, while Flint glared at him menacingly. Gryffindor pressed their advantage, scoring yet again. Witnessing consecutive failures, Slytherin's tactics grew increasingly aggressive, resorting to physical confrontations with Gryffindor players. Quidditch was indeed a perilous sport, and Mia couldn't help but worry for Harry, who was currently the smallest player on the field. After another Slytherin attempt was thwarted by Wood, Flint, unable to contain his frustration, snatched a teammate's bat and struck Wood, causing him to plummet from his broom and become incapacitated. Flint's actions were utterly despicable. Following Wood's injury, Slytherin relentlessly scored, overpowering Gryffindor's remaining players, eliciting murmurs of dismay from the audience. Mia felt out of place among the jubilant Slytherins. Her focus remained on Harry, fearing he might be the next target. Suddenly, Harry spotted the golden snitch and prepared to pursue it, but his broomstick went haywire. Harry! Mia cried out, watching as he almost fell. Instantly recognizing the danger, she grabbed the binoculars and aimed them at the teacher's box. It was Quirrell. Mia dropped the binoculars and rushed toward the spectators' area. Mia, where are you going? Draco inquired, grasping her sleeve as he noticed her urgency. Theo's gaze followed Mia, having sensed her earlier disinterest. Mia glanced back at Harry, who was struggling to maintain control of his broom. Harry is in danger, she exclaimed. I'm coming with you. Draco, reluctant to let her go, decided to follow her lead. You. Never mind, there's no time, Mia replied, sprinting away without further thought. Theo watched their retreating figures, his expression darkening. On her way to the teacher's box, Mia collided with Hermione. Mia, it's Harry! Hermione exclaimed, grabbing Mia's hand. I know, Mia replied, pulling Hermione along as they ran. It's Snape. It's Quirrell. They exchanged alarmed glances. I saw it. Professor Snape was muttering incantations. It's Quirrell. Quirrell wants to harm Harry, and Professor Snape is trying to protect him. Come with me, Mia urged, leading Hermione to the lower section of the classroom stands, where Quirrell sat behind Professor Snape, chanting incantations. Is it really Quirrell? Hermione gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would wish harm upon Harry. Act quickly. Potter can't hold on much longer, Draco called out, having noticed their arrival. Watch this incendio. Mia directed her wand at Quirrell's turban, urging Hermione to move. As they fled, a nearby professor caught a whiff of something burning, puzzled by the scent of charred fabric. Turning to investigate, he exclaimed, "Quirrell, your turban is on fire." "Ah!" Quirrell yelped, hastily covering his turban and attempting to pat out the flames, unwilling to remove it. Ultimately, a kind-hearted professor intervened with a spell to extinguish the fire. Mia watched the scene unfold with disappointment. Why hadn't he been burned to a crisp? Yet fortunately, Harry emerged unscathed. In the end, Harry successfully caught the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. As soon as the match concluded, Mia rushed to Harry's side. "Harry, are you alright?" "I'm perfectly fine, Mia. I won." Harry beamed, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had transpired, handing the cleaned golden snitch to his sister. "For me?" Mia stared at the snitch in astonishment. "My victory is shared with you, Mia." Chapter 24, Christmas. The Quidditch match had scarcely concluded when Christmas approached, and Mia, along with Harry, opted to remain at Hogwarts rather than return to the Dursleys. After bidding farewell to Hermione, Mia returned to the common room, where she encountered Draco, who was busy packing his belongings. "Are you leaving?" she inquired. "Happy Christmas." "I've prepared your gift," she added. Draco tilted his head, casting a glance in her direction. "Happy Christmas. Since you have nowhere to go, why not accompany me home? My mother has long wished to extend an invitation to you," he suggested with a hint of regret. "I cannot abandon Harry," Mia replied, presenting him with a dark green scarf. "Is this a gift?" Draco asked as he donned the scarf, which suited him perfectly. "Thank you." Mia adjusted it slightly for him. "Well, I do like it," he admitted. "I should be going now. Will you visit my home next time?" "Next time?" How dismissive, she remarked. "Goodbye." On Christmas Day, most Slytherin students chose to return home, leaving the common room remarkably tranquil. Mia surveyed the pile of gifts and marveled at her surprisingly good rapport with others. Settling onto the carpet, she commenced unwrapping a gift adorned in green paper, discovering a delicate brooch, a silver serpent encircling a dark green gemstone, exquisite in its craftsmanship. Alongside the brooch was a letter sealed with the Malfoy crest and a packet of biscuits. "Happy Christmas. My mother adored your gift," it read, Draco Malfoy. Pinning the brooch to her attire, Mia continued to unwrap her next present, a blue bracelet from Theodore, the hue reminiscent of his eyes. "Is my preference so evident?" she mused, momentarily lost in thought as she admired the sparkling jewelry. Mia affixed the bracelet to her wrist, while Blaise had gifted her a perfume. To her surprise, both Pansy and Daphne had also presented her with gifts, presumably in an effort to win her favor, along with an assortment of gifts from other Slytherins, which she carefully organized. Cedric had sent delectable sweets from Hogsmeade, while the twins delivered a set of prank items they had crafted, something she eagerly anticipated trying out. Hermione had gifted her a book, and Ron had offered snacks, a fitting choice indeed. The professors had also bestowed gifts. Professor McGonagall presented a lovely dress that fit her perfectly. Hagrid's gift was a batch of homemade biscuits, though they were quite hard to bite into. Dumbledore had gifted her socks, while Professor Snape had provided a tome on dark magic, which Mia found particularly appealing. Mia preferred to save Harry's gift for last, a crown. She was momentarily taken aback. In her childhood, Harry would often envy Dudley at Christmas, for he received countless presents. Yet, what Harry truly longed for was not merely gifts, but the love that accompanied them. Understanding Harry deeply, Mia had, on a previous Christmas, taken her meager savings and ventured into the Muggle shopping district to purchase matching necklaces and bias rings for them both, which Harry cherished dearly. Later, while strolling through the streets, Mia had caught sight of a little girl, dressed regally and adorned with a crown, resembling a miniature princess. Misinterpreting her gaze, Harry had grasped Mia's hand and pledged to procure a crown for her as well. Tears welled in her eyes. Mia sought out Harry in the Great Hall, which was beautifully adorned, surrounded by Christmas trees adorned with decorations. As professors conversed merrily, Harry was engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Ron, both clad in identical sweaters. "Mia, come here. This is a gift from Mrs. Weasley," Harry called out, beckoning her over. "My mother knitted it. You have one too." Mia gazed at the dark green sweater in her hands, recalling the warmth of the gentle and kind Mrs. Weasley. "Please convey my thanks to her. By the way, Mia, thank you for your gift," Harry said, revealing a bracelet shaped like a golden snitch on his wrist, an exquisite piece crafted by Mia herself. Inscribed with a protective charm she had recently been practicing. "I feel the same," Mia replied, noting Ron's gift of a snack basket and a chess set. "Also, someone sent me something," Harry added, briefly explaining the invisibility cloak to her, and they arranged to meet later that evening. "Hey, Miss Slytherin. Merry Christmas. Want to come out and play?" The twins suddenly appeared behind her, peering over. "We loved your gift," they exclaimed, having received her prank notes and a bag of galleons, which they deemed an investment, given the twins' cleverness. I'm glad you liked it. Where to next? Snowball fight, of course. The teams were divided. Mia, Ron, and Harry against George and Fred. As the playful skirmish escalated, their throws became indiscriminate, and anyone unfortunate enough to be hit faced a barrage of snowballs. Hey, look over there. George nudged Mia, pointing out Quirrell. Mia raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Fred and George. What do you think? In perfect synchrony, the trio launched snowballs at Quirrell, who was caught off guard and rendered defenseless. Mia harbored a hint of personal vendetta, and Harry, upon witnessing her demeanor, realized this was her means of enacting revenge. Earlier, after leaving the pitch, Hermione and Mia had informed Harry of the truth behind the broom's erratic behavior, leaving him perplexed yet inclined to trust them. Later, they had pried information from Hagrid, who inadvertently revealed details linking Fluffy to Nicholas Flamel. Mia informed them that Flamel was the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and they resolved to investigate after Christmas. Returning to the present, Professor McGonagall intervened, chastising them before leading Quirrell away. What a pity, Mia remarked. Chapter 25. The Deathly Hallows. In addition to preparing thoughtful gifts for Harry, Ron, and the twins, Mia had also curated a set of study tools for Hermione, a dragon-shaped pendant for Draco, blue cufflinks for Theodore, and a complete set of Quidditch maintenance equipment for Cedric. In gratitude for Narcissa's care, as well as the sweater from Molly, Mia also bequeathed a set of beauty potions. Beyond these, she had prepared gifts for the professors. In the dungeons, Snape regarded the unexpected gift, alongside Hedwig, Harry's owl, with a hint of genuine perplexity. Upon examining the package, he discovered it was from Mia. She had shared half of the unicorn blood she had obtained with him, prompting a silent chuckle as he accepted the gift, continuing to grade assignments with noticeably less severity. Professor McGonagall held a felt cat, resembling her animagus form, smiling indulgently at the creature. Dumbledore received candies and woolen socks, expressing, quite to my liking. Gifts were also bestowed upon Professors Flitwick, Sprout, Madam Hooch, and even Professor Binns, everyone except Quirrell. Poor Hedwig, burdened with delivering Mia's gifts, lingered in her embrace, reluctant to depart. I understand. You've worked hard, dear Hedwig, Mia consoled the affectionate little creature, while Luna regarded it with disdain. All right, it was our fault. Here, have a treat. Quickly, she retrieved a gift for Hedwig, adorning it with a beautiful pendant engraved with protective charms. Mia had developed a fervent fascination with ancient runes since her exposure to them, recognizing their inherent magic. Inscribing them onto her alchemical creations could enhance their effects. Though she was still a novice, mastering only a limited repertoire. Considering Harry's safety, she had dedicated considerable effort to crafting the bracelet, having discarded numerous attempts along the way. The runic script, known as runi magic, is a form of ancient writing imbued with magical power, capable of recording ancient spells. Mastering the entirety of runi magic allows one to weave together all ancient incantations. However, ancient magic is notoriously difficult to wield, often leading to unpredictable mutations and arduous learning curves. Runi magic is offered as an elective course for third-year students at Hogwarts, and Mia has developed a keen interest in it during her early studies. Each letter of runi holds power, yet to genuinely unleash an ancient spell, one must first assemble the letters into runes, and then weave those runes into a spell, necessitating a precise arrangement to achieve the desired effect. This complexity is akin to the study of oracle bone script. Additionally, alchemy, another esoteric and challenging subject, falls within Mia's area of research. The Philosopher's Stone, for example, is a product of alchemical processes. Alchemy is regarded as a mystical art dedicated to the pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, transforming base metals into gold and achieving immortality. These subjects are part of the curriculum for 6th and 7th years, and will be crucial for ensuring Harry and his friends' safety during the impending magical war, as well as for Mia's future experiments. In the Gryffindor common room at night, Harry was showcasing the invisibility cloak while Mia pondered the accompanying letter, realizing that this cloak is one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. What are the Deathly Hallows? She inquired. Have you read the tales of Beetle the Bard? I have. But isn't it just a story? Ron replied. The tale of the Deathly Hallows unfolds as follows. 3 wizard brothers, using their magical prowess, evade death. When death appears, he gifts them an elder wand, a resurrection stone, and an invisibility cloak respectively. The eldest brother, who claimed the elder wand, becomes arrogant and is ultimately killed by another wizard in a tavern, his soul taken by death and the wand lost. The second brother, who obtains the resurrection stone, revives his lost love but finds the experience disheartening and chooses to take his own life, once again fulfilling death's design. The humble youngest brother, who possesses the invisibility cloak, remains modest until old age, passing the cloak to his son before peacefully departing this world alongside death. The story of the Deathly Hallows was initially narrated by the bard Beetle, and has since been transmitted among wizarding families, with few realizing that the Hallows are indeed real artifacts. The Deathly Hallows consist of the invisibility cloak, which Harry currently holds. A cloak that renders the wearer entirely invisible and permanently effective, impervious to any spell. By Merlin's beard, this is extraordinary, Ron exclaimed, cautiously touching the cloak. Since it is said to return to its rightful owner, it must have belonged to our parents. However, our mother was merely an ordinary person before attending Hogwarts, while our father, James Potter, should be its original owner. Harry seemed puzzled. The Potter family was once a prominent clan in the wizarding community. Their enterprises included haircare products, which can be said to be the family's patent. Otherwise, where would we have amassed such wealth? Ron was taken aback by the revelation of his friend's remarkable lineage. How do you know all this? Harry asked, confused. Look for yourself, Mia replied, casually picking up a bottle of shampoo labeled with the Potter family's patent. Returning to the matter at hand, the other two Deathly Hallows are the Elder Wand, once wielded by the notorious dark wizard Grindelwald, and the Resurrection Stone, rumored to bring the dead back to life, albeit with questionable reliability. Mia sipped her drink. How do you know so much? Ron mused, certain that even Hermione might not be aware of these details. Read more, dear, Mia thought, concealing the truth that her knowledge stemmed from her scant understanding of the Harry Potter lore, and her reading endeavors. With the invisibility cloak, nighttime escapades must be a breeze, Mia exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, let us hasten to try it out. Clearly, accommodating 3 individuals beneath a single cloak proved to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 26. The Mirror of Erised. Oh, it's so cramped. The trio stumbled through the corridor, as the cloak barely fit 2 people, let alone 3. Forget it, Harry. You too wear it. Mia could no longer endure the tightness and extricated herself. Harry removed the cloak, revealing both of their figures. What about you? I'll use the disillusionment charm. When it's time to leave, just hold my hand, and we won't get separated. Just then they heard Filch's voice. Who's there? Oh no, quickly put on the cloak. Ron hurriedly draped it over the 2 of them, while Mia immediately cast the disillusionment charm on herself. However, in their attempts to evade Filch and Mrs. Norris, the trio inadvertently became separated. Mia had to extricate herself and seek out Harry. While hiding, she suddenly heard Snape's voice. Severus, I have Quirrell pinned against the wall. You wouldn't want me to go against you, would you, Quirrell? I'm not sure what you're talking about. On the contrary, you know very well. Mia covered her mouth, eavesdropping on the exchange. Did Snape know Quirrell's true identity? Meow. Oh no. It's Mrs. Norris. Mia cursed under her breath. We can discuss this later. Severus recognized that it was not the time to interrogate Quirrell and reluctantly released him. We need to have a serious talk about who you're working for. Unable to glean any vital information, and with Filch approaching, Mia swiftly slipped away. Snape seemed to sense something and glanced toward Mia's hiding place. When Mia finally located Ron and Harry, she found them foolishly grinning at a mirror. Returning to the moment they had separated, the 2 had managed to evade Filch and Mrs. Norris and found an empty room to hide in. Oh no, we lost Mia. Harry thought she was still with them, but realizing their safety, she had not yet appeared, indicating they must have become separated. Just as Harry was about to don the cloak to search for Mia, Ron stopped him. Mia is far more capable than we are. Even if we go out now, we wouldn't be able to see each other. How would we find her? It's better to wait here. What if Mia finds us instead? This reasoning held merit. So Harry relinquished his thoughts of searching, and began to inspect the room, soon discovering a mirror. What is this? The mirror bore the inscription, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. As Harry gazed into the mirror, images of his parents and sister suddenly appeared. Mia, Dad, Mum. Lily and James stood beside him, gazing at Harry with warmth. In disbelief, he reached out to touch them, only to find the cold surface of the mirror beneath his fingers. Hey mate, what are you staring at? Ron inquired, noticing Harry's entranced state before leaning in closer. My goodness. Did you see that? I became the student council president, and won the Quidditch Cup. I'm even the captain of the Quidditch team. I look so cool. Harry, do you think this mirror shows the future? Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry seemed to grasp something and replied despondently, how could that be? My parents have already passed away. I'm sorry. Although aware it was an illusion, they couldn't resist gazing into the mirror, as if trying to etch those images into their memories. Harry, Ron, how did you end up here? Mia entered the room, having searched for them for quite some time. Mia, quickly look. Harry pulled Mia over to the mirror. Mia examined the object before her. Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oidon wosi? She attempted to decipher it, realizing that the Mirror of Erised allows one to see their innermost desires, their most fervent and intense yearnings. Desires? Mia gazed into the mirror, beholding the visage of her matured self, appearing to be in her 20s, as if she were scrutinizing something profound. The scene then shifted to reveal Lily and James, their figures accompanying her. Mia, do you see them too, Mom and Dad? Harry's eyes brimmed with tears, causing Mia's heart to flutter. She raised her hand to gently wipe her own tears away. Yes, I see them. Unable to contain himself, Harry embraced Mia, and she felt the dampness of his shoulder, softly comforting him. It will come true, Harry. This is not mere longing. It is our future, and I shall fulfill our wishes. Isn't it beautiful? A gentle, benevolent voice interrupted Harry. Dumbledore? Ron exclaimed, somewhat flustered. I believe you are now aware of the mirror's purpose. Let me hint. Only the happiest individuals in the world can behold their true selves within this mirror. So does it reflect our desires? Yes and no. This mirror reveals the deepest longings of our hearts. For you, having never seen your family, it illustrates them by your side. But remember, this mirror cannot impart knowledge, nor disclose the truth. People waste their days before it, entranced by what they see, even driven to madness. For they cannot discern whether what is reflected is genuine or attainable. And what do you see? Mia queried, curious if this omnipotent white wizard harbored desires of his own. I see myself holding a pair of woolen socks. Thank you for your gift, Mia. It is quite warm. Now, children, it is time for you to return. I shall relocate this mirror. Do not attempt to find it again. One cannot live in dreams. Dumbledore winked at Mia and urged them to leave. In England, woolen socks are often metaphorically likened to familial affection. Even the most powerful white wizard cannot safeguard his family. Chapter 27. The final confrontation with Voldemort. With Christmas having passed, the end-of-term examinations loomed near. Mia and Hermione were revising in the library with Harry and Ron. Aren't we going to search for the Philosopher's Stone? What if Quirrell has stolen it? Harry asked, clutching his book with concern. Focus on your studies, Harry. The matter of the stone can wait, but your finals are imminent. Mia replied, perusing her ancient runes. She was preparing herself, determined not to let Voldemort escape this time. But look at you still playing cards. How pathetic. Hermione remarked to Ron, who seemed unbothered as finals approached. I've already prepared. Ask me anything, Ron confidently responded. What is the recipe for the forgetfulness potion? I forgot. What will you do if that question comes up? Harry chuckled at Ron's reprimand. Don't gloat, Harry. Do you remember the answer? Harry's laughter ceased. I'll just copy yours. Ron replied defiantly, prompting Harry to glance at Mia involuntarily. Not possible. The exam papers are designed to prevent cheating, dear, Mia said, and Harry withdrew his hopeful gaze, returning to his desperate studying. All right, tonight you all should go and tease Hagrid. For now, focus on your studies, Mia urged, coaxing Harry to learn. What about you? Harry inquired curiously. The memory of the ongoing detention weighed on Mia, and she felt a bit disheartened. The trophy room had been polished to perfection, and she remembered every trophy clearly. What have you been up to? Ron recalled how Mia used to join them on their nighttime escapades, but in recent months, she had been absent. I've been engaged in some unspeakable tasks. Now hurry and study. Fine. That evening, Harry and the others went to prank Hagrid while Mia sadly tidied the trophy room. After finally finishing her task, Mia thought, since she wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, she might as well practice the ancient magic she had recently learned in the Forbidden Forest. As she walked toward the Forbidden Forest, Mia pondered a particular spell cast by Lily before her demise. This spell not only repelled Voldemort's attack, but continued to protect her and her brother, a mysterious and powerful magic. Moreover, the scar on Harry's forehead, left by Voldemort, also displayed the flow of magical energy. Initially, Mia was uncertain, but since delving into ancient magic, perhaps all would be revealed. Ancient magic could only be perceived by those with unique talents. Lily was one such individual, and as her daughter, Mia was also gifted. Lily had employed ancient magic to shield them in her final moments. Voldemort's Horcruxes could also be considered ancient magic. Thus, as one of the vessels, Harry's scar was imbued with magical energy. Mia silently waved her wand, tiny sparks illuminating her path. Suddenly, while walking carelessly in the Forbidden Forest, she heard a piercing scream that bore a resemblance to Draco. Mia recalled Harry and the others visiting Hagrid's hut that evening, her heart racing with urgency as she hurried toward the source of the sound. They can't have been caught during a nighttime escapade, can they? Upon her arrival, she witnessed dark-clad figures wielding wands, attacking Draco and Harry. It truly is Harry. And why is Draco here as well? There was no time to ponder further. One of the dark figures shouted, Avada Kedavra, as a green light surged toward Harry. Watch out. Mia dashed forward, pushing the two aside before casting a spell toward the assailants. Thank you, Mia. Harry gazed at his savior, words of gratitude lodged in his throat. Get behind me. Mia cast a piercing curse, urging Harry and Draco to join her. Upon seeing the two individuals who had long troubled him, Voldemort disregarded everything else, commanding the assailants to eliminate Harry first. If Mia could not be recruited, she must be exterminated. Protect yourselves. Mia cast protective spells on them, stepping defiantly in front of Voldemort. Mia, you never mind, be careful. Harry understood that the enemy's intent was to kill him. He felt too weak to assist and feared becoming a burden to his sister. Draco lamented his poor decision to seek trouble, realizing that not only was he in peril, but Mia was endangered as well. Little did he know, before he could seek him out, Voldemort had delivered himself to them. This was the perfect opportunity to settle the score from their previous encounter. Anger flared in Mia's eyes as she regarded Voldemort, who had dared to torment Harry in her absence. Watch as I take care of you, she declared, wielding her wand toward him, ancient magic accumulating at its tip. The threatening energy made Quirrell want to flee. Danger! Danger! Instinctively, even Voldemort recalled the moment he had been vanquished by Harry Potter. Hagelas. The spell surged toward Voldemort, a powerful magical attack that immobilized him, encasing him in ice, destruction. The wand then unleashed an even more ferocious force. Unlike the obvious commotion of the unforgivable curses, ancient magic required no incantation, yet its power was far greater, unfathomable and uncontrollable. No, no, no. Voldemort could only watch helplessly as the spell advanced towards him, the agony of his soul being torn apart prompting him to scream. But in a mere moment, silence enveloped everything. Quirrell collapsed, and the Voldemort behind him vanished. Harry and Draco stood dumbfounded, gazing at the scene before them. Yet before they could utter a word, they saw Mia collapse. The two rushed forward to catch her as she grew cold and pale. Just as they stood there, helpless, Hagrid arrived with Hermione and Ron, along with Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape, who had sensed the surge of powerful magic. Chapter 28. Depletion of Magical Energy. Dumbledore, what has happened to my sister? Harry implored, his eyes wide with desperation as he looked at the adults present. Snape hastily took Mia into his arms. What transpired? How could her magical energy be so utterly depleted? Snape questioned, incredulous, while Dumbledore quickly followed suit to examine the situation, only to discover the same distressing truth. Harry's complexion instantly drained of color, and Hermione and Ron hurried to support him. What's happening? Snape quickly administered a potion to Mia, understanding that her magical exhaustion could potentially render her voiceless. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have informed Professor McGonagall about your nocturnal escapades. Otherwise, Mia wouldn't be in this predicament. Draco, observing the frail Mia, felt a profound sense of distress, realizing that he bore part of the responsibility. Harry, speak. McGonagall urged, her gaze fixed on him. It was Quirrell. He ambushed me, intent on killing me, but Mia intervened just in time to save me. However, after dueling with Quirrell, she ended up like this. Harry loathed himself intensely, lamenting his reckless behavior that left even his sister unprotected. Quirrell? Snape's expression darkened as he directed his attention to the spot Harry indicated, the recent attack revealing Quirrell's true nature for all present to witness. Dumbledore approached to investigate, discovering the dark mark on Quirrell, immediately grasping his identity. It was astonishing that it was indeed Quirrell. We must first take Mia to the infirmary, Dumbledore commanded, aware that time was of the essence for Mia's condition. The group swiftly made their way to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey was startled awake by Hagrid carrying Mia. Oh, poor child, lie down so I can examine you. Poppy, how is she? Professor McGonagall inquired anxiously. Madame Pomfrey shook her head, causing the group's hearts to sink further, but then she added, strangely, although her magical energy is depleted, I can sense another source of magic repairing her. Mia's physical state could be likened to a glass of water, with magical energy as the water, and the capacity to hold magic as the glass itself. Each use of ancient magic consumed a portion of this water, and Mia's forceful application of ancient magic had led to her magical exhaustion. Previously, Mia was aware that despite possessing more magical energy than her peers, it was still insufficient for utilizing ancient magic. Thus, she devised a risky plan, shattering her glass to create a larger vessel. Mia employed an ancient spell for self-repair, nearly depleting her entire magical reservoir, and in confronting Voldemort, she shattered the glass. The ancient magic would automatically mend her body and restore her magical strength, A perilous gamble that could have left her voiceless if it had gone awry. Furthermore, it was fortunate that Voldemort was not at his full strength. Otherwise, Mia would not have been so fortunate. Very well, Minerva, Severus, come with me. We need to discuss Quirrell, Dumbledore said with a sigh of relief. Snape was reluctant to leave, as Mia's fate remained uncertain, yet he had no intention of letting the one responsible for her condition escape unscathed. Mia needed peace and quiet to recuperate. Harry sat quietly beside Mia, holding her hand. You heard that, Mia is fine, so don't worry too much, Hermione comforted. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so weak, Mia wouldn't be in this situation. Harry clenched his fists. For a moment, silence enveloped them all. Children. It's time to return. The patient requires rest, Madame Pomfrey urged. Can I stay here, please? Harry pleaded, but was met with a firm refusal. The group sighed at the doorway. In the days that followed, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Draco, the twins, Theodore, Cedric, and many others came to visit Mia upon hearing of her hospitalization, leading Madame Pomfrey to restrict all visitors except Harry. Snape visited daily to deliver potions, leaving each time with a troubled expression. Several days later, Mia awoke, feeling a more abundant magical energy than ever before, yet she had no time to rejoice. Child, you are awake. Mia looked up to see Dumbledore. Professor? Dumbledore smiled at the gifts surrounding Mia, saying, Your affair with Quirrell has become a secret that is no longer secret. The entire school is aware. Mia inquired about Harry and the others. They are all well. And what of the Philosopher's Stone? You are indeed a clever child. The stone has been destroyed. And Quirrell? He has been imprisoned in Azkaban. Now I must ask, how are you feeling, my dear? I am well. Do not engage in such dangerous activities again. I won't, but if I don't, Harry will. Very well, my child. I believe I must take my leave. Dumbledore chuckled, glancing at Harry peering around the corner, and took a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with him. How delightful. Mia, I am so relieved to see you well, Harry exclaimed, throwing himself into Mia's embrace as soon as Dumbledore departed. Hey Mia, perfect timing. Hermione quickly intervened to halt Harry. I'm fine, thank you, Hermione. Mia smiled, winking at Snape, who upon seeing Mia in good health and vibrant, finally felt relieved. I was so worried, Mia. Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Don't cry. I'm all right, Mia soothed Harry, gesturing to Hermione. Harry, didn't you want to share what has transpired these days with Mia? Indeed, the shift in focus was successful. Let me tell you about how we, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, recounted amusing tales during your absence, like Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback, how they managed to transport it, and how Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup they shared. Upon her discharge from the hospital, Mia returned to the common room amidst the adoring gazes of her peers, where Theodore awaited her arrival. Theodore? He said nothing, merely handing Mia a potion from the table. What is this? A potion for magical energy? Mia stared at him, noting the gift he had brought her. I've taken notes for you. If you need help with assignments, feel free to ask. Rest well, he said before departing. Mia smiled at the potion in her hand, appreciating Theodore's thoughtful nature, always observant yet silent. Mia, you're out of the hospital? Draco rushed in upon hearing the news. What's wrong? I'm so relieved you're all right. Draco hugged Mia tightly, his worry evident. I'm sorry for causing you all this worry, but truly, I am fine. After soothing the young master for a considerable time, Mia sighed, having calmed one tearful friend only to encounter another. The final exams approached as scheduled. Mia, having fully recuperated just a week before the exams, effortlessly secured first place once again. While Harry and Ron scrambled to study frantically, Hermione felt anxious about the impending tests. Only Mia, after completing her assignments, leisurely read her books. As a top student who had finished the entire year's curriculum early, facing a final exam was a mere formality. Help me, Lady Mia, Ron exclaimed, on the verge of collapse from studying, imagining the ridicule he would face if he failed. Mia, please assist me. Harry too was struggling, having used all his study time for napping. Harry, weren't you so adamant about studying hard to protect Mia? Hermione reminded him abruptly. Harry froze, his shoulders slumping. All right. I'll give you some hints. Is that acceptable? Seeing Harry's pitiful expression, Mia's heart softened. The finals commenced as expected, beginning with the theoretical exams. In the History of Magic test, Ron and Harry stared at familiar questions, their minds blank. Good news, my predictions were correct. Bad news, I forgot. Mia's predictions for the upcoming exams proved accurate as well. Outside the examination hall, Ron expressed his immense gratitude to the academic prodigy. Following this, the practical exams began. The Charms exam required making a pineapple dance the tango across a desk, while Transfiguration involved transforming a mouse into a snuff box, and Potions required concocting a forgetfulness potion. After the results were announced, Mia achieved the top position in the school with a perfect score in all subjects, closely followed by Hermione. Once again, she garnered a wave of admiration, as the Slytherins were particularly drawn to her accomplishments. First, Mia defeated Quirrell as a first-year student, and now she secured the top rank in her year. After communicating this accomplishment to her family, all eyes were inevitably drawn to Mia. "Thank you so much, Mia and Hermione. I actually passed," Ron exclaimed, holding his report card, already imagining the rewards his family would bestow upon him. Harry also performed admirably, primarily earning E's. Following the exhilarating final exams, the end-of-year feast commenced. The Great Hall was adorned with the crimson and gold banners of Gryffindor, emblazoned with a lion on the tapestry. This year, Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup, so their triumph in the House Cup was hardly surprising. Slytherin trailed closely in second place, and the Slytherins were sullen over having lost the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. Particularly, the head boy and Quidditch captain, Flint, hung his head in disappointment, while Draco's expression darkened at the thought of losing to Gryffindor, with Snape wearing a grim countenance. Conversely, the Gryffindors erupted in laughter and began to taunt Slytherin, reveling in their possession of the Savior and the Quidditch Cup. The faces of the Slytherin Quidditch team soured further, wishing desperately to confront the Gryffindors. The Badgers and Eagles caught in between dared not speak, indifferent to the victor, as long as it wasn't Slytherin. Just as tensions were about to boil over, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Another year has passed, and if I recall correctly, it is time to award the House Cup. The standings are as follows: 4th place, Hufflepuff with 352 points, 3rd place Ravenclaw with 426 points, 2nd place Slytherin with 472 points, and 1st place Gryffindor with 483 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, and students couldn't help but embrace in joyous celebration. "Foolish lions," Daphne scoffed. "Rude and barbaric," Blaise followed with his own derision. "How could such people defeat our noble Slytherin?" Pansy remarked, noticing Draco's displeasure. "It's unjust. Mia defeated Quirrell, a dark wizard." Even though Draco was reluctant to revisit Mia's injuries, he could not tolerate the dismissal of her contributions. Everyone heard his words, and the Slytherins realized this truth, leading them to rhythmically pound their tables, their synchronized actions drawing the attention of all. Mia felt a bit awkward under the expectant gazes of the Slytherins, yet she was not one to shy away from competition. She turned to Dumbledore, trusting he would provide a satisfactory response. "Quiet down, children," Dumbledore began, and the Slytherins ceased their commotion, eager to hear more. "I have 2 important honors and scores to announce. First, Slytherin's Mia Potter, brave and wise, confronted the dark wizard with valor to protect her companions. For her courage and bravery, I shall award her 50 points. The new points brought a fresh aura to the hall, transforming the decorations into silver and green. Despite losing the House Cup, Gryffindor students still applauded Mia, recognizing she had earned this accolade. The Slytherin students clapped fervently, their faces flushed with joy, completely forgetting moments earlier when they had mocked Gryffindor as students. Across the hall, Mia and Harry locked eyes, their similar gazes bursting into laughter. Harry brimmed with pride, flanked by the jubilant twins and Ron and Hermione. As a friend, despite not winning an award, he felt nothing but joy and pride for her. Draco and Blaise cheered enthusiastically for Mia, while Theodore smiled softly, offering gentle applause. Cedric raised a cup from afar, and Mia lifted her drink in response. Even Professors Snape and McGonagall looked upon Mia with pride. "One more award to announce," Dumbledore declared, capturing everyone's curiosity. "I would like to specifically commend Slytherin's Mia Potter for repeatedly thwarting Quirrell's actions, preventing further damage to the school. For this, we shall bestow upon her the Special Contribution Award." Mia recalled the unicorn she had saved months ago, gazing at Dumbledore in astonishment. Heroes should not be buried in obscurity, should they? Dumbledore winked mischievously at Mia. The hall erupted once more in deafening cheers, and Mia couldn't help but smile, genuinely worried about the students' voices the next day. As the holidays approached, all the students packed their belongings for the journey home. "Mia," Draco called, "will you come to my house during the holidays?" Draco hesitated slightly. "I'm sorry, I might not be able to," Mia replied. She longed to meet Narcissa, that gentle mother, but her uncle and aunt would certainly disapprove. "Then can we correspond?" I will await your letter." Satisfied, Draco departed, leaving Mia to glance at Theodore, who had not yet left. "Theodore, how is your health?" Theodore bit his lip anxiously. He also wished to invite Mia, but was hesitant due to his father. "Thank you, I'm well. Should we write during the holidays?" Mia ventured. "Yes. Here, take this." Theodore produced an object, a dark magical artifact. A dark magical artifact. Mia quickly scanned her surroundings. Are you insane? What if someone sees it here? This is for you. It can protect you, Theodore insisted, pressing it into Mia's hands. Mia regarded Theodore, aware that the Knot family had once been Death Eaters and core followers of Voldemort. The ministry strictly regulated such items, leaving Mia at a loss for words. I must go now. Goodbye. Theodore left with an air of nonchalance, and Mia sighed. Recognizing it was a gesture of goodwill from him. I can't believe he isn't afraid of being reported, Mia thought, gazing after Theodore's retreating figure. On the Hogwarts Express. After handing Luna and Hedwig along with their luggage to the conductor, Mia and Harry prepared to board the train, encountering Hagrid organizing the students. He first ushered Hermione and Ron onto the train, and they rushed to Hagrid's side. I thought you two would sneak away without saying goodbye, Hagrid remarked, looking down at the two small figures. This is for you. Hagrid pulled an album from his pocket. Mia and Harry opened it to find a family portrait, with Lily and James each holding one of the children. Thank you, Hagrid, they replied, clutching Hagrid's legs just as they had during their first meeting. Now off you go. Kids. If that stupid Dudley bullies you, just threaten him with a pair of pig ears to match his pigtail. Hagrid pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Mia stifled a laugh, feeling deeply moved, but Harry reminded him, But Hagrid, we can't use magic outside of Hogwarts, you know that. I know, but your cousin doesn't, right? Hagrid winked. As the train prepared to depart, Mia and Harry climbed aboard. Goodbye, Hagrid. Goodbye, children. The feeling of going home felt somewhat strange, didn't it? Hermione and Ron leaned against the train door, speaking to the two. We're not going home, not really, Harry replied, disliking that place. It wasn't home. It's merely a shelter. Mia echoed, sharing Harry's sentiments. As the train began to move, the four returned to their compartment, waving goodbye to Hagrid with a lingering sense of reluctance. What's wrong? Looking glum? Hermione inquired, noticing Mia leaning against her with a frown. It's nothing. Remember to write to me during the holidays, Hermione, Mia said, her tone subdued. Of course. We can discuss all sorts of knowledge during the break. Hermione truly relished conversing with Mia, as Mia's vast reservoir of knowledge could resolve all her queries. Upon exiting the station, Mia, after bidding farewell to Harry and their friends, returned to the Dursleys' residence with her belongings. Fortuitously, Harry had finally acquired a relatively normal room, Dudley's small bedroom. During the holiday, Mia continued her exploration of the integration of ancient magic and alchemy. Despite the Ministry of Magic's explicit prohibition against underage wizards practicing magic outside school. However, Mia discerned that the Ministry's tracking could only ascertain locations and detect magical activity surrounding underage wizards, and if there were adult wizards nearby, the detection would be overlooked. Moreover, individuals like Mia, who preferred to operate without the scrutiny of others, devised an alchemical product that recorded the magical fluctuations of adult wizards. When activated, it could interfere with tracking, misleading the Ministry into believing there were adult wizards present. Most of the time, Mia found herself engrossed in her studies either in her room or Harry's. Mia, why haven't Hermione and Ron written to us? Harry lamented daily, as he endured Mia's insistence on practicing spells, all the while anticipating letters from his friends. Hedwig was forbidden from leaving her cage, leaving him to rely on the hope that his friends would correspond. Hermione was not one to break her promises. Surely something must have obstructed her. Mia felt increasingly constrained in her endeavors, unable to reach out to her own friends. Is it true? They don't dislike me. And Hogwarts isn't merely a figment of my imagination? Harry's words filled Mia with a profound sense of empathy. Harry was somewhat sentimental, and in the absence of anyone else, he placed great value on Mia and the friends they had fought so hard to keep. No, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and you are all vital friends to one another. They must be hindered by circumstances. Let's wait a little longer, shall we? Mia gently reassured Harry, while Luna hopped into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Thank you, Mia. And you too, Luna. And you've worked hard too, Hedwig. Mia reached through the bars of the cage to stroke the restless Hedwig, who had been cooped up for nearly an entire holiday. Hoot! Hedwig seemed to express her discontent. Harry Potter. Mia Potter. The siblings exchanged a resigned glance upon hearing Uncle Vernon's shout. Descending the stairs, Aunt Petunia was busy decorating a cake for a significant guest they were expecting that day. There, Vernon. I warn you, if you can't control that owl and that wretched cat, let them go. Uncle Vernon halted in his task of adjusting Dudley's collar to issue his warning. Mia's eyes flashed dangerously for a brief moment, a hint of red glimmering within. But she quickly suppressed her emotions. With Mia's growing strength, her magic became increasingly susceptible to emotional influences. But their feelings suffocated. If I could let them out for just an hour. As if you could send your freakish friends secret messages. Dudley bumped into Harry after adjusting his collar, not missing the chance to mock them. Who would want to be friends with you? I think you should be grateful. We raised you from childhood, provided you with food, and even gave you Dudley's small bedroom. Truly, we have exhausted our efforts to be good to you. Uncle Vernon lectured Harry and Mia earnestly. The two paid little heed to his words, as over the years, they had endured significant mistreatment from the Dursleys, rendering any semblance of kindness obsolete. If not for the Ministry's regulations against using magic on muggles, Mia would have long since retaliated with her wand. However, due to pressing matters at hand, Uncle Vernon had no time to continue his tirade. Their guests could arrive at any moment. Let us prepare, Petunia. When the Masons arrive, you will be there in the living room, ready to welcome them with the utmost cordiality. Aunt Petunia smiled, her voice soft as she demonstrated her expectations. Excellent. Dudley, you will be there. I'll wait to open the door for them. Splendid. And what about you? As they spoke, the trio approached Harry and Mia. Mia crossed her arms, rolling her eyes and tugged Harry upstairs. Chapter 31 Dobby. Mia pursed her lips and tugged Harry, preparing to retreat to their room. Mia, don't be upset. It doesn't bother me, Harry said, observing his sister's angry demeanor, which alleviated his own frustration. I am angry. How could they speak of you in such a manner? Mia loathed her current helplessness. Despite her prowess at school, she felt compelled to lower her head in the Dursleys' presence, primarily due to their guardianship and Aunt Petunia's relationship to Lily, as well as the Ministry's wretched regulations. It's all right, I don't mind. Just wait a bit longer. We will soon leave this place. Harry embraced his sister, comforting her. He noticed that whenever Mia's emotions flared, her pupils turned red, and her magic threatened to spiral out of control, likely a remnant of her previous magical exhaustion. Yes, once we turn of age, we will set aside some money to settle all accounts from these years and never return. Mia composed herself. She was typically stable in her emotions, except when it came to Harry. Let us head inside. Just as she was about to pull her brother back into the house, Harry suddenly stopped. Inside was a house elf bouncing on Harry's bed. Quickly, Mia pulled Harry inside and shut the door, both staring at the elf in stunned silence. Where did this one come from? Mr. Potter, Miss Potter, it is an immense honor. Dobby halted his antics and greeted them. The house elf was surprisingly polite. Who are you? Dobby, the house elf Dobby. It's not that I lack manners, but my bedroom is not the most suitable place to entertain a house elf. Mia glanced at Harry, somewhat speechless. Was politeness the crux of the matter? The issue was why he was here. Oh, it's quite all right. Dobby completely understands. However, there is something Dobby must convey, though it is exceedingly difficult to articulate, and Dobby is unsure how to say it. Harry, too, noticed that Dobby was still on his bed. Would you like to sit down? Upon hearing this, Mia sensed impending trouble. Harry clearly had little experience interacting with house elves, and his words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Dobby. Sit down? Oh dear. Dobby cried, descending from the bed in tears. Harry, perplexed, assumed he had misspoken. I'm sorry, Dobby, I didn't mean to offend you. Offend Dobby? Dobby has heard you are a remarkable wizard. Yet no wizard has ever treated Dobby as an equal. Asking if Dobby would like to sit down, Dobby exclaimed excitedly at Harry. Then you must not have encountered good wizards. Indeed not. It is wrong to criticize wizards, bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. He began banging on the cupboard door, leaving Harry utterly bewildered. Remembering that Uncle Vernon had important matters to attend to, he felt compelled to stop Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby must punish himself. Stop, Dobby. What exactly do you want from us? Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Mia quickly intervened. Dobby has spoken ill of the family he serves. Dobby must serve the same family for life. If they discover Dobby is here, Dobby must come. Dobby must protect you and warn you. Harry Potter, Mia Potter, you absolutely cannot return to Hogwarts this year. Mia's brows furrowed immediately as she regarded Dobby. What conspiracy? What dreadful event is being planned? Upon hearing this, Mia could no longer remain composed. She surmised it likely pertained to the Death Eaters, who sought to eliminate them after they had thwarted their plans. Oh, I cannot say. Dobby's head drooped in despair. Dobby is a house elf and will never betray his master. But who is Dobby's master? Dobby again attempted to harm himself, causing such a commotion that Uncle Vernon came upstairs to admonish them before storming out. Now do you understand why I wish to return? We do not belong here. We belong to your world, Hogwarts, where I have friends only in that place. Harry endeavored to persuade Dobby. What about those friends who do not write to Harry Potter? Both of them immediately directed their gaze at Dobby. How do you know? Did you intercept the letters? Where are they? Dobby retreated, feeling guilty. Harry and Mia must not be angry with him. Dobby feared that if Harry and Mia believed their friends had forgotten them, they would no longer wish to return to school. With that, he produced a thick stack of letters. Mia erupted into laughter, brandishing her wand, and the envelope soared towards them. Realizing this tactic was futile, Dobby opened the door and descended the stairs. The two hastily pursued him. Dobby glanced at the cake, and the Masons seated on the sofa, and concocted a plan to hurl the cake at Mrs. Mason. No! Harry exclaimed wide-eyed. Desperate to catch the cake, Mia employed magic once more, insisting that since they had already used it, one more time wouldn't he matter. The cake flew toward them. Fortunately, they managed to stop Dobby again, but they were discovered by their relatives. The windows of their room were sealed. I forbid you to return to that school. And I forbid you to see your peculiar friends. Forever. Later that night, the two siblings sat together, unable to sleep. Mia, you shouldn't have acted impulsively. If your use of magic is discovered. Harry worriedly glanced at Mia. She shook her head, placing the already inscribed Mobius necklace back around Harry's neck. It's fine, you need not worry about my abilities. This necklace, like the bracelet, has been inscribed with magic. If you are in danger, I will sense it and appear by your side immediately. Harry grasped the necklace tightly, burying his head in Mia's shoulder. Mia, I do not wish for you to come to harm. I cannot endure another ordeal like that with Quirrell. I would go mad. Do not fear, I shall be fine. Mia gently ruffled Harry's messy hair, reminiscent of their father, James. Agreed. At that moment, they faintly heard a sound. Harry, did you hear something? Harry rose and approached the window, and Mia joined him, looking up. A car was hurtling towards them. It's Ron and the twins. Hi Harry, Mia. Ron, Fred. And George greeted them. What are you doing here? Harry asked incredulously. Of course, we're here to rescue you. Hurry and grab your things. Chapter 32, The Burrow. The siblings exchanged a glance and hurried back to their rooms to pack. Meanwhile, the Weasley brothers, observing that the two were nearly ready, began to execute their plan. Tying ropes to the car and ripping off the iron gate. The noise was a bit loud, rousing Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Quickly, Harry. They hastily tossed their belongings into the trunk. Harry urged Mia to get in first, with George helping her inside. Uncle Vernon was quick as well. Already unlocking Harry's door. They could still hear Dudley and Aunt Petunia urging them on. Harry, hurry. Mia and George extended their hands to help Harry. At the last moment, Harry successfully jumped into the car. As they drove further away from the Dursleys' house, they couldn't contain their cheers. Yeah. Thank you so much. Mia and Harry expressed their gratitude to the trio. Oh, we're friends, aren't we, Miss Snake? Fred teased while driving. It's thanks to Miss Snake's gift that we could successfully start our business, George chimed in, wrapping an arm around Mia's shoulders. Indeed. The twins have already begun generating revenue with our initial investment. One cannot underestimate their cleverness. By the way, happy birthday, Mia and Harry. Ron surprisingly remembered their birthdays, prompting grateful smiles from Mia and Harry. When they arrived at the burrow, dawn was just breaking. They cautiously entered the house. Hurry inside, shoo. The twins were still on the lookout for their mother. This was Mia and Harry's first encounter with a wizarding family. Self-washing pots. A clock fashioned with the faces of the twins and Ron, and self-knitting scarves. Everything was both novel and heartwarming. Though small, it was still a home. Harry murmured to himself. Always longing for such a place. Is it alright if I take this? Ron asked while shedding his coat and snacking. Of course, Mum won't mind, Fred added, casually grabbing a piece of bread. I think this place is wonderful. Harry was grinning from ear to ear, as it perfectly matched his vision of home. Suddenly Mrs. Weasley appeared, yelling at them, Where have you lot been? Mia blinked in confusion, gazing at the once gentle woman, noticing that Mrs. Weasley's hair resembled cat ears. Adorable. Ron, Fred, George, and Harry were equally bewildered, with Ron and Fred discreetly hiding the bread behind their backs. Mrs. Weasley's demeanor softened upon seeing Mia and Harry, and she approached them with warmth. Mia, Harry, I'm so glad to see you. There was no one in the house, no note left behind. You could have been killed. You could have been seen. Then with a gentle smile, she added, Of course, I'm not talking about you two, Mia and Harry. They let Harry and Mia go hungry and even sealed their windows. Ron attempted to defend them, and Harry quietly nodded in agreement. You better pray I don't seal your windows, Ron Weasley. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, almost in a state of panic. Come on, you two should eat breakfast, Harry, Mia. Watching this maternal figure, Mia felt her heart soften. Mrs. Weasley was genuinely kind. Thank you, Ma'am, Mia whispered. No need for such formality. Just call me Aunt Molly. Mrs. Weasley said, patting the two precocious children, her heart aching for them. If Lily and James were here, how could they bear to see these two children suffer? Every child is the apple of their parents' eye. Back in the Order of the Phoenix, they had witnessed the love between Lily and James. The anticipation they had for these two children. Yet, who could have imagined that after so many years, these two would endure so much hardship? Eat up, Harry. Don't be shy, Ron encouraged, concerned that Harry might feel timid. That's right, eat plenty, Mrs. Weasley said proudly, watching the children eat. Mum, have you seen my slippers? Dear, they're right above the cat. Hearing the commotion, they turned to see Ginny, the girl who had accompanied Ron to the station. Evidently just noticing them. Ginny's eyes widened as she stared at Harry and Mia. Hello, Ginny exclaimed before turning and running away. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter, while Mia and Harry were left bewildered. Did we say something wrong? Noticing George and Fred's amusement, Mia inquired. It's Ginny. She has been talking about you two all summer. It's quite annoying, Ron explained kindly. Us. Mia hadn't considered that she might be mentioned, recalling how Ginny had reacted upon hearing Harry's name at the station. Yes, your heroic deeds are well known throughout the wizarding world, Miss Snake, Fred and George chimed in unison, causing Mia's smile to falter. The entire wizarding world knows? Good morning, children. A robust middle-aged man entered the room. Good morning, Dad. Good morning. Last night was exhausting. 9 surprise inspections, 9. Mr. Weasley remarked as he removed his coat, sharing tales of his work with the family. Inspections? My dad works at the Ministry of Magic. He is in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. And he loves muggles. He is quite fascinated by muggle artifacts. After enjoying a moment of intimacy with Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley settled down to partake in breakfast. Upon turning his head, he unexpectedly encountered 2 strangers. Who are you? He inquired. Oh, my apologies. I am Harry Potter, and this is my sister, Mia Potter. Harry hurriedly introduced himself, with Mia nodding and smiling in acknowledgement. My goodness, is it truly you? Mr. Weasley exclaimed, his eyes widening. Both Harry and Mia nodded. And one could hardly deny the charm of their entire family. Ron has mentioned you. When did you arrive? He asked. This morning. Your sons took that delightful car of yours to fetch him in the middle of the night, came the reply, eliciting a knowing look from Mrs. Weasley. Is that so? How is the car performing? Mr. Weasley queried the twins, only to receive a playful nudge from Mrs. Weasley, her expression one of resigned exasperation. It's performing splendidly. The twins chimed in, reveling in the mischief. Mia paused, realizing Mr. Weasley's fascination with muggle artifacts, which undoubtedly explained the diverse personalities of his offspring. I must say, what you did was utterly inappropriate, children. It is simply unforgivable. Harry exchanged amused glances with Ron. Harry, Mia, you must be well versed in muggle culture. Pray tell, what is the purpose of that rubber duck? Mr. Weasley inquired, prompting a shared look of confusion between the siblings. Chapter 33. Nocturnal. During breakfast, the siblings, alongside Ron and the others, received the school book list. Dumbledore truly was omniscient, as even the siblings at number 4 Privet Drive were aware. Poor Errol had an unfortunate mishap while delivering the letter, colliding with glass. One could only wince at the thought. After changing into her robes, Ginny gravitated towards Mia and Harry, chattering excitedly about Mia's experiences at school. The admiration in Ginny's eyes made it difficult for Mia to refuse her. Mia, did you really defeat the Dark Wizard all by yourself? Ginny asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Well, yes, Mia responded, sighing at the twins' gleeful expressions. But she answered Ginny gently. I also heard that you received perfect scores, and a special contribution award. You're truly remarkable, Ginny exclaimed. Thank you. But it's really not that impressive, Mia replied, slightly bashful from the praise, yet remaining patient in her conversation with Ginny. May I have your and Harry's autograph? Ginny suddenly asked, shyly producing a notebook filled with clippings about them in her youthful handwriting. Taken aback, Mia had not anticipated such innocent admiration. Of course, she said, taking the notebook and inscribing a heartfelt message wishing Ginny Weasley peace and joy along with success, in elegant English. Mia's handwriting was exquisite, bold and graceful, a stunning cursive that belied her otherwise languid demeanor. Thank you, Mia. Ginny beamed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Handing the notebook to Harry, he followed suit, writing a blessing before returning it to Ginny, who cherished it dearly. Once everyone donned their robes and prepared to set off for Diagon Alley to procure their school supplies, it was customary for every wizarding family to utilize the Floo network. By grasping a handful of Floo powder and articulating their destination, they could arrive directly. However, an unfortunate mishap ensued. After Ron's demonstration, Harry inadvertently referred to Diagon Alley as Nocturne Alley. Immediately, Mia felt the urge to seek Harry, aware of the implications of Nocturne Alley, but Mrs. Weasley intervened just in time. Nocturne Alley was a dimly lit, dilapidated lane, starkly contrasting the vibrant splendor of Diagon Alley. Renowned for its shops dealing in dark magic and artifacts associated with it. A frequent haunt for many dark wizards and enthusiasts of the dark arts. Harry unexpectedly found himself in Borgin and Burke's, a shop trafficking in dark magical items, where he fortuitously encountered Lucius Malfoy storing dark artifacts. Fortunately, Harry managed to hide quickly, and Hagrid appeared just in time to escort him away. Harry, Hagrid? Mia, anxiously awaiting at the entrance of Flourish and Blots, rushed over with Hermione. Where have you been? Are you all right? Apologies for worrying you. I'm fine, just got a bit lost, but Hagrid helped me, Harry reassured his sister. Thank goodness. Thank you, Hagrid. Mia expressed her gratitude with a warm smile directed at their benefactor. Not at all, but I must be off. Farewell, Hagrid replied before departing. After ensuring Harry was clean and tidy, Mia nodded approvingly at his now fresh appearance. Your glasses are broken again. Good as new, Hermione exclaimed as she used the Reparo spell on Harry's glasses, which now looked just as they did when they first met in first year. What a convenient spell. I should remember to jot that down, Harry mused, reminiscing about their initial encounter, prompting laughter among the trio. By the way, how did you two end up together? Harry inquired, noticing the closeness between Hermione and Ron. Hermione's parents came to buy books, and we just happened to run into each other, Ron explained. Coincidentally, though this isn't their first visit to the wizarding world, they still find it a bit overwhelming. Fortunately, the Weasley family and Mia chanced upon them just in time to shop together, he added. Shall we head inside? The three of them suggested, entering the bustling bookstore filled with witches in line. Although Harry was puzzled, he first sought out Mrs. Weasley to report his safety. Harry, thank heavens you haven't wandered too far, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, scrutinizing him for any signs of injury when suddenly a male voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Gilderoy Lockhart. A striking wizard made his entrance, inciting a wave of shrieks from the witches present, even Hermione bouncing with excitement. Mother has a crush on him, Ron remarked, rolling his eyes at Harry, only to receive a playful swat from Mrs. Weasley. Excuse me, sir, madam. A man with a camera pushed through the crowd, while Gilderoy Lockhart posed with his signature smile for the lens. Who is that? Harry whispered to Mia. Our defense against the dark arts teacher this term, and the author of that extensive book list. I have a feeling we won't learn much this semester. You might want to practice with me instead, Mia commented, expressing her reservations about Hogwarts' choice of instructors. Surely not. Harry was about to continue the discussion with Mia when Lockhart spotted him and pulled him in for a photo opportunity. Mia quickly shielded her face to avoid being dragged into the spotlight herself, not wanting to be overshadowed by Harry. As Lockhart engaged Harry in conversation, Mia found herself disinterested, her gaze drifting until it met Draco's. The young Slytherin, clad in a black cloak and sporting slick-back hair, leaned casually against the wooden railing, exuding a striking allure despite his discontent. Noticing Mia's attention, he raised an eyebrow and flashed a grin, to which she responded with a playful blink. Before Harry could escape Lockhart's grasp, he was gifted a set of books, quite a fortunate turn of events. Lockhart was hosting a signing event, but Mia had no interest and squeezed through the crowd with Harry, Ginny, and the Weasley twins. Draco descended from the upper floor, casually tearing a page from a book. Long time no see. I see someone still remembers me, he remarked with a hint of mock disappointment as he approached Mia. That's not my fault. I was intercepted. Didn't I write to explain? Mia defended herself, eager to alleviate her friend's concerns after being rescued. I worried about you all holiday. And you responded with just a few words? To speak frankly, Draco's letter is by far the most substantial among everyone's correspondence. He meticulously shares every detail of his daily itinerary, leaving little to the imagination, even to the point of nearly informing Mia about his restroom visits. I acknowledge my fault and assure you it shall not recur. Mia, recognizing her own shortcomings, promptly offered an apology. Let this be a lesson learned. Chapter 34, Malfoy. Harry and the Weasley brothers finally extricated themselves from the throng of the frenzied witch crowd. The moment Harry emerged, he spotted Draco beside his sister and felt a surge of irritation, promptly positioning himself between them to create distance. The illustrious Harry Potter. Even a simple bookstore visit can make headlines, Draco remarked with a sardonic tone directed at Harry. To be honest, Mia had become somewhat accustomed to this, as it was a given that these two would bicker upon meeting, otherwise one might suspect they had been impersonated. However, it was evident that Ginny was oblivious to this dynamic. Upon hearing her idol being mocked, Ginny, with her cherubic features taut with indignation, glared fiercely at Draco, exclaiming, "Don't bother him. Look, Potter, you've managed to find yourself a girlfriend," Draco retorted, shifting his focus onto Harry, unwilling to miss the opportunity to taunt. Mia shot him a piercing glance, feeling that while it was acceptable to quarrel with Harry, his comments regarding Ginny crossed a line. Aware of Mia's displeasure, Draco quickly fell silent. All right, Draco, let us keep it amicable. As their verbal sparring continued, another figure entered the fray. A man with platinum blonde hair and striking gray-blue eyes, exuding an air of haughty elegance, wielding a black cane, Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. Miss Potter, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucius Malfoy. Lucius directed his gaze towards Mia first, recognizing her as the first-year student who had bested Quirrell. Noted for her exceptional grades and remarkable talent, and more importantly, as someone of significance to Draco. Good day, Mia replied, shaking Lucius's outstretched hand. A faint smile gracing her lips, yet devoid of warmth. She sensed his unkind intentions. Lucius, perceptive in his own right, detected Mia's resistance yet remained unfazed, swiftly redirecting his attention to Harry. Harry Potter, at long last, we meet. Do pardon my intrusion. Lucius extended his hand towards Harry, who grasped it only to be pulled closer to Lucius's imposing presence. Your scar has become legendary, much like the wizard who left it, a legend in his own right. Lucius remarked, using his cane to lift Harry's hair, exposing the infamous lightning-shaped scar. Voldemort killed my parents, Harry replied, his voice laced with animosity as he locked eyes with Lucius. Mia's expression soured, while Draco instinctively tightened his grip on her. He is nothing but a murderer. Harry broke free from Lucius's hold. Hermione approached, and the Weasley brothers along with Mia, Harry, Ginny and Ron, all glared at Lucius with simmering fury. Draco observed Mia's reaction, biting his lip, unable to quell his father's continued provocations. You must be quite brave to utter his name, or perhaps rather foolish. Fearing to speak his name only amplifies the dread of his presence. Hermione, unafraid of Voldemort, understood that the more one hesitates to name him, the deeper the fear becomes. You must be Miss Granger? Lucius inquired, glancing at Draco for confirmation, but upon witnessing his son's infatuated gaze directed at Mia, he shifted his focus back. Draco has informed me about you, including details about your parents, Muggles if I'm not mistaken? Let me guess, red-haired, expressionless, and with tattered second-hand books. You must belong to the Weasley family. As he spoke, Lucius nonchalantly picked up Ginny's book. Mr. Weasley noticed this and hurried over, intending to usher the children away. The ministry must be quite busy, Arthur, with so many surprise inspections. I hope they are compensating you for your overtime. But judging by your current state, it seems unlikely. You not only miss out on decent wages but also bring shame upon wizards. Lucius displayed his disdain for the Weasley family's association with Muggles, viewing their closeness as a betrayal to the pureblood legacy of the Sacred 28. On the matter of bringing shame upon wizards, I must respectfully disagree, Malfoy, Arthur retorted, his tone firm yet dignified, expressing his belief that Muggles are not inferior. Clearly, associating with Muggles is a sign of your family's decline. Lucius seized the opportunity, as all eyes turned to him, and discreetly placed a black book into Ginny's cauldron while addressing Arthur. I had assumed your family had already fallen far enough. We shall see at work. Miss Potter, I look forward to your visit to Malfoy Manor, Lucius added, casting a parting glance at Mia as he departed. As Lucius exited, Draco prepared to follow suit, parting his lips to say something, but ultimately settling for a mere, see you at school. Children, we've procured our books. It's time for us to head back. Arthur interjected, sensing the gloomy atmosphere among them, just as Mrs. Weasley returned, cradling the signed books. Oh, Gilderoy Lockhart is simply charming. What troubles you, children? Mrs. Weasley, caught off guard by the prevailing tension, hesitated. Nothing, mother. We should be on our way, Ginny replied, clinging to Mia, unwilling to let go. Indeed, we've spent the entire day out and are quite famished, George and Fred chimed in cheerfully, taking the items from Mrs. Weasley. Is that so? Mia, Harry, Ginny, are you hungry? Mrs. Weasley inquired. A bit. Let us head back, Mia affirmed. Very well. The commencement date for Hogwarts is September 1st, thus Harry and Mia would need to reside at number 4 Privet Drive for a month. Harry, you'll have to share a room with Ron. Can Mia and Ginny have their own? Ginny was more than eager, hugging Mia tightly and refusing to release her. Mia, resigned, nodded at the shorter girl. That night, the two girls squeezed into one bed, and as Mia prepared to rest, the heat of Ginny's gaze proved distracting. What's the matter, Ginny? Sorry if I disturbed you, Ginny replied apologetically. No, I haven't fallen asleep yet. Mia shook her head. May I ask you a question? Ginny hesitated before speaking. Of course, Mia raised an eyebrow, curious about the inquiry that kept this young witch awake. About Draco, do you like him? Ginny inquired. recalling that Mia had received a letter upon their return, which she hastily concealed, but not before Ginny glimpsed the Malfoy crest. Earlier that afternoon, Mia had sat alone on the lawn reading the letter from Draco. Although her expression remained inscrutable, she sensed that Mia's mood was rather somber. She had remained silent for quite some time until George and Fred coaxed her into playing with their newly devised prank products, at which point a smile returned to Mia's face. Mia remained pensive. Draco had expressed his apologies in the letter, and glancing at the time, it was evident he must have written it the moment he returned home. Yet she had chosen not to respond. Lucius's words had been infuriating, and it could be said that no one present had escaped his vitriol. His remarks clearly illustrated the Malfoy family's stance. Draco Malfoy was foremost a Malfoy, and secondarily Draco. Draco was a fine individual, yet ultimately, their allegiances differed. So, if you don't like him, do you fancy either of my brothers? If you can't choose, both would suffice. Ginny observed Mia's demeanor, sensing her despondency and growing anxious. She genuinely hoped Mia would agree to be her sister-in-law. And given the way she watched George and Fred, it was not without reason. After all, Ginny had never seen them charm a girl. Upon hearing Ginny's proposition, Mia's eyes widened in disbelief. Do your brothers know you're selling them out like this? Chapter 35, The Flying Car. To be candid, Mia had anticipated that Dobby would not relent easily. He would undoubtedly devise a means to thwart their return to school. Thus, when they were halted outside the station at the start of term, it was hardly surprising. However, she could hardly fathom that Ron and Harry, the unlikely duo, would come together and concoct such a ludicrous scheme. Neither of them possessed even the most rudimentary knowledge of protective enchantments, nor could either drive. Yet, they dared to commandeer Mr. Weasley's flying car to school. What could possibly bring these two together? To their astonishment, these two individuals commenced their escapade right in front of a multitude of unsuspecting muggles on the bustling street. Invisibility charm. Mia swiftly cast a spell to avoid causing a commotion. Could you at least give a warning before you start driving? She implored. Ron, are you truly capable of handling this? Harry questioned, observing the swaying vehicle with skepticism. No worries. I've seen George and Fred operate it. We just need to locate the Hogwarts Express, Ron asserted with unwavering confidence as he set off. Meanwhile, Mia silently cast a defensive charm and levitation spell on the vehicle, prepared to seize control at a moment's notice. Aren't you going to conceal the car? Most muggles have never seen a flying vehicle, she remarked, relieved they had remembered this crucial detail. Indeed, Ron replied, activating a device on the car. Well, don't you think it's a bit late to ponder that now? Initially, Mia felt assured that all was well, only to encounter a mishap mid-flight. Oh no, the invisibility booster is malfunctioning. Fly lower, let's find the train, she exclaimed. I think I hear the train approaching, Mia noted as the sound grew increasingly closer. She turned to see the train barreling towards them. Levitation charm. In a flash, Mia took control and maneuvered the vehicle off the tracks. That was close. Ron and Harry wiped the sweat from their brows, giving Mia a thumbs up. Don't celebrate just yet. Steer properly. We need to follow the train. Mia glanced back at the two, who had yet to fasten their seatbelts. Buckle up, she insisted. Aren't we supposed to find a way onto the train? Ron queried, worry etched on his face. Let's not even discuss what happens to the car once we're on the train. That maneuver is perilous enough. My magic can sustain us until we reach school, Mia stated. Releasing Hedwig. What's this? Harry inquired, puzzled. We need to inform the headmaster and reach out to Professor Snape for assistance, just in case. Also, let Hermione and the others know not to worry. After composing the letters and releasing Hedwig, she entrusted her with the messages. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, it was already evening, and the vehicle, as Mia had anticipated, had spiraled out of control. Maintaining her magical energy was becoming increasingly taxing, but fortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape awaited them at the school. Protective charms for everyone. She cast spells over Ron, Harry and herself, and with Dumbledore's assistance, the vehicle made a successful landing. Headmaster, Professor Snape. After ensuring Harry and Ron were unharmed, Mia led them to the headmaster. Are you all right, children? We received your message and were waiting for you, Dumbledore remarked, his expression serious. Having not anticipated that anyone would attempt to hinder the Potter siblings from attending school or conspire against them. We're fine. Thank you for your help, Mia replied, shaking her head and turning to her house head. Snape gently ruffled Mia's hair. Calm, brave, and knowing when to seek help in danger. Each of you will receive 10 points. Thank you, Professor. Ron and Harry exclaimed, their faces a mix of surprise and horror. You handled it well. We will investigate this matter further. The sorting ceremony is about to begin, so hurry inside. The house elves will assist with your luggage. Understood. Goodbye, headmaster, professor. As the sorting ceremony commenced, Ron thought of Ginny and hurriedly led the two to the great hall. Mia took her seat at the Slytherin table, and Draco furrowed his brow, concerned. Where have you been? Why so late? Mia, unsure how to face Draco, bit her lip. Some matters delayed me. The sorting has begun. Sensing her reluctance to engage, Draco fell silent, turning his gaze to the sorting hat instead. What's going on? Blaise whispered to Theodore, who after being rebuffed, turned to Pansy and Daphne. I have no idea, Daphne shrugged. Astoria Greengrass. Slytherin. Astoria, Daphne's delicate and beautiful younger sister, took a seat beside her and greeted the others. Colin Creevey. Gryffindor. Luna Lovego. Ravenclaw. Upon hearing the name of someone who shared her name, Mia instinctively turned her gaze. Luna struck Mia as ethereal, reminiscent of a fairy from a storybook. Ginny Weasley. Gryffindor. As Ginny approached the Gryffindor table, she glanced over at Mia. Mia raised her cup in acknowledgement, and Ginny cheerfully returned to her seat. After the sorting and a meal, the new Slytherins whispered excitedly about Mia as they headed back to their dormitory. Daphne affectionately sidled up to Mia, wanting to walk with her, but Draco shot her a glare. Nevertheless, she proudly linked arms with Mia. During the holidays, the Greengrass patriarch had disparaged Daphne, who was determined to prove her worth. Aware of Mia's extraordinary talents, Daphne resolved to cultivate a strong friendship with her. Keen to show her father that her judgment surpassed his, Daphne had sincerely apologized to Mia for past incidents and had diligently penned letters, successfully softening Mia's attitude towards her. Mostly, Mia was simply exhausted from the constant attention. Theodore, without hesitation, bypassed Draco and joined Mia, pleased that, apart from Draco, everyone was free to approach her. Draco was fuming. Chapter 36. What brings you here? To be scolded? That evening, Draco penned a letter to his mother seeking guidance, receiving comforting words and a solution in return. The next day in the Great Hall, Ron discovered that his wand had been broken during the emergency landing, and was now attempting to tape it together in hopes it might hold. Well, this is it for me, Ron lamented, staring at the broken wand with resignation. You're done for, Harry chimed in, fully in agreement. After all, 7 galleons was a significant sum for the Weasley family. Mia. She often liked to run around with a tray at the Gryffindor table, which the Gryffindors had grown accustomed to. Come sit, Sister Mia. Ginny eagerly pulled Mia to her side, beating Harry to it. Good morning, Hermione. Good morning, Mia. Thank you. Ginny. Ron, what about your wand? It was only after sitting down that Mia noticed Ron's broken wand. As you can see, he replied. Oh. Hey, Harry. A flash of light caused everyone to squint. Who is that? Mia rubbed her eyes and looked at the young boy in front of Harry. Are you alright, Mia? Harry attempted to block the light for her, but was a moment too late. I'm Fine. I'm Colin Creevey, also a Gryffindor. How did you bring that camera in? Wait, why would you bring a camera to school? Hello, Colin, pleasure to meet you. Although a bit displeased, Harry responded politely. Could your friend help us take a picture together? Is this what being a fan has come to at school? Ron and Harry exchanged awkward glances, signaling their discomfort. I just wanted to show my dad. He's a milkman, and apart from me, everyone in my family are muggles. When I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter, my family only then realized I could do magic. Before that, they thought I was crazy. That's amazing, Ron replied, struggling to find words, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Colin's eagerness. Colin, right? Sorry, but we have some things to discuss. If you want to take photos, you can wait until Harry is free, Mia interjected, trying to take the lead in the conversation. You're Mia Potter, the chosen one's sister, right? I've heard about you. You faced a dark wizard in your first year. I want to take a picture with you, Colin exclaimed, raising his camera again. This time, Harry was quick to shield Mia. She was not fond of being photographed. I'm sorry, but I believe we should consent to any photographs, right? Mia frowned. I apologize, I got too excited, but I genuinely want a picture. Colin was undeterred. Ooh, Ron, is that your owl? On the very first day of school, the arrival of an owl piqued everyone's curiosity, drawing their attention towards Errol. Unfortunately, Errol clumsily tumbled into a food bowl, while Colin, the rascal, seized the moment to snap a photo. Mia, with a heart full of compassion, rescued the poor Errol, gazing at the package it had delivered with a sigh. She had specifically come to accompany Ron and Harry to face the impending scolding. Oh no, a howler! Ron exclaimed as he retrieved a red envelope from Errol's beak, much to the delight of the gathered crowd. Look, everyone! Weasley has received a howler. The Gryffindors were in a frenzy. While the Slytherins at their long table reveled in merriment, encouraging Ron to open it. Go on, Ron. I once ignored a howler from my grandmother, and it was terrifying. Neville recalled his harrowing experience, his face contorting in distress. With trembling hands, Ron opened the letter under the watchful gazes of his peers, while Mia kindly covered Harry's ears. Ron Weasley, how dare you steal that car? I'm absolutely furious with you. Your father is currently under departmental scrutiny, and it's all your fault. George and Fred stifled their laughter, but upon noticing Mia and Harry's expressions, their amusement waned. If you continue to misbehave and act out of line, we will bring you straight home. Ron nodded fearfully in response. Oh, Ginny dear, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you. Ginny, feeling embarrassed, searched for a hole to hide in. Ultimately, the howler stuck its tongue out at Ron before tearing itself to shreds, leaving the room in stunned silence. Well, I suppose Miss Snake had a role to play in this? George leaned closer to Mia, whispering with curiosity. So you truly flew to school in that car? Fred expressed disbelief, clearly impressed by their audacity. Indeed, Mia nodded, her face partially obscured by her hands, while Harry felt equally awkward. What a surprise! Enough. Ginny shot a glare at Mia, wishing to disappear from embarrassment, while glaring at her two brothers. Oh, alright, how about a sweet? George scratched his nose and produced a candy from his pocket for Mia. No thanks, I think I'll head back. Mia noticed that Draco and Blaise were the most entertained by the spectacle, and she was determined to return and confront them. Well then, farewell. Hey Mia. Did you see? Draco began to share his joy with Mia, only to be met with her forced smile. Remembering her earlier expression, and her late arrival the previous night, he thought, oh, I was wrong. It dawned on him that the letter wasn't aimed at just one person. No wonder Mia had ignored him last night. She must have been in a foul mood. It was fine, he could easily charm her back. Initially feeling aggrieved that Mia had snubbed him, little Draco quickly concocted a justification to soothe himself. Observing the inexplicable fondness on Draco's face, Mia was perplexed and settled down beside Theodore, resting her head on her arms. Would you like something to eat? Theodore inquired with concern. I can't eat, Mia replied sullenly. Theodore glanced at Harry and Ron, who appeared equally disheartened, and cleared his throat to suppress a chuckle. Feel free to laugh, she urged. No, I want tea. He smiled gently at the adorable Mia, choosing to spare her feelings. Fortunately, Hogwarts was never short of amusing events, and before long, this incident faded into obscurity. Chapter 37. A Calamitous Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Although Mia was aware that Lockhart might be a lightweight, she had not anticipated the utter disaster that his class would become. Draco, well versed in his mother's teachings, understood that to win Mia over, he must reclaim his position beside her. Satisfied with his seat, he noted that apart from potions, where Theodore was Professor Snape's designated partner for Mia, he dared not encroach upon that arrangement, but other little dragons would certainly vie for her attention. Allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher, none other than myself, Gilderoy Lockhart. The classroom for the defense against the dark arts was unlike the gloomy setting of the previous term. This semester, it was adorned by Lockhart as if it were his personal exhibition, festooned with his photographs. At least it was sunlit. Knight of the 3rd class of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, 5-time recipient of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. Though I never boast, I do not rely on my smile to banish the banshee. As he spoke, Lockhart bore a beaming smile, captivating the young witches who were utterly spellbound. I see you've all purchased my entire collection. Splendid. No, we didn't want to, Mia silently scoffed. Let us commence today's lesson with a little quiz, Lockhart proposed, casting a glance at Mia, who exchanged a puzzled look with Draco. Do not fret, it's merely to assess how diligently you've read my books. As he distributed the papers, he continued to charm the young witches, causing Hermione to silently squeal with excitement, while Draco snatched the paper before Mia could do so, shooting a glare at Lockhart. Let us see how much of the material you've comprehended. Mia opened her quiz sheet. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What are Gilderoy Lockhart's aspirations? What do you believe is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? What nonsense is this? Who knows? Draco grimaced at the questions. Why should I care about a man's preferences? Blaise echoed his confusion. Daphne and Pansy frowned at their papers, equally disgruntled by the absurdity. Mia remained silent, until Theodore nudged her, asking what's wrong. I know all the answers. Mia's superior intellect had absorbed Lockhart's novels, which she had amusingly read as fiction, and she recalled the content vividly, the answers surfacing in her mind as she scanned the questions. You like him? That self-absorbed fellow? Absolutely not. I won't allow it. Draco reacted vehemently, nearly ready to write a letter to his father about Lockhart. Well, your taste is rather unique, Blaise assessed thoughtfully. Could it be? No. Mia must have her reasons. I shall reconsider later, Daphne mused, quickly convincing herself that Mia's choices were always justified. I certainly don't believe that Lockhart can compare to Draco, Pansy scoffed, realizing that Draco was entirely devoted to Mia. Given Mia's undeniable strength and charm, opposing her would be foolish. She couldn't afford to lose Draco and earn his disdain. Theodore too regarded Mia with a hint of uncertainty. No. I merely have a good memory. I don't wish to write down the correct answers. It feels like he would be too pleased. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. You have 30 minutes. Now begin. After much hesitation, Mia resolved to write something, deciding to casually fill in the answers. Lockhart collected the papers for grading, shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, nearly no one remembered that my favorite color is lilac. And only Miss Hermione Granger knows that my aspiration is to rid the world of evil and promote my exclusive hair potion line. The last point seemed to be the crux of the matter, especially since the Wizarding World's hair care market was dominated by the Potter family. Good girl. Lockhart winked at Hermione, who was nearly smitten. Now please pay attention. My duty is to teach you how to combat the most malevolent creatures known in the Wizarding world. In this classroom, you will confront the most terrifying beings, but with me present, you shall be unharmed. Mia, having endured nearly an hour of wasted class time, felt a flicker of anticipation as Lockhart finally approached the main subject. Could it be that Lockhart had a semblance of substance? Please do not scream, as that will only provoke them. Lockhart unveiled a cage draped in crimson cloth, revealing a bunch of Cornish pixies. Mia's heart sank. Cornish pixies, mischievous little beings, were notorious for their penchant for pranks and tricks. The students present scoffed with laughter, dismissing any notion that such little sprites could pose a threat. However, Mia's eyes widened as she observed Lockhart's movements. Could it be that he intended to release that group of mischievous sprites? Indeed, Lockhart flung open the cage, and the sprites erupted into the classroom, wreaking havoc as they tore apart books and teased their classmates, sending the students into a frenzy. Watch out! Damn it! That fool is making a run for it. I must tell my father. Draco cautiously shielded Mia, taking refuge beneath the table with Theodore and the others, while he caught sight of Lockhart, who, overwhelmed by the chaos, attempted a failed spell before fleeing in disarray, muttering a curse under his breath. Poor Neville found himself dangling from the ceiling, while the dinosaur stand collapsed due to the sprites' antics. The students were ensnared by the sprites. Even Draco and his companions were swatting them away with books, turning the classroom into utter disarray, a veritable mess. Oh no! Freezing charm. Everyone freeze. Unable to endure any longer, Mia and Hermione simultaneously cast their spells, finally halting the sprites' destructive spree. Curse that Lockhart! Draco and Theodore emerged from their hiding spot. Harry, Hermione. Ron, are you all right? Mia inquired with concern. We're fine, Harry replied, shaking his head. Lockhart has fled. Blaise observed the now empty podium, his tone laced with irritation. He stirs up a whole mess and then just runs off. Ron could scarcely believe it. Let us rescue Neville first. Mia used the levitation charm to lower Neville, while Draco and Harry directed their wands to return the sprites to their cage. Thank you, Mia, Neville said, his eyes glistening with tears. It's nothing, are you hurt? No. As she surveyed the scattered remnants of books and furniture, Mia cast a powerful restoration spell, returning everything to its original state. The classroom reverted to normal, and the damaged books were once again whole. Why go to such lengths? Draco asked, eyeing Mia. It's merely a small effort. Not everyone knows the restoration charm, and not every family can afford to repurchase those expensive books. Lockhart has fled anyway, and class will soon be over. Shall we take our leave? Mia suggested, glancing around the sparsely populated classroom. Her proposal received unanimous agreement. Chapter 38, The Slytherin Team. On Saturday, with no classes scheduled, Mia had intended to indulge in a leisurely sleep-in, but Draco's relentless pestering proved too much to resist. Now that they were finally in their second year, Draco was eager to participate in the Quidditch tryouts, and he excitedly harassed numerous individuals. Mia had planned to ignore him as much as possible, but his persistence was unyielding, and before she knew it, she was dragged to witness his tryouts early that morning. Forget it, he knows nothing. He's just a spoiled little lord. No need to get angry. Even if I distance myself from him, he wouldn't notice. Besides, I ought to be more concerned about how to deal with Voldemort's return. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, they hastily finished breakfast before being whisked away to the Quidditch pitch. 3 individuals were vying for a position: Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Why aren't you trying out? I hear Quidditch players are quite popular, Mia lazily inquired, leaning against her seat as she glanced at Blaze, who was observing the eager girls attending the tryouts. Well, Mia, you must understand, winning a girl's heart is not solely reliant on Quidditch, but rather on charm. Blaze winked at the girls, eliciting a chorus of excited squeals. All right, perhaps you have a point. Daphne, uninterested in such matters, was glued to Mia's side, discussing the latest fashion trends, while Pansy and Astoria cheered for Draco's impressive skills. Theodore appeared indifferent, engrossed in his potions textbook. Hey Mia, look. What do you think? Draco showcased the golden snitch as he soared on his broomstick, performing a tailspin right before her. Very impressive, splendid, good job. Now go on and continue your training. Her response was lackluster. Draco muttered in dissatisfaction. Wait until I win the match. I'll give you all the golden snitches I catch. The Quidditch tryouts proceeded smoothly, with Draco securing the position of seeker, while Goyle and Crabbe became beaters. Following Draco's successful selection, Lucius generously sponsored the Slytherin team with 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms, solidifying their prominence. The Gryffindor team, having won the Quidditch Cup last semester, had Oliver Wood devise a new training plan during the holidays, ensuring that as long as there were no classes, they would train with the players, and Harry appeared to have bulked up significantly. However, today brought a small complication when Flint brandished a permit from Professor Snape, attempting to seize control of the pitch, leading to a heated dispute between the two teams. Sensing the escalating tension, Hermione and Ron intervened in the quarrel. Gryffindor players aren't just selected for their wealth. They earn their place through genuine skill, Hermione asserted, eyeing the Nimbus 2001 brooms in the hands of the Slytherin team to support Harry. No one is talking to you, you filthy mudblood, Draco sneered disdainfully at Hermione. Unable to tolerate Hermione's insult, Ron attempted to cast a slug-vomiting charm at Draco, but his wand backfired, causing chaos to erupt. By the time Mia arrived, alerted by her admirers, she overheard the exchange. Draco. Mia had fought in the past due to her family being subjected to similar slurs. Mia, what are you doing here? Draco turned, startled to see her, a rush of anxiety coursing through him. Draco earned his place on the team through his own merit. Mia defended him. As Draco wondered if she had heard his previous remark. Draco, apologize, Mia said sternly, her gaze unwavering. That comment, regardless of who uttered it, was too harsh. Both Hermione and Draco were important friends to Mia. You. Impossible. Draco could never bring himself to apologize. His pride would not allow it. Especially since Hermione had provoked him first. Very well, if that is the case, then we needn't continue this relationship. At Mia's words, Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. You would sever ties with me over her? Draco, have you forgotten why I dueled with Pansy and the others? With that, Mia had little more to say. Ron was in a precarious situation and needed to find Madame Pomfrey, and the Gryffindor team could no longer continue their practice, so they followed suit. After Mia left, Draco's expression darkened. Fine, if that's how it is, then so be it. Though he spoke defiantly, regret lingered in his heart, yet he could not humble himself. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey administered some potions to Ron, who felt considerably better after taking them. Once it was confirmed that Ron was all right, the Gryffindor team dispersed. The group then made their way to Hagrid's hut. Who is he going to cast a spell on? Hagrid inquired, noticing Ron's pale complexion with concern. Malfoy. What does he call Hermione? I don't know what it means. Mudblood means dirty blood. It is a derogatory term for children of Muggle descent, Mia explained, taking Hermione's trembling hand in hers. Those whose parents cannot perform magic, like me, are taught not to speak that way. Hermione buried her face in Mia's shoulder, quietly sobbing. Then Mia, what about you and Harry? She recalled Mia's earlier words about the reason for her past duel, but Mia remained silent. I'll go confront them, Harry exclaimed, eager to settle the score with those who had insulted them, but he was halted by Ron, Mia, and Hagrid. I've already taught them a lesson. They wouldn't dare cross me now. Some wizards, such as the Malfoy family, believe that their so-called pure bloodlines confer superiority. While the notion of dirty blood is utter nonsense, most wizards today are of mixed heritage. The key point is that our Hermione does not lack magical ability. Come here. Child, Hagrid beckoned Hermione. Don't dwell on those things, Hermione. Try not to let it bother you, all right? Hagrid spoke gently, and Hermione finally managed to smile. Due to Hermione's situation, Draco found himself continually thwarted by Mia, as no one but Theodore and Daphne dared to speak to her. Draco's frustration grew as he stubbornly clashed with Mia. In the herbology class, the task at hand was to repot the mandrake, necessitating a partnership of two. Originally, Mia's partner was Draco, but she deliberately ignored him and teamed up with Theodore instead. The roots of the mandrake remarkably resemble those of a human infant. gradually taking on the form of a small figure as they mature. Its cries are perilously lethal. Any creature that hears them may succumb to unconsciousness or even death. Hence, one must exercise utmost caution when handling mandrakes, typically donning earmuffs to muffle the sound. With their earmuffs securely in place and clad in dragon hide gloves, Mia and Theodore worked seamlessly together, successfully earning 5 points for Slytherin. In addition to this, Draco, out of curiosity, placed his hand into the mouth of the crying mandrake, only to be bitten, but fortunately he was protected by his gloves. Meanwhile, Neville fainted from fright. The mandrake is a crucial ingredient in the creation of the Mandrake Restorative Draught, a potion capable of reversing petrification. Moreover, the leaves of the mandrake play an essential role in the process of becoming an animagus. Before the class concluded, Mia stealthily plucked a few leaves to take with her. Recently, she had been observing celestial phenomena and noted that the coming months would be cloudless, presenting an opportune moment to embark on her journey to become an animagus. Chapter 39, Special Training. The first step in becoming an animagus involves holding a single leaf of mandrake in one's mouth continuously for an entire month. If the leaf is removed, one must start anew. Holding the leaf in her mouth proved quite inconvenient for Mia, resulting in numerous failures. Though she was fortunate to have collected several extra leaves, due to Lockhart's unreliability and the dangers surrounding Harry, Mia decided to bring their trio to the room of requirement for specialized training. Wow, this is truly remarkable, Ron exclaimed as he gazed at the ever-changing room. Mia, how did you find this place? Harry inquired curiously. A secret. Now is not the time for that. We have important matters to attend to. Let's commence our training. Mia clapped her hands to gather their attention. Behind her stood 3 statues clad in armor, wielding long swords. Today, I will teach you an offensive spell and a defensive spell. The first is the shield charm, which protects you from enemy attacks. The second is the disarming charm, which disarms your opponent by knocking their weapon away, followed by the exploding charm for an offensive strike. Allow me to demonstrate. Harry, you will assist me. All right. Harry promptly stepped forward to face Mia. Attack me. He hesitated momentarily before casting a spell. Shield charm. The attack was successfully deflected. Disarming charm. Mia then directed her spell at Harry, sending his wand flying into her grasp. Wow, Ron said, clapping in awe. Now the exploding charm. Mia unleashed the spell towards Harry without hesitation, causing Ron to fear a rift between the siblings. However, Harry's bracelet emitted a protective shield that intercepted the attack. Impressive, Harry remarked, glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, while Hermione and Ron curiously inquired, "What is that?" "This is a small weapon I crafted through alchemy, inscribed with runes. It automatically generates a protective shield in times of danger. Naturally, I have prepared one for each of you," Mia explained, handing Ron a bracelet adorned with a small rabbit, and another featuring a wizard chess piece to Hermione. "How beautiful," Hermione marveled at her bracelet, while Ron held his with equal admiration. "I've also added some functions. It can sense each other's approximate locations, and if you come under attack, I will be alerted to your whereabouts." "You're incredible, Mia. You seem to be capable of anything," Ron thought, contemplating the vast differences between individuals. "Alright, enough chit-chat. Do you remember the spells I just taught you?" "Yes." The 3 of them nodded in unison. "Excellent. Do you see the statues behind me? They will now attack you. You need to defend yourselves while defeating them." Without allowing them a moment to react, Mia initiated the assault. "Wait. We're not ready, Mia," Ron exclaimed, dodging clumsily, while Harry and Hermione quickly cast the shield charm to block the oncoming attack. "The enemy won't grant you time to react. Continue until you've mastered the spells," Mia instructed, leaving them to fend for themselves. She had her own studies in alchemy and runes to attend to, and their equipment required regular updates. The trio engaged in a frantic exchange of attacks and defenses, struggling considerably. "Harry, I can't keep this up," Ron exclaimed, his wand being temperamental. With his success rate hovering around 50%, he relied heavily on Harry and Hermione for protection. Shield charm. Altogether, Hermione recalled a protective spell Mia had used and instinctively cast it, enveloping the 3 of them in a shield. "Wow, Hermione, you're fantastic." Harry and Ron admired her. Among the 3, Hermione frequently studied with Mia, acquiring a wealth of knowledge, though lacking in practical experience. Harry, having trained extensively with Mia, had developed strong defensive skills against dark magic, largely thanks to her guidance. Ron, on the other hand, was still in the early stages of his training, and needed to apply himself diligently. "Wow, Hermione, you're amazing, but remember, you can only use the 3 spells I taught you," Mia noted, giving Hermione a thumbs up. However, their primary objective today was to master the practical application of these 3 spells. By the end of their training, The trio was utterly drained of magic. Observing that the statues had ceased their attacks, Mia decided it was time to halt the exercise. "Are you all right?" she asked, waving her wand. The tip gathered a gentle energy, alleviating their exhaustion and restoring their magical reserves. "How marvelous!" Hermione gazed at Mia with longing, eager to learn more. "Not yet. Your magical reserves are insufficient, and you might get hurt. However, I can teach you the runes," Mia said, playfully poking Hermione's forehead. "All right, once you've rested, we shall continue. Since there are no classes tomorrow, don't even think about leaving until you've mastered these spells," Mia stated with a radiant smile, though her words bore an almost sinister undertone. How could such chilling words emanate from a face so beautiful? Ron wore an expression of despair, while Harry had grown accustomed to Mia's grueling training sessions over the holidays. Hermione, however, was eager to strengthen her abilities, and was already rearing to go. As dawn approached, Harry and Ron supported each other, nodding off as they exited the room of requirement, while Hermione, invigorated by Mia's energizing potion, eagerly headed to the library with Mia's notes on runes. Ron, however, had no desire to return to that place. Yet, for the following nights, the trio would be summoned by Mia for training. "Help!" Ron cried out. After successfully holding the mandrake leaf in her mouth for an entire month, Mia was ready to proceed to the next step, instructing Harry, Hermione, and Ron to train diligently in the room of requirement while she ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The second step in becoming an animagus requires the leaf to be removed during a full moon and placed in a crystal vial filled with saliva, allowing it to absorb the pure moonlight. Under the moonlit vial, one must add a strand of hair and a silver teaspoon of dew, with the dew collected from a location untouched by sunlight or human contact for a full week. Lastly, a cocoon of a demiguise must be added to the mixture, which should then be placed in a quiet, dark location until the next thunderstorm arrives. Observing from the astronomy tower, Mia noted that the next storm was forecasted for the following week. During this interval, she needed to point her wand at her heart and recite a spell at both sunrise and sunset. With 5 hours remaining until dawn, Mia checked her pocket watch and decided to see how Harry and the others were faring in their training. Once they had sufficiently grasped the new spells, Mia allowed them to return home while she remained in the room of requirement. As the time approached, Mia pointed her wand at her heart, murmuring, "Amando, Animo, Animato, Animagus." Chapter 40, Luna the Elf. After several days of continuous incantations, Mia could sense a second faint heartbeat when the tip of her wand touched her chest. In recent days, the Cold War between Draco and Mia has indeed astonished everyone. During their previous standoff, it was evident that neither truly wished for a severance. However, this time, Draco clearly finds it difficult to lower his pride, while Mia has resolutely chosen to ignore him. Draco's subtle attempts at gifting and leaving notes have proven utterly futile. "What should I do? Surely Mia wouldn't he really disregard me?" Draco paced restlessly, glancing at the few individuals on the sofa, hoping for a spark of inspiration. "Why not just apologize to Mia? Whatever she asks, just comply," Daphne remarked nonchalantly, while casually admiring her freshly manicured nails. Lately, Mia had been preoccupied with Granger and Potter, nearly jeopardizing Daphne's own social standing. "I have apologized, but I cannot possibly extend an apology to that Granger." Draco slumped onto the sofa in despair. "You know how close Mia is with Granger, and given her sensitivity towards that word, how could you say such a thing?" Blaze rifled through love letters from admirers, momentarily pausing as Pansy's expression stiffened at the mention of that word, casting a glare in Blaze's direction. "I didn't expect she would actually hear that," Draco mumbled, his head drooping in disappointment. "Well, if that is the case, what do you intend to do?" Daphne, now exasperated, shot Draco an incredulous glance and gestured to Astoria. "Come here, dear, keep your distance to avoid getting entangled in this mess." Millicent roughly stroked her cat, which promptly scampered away in discomfort. Luna sauntered into the common room, surveying the scene before settling beside Theodore, who gently rested a hand on her back. "Luna, what brings you here? Do you know where Mia is?" Daphne, surprised to see the rarely present Luna, eagerly sought information about Mia, knowing that Luna had a knack for locating her. Luna shook her head, brushing against Theodore's hand. Meanwhile, Mia was in the Ravenclaw common room. Upon her entrance, Mia immediately noticed Luna, isolated and adorned in peculiar attire. To Mia, Luna appeared as a misunderstood sprite, wandering through a world that failed to comprehend her essence. This was Mia's first impression of her. Their initial encounter had been during the sorting ceremony, where Mia was captivated by Luna's moonlit blonde hair and sky-blue eyes, exuding an air of independence. Luna had been sorted into Ravenclaw, the house symbolizing wisdom. Their second meeting took place in the Ravenclaw common room, where Mia discovered her fascination with the house, particularly due to its library that rivaled that of a grand library, and the entrance to the dormitory, which required answering a riddle. The Ravenclaw common room was exquisite, with a marble statue of Rowena standing proudly in a niche, blue silk curtains draping from arched windows, and a deep blue carpet adorned with celestial maps, embodying boundless wisdom and liberated spirits. The younger students paid little mind to the sudden presence of a Slytherin, and after Mia explored the common room, she proceeded to the library. As she retrieved a book she wished to peruse in peace, she noticed Luna sitting alone on a sofa, sporting carrot-shaped earrings and holding a book upside down. The other Ravenclaw students maintained their distance, whispering amongst themselves as if intentionally isolating her. However, Luna remained blissfully unaware, lost in her own realm. Mia approached Luna, drawing the attention of the younger students, but upon recognizing Mia, they promptly fell silent at her warning glance. "Your magazine is upside down," Mia spoke softly, cautious that her voice might disturb the ethereal girl. Luna tilted her head. "No, it isn't. What is it about?" "Some rather peculiar matters." "May I have a look?" "Of course." Luna was a gentle, astute girl, brimming with whimsical thoughts that often led others to label her as eccentric. Yet she remained unfazed. "It's a fascinating story," Mia expressed, intrigued by the narrative within. "I am Mia Potter, and you are?" "I am Luna Lovegood." The name Luna, meaning moon, suited her perfectly. "Pleased to meet you, Luna." "Thank you, but you have a Raxpert nearby. Your thoughts are all muddled." With that, she attempted to swat away the imagined creature hovering near Mia. "Raxpert?" Mia inquired, intrigued by the novel term. "They are invisible, drifting into your ears and muddling your thoughts. I just saw one." "Truly a marvelous thing," Mia mused, captivated by Luna's unique perspective. Their bond deepened with each of Mia's visits to play with Luna. Thus, upon discovering Luna was being bullied, Mia reported the incident and cautioned the tormentors, effectively addressing the issue. Since Mia had yet to finish exploring Ravenclaw's library, she frequently returned to the common room, where Luna often lingered, and she also became acquainted with Mia's namesake Black Cat. "Luna, have you been bullied recently?" "No, I don't mind such things." "I understand. But I care." Luna tilted her head, adorned with her quirky hat, looking utterly adorable. "Thank you, Mia." Unable to resist, Mia reached out to stroke her. "It's all right." Chapter 41 Animagus. As the storm approached, with lightning cleaving the sky, Mia hastened to the location where she had buried a crystal vial. Today the thunderstorm raged, and all students sought refuge within the castle. Mia waited at the periphery of the forbidden forest for the arrival of lightning, eschewing the water-repelling charm, allowing the torrential rain to soak her completely, as the howling wind plastered her dark curls to her face. Suddenly, lightning illuminated the heavens, splitting the sky in an instant, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Mia promptly made her way to the site of the hidden crystal vial, retrieving it to discover a potion of a vivid crimson hue. "I did it." The next step was to immediately proceed to a vast and secure location, ensuring that the transformation process would not attract attention or endanger her physical form. Mia headed to the prepared spot, directing her wand towards her heart, chanting the incantation, Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus before consuming the potion. Mia felt intense pain coursing through her body, instinctively curling up, biting her lip to suppress a cry. 2 fierce heartbeats echoed within her, and images of the creature she was about to transform into flooded her mind. At this moment, she had to exude courage, as escape would soon be impossible. Mia's clothing and jewelry began to meld into her skin, as her form transformed, exhibiting the traits of an animal, feathers, talons. She reminded herself not to resist or panic, lest the animal's instincts seize control. Her body shrank, hands morphing into black wings, feet evolving into the sharp claws of a bird, and soon her face began to alter. Once the pain subsided, Mia managed to stand, albeit weakly, eager to discover her new form. Concealing her wand, Mia attempted to flap her wings. The sensation of her first flight was extraordinary, though somewhat unsteady. She quickly mastered the art of flying, guiding her body towards a stream, the dwelling place of unicorns. The unicorns regarded the peculiar creature before them with quizzical tilts of their heads, until one majestic unicorn approached, inviting Mia to alight upon its back. Recognizing the unicorn, Mia realized it was the very one she had once saved, now fully recovered and leading its herd, a delightful sight indeed. Mia alighted upon the back of the unicorn leader, surrounded by a throng of unicorns affectionately nuzzling her, clearly recognizing this little creature as the human who had saved one of their companions. Gently nudging a unicorn that approached for a nuzzle with her ebony wings, Mia observed the creature's look of sorrow and conveyed that she had matters to attend to. Unaware of her transformed state, the unicorn leader guided Mia to the edge of a crystal-clear stream, where the water mirrored her current appearance. A petite figure adorned with black feathers that shimmered with a bluish-purple metallic luster under the light, sharp black talons and beak. Resembling a raven chick. In various cultures, ravens symbolize diverse meanings. In some, they represent wisdom, mystery, and foresight, while in others, they are associated with death and calamity. Yet, one cannot deny the raven's intelligence, remarkable memory, and formidable survival skills, along with their peculiar fondness for shiny objects. Indeed, the raven seemed quite fitting for her. Mia, curious whether Harry would still recognize her in her raven form, bid farewell to the unicorns and soared towards the castle. Harry had recently been ensnared by Lockhart to assist in responding to fan letters, so he should be in Lockhart's office at this hour. Mia darted towards that direction. Raindrops cascading upon her and sliding off. Upon reaching Lockhart's window, Mia shook off the rainwater, opened the window, and flew inside, not forgetting to politely close it behind her. You are fortunate to assist me in replying to fan letters. Is there a more delightful form of detention? What had Harry done to warrant such confinement? Mia perched on Harry's shoulder, peering inquisitively. Hello. Harry, feeling the weight on his shoulder, turned to see a damp raven. Although he was puzzled as to why it had landed on him, he kindly cast a drying charm on the raven. After drying, Mia appeared fluffy and soft. Harry chuckled as he stroked her head. Mia nuzzled closer, tilting her head and calling out twice, Do you recognize me? Harry, how did you get in here? Where are your parents? The little raven, only the size of Harry's 2 palms, was evidently still a chick. With such heavy rain, how could it be flying about alone? Oh, where did this raven come from? Lockhart frowned at the sight of the raven perched on Harry's arm. Ravens were not considered auspicious creatures. Professor, I'll take her outside, Harry hastily interjected, eager to leave. Before Lockhart could protest, Harry dashed out. Harry, your detention is over? Hermione and Ron appeared around the corner, rushing towards Harry upon seeing him emerge. Thanks to this little one, I'm free, he said, lifting the small raven. Wow, so tiny. It's still a chick. Hermione gently stroked its feathers. Bro, where did you find her? I don't know. She flew onto my shoulder while I was signing for Lockhart. Harry recalled. By the way, we need to hurry to the 8th floor. Today's training hasn't started yet. Hermione and Ron had come to wait for Harry for this very reason. Oh right, let us hurry. Why can't you recognize me yet, silly brother? Mia pecked at Harry in frustration. Be good. We have things to do. Stick with me, and once I'm done, I'll take you to find your parents. Harry thought the little raven was just bored and attempted to comfort her. Upon reaching the room of requirement, they found it empty. Strange, where's Mia? Hermione turned around, not spotting Mia or any notes she may have left behind. Maybe she's busy. Does that mean we don't have to train? Ron's eyes lit up. Dream on. Hermione's words were accompanied by the flap of Mia's wing, brushing against the back of Ron's head. Not painful, just a familiar force. Ouch. What was that for? Ron glared at the little raven, feeling an uncanny resemblance to Mia. That familiar gesture? Mia? Harry stared at the little raven, incredulity in his voice as he tentatively called out. Mia? Yes, finally recognized me. Mia nodded in satisfaction. Mia, what happened to you? How did you become like this? Harry quickly examined Mia, bewildered at how his sister had transformed overnight. Mia, what is this? Hermione rushed over to inspect as well. It really is Mia. What I said. Ron broke into a cold sweat. Is this one of your pranks? Or some bizarre transformation spell? Harry cautiously inquired. Mia shook her head, then nodded. Not a prank, but a transformation spell? Hermione translated. Mia nodded again. What transformation spell? Hermione suddenly recalled Mia's earlier reading on animagi. Animagus? Mia affirmed, impressed by Hermione's quick deduction. How could you? Animagi are perilous. Have you forgotten what Professor McGonagall said? What if you had failed? Hermione and Harry erupted, scolding Mia for her reckless behavior. Mia flew behind Ron, using a wing to cover her face, pretending not to hear. Harry, half amused and half exasperated, said, Don't hide. Hurry up and transform back. Oh, if I had known. I wouldn't have told Harry, Mia signaled to them before flying to retrieve her wand. Upon her return, seeing her sister safe and sound, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. I know you're clever, but next time you undertake something dangerous, you must inform me. What if something happened to you? Harry gazed sternly at Mia. I understand. Chapter 42. Afternoon tea. Although Mia had mastered the art of animagus transformation, she had no intention of reporting it, as it was one of her trump cards. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were equally cooperative in keeping this secret. The day after the rain, the sun shone brightly, the grass exuding the fresh scent of earth and greenery, perfect for a nap. Mia had arranged to have afternoon tea on the lawn with Hermione, Luna, Ginny, Daphne, and Astoria. She first took Luna to the kitchen, where they had the house elf pack a variety of delicious treats before heading to the meeting spot. Hermione, Ginny, and Luna were already there, having spread out a blanket and laid out the food, allowing their pets to play freely. Daphne and Astoria arrived fashionably late, and as soon as she arrived, Daphne clung to Mia. "I can never find you," Daphne lamented. "Oh, I've just been busy," Mia replied, pushing Daphne away slightly as she introduced everyone. "This is Daphne and Astoria. This is Ginny, Luna, and Hermione." Astoria was a gentle girl, and unlike the pureblood families in the wizarding world who discriminated against muggles, she viewed everyone as equals, easily forming a bond with Hermione and the others. When girls gathered, their conversations naturally drifted towards makeup, fashion, and relationships, topics that effortlessly deepened their connections. "Those boys are insufferable. They all think they're so handsome," Daphne complained about her suitors and the boys around her. "What kind of person do you all like?" Ginny asked curiously. "Talented, interesting, and handsome," Daphne declared, her standards for a partner quite high. "For me, he must be intelligent, respectful of women, and treat me well," Hermione reflected, considering this for the first time. However, after the incident with Draco, she understood the true character of most in the wizarding world, thus firmly rejecting bloodline discrimination. "And you, Mia?" Daphne inquired, looking at her younger sister. Astoria blushed slightly. "I don't know, but he must be a good person." "What about you, Luna? What do you like?" "Someone witty and humorous? Someone who can sing off-key with me?" Luna mused, envisioning a person who truly understood her. "And Ginny?" "Someone like Harry, I suppose," the group chuckled, well aware that Ginny's heart belonged to the Potter siblings. Ginny let out a couple of hums. "Not at all. I prefer someone like Mia, strong, knowledgeable, composed, and intelligent. As for Mia's preferences, any of my brothers would be more than suitable." Ginny still harbored hopes of transforming Mia into her sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their curious gazes toward her, especially considering that Draco had unmistakably shown interest in Mia, while the Weasley twins had their own ulterior motives. Additionally, Cedric seemed to harbor a certain interest in Mia, and the students were discreetly placing their bets on her. Daphne was particularly intrigued, as Draco had been in a rather foul mood lately due to his Cold War with Mia. Mia, noticing the eager eyes fixed upon her, leaned back in resignation to create some distance. "Come on, do tell. We are absolutely dying of curiosity." "Yes, indeed. With so many gentlemen around, whom do you fancy? Is it the proud young master, or the handsome gentleman? Or perhaps the mischievous, witty twins? I think the stoic one is quite appealing too. Despite being a Quidditch fanatic, he possesses an undeniably handsome face and an impressive physique. Can I opt out of making a choice?" Mia admitted, to be honest, before vanquishing Voldemort. "I truly had no time to ponder such matters. I haven't had the luxury to entertain romance. Even after defeating Voldemort, I must focus on devising a way to research the magic of time travel to save my parents." "No way. What type do you truly prefer?" "Well, I suppose someone who is handsome, tall, intelligent, and powerful." "How vague. It seems that aside from Cedric, no one truly fits the bill for Mia." With that said, it felt as though no one would be suitable for Mia at all. "Thank you?" A gentle voice emerged from behind the group. The girls stiffly turned their heads, only to find the very person they had been discussing standing right behind them. Cedric was flanked by a group of boys who were teasing him with playful gestures, while Harry maintained a serious demeanor, accompanied by the grinning twins and a slightly blushing Wood. Meanwhile, Draco, Theodore, and a few others wore scowls, clearly not pleased. "Oh dear," Harry remarked. "Why is everyone so preoccupied with my sister? Don't you all have sisters of your own?" Cedric had initially joined his friends to bask in the sun, intending to greet Mia when he unexpectedly overheard their conversation, causing his ears to redden slightly. Harry and his companions were dressed in Quidditch uniforms, suggesting they had just finished practice and were heading back to the castle. Draco had come merely because he learned that Daphne and Mia were together. "What a coincidence. What brings you here?" Mia asked Cedric, breaking the tense atmosphere. "I came to take a break and thought I might say hello upon seeing you." Cedric replied with a smile, offering Mia a piece of candy, a new treat from Hogsmeade. "Thank you." Mia accepted it nonchalantly, ignoring the fervent stares from behind her. "Impressive." "Mia," exclaimed Hermione, "since I have nothing to do, I might as well stay here with you." Harry, feeling a surge of protectiveness, quickly stepped forward to pull his sister closer, eyeing the group of boys warily. "Merlin's pants, they look quite intimidating." Ron, having appeared from nowhere, grabbed some snacks Mia and the others had prepared, munching while exclaiming his thoughts. "How fortunate. We have nothing to do either. Perhaps Miss Slytherin would welcome our company?" George and Fred chimed in, attempting to draw closer to Mia, only to be swatted away by Harry. Mia is obviously with us Slytherins. Draco interjected, unwilling to back down. If I recall correctly, weren't you the one who upset Mia? You're not on the pitch right now, George quipped, not hesitating to stir the pot. Mia, I have completed the potion modification formula you requested. Would you like to give it a try? Theodore quietly approached Mia. Sure, once we finish here, Mia replied. Her interest piqued. Blaise remarked, silently making significant progress, are we? In the end, amidst Harry's displeased expression, Draco's brazen demeanor, and a crowd of people finishing their snacks around Mia, Harry pulled Mia away while casting a glare at the group. Chapter 43. The Aftermath of the Cruciatus Curse. As Harry was preparing for an imminent Quidditch match, Mia generously granted Hermione, Harry and Ron a break, reasoning that their current abilities would suffice for self-defense in case of danger. Ron, upon realizing he could finally enjoy a holiday, was nearly in tears. Ron exclaimed, after all the hardships, we finally reap the rewards, folks. Once Mia had given them their reprieve, she plunged headfirst into her studies, spending her days in the room of requirement, either practicing potions and spells or delving into alchemy and ancient runes. Before the previous holiday, Theodore had gifted her a dark arts defense item, prompting Mia to contemplate returning the favor. Voldemort would resurrect during the Triwizard Tournament, indicating that wizarding families would once again serve him. Regardless of Theodore's ultimate stance, Mia hoped for his safety, as well as for Draco and the others. Despite their many conflicts, Mia did not wish to see them ultimately separated by death. Why oh why? Did I not finish watching the movies and reading the novels before my journey here? Now I know nothing. All I understand is that Voldemort is not dead. How infuriating. Could someone not have reminded me during my next time travel? Mia muttered to herself, diligently crafting her alchemical items and inscribing runes. As she worked, her mind began to drift. After arriving in the wizarding world, she had intentionally sought to learn about many matters, beginning with their parents, Lily and James, and their friend Sirius, who was imprisoned in Azkaban for the deaths of the Potters. Given that Peter was the true culprit, Sirius should be regarded as a scapegoat. Once Mia gathered enough evidence, she could clear his name. Peter was currently with Ron, so how could she expose him? Moreover, she recalled Trelawney's prophecy, which stated that the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord would enter, born into a family that had triumphed over him thrice, born at the end of July, and marked by the Dark Lord as his equal. However, this individual possessed a strength unknown to Voldemort, and one must perish at the hands of the other, as both could not coexist. The one possessing the power to conquer the Dark Lord would be born at the end of July. Due to this prophecy, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had ruthlessly targeted families with children born at the end of July, including not only her and Harry's parents but also Neville's. They suffered the aftermath of the Cruciatus Curse, and were currently receiving treatment at St. Mungo's. The aftereffects of the Cruciatus Curse likely included psychological trauma, cognitive impairment, and emotional numbness, with the treatments available in this era providing only temporary relief. Mia placed the completed defense item into a designated box, retrieved her spell and potion notes, and thoughtfully began to jot down her thoughts. The Cruciatus Curse could be likened to extreme psychological trauma. Perhaps this could allow for the exploration of modern therapeutic methods. The 1990s in England were witnessing rapid advancements in psychological medicine, yet the wizarding community was reluctant to engage with the non-magical world, rendering their understanding of psychological treatment rather outdated. As for Neville's parents, cognitive behavioral therapy or eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy might be suitable, potentially combined with potions, although it was uncertain if they would be amenable to such treatments. As for potions, there were no particularly suitable options. Mia wrote down her thoughts, concluding that a potion to alleviate anxiety and depression symptoms, akin to exhilaration and calming potions, might be required, albeit distinct from both. Perhaps Professor Snape would have insight? Resolving to act on her thoughts, Mia tidied up the room of requirement, and made her way to the dungeon. Professor! Professor! Mia exclaimed, hurriedly pushing open the door, where Snape was currently scolding a student with a dark expression. Upon hearing Mia's abrupt voice, the students bracing for a reprimand expected to face dire consequences from Professor Snape, only to see him gesture for them to leave. Saved by the bell, the two students hastily exited, closing the door behind them. Have I disturbed you, Professor? Mia asked, realizing her entrance had been somewhat abrupt. What is the matter? Why the commotion? Severus Snape, unfazed, settled into his chair behind his desk while Mia took a seat opposite him. I have a thought regarding the aftereffects of the Cruciatus Curse, she ventured, handing her notebook to Snape. The moment he heard her words, he understood whom this idea was intended for. This somewhat overly benevolent young lady. Yet, Snape had always indulged Mia's whimsical notions, diligently perusing her notes. Are you suggesting the creation of a potion that alleviates depression and anxiety, while also treating mental health issues? You must realize that developing a new potion is a formidable challenge. What prompts this aspiration? Snape refrained from hastily dismissing Mia's naive idea. Instead, he was intrigued to learn her motivations. Years ago, countless individuals perished at the hands of Voldemort and his Death Eaters due to a prophecy, and many others were tormented to the point of losing their autonomy. Perhaps my thoughts are indeed somewhat idealistic, but I believe that since I possess the capability, why not attempt to assist them? Their children, like Harry and I, have lost loved ones. I deeply empathize with such pain. Unbeknownst to Mia, her words inadvertently struck a chord with Snape, yet she remained steadfast in her belief. If she could help, why not try? Snape gazed silently at Mia for a prolonged moment. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. Kind and just. I understand now. I shall relay your idea to the headmaster, and we will have Street Mungo's experiment with this approach. Let us endeavor together. Really? Thank you, Professor, Mia exclaimed, her green eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Snape, brimming with joy. Indeed it is true. I shall begin my research. You may return if there is nothing further. Goodbye, Professor. Snape acted swiftly, and after Mia departed, he summoned his Patronus to convey her thoughts to Dumbledore, who immediately sought out Mia. In the headmaster's office, Mia was astonished to see so many prominent figures present: Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape. Is this truly necessary? She wondered. Do not be anxious, child. Your idea is remarkable. Could you elaborate for us? Dumbledore offered, presenting Mia with a steaming cup of hot cocoa. Of course. In my previous life, I was quite learned, with interests spanning various fields. Mia spoke eloquently about her concept, and the professors listened intently, occasionally posing questions that Mia adeptly addressed, until the discussion stretched into the evening. This idea is indeed viable, Professor Sprout affirmed, nodding. As she was well versed in herbalism, she could discern the potential value of Mia's proposal. Very well, I shall contact St. Mungo's for experimentation. Severus. The potion development shall fall to you. Dumbledore's face radiated joy, knowing how deeply he cared for the Longbottoms, former esteemed members of the Order of the Phoenix. It is quite late, Mia. You should return to rest, McGonagall urged, glancing at the darkening sky. Once Mia departed, the professors continued their discussion. I had no idea this child was so extraordinary, McGonagall mused, glancing at the spot where Mia had just sat. If she can indeed resolve this issue, she will be a great benefactor, Professor Sprout added, her eyes twinkling with delight. Indeed, how splendid it would be if she could succeed, Dumbledore reflected, gazing at the full moon. Chapter 44. The Bloodletter. During this period, Mia busied herself with her own affairs before collaborating with Professor Snape on the new potion. As a master of potions, Snape found the process remarkably smooth, especially given Mia's high intelligence and innate talent for potion making. St. Mungo's adopted Mia's methods, identifying willing participants for experimental interventions, which yielded significant results. Mia was frequently invited to St. Mungo's to refine the treatment experiments. The initial batch of potions developed in partnership with Snape also made considerable progress, and after trials, human testing commenced. The Longbottom couple volunteered, their participation sanctioned by Neville's grandmother. Augusta. Are there any side effects? How do they respond to external stimuli? The physicians, Mia, Professor Snape, Dumbledore, and Augusta, stood nervously outside the observation room, monitoring the situation within. Currently, side effects include heightened nerve sensitivity and dizziness, but the patients are exhibiting improved mental states. Attempt to communicate. Mr. Frank, can you hear me? The lead physician held a vial before Frank Longbottom's eyes. It is a potion, he responded, his voice hoarse and sluggish from prolonged unconsciousness. Yet his reaction invigorated everyone. Success. It works. The physicians exchanged excited glances, while Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with joy. Snape meticulously recorded data, preparing a second batch of improved potions. Augusta, trembling with emotion, bent down and wept, prompting Mia to support the resilient woman. Thank you, child, thank you. After so many years, her son and daughter-in-law finally showed signs of response. It is what I ought to do, Mia gently reassured her, patting her frail shoulder. We must continue observing the other patients' reactions, Snape insisted, seeking more precise data. Mrs. Alice, who is this? The lead physician inquired, holding up a photo of Neville. Yes, Neville. My child, Alice Longbottom answered, tears welling in her eyes, her voice cracking. Wonderful. This truly works. All of our patients can be saved. Excellent work, Mia. Your parents would be immensely proud, Dumbledore said, crouching down to gently ruffle Mia's hair, his eyes filled with warmth and kindness. The patients require rest. Let us proceed to the conference room to discuss the next steps in treatment. The lead physician, filled with joy, ushered everyone involved to continue deliberating the plan. For a doctor, witnessing a patient's recovery is the ultimate reward. What shall be our next course of action? In the conference room, Mia and Professor Snape stood before an assembly of physicians taking notes. Now that we have made significant progress, we can further assess the patient's responses to external stimuli, while also commencing rehabilitation. It would be beneficial for family members to accompany them during this stage. Additionally, my professor and I will enhance the potion to strengthen its psychological soothing effects. I ask that you closely monitor their mental states and provide feedback on the potion's efficacy. If the Longbottoms truly recover, they will be the first documented case of recovery from Cruciatus Curse aftereffects, opening the door for all patients to have the potential for healing. Indeed, what a youthful genius we have here. Miss Potter, have you considered a future at St. Mungo's? The headmaster beamed at Mia, subtly trying to recruit her. As the atmosphere lightened following the Longbottoms' progress, that would not be appropriate. Mia's talents extend far beyond that. I intend to personally mentor this child, Dumbledore declared, unwilling to let his prized student slip away. She is currently my pupil, Snape interjected, his tone discontented, asserting his claim over Mia. The group exited the conference room, chatting and laughing, as Augusta immediately approached Mia. Grandmother Augusta, Mia said, quickly supporting her. Child Augusta's gratitude was evident as Mia nodded in understanding. Truly, this is wonderful. Everyone felt a twinge of envy. After the great battle, how many lives were lost and how many families, like the Longbottoms, suffered? Augusta and Neville were not isolated cases. Upon returning to school, Neville received word from his grandmother, as the upcoming treatment required family involvement, which revealed to him the state of his parents. Following him were Harry, Hermione, Ron and other students who, like him, had lost their parents to the Cruciatus Curse, waiting at the castle entrance to welcome Mia and Professor Snape. Overwhelmed with grief, Neville and the other students wept uncontrollably, while Harry and the others stood beside Mia, holding her hand. Mia, you are remarkable, Harry said tenderly, gazing at his sister. At that moment, Mia truly embodied the savior. I merely did what I could, thanks to the professors and the healers at St. Mungo's, along with those steadfast heroes. Without them, I would not have succeeded. Mia returned the photograph of the Longbottom family to Neville, gently patting his shoulder, assuring him that as long as they lived and persevered, hope would remain. Neville nodded vigorously, clutching the photograph tightly. Snape and Mia named their potion Hope. And for the ensuing research, they spent nearly all their days in the dungeon, with Professor Dumbledore granting Mia permission to forego classes. It was during this time that trouble arose for Harry. With the second phase of potion research concluding, Mia and Professor Snape were afforded a few days of respite. Today, Mia presented the defensive items she had crafted to Theodore, and discussed some unique insights regarding potions with him before seeking out Harry. Harry, having trained late at the Room of Requirement, was caught by a prefect on his way back to the dormitory, and was currently serving detention. Thus Mia, along with Hermione and Ron, went to Gilderoy Lockhart's office to retrieve him. Blood, I smell blood. I shall rend you apart. I will kill you. Suddenly, Harry heard a strange voice in Lockhart's office. Exiting the office, he noticed the sound moving, and he followed it along the wall, eager to discover its source. Harry, did you hear that? He asked Mia, Hermione and Ron. Hear what? Ron inquired, puzzled, while Mia furrowed her brow, scanning the vicinity. That voice, Harry replied, surveying his surroundings. Voice? What voice? It first appeared in Lockhart's office, and now it's back. The time has come. It is moving, it seeks to kill. Harry hurried toward the origin of the sound. Keep up. Mia, Hermione, and Ron quickly followed him. What is this? Mia asked, halting in her tracks as she observed a line of spiders crawling in unison towards the window. Strange, I have never seen spiders move in such a manner, Harry remarked, intently studying the floor, which reflected something ominous. The four of them looked up to see blood-red words scrawled on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware. Enemies of the air. Hanging from the wall was the lifeless body of Mrs. Norris. Mia stepped forward to inspect it, carefully lifting Mrs. Norris down. Harry approached in disbelief. Don't worry, she is merely petrified. Mandrick can save her. Mia quickly assessed Mrs. Norris's condition, comforting Harry. Chapter 45, The Chamber of Secrets. Just then, students and professors who had finished dinner gathered there. Everyone noticed the blood-written words on the wall, and the four standing beneath them. What happened? Make way, make way. As whispers circulated among the crowd, Filch squeezed through to the front. Potter, what are you doing? Filch's words faltered as he noticed Mia holding Mrs. Norris. You killed my cat. His voice trembled, eyes reddening with fury. I will kill you. Wait, Mrs. Norris is not dead. She is merely petrified. She can be saved. As Filch became agitated, ready to lash out at Harry, Mia quickly intervened. Filch turned to Mia, searching her eyes for deceit, but finding none. He accepted the cat from her arms. Dumbledore, accompanied by the professors, arrived, noting the crowd and the words on the wall. Everyone, return to your dormitories in an orderly fashion. All of you, except for the 4 of you. The professors organized the students to leave. Do not worry, Argus. She is merely petrified. Dumbledore's conclusion aligned with Mia's, easing Filch's tension. I knew it. It's a pity I wasn't there. I happen to know how to save her. Lockhart's interjection earned him a disapproving glance from Mia. However, how she was petrified remains a mystery. Dumbledore's tone grew serious, as if he had an inkling of the truth. It was he who did it. Filch glared at Harry. Did you see the words on the wall? It wasn't he, Harry. He has nothing to do with this. He has been with us the whole time, Mia defended, shielding Harry behind her. If I may say so, Headmaster, perhaps Potter and his friends merely found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, Professor Snape added. Recognizing Harry's innocence, Hermione, Ron, and Harry exchanged incredulous glances at Snape's unexpected defense. Nonetheless, there are indeed some discrepancies, such as I did not see Potter at dinner. Well, that is the familiar Snape, Mia thought with resignation. This is probably my fault, Severus. Harry was helping me respond to fan mail. Lockhart attempted to justify Harry. So we went to find him. When we located him, he said. Hermione glanced at Harry, who shook his head. What did you say, Miss Granger? I said I wasn't hungry. Harry felt an inexplicable urge to withhold the truth about hearing the voice. No evidence means innocence, Dumbledore stated, firmly exonerating Harry. And what about my cat? Someone must pay the price. The antidote made from mandrake will save her. Professor Sprout has a batch of mandrakes nearing maturity, Mia informed, glancing at Professor Sprout, who confirmed her claim, prompting Filch to relent. All right, from now on, everyone must be cautious. The next day in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall intended to teach the students how to transform animals into goblets, but upon students' inquiries, she began recounting the tale of the Chamber of Secrets. Mia, in turn, learned about the chamber from Professor Snape's responses. Hogwarts was founded 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest wizards of the time: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. 3 of the founders coexisted harmoniously, while the 4th did not. Salazar Slytherin desired Hogwarts to be more selective in admitting students. He believed magical education should be restricted to those from magical families, or pureblood wizards. Mia furrowed her brow, finding this perspective rather extreme. Snape concurred. After all, Lily was from a Muggle family, and he could not alter the views of the other 3, thus opting to leave the school. According to legend, Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber within the castle, known as the Chamber of Secrets. However, just before his departure, he sealed the chamber, awaiting the return of his true heir. Only that heir could unlock the chamber and unleash its terrifying contents, purging the school of those whom Slytherin deemed unworthy of learning magic. Despite numerous searches, the chamber had never been discovered, and it was said that only Slytherin's heir could control whatever lay within, rumored to be a monster. After reflecting on this, Mia fell into deep thought, while Snape continued to grade assignments without disturbing her. The chamber, the air, the blood words, Harry, the strange voice. What had been overlooked? What could it be? The start of the term was thwarted. Dobby had mentioned during the holidays that someone had plotted against Harry. Who would target Harry? Voldemort and the Death Eaters. So, what about the heir and the chamber? The heir should refer to Salazar's bloodline. The heir of Salazar can command the creature, which implies that there exists something within Salazar that can be inherited and must be of blood relation. If it were merely an object, anyone could wield it. Professor, could it be that Salazar Slytherin possesses a skill that cannot be grasped by others, yet is capable of being inherited? It is said that Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth, and only his bloodline can inherit this ability. What do you think? Snape pondered these thoughts. It is possible. The entity within the chamber is likely the basilisk, and since Harry can understand the language of snakes, it confirms the presence of the basilisk. This is due to Harry being a Horcrux of Voldemort, who shares the bloodline of Salazar Slytherin. For now, this is merely speculation. Please ensure your safety in the coming days, Snape advised Mia. Understood, Professor, she replied. Chapter 46. The Theatrical Performance. As time drew near, Mia resolved to wait for Harry after class. It had been a while since they had spent quality time together. Mia, You've come. Are you not busy lately? Harry exclaimed, emerging from the classroom with a look of surprise upon seeing Mia. Things have calmed down. I'm currently awaiting new data from St. Mungo's, she responded, walking hand in hand with Hermione. Having heard Professor McGonagall discuss the chamber, they began to suspect Draco as the heir. Just because Draco harbors disdain for muggles, they hastily concluded, Mia thought to herself as she silently critiqued Ron's reasoning. Yet, to her astonishment, Harry seemed convinced as well. Perhaps we could deceive Goyle and Crabbe into revealing the truth. Ron, the schemer, began to devise a plan. They wouldn't be foolish enough for that, but perhaps there might be other means. I must warn you, however, that it will be quite challenging. Not to mention a violation of nearly 50 school rules, Hermione stated, leading them to the library where they found the potion's recipe for Polyjuice Potion. Hermione, do you remember the rules merely to break them? Mia quipped. Never mind, causing a ruckus with Draco is certainly safer than directly meddling with the chamber. The second-year Quidditch match was fast approaching, with Slytherin pitted against Gryffindor. Due to Mia's conspicuous green attire amidst a sea of red, she reluctantly abandoned the idea of watching the match with Ron and Hermione. Have you come to watch the match because of Draco? Mia inquired, glancing at Theodore, who was engrossed in a book despite the noise around him. No, Theodore replied, shaking his head, the blue pendant around his neck gleaming prominently. Then why? He offered no response, merely casting Mia a sidelong glance. The match commenced with both teams displaying remarkable fervor. Slytherin, now equipped with new gear, scored frequently, leading Gryffindor by 60 points. Mia mused that Harry's Quidditch matches had never been entirely uneventful. Just as would cautioned Harry, a rogue bludger struck the front of his broom, sending him tumbling down. Why does Wood always find himself knocked off? Mia swiftly cast a protective charm to shield him. The bludger pursued Harry relentlessly, indicating that someone was orchestrating chaos. Mia attempted to cast a spell to regain control of the ball, but both Harry and the ball were moving too swiftly, risking Harry's safety. Hermione and Ron shared the same thought. Fortunately, Harry was equipped with the defensive items Mia had crafted, ready to protect him at a critical moment. As they evaded the bludger, Draco seized the opportunity to taunt Harry, which inadvertently led Harry to spot the golden snitch. Both boys lunged for it, unwittingly placing Draco in the path of the bludger's wrath. Draco was knocked off his broom, prompting Mia to hastily cast a shield charm for him. Assessing that he appeared to be unharmed before shifting her focus back to Harry, prepared to assist him at any moment. Just as Harry was about to be struck by the bludger, the snitch's protective magic activated, blocking the attack, and he managed to seize the golden snitch before plummeting from his broom. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. The capture of the snitch signified the end of the match, compelling Mia to leap down from the stands. Harry, she cried, rushing to see the bludger still aiming for him. Shatter. The ball disintegrated. Mia helped Harry up as he sat on the pitch. Are you alright? I'm fine. I caught it, Harry declared, lifting the golden snitch triumphantly for Mia to see. You. Mia opened her mouth in disbelief, gazing at Harry's beaming face, momentarily speechless. You fool. Harry. Ron and Hermione, along with Hagrid, approached. Are you okay? Hermione knelt beside him with concern. Just a bit dizzy, Harry replied, rubbing his forehead. Mia surmised it was likely due to the impact and noted it needed improvement. Don't worry, Harry. I can heal you, Lockhart announced as he approached, eager to draw his wand. Allowing Lockhart to tend to you would surely spell disaster. Mia interjected with urgency, conjuring a protective barrier around Harry to thwart Lockhart's magic. We should head to the hospital wing and consult Madame Pomfrey. It could be a concussion, Mia urged, hastily escorting Harry away, anxious to prevent Lockhart from causing further trouble. Before they left, Hermione noticed Draco, surrounded by a throng, glancing at Mia. In the hospital wing, Mr. Malfoy, there's no need to make a fuss. You may leave, Madame Pomfrey remarked, observing Draco moaning on the sickbed with exasperation. Step aside. Drink this, and you'll be fine, dear, she instructed, parting the crowd surrounding the Quidditch team to approach Harry directly. After taking the potion, you'll need to stay here for observation overnight. Harry accepted the potion from Madame Pomfrey, but as he drank, he promptly spat it out. George and Fred quickly dodged, while Mia stumbled backward, colliding into Wood, who steadied her with an arm around her waist. Thank you, she murmured, realizing their posture might be misconstrued, and swiftly distanced herself. It's nothing, Wood replied, diverting his gaze and awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. Did you think it was pumpkin juice? Madame Pomfrey poured another cup, ensuring Harry drank it before departing. The hospital wing had a strict limit on visitors, and seeing that Harry was relatively unharmed, the others prepared to leave. Mia initially intended to stay longer, but Wood discreetly tugged at her sleeve. departing with the Quidditch team from the hospital wing, Wood led Mia away from the group. What is it? Mia inquired, intrigued by Wood's motive for pulling her aside. Thank you for your help on the pitch, Wood said, biting his lip, his hand absent-mindedly resting on the back of his neck. If it weren't for Mia's spell, he might have found himself bedridden for days after falling from his broom. No need to be formal. It was a mere gesture. Mia chuckled lightly. If you'd like to watch our practice, we have sessions every Saturday, Wood offered, genuinely surprising Mia as he invited her, a Slytherin, to observe Gryffindor's training. She recalled the first time, when he had only allowed her to stay due to the pleading of his teammates. Noticing Mia's hesitation, Wood pressed on. So will you come? Cool me. Wood's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a smile gracing his face. All right then. We'll wait for you. I'll head off now. You should go keep Harry company. Bye. Once back in the hospital wing, Mia felt a sense of disbelief. Was that really Wood? Surely it couldn't be the effects of Polyjuice potion. Oh dear. Noticing Mia's return, Draco immediately raised his voice in exaggerated lament, capturing her attention. Young master? Are you in pain again? Goyle and Crabbe looked at Draco with concern, perplexed as to why he was suddenly unwell. Did Draco not know if he had been injured? Mia regarded his theatrical display with bemusement. Blaise averted his gaze in embarrassment, puzzled as to why he felt awkward when Draco was being called out. Pansy and Astoria regarded Draco with worry, while Daphne turned her gaze away, pulling her innocent sister closer. Theodore cast not a single glance in Draco's direction. Mia, unwavering, returned to Harry's side. Draco, heartbroken. Chapter 47. The Dueling Club and Parseltongue. As night fell, the hospital wing was left with only Harry, who was fast asleep. Suddenly, he was roused by that mysterious voice, and upon opening his eyes and surveying the surroundings, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Dobby. From the house elf's lips, Harry learned that it was Dobby who had thwarted the return of his siblings and Ron to school, manipulating the Bludgers to chase him. Dobby warned Harry of impending terrors at Hogwarts, hinting that history was about to repeat itself. Additionally, he mentioned Colin's petrification and Dumbledore's ominous words about the Chamber of Secrets being reopened. Are there more victims? Mia pondered over Harry's recount of the previous night's events. Are you suggesting that the chamber has been opened before? Hermione inquired while brewing a potion. Don't you understand? It must have been Lucius Malfoy during his school days. And now he has urged Draco Malfoy to reopen it, Ron said, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Why does it always have to be the Malfoys? Mia sighed, dismissing Ron's words as she continued to contemplate. Perhaps we'll find out when the Polyjuice potion is ready. Hermione added ingredients to the cauldron, materials provided by Mia, who had previously halted Hermione's plan to create an explosion during potions class to steal some supplies. That's unnecessary, really unnecessary. Tell me, why brew the Polyjuice potion in broad daylight? In the girls' lavatory, no less? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Ron looked at Harry and Hermione, who were seated on the floor, along with Mia, who mirrored Ron's posture. No one will come here. Why? Moaning Myrtle. Ooh, Moaning Myrtle. Who is that? I am Moaning Myrtle. A ghost emerged, exclaiming her identity with disdain. I wouldn't expect you to know me. Who would remember the ugly, pitiful, gloomy Moaning Myrtle? Ah. Mia covered her ears in agony, overwhelmed by the noise. Recently, Lockhart had initiated a dueling club, despite Mia's usual indifference towards Lockhart's endeavors. The mention of a dueling club piqued her interest. Accompanying Harry, Hermione, and Ron, she decided to attend, recognizing it as a valuable opportunity to hone their magical abilities. Oh no, I really don't want to go, Ron lamented. A considerable number of students had gathered for the dueling club, indicating widespread interest in the event. Do we have to attend? I feel like we'd be better off training in secret, Harry whispered to Mia, finding it unconvincing. Ron nodded vigorously, skeptical of Lockhart's credibility. I believe there must be a reason for his actions, Hermione countered. Even in such a state, you still have faith in him? Ron gazed incredulously at Hermione's infatuation. While Lockhart may be unreliable, the establishment of the dueling club is indeed beneficial, allowing you to face various opponents. Mia articulated her reasoning. Hermione eagerly nodded. Is that so? Harry felt an ominous premonition, sensing that someone was plotting against him. Everyone, come here. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Lockhart appeared in flamboyant attire. The students gradually gathered around the central display stage. In light of the dark events that have transpired in recent weeks, Professor Dumbledore has permitted me to establish this dueling club, providing an opportunity for you to train, so that one day you may protect yourselves as I do. For further details, please refer to my books. Just as Mia was about to praise him, Lockhart tossed aside his cloak into the crowd, prompting Mia to sidestep, while the girls behind her erupted in silent excitement. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." Lockhart rolled up his sleeves, gesturing to the opposite end of the stage where a man clad in black robes appeared. The students leaned forward in unison to catch a glimpse. "Professor?" How did Lockhart manage to persuade Professor Snape to cooperate with him? Mia knew her professor typically shunned interaction with others. He generously agreed to assist me with a demonstration. "Fear not, young ones, after the demonstration, I will return your potions teacher to you unharmed. No, you should be more concerned about your own well-being." The two faced each other, wands in hand, bowing before stepping back to a designated distance, then turning to raise their wands. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Just as Lockhart finished counting down, he was sent flying by Snape's spell. "Is he all right?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Who cares?" Ron chuckled, while Harry struggled to suppress a laugh. "Well demonstrated, Professor Snape, but if I may be so bold, your intentions are quite transparent. Stopping you would be a trivial task." Lockhart awkwardly rose, pretending as if nothing had occurred. "Your attempt to salvage your reputation is rather conspicuous. I suspect there was a personal vendetta in that strike, Professor," Mia silently critiqued. "I believe it would be prudent to first teach the students how to defend against malicious spells, Professor." Snape's deep voice resonated like a cello. "What an excellent suggestion. Professor Snape, now I invite 2 students to come up. Potter and Weasley, please step forward." This proposal was dismissed by Professor Snape, who instead nominated Draco from his own house. However, Mia had not anticipated that what began as a training session would inadvertently expose Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue when Draco conjured a snake. In an instant, the rumor spread throughout the house that Harry was the heir, leading to his subtle ostracization. "Professor?" After receiving a knowing glance from Snape, Mia left the club and headed straight to the dungeons. "Potter is a Parselmouth?" Snape was genuinely unaware of Harry's ability, and could not fathom how Draco's actions had inadvertently revealed it. "Yes. It was during our cousin Dudley's birthday at the zoo before we turned 11 that we discovered it." Mia recognized that the house was now isolating and rejecting Harry, and her anxiety surged. "Why does Harry speak Parseltongue?" Snape pondered, confused, as he noted that while Harry and Mia were twins, she did not possess this ability. Moreover, Parseltongue was a trait exclusive to descendants of Salazar, and he could be certain that Lily was not one, nor was James Potter. Mia could not disclose to Professor Snape that Harry was a Horcrux, as she was not meant to know of such dark artifacts. "You should leave. The basilisk has begun to attack, and you must ensure your safety." Snape had no choice but to set aside the matter for now, as the more pressing concern was the basilisk. "Understood." After Mia departed, she made her way to the library, where she found Harry, Hermione, and Ron. The students who had been whispering fell silent upon seeing Mia. Even if Harry was indeed the heir, none dared to bully him in Mia's presence. Mia had earned her reputation through her own merits, and currently, she was in the spotlight, responsible for the aftermath of the Cruciatus curse. Observing the vast empty space beside Harry, Mia furrowed her brow and approached him. "Harry." "Mia." Harry was not comfortable in that moment, feeling as if the gazes of his peers pierced through him like needles. TSK. Witnessing Harry's distress, Mia felt a pang in her heart. He had inexplicably shouldered the burden of being the savior, yet no one had ever afforded him the respect befitting that role. Is it not foolish that a mere rumor, unfounded as it may be, leads your classmates to isolate and shun you? I do not care what you all think, but mind your eyes and your tongues. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Harry in my presence, I assure you, you would not wish to know the consequences. Mia could endure indignities herself, but she could not tolerate her brother or family being wronged. Her words carried weight. Behind her stood a loyal following, ready to rally to her side the moment she took a stand. For instance, the families of the victims of the Cruciatus curse, or those who had submitted to Mia's strength. At the very least, Mia's words ensured that no one dared to further ostracize or gossip about Harry. Chapter 48. Almost bearing the blame again. Having exited the library, the hour was growing late as the 4 of them walked back to the common room. Once more, Harry heard that voice, and following its sound, they turned a corner to discover the petrified forms of nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley. Mia hastily approached, crouching down to assess the situation, where once again a spider had appeared on the ground. How could this be? Had another victim met their demise? Harry quickly joined her in kneeling. What on earth was happening? Hermione scrutinized the state of the individual and the spirit before her. Merlin's beard. This was truly horrifying. Even ghosts were not spared. Ron grimaced. Harry, whatever you do next, you must be exceedingly cautious. The escalating danger was apparent to Mia, who, disregarding everything else, declared, I suspect this could be a basilisk. Staring directly at it results in death, while nearly headless Nick is merely a ghost and thus remains unharmed. Justin likely encountered the basilisk through the ghost's gaze, which is why he has only been petrified. A basilisk? No wonder Harry had heard Hermione mention having read a book about them, knowing precisely what a basilisk was. How do you know this? Harry wondered if his sister had been engaging in perilous activities without his knowledge. Just a few conjectures, yet they seem fairly accurate at this point. Mia felt the urgency to hasten her pace. They must uncover clues related to the Chamber of Secrets without delay. What shall we do then? Ron inquired, glancing at the two individuals on the ground. We must catch them in the act. This time, we will definitely get you expelled. Filch's voice unexpectedly echoed from behind. It seemed they need not worry any longer. Mia found herself in the mood for jest. The four of them were summoned to the headmaster's office. Merlin's swimsuit, Ron whispered in astonishment, surveying the headmaster's office, where the sorting hat rested on a shelf beside a bird that had turned to ashes after Harry had smiled at it. Mia. Harry panicked, helplessly looking at her, fearing that before they could clear their names from the murder accusation, they would now be implicated in the killing of a bird. No, don't panic. Mia immediately understood what Harry's mind was conjuring. This was a phoenix, and rebirth was quite normal. Wow, how cool. Ron leaned closer to the ashes, as a red bird's head emerged. A phoenix burns to ashes at the end of its life, only to be reborn from those ashes, symbolizing immortality and renewal. Its tears possess extraordinary healing properties, while its song holds magical power, instilling courage in the pure-hearted and instilling fear in the wicked. Hermione provided a mini-lecture to the two oblivious students. Harry exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he was not burdened with another life to account for. Fawkes emerged from the ashes, shaking off the remnants and affectionately nuzzling Mia's shoulder. Fawkes, it's been ages. Mia, how do you know it? Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked on curiously at the endearing interaction between Mia and the bird. Ah, well, perhaps it simply finds me familiar. Mia felt a chill of sweat trickle down her back, evasively averting her gaze, speaking ambiguously. Could she confess to having set fire to the Forbidden Forest and confronted Voldemort? Harry would be furious. However, it was rare for anyone to receive the favor of a phoenix, wasn't he it? Hermione's comment sent a jolt of fear through Mia. Surely she wouldn't he deduce the truth? Mia, you really are impressive. Even a phoenix acknowledges you. Ron chuckled, patting Harry's shoulder. Your sister is remarkable, Harry. Well done. Ron, as a reward, your training will be doubled. I shall ensure you become strong enough to face a Death Eater single-handedly. Ron felt a shiver down his spine. Hey, someone is plotting against me. Excellent commentary. Add 5 points for Miss Granger's erudition. Finally, Dumbledore sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Headmaster. The four of them immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Good evening, children. Would you care for a cup of hot cocoa? Dumbledore showed no suspicion regarding their demeanor, instead inviting them to sit comfortably while offering them cocoa. No, thank you, and perhaps you should reduce your sugar intake. Oh, how is your potion research progressing? Is the patient doing well? Dumbledore attempted to divert the conversation. The potion is splendid, and the patient is well, Headmaster. Professor Snape has reiterated numerous times that if you do not pay attention, the potion will turn bitter. Mia tactfully declined Dumbledore's offer while delivering a sharp retort. What unfortunate news. Do you truly intend to deprive an elderly man of his joy? Dumbledore's smile faded, for Snape was one to follow through with his threats. No. I believe Mia was about to speak when the door suddenly swung open with a bang. Why am I always startled? Professor Dumbledore, wait. Let me explain. What are you all doing here? It was Hagrid, eagerly trying to express something. Hagrid, Dumbledore raised a hand to halt him. I can swear before the Ministry that Hagrid's demeanor is quite troubling, Mia observed anxiously. Hagrid. Dumbledore raised his voice, finally managing to quiet Hagrid. Calm down. I do not believe Harry has attacked anyone. All right, then I shall wait for you outside. Hagrid finally departed, relieved. Mia felt a warmth in her heart, realizing it was all for them. You don't think it was me, do you, Professor? Harry turned to Dumbledore. Indeed, Harry, I do not believe it was you. However, I must ask, do you have anything you wish to tell me? No, sir, nothing at all. Very well, you may leave. Chapter 49, Polyjuice Potion. Christmas swiftly approached, with Hermione and Ron remaining at school this year, while Draco, Theo, and the others stayed behind due to the Chamber of Secrets incidents. Upon hearing the news Mia brought, Harry and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Hall, as in years past, was beautifully adorned by Professor Flitwick. A grand Christmas tree was decorated with various ornaments, and the ceiling simulated the weather outside. Everything was set. Hermione, carrying a plate, sat beside Mia, whispering to her and Harry, We just need a little bit of something to transform. Mia raised the bag containing Goyle and Crabbe's hair, recalling how difficult it had been to find them due to their short hair. During that time, Mia had stealthily approached them, and Draco had even thought she was finally willing to acknowledge him. Strangely enough, the next day, Mia discovered the two asleep on the couch, their cups emitting a scent reminiscent of a sleeping potion. Could they have mistakenly consumed it, thinking it was a beverage? Mia did not dwell on it and quickly took some of their hair before slipping away. After leaving, she asked, "Hey, have you brewed the sleeping potion the professor requested?" Theodore shook the empty crystal vial. "Not yet. It will be ready soon." "Excellent. We must ensure that when questioning Malfoy, Goyle and Crabbe do not interrupt." Hermione nodded in satisfaction. "How shall we proceed?" Ron inquired. "I have everything planned." Hermione produced 2 cakes from the side. "I have infused them with the sleeping potion. Quite ordinary, yet very potent. Once they fall asleep, we shall hide them in the broom cupboard, clad in their robes." "And what about you and Mia?" Ron asked curiously once more. "I will not be joining. Draco and I have yet to reconcile." Mia waved her hand, feeling that if she truly wished to know, Draco would certainly divulge every detail. However, the information from Draco would likely be of little use. She was merely assisting Harry and the others because they wished to go. The truly dangerous matters could wait until Harry was stronger, at which point she could protect them properly. "I already have it." Millicent bolstrode from her robe. Hermione raised the vial in her hand. "When did you acquire it?" Mia asked, puzzled, as she accepted the vial and opened it. "Millicent has a cat, so we should examine it carefully. What if it's just cat hair?" Mia scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was cat hair. "If you wanted it, you could have just told me. Why sneak around? What if you had actually ingested it?" Mia looked at Hermione's smug face with exasperation. "Oh, did I make a mistake?" I just happened to run into her, and thought Hermione felt a twinge of regret, nearly having made an error. Puffed. Ron nearly burst into laughter, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Hermione. Harry looked at Ron incredulously. "All right. I'll go check on the polyjuice potion. We must ensure that Crabbe and Goyle are discovered." Hermione held a cake in each hand, eyeing the two of them. "If it fails, there will be repercussions." Mia lightly uttered 8 words, causing Ron and Harry to exchange terrified glances. "Ensure the completion of the task. You bear a heavy responsibility, my young friends." Following them to the corner, Mia could not shake her concern for the duo. "Ahem." Ron raised his wand, ready to incant, but Harry swiftly halted him. "Let me handle it, Ron. Your wand is still wrapped in bandages. If it fails, we'll be in dire straits." "All right, fine," Ron conceded, glancing at his uncooperative wand and envisioning the disastrous consequences. He decided it was best to avoid provoking those 2 women. Wingardium Leviosa. 2 cakes floated into the air, positioned perfectly in the path of Goyle and Crabbe, ensuring they would be easily spotted. Mia harbored doubts. Surely they wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for such an obvious trap? In the next moment, the 2 appeared before the cakes, exchanged a glance, and consumed them without a hint of hesitation. How incredibly dim-witted can they be? Ron couldn't bear to watch. "We must act swiftly." Hermione had meticulously prepared the polyjuice potion, adding strands of Crabbe's hair. Ugh, Harry and Ron expressed their distaste. "The effects will last a full hour," Hermione informed them, handing over the potion. "Drink up." Mia found the situation quite nauseating. She averted her gaze, planning to have Harry rinse his mouth afterward. "Cheers." The 2, resolved to face their fate, gulped down the potion, and soon their bodies began to contort in an undeniably unseemly manner. "Hurry, you 2. Time is of the essence." Mia, opting not to stay with Hermione, ventured elsewhere. The Slytherin common room was just ahead. Harry was well acquainted with it, having frequented the place often. However, before they could even enter, their plan nearly unraveled as they were caught by Percy during his nighttime patrol. Fortunately, Draco appeared to escort them inside. "Why are you wearing glasses?" Draco scrutinized Harry. "Disguised as Crabbe." "A reading." Harry quickly removed them. "Reading? Since when do you read?" Draco was incredulous. He had never seen his 2 lackeys engage in anything other than eating. Draco settled onto the couch, crossing his legs as he regarded them. "What do you propose we do? Mia has been ignoring me for ages." Draco was utterly disheartened. Not only could he not converse with her, but he couldn't even see her. "That wretched Malfoy is indeed scheming against my sister." Harry seethed, glaring at Draco. "What with that expression?" Draco lifted an eyebrow at Crabbe. I have something stuck in my teeth." They needed to maintain their disguise and bide their time, waiting for Malfoy to slip up. "What do you suggest we do?" "I can't even lay eyes on Mia." "Just apologize to her and Hermione," Draco suggested. "No way. I will not apologize to that Granger." Oh, then you deserve every bit of it, Harry retorted coldly. Why do you both seem so odd tonight? Draco stood up, eyeing them suspiciously. Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Ron quickly redirected the conversation. Didn't I already tell you? Draco perched on the table, fiddling with the Christmas gift Mia had given him this year. Despite her anger, she had still felt compelled to reciprocate, which only fueled his frustration. What a load of nonsense. To think someone would consider him the heir of Slytherin. My father mentioned that the chamber was open 50 years ago. He never told me who did it, only that the individual was expelled. The last time it was opened, a mudblood died, which means someone will inevitably perish again. Ron noted the faint glow of Harry's scar, realizing the potion's effects were nearing their end. Oh. They exchanged alarmed looks. Just then, Mia entered, clutching a black notebook, instantly capturing Draco's attention. Mia, you're back. Did you like this year's gift? Mia subtly signaled to the two before nodding faintly at Draco and returning to her dormitory. Seizing the opportunity, Harry and Ron hurriedly left. What? Why is everyone leaving? Chapter 50, The Notebook. With a thought brewing in her mind, Mia considered searching for additional clues or evidence. The castle was now eerily quiet, as students had retreated to their common rooms. Wandering aimlessly, Mia stumbled upon an abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor, its floor drenched, and faint cries echoing through the air. Moaning Myrtle? Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged through the restroom door before Mia. Startled, she placed a hand over her heart, exasperated by the constant scares. Are you here to throw something at me? A girl with glasses and braided hair sobbed, gazing at her. Throw something? Who would be so idle as to hurl objects at a ghost at this hour? Mia turned her head to see the black notebook submerged in water. She opened it, discovering that only the cover was damp while the pages remained untouched, still bearing traces of ancient magic, reminiscent of the markings on Harry's forehead. Reveal yourself. Yet. The notebook did not respond, and Mia sensed her magic gradually dissipating. A subtle sensation that would have gone unnoticed had she not been adept at controlling her body and magic. Do you remember who threw it? Myrtle sniffled. I don't know. They all wanted to bully me. Mia felt a headache coming on. Please stop crying and think carefully. This is important. This was precisely why Mia disliked coming here. Despite knowing about its abandonment, Myrtle was perpetually weeping and incessantly lamenting her tragic fate to any student who entered, proving to be quite bothersome. Observing Mia's serious demeanor, Myrtle ceased her tears, reflecting, I don't know, I didn't see. I was sitting on the toilet contemplating death, when suddenly this notebook hit me. Mia flipped through the notebook once more, and discovered a name inscribed on the cover. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the recipient of Slytherin's Special Award for Contributions. A name Mia had encountered while confined in the trophy room. Considering the timeline, Myrtle might have some insight regarding this name. Do you know Tom Marvolo Riddle? Myrtle's face suddenly flushed. Why are you blushing like a teapot? I know him. He was from Slytherin, incredibly handsome, academically gifted and quite polite. Both professors and classmates adored him. Myrtle appeared to recall something, shyly covering her face. Do you know why he received the special award? I don't know. Perhaps it was awarded after I. You know? Myrtle shook her head, puzzled. Do you remember how you? Mia pondered if there might be a connection. I recall being mocked by Olive Hornby. I hid here to cry and then heard a male voice. As I prepared to tell him to go away, I felt as if I were recalling the sensation of death. Myrtle trembled. Suddenly, do you remember what you saw last? The circumstances of Myrtle's demise were undoubtedly crucial. I only remember seeing a pair of large, terrifying yellow eyes. Yellow eyes, a gaze that brings death, surely a basilisk. And the chamber that contained the beast was right here. You've been a tremendous help. Thank you, Mia expressed her gratitude. Really? I never thought I could be of assistance. Myrtle was taken aback. If this is true, I'll report it to the headmaster. Perhaps you could also receive a special award? A plan began to form in Mia's mind, and her spirits lifted as she joked with Myrtle. Myrtle beamed with delight. After bidding farewell to Myrtle, Mia returned to the common room, where Harry and the others' potion time was drawing to a close. After aiding Harry in his departure, Mia hastily returned. This notebook could very well be a dark magical artifact, perhaps even a Horcrux, thus linking it to Voldemort. Mia picked up a pen and inscribed a sentence in the notebook. Soon the writing vanished and a new phrase materialized. Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Mia pondered that, since this could potentially be Voldemort's Horcrux, it must certainly be acquainted with the Chamber of Secrets. Indeed. Mia resolved to examine this notebook and its intentions. Can you inform me? No. But I can take you to see. Very well. Allow me to transport you back 50 years. The notebook suddenly flipped open, landing on a particular page that bore the date June 13th. A beam of light emanated from the spine of the notebook, and when Mia opened her eyes, she found herself in the corridors of Hogwarts Castle. The people bustling around her seemed oblivious to her presence, and Mia quickly comprehended that she was witnessing a fragment of memory. She advanced forward, observing a strikingly handsome young man who was staring intently at a particular spot. Following his gaze, Mia beheld 4 individuals carrying a stretcher upon which lay a figure covered by a white cloth. "Riddle, come here." Mia heard a voice and turned her head alongside the young man. It was Professor Dumbledore. "Is this Tom Riddle? It is unwise to be wandering around at such a late hour." "Yes, Professor. I believe I must see for myself if the rumors are indeed true." "I fear they are." "What of the rumors regarding the school?" "I am homeless. They cannot truly intend to close Hogwarts, can they?" "I understand you, Tom, but alas, I fear that Professor Dippet is powerless in this matter. If the situation is resolved and the murderer apprehended." Tom suddenly became agitated, and Mia, along with Dumbledore, regarded him with suspicion. "Is there something you wish to tell me?" "No, sir, it's nothing." It was evident that this Riddle harbored secrets. Mia continued to observe as he accused Hagrid, claiming that Hagrid's spider had slain Moaning Myrtle, resulting in Hagrid's expulsion. No wonder Hagrid could not wield a wand. Then, Mia was abruptly ejected from the memory, gazing at the notebook with lowered eyelids. Had she not deduced the truth early on and understood Hagrid, she too might have been deceived. Indeed, this notebook was undeniably a Horcrux. Thus, the chamber and the basilisk were likely inextricably linked to it. Curiosity piqued. She mused about its intentions. Mia placed the notebook in her bedroom and cast a tracking and binding spell. Subsequently, she sought out Harry, from whom she gleaned information regarding what Draco knew, and then everything became clear. Chapter 51, Valentine's Day. In the days that followed, Mia deliberately relaxed her control over her own body, allowing the notebook an opportunity to exploit her. From a third-person perspective, she observed the notebook draining her magical energy and life force, manipulating her body to slay Hagrid's rooster. The rooster's crow was lethal to the basilisk. So it was. All of this was orchestrated by the notebook, compelling students to act. The siphoning of magical energy and life force bore severe consequences for wizards. Mia, being inherently powerful and rich in magic, merely felt a fleeting weakness. However, it had been quite some time, and the manipulated wizard was likely in dire straits. Rubbing her forehead in exasperation, Mia realized she must first discover a means to enter the chamber and locate that young wizard. The notebook was likely the key he had discarded. How to search for him? Mia leaned back in her chair, clearing her mind. Overthinking had rendered her somewhat famished. Time to eat. In the grand scheme of things, nothing was more paramount than sustenance. Yet as she walked, something felt amiss. Upon entering the great hall, she was met with walls adorned with large, dazzling pink flowers, and worse still, a flurry of heart-shaped confetti rained down from the pale blue ceiling. What is this? Mia gazed incredulously at the decor as she settled beside Theodore, who looked equally displeased, nodding towards the staff table. Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a pink robe to match the decorations, waved his hands to silence the crowd. The professors seated nearby wore stern expressions. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. So far, I have received cards from 46 individuals, and I wish to express my gratitude. Lockhart proclaimed loudly. It seemed he had something grand in store. Mia observed the food now speckled with confetti, losing her appetite. Indeed, I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise for everyone. And that is not all, Lockhart exclaimed, clapping his hands. From several doors leading to the entrance hall emerged 12 small, grim-faced dwarfs, sporting wings and carrying harps. My friendly card-bearing cupids. They'll be roaming the school today, delivering Valentine's cards to you all, and the fun doesn't stop there. I trust my colleagues will eagerly join in. Why not invite Professor Snape to teach you how to brew a love potion? Had he lost his mind? Professor Snape's expression suggested that anyone who dared to inquire about love potion making would find themselves on the receiving end of a hex. If you're interested, Professor Flitwick is more skilled in charms than any wizard I've ever seen. That sly old dog. Leave Professor Flitwick alone. It's elder abuse. Mia felt a pang of sympathy for the kind-hearted professor, who had buried his face in his hands. Yet, more than her concern for the teachers, Mia sensed it was time to leave, as she had already spotted a few dwarfs making a beeline for her. Mia Potter, you have a love letter. And a poem. Help. I don't want to hear it. As the dwarf spoke, several piercing gazes turned towards her. Draco glared at the dwarf, as if to say, if I find out who it is, I will have my father expel him. Harry had already drawn his wand, and Mia guessed he was thinking, damn it, which scoundrel is after my sister? Just wait and see. Hermione and Ron nearly had to restrain him. Theodore narrowed his eyes dangerously. The twins wore smiles that suggested mischief, and Wood furrowed his brow while Cedric could not muster a smile. Professor Snape's gaze was venomous. Mia sensed he might be plotting Lockhart's demise. Help! I just wanted to eat something. Whom have I offended? Mia found herself trapped by the dwarf, with the entire hall's attention now focused on her. Despair washed over her as she looked at the dwarf before her. Go on, read it. Fine, whatever. It's not the first time. The dwarf cleared his throat and began. For Miss Mia, I confide to the birds, who sing for tomorrow, amidst the grain. The lark and sparrow frolic in the thickets, the partridges and cardinals sing, until the gentle breeze hushes me. Mia listened intently as a boy in the crowd clenched his fists nervously, stealing glances at the girl's delicate features. Thus I quietly depart, fantasizing about stealing a kiss from the lips of my beloved. But if I encounter her, the girl I have cherished for years, I shall silently pass, burdened with longing and tears. Yes, I shall silently pass, my steps light and soundless. My eyes dare not meet hers, and for a week, I will only sigh. When I admire the wildflowers, her visage is among them. In the exquisite blooms, her face shines resplendently. Should she pass by, I will remain silent, and we will each walk our separate paths. I confide to the birds, the wind, and the rain. I have never confessed to the one I adore. I pour out my heart to the wildflowers, as if one is her and another her child. I fantasize about revealing that beautiful confession, but if she truly arrives, I will remain speechless. If I were brave enough, I would kiss her, but as I approach, all is lost. Mia recognized the poem as I passed silently by the English poet John Clare. I admire you, yet you remain unaware. I confide in everything but dare not speak to you, my beloved. To this unknown gentleman, I am grateful for your affection. Thank you for your kindness. But I regret I cannot indulge further. Mia believed that, regardless of the outcome, it was a matter of one's heartfelt intentions, and thus, she ought to listen earnestly before delivering a respectful refusal. The boy released her hand, lowered his head to wipe away his tears, yet a smile lingered on his face. He harbored no illusions. He understood that a person as ordinary as himself could never capture Mia's affection. Nevertheless, his feelings were genuinely acknowledged, even in rejection, for she extended him the courtesy of respect. Ironically, this only deepened his admiration for her. Cedric was the first to chuckle, his eyes sparkling with kindness. Theodore smiled as well, placing the low-sugar snacks he had prepared into Mia's hands. Gratefully, she accepted them and made a hasty exit. Notably, it wasn't just Mia who received a deluge of love letters. Both Cedric and Draco were also inundated, one refusing with a charming smile while the other scowled in discontent. Even Harry, just before class, found himself besieged by a swarm of admirers, resulting in a cascade of books tumbling to the floor. A truly eventful day. Mia concealed herself in the astronomy tower, evading any searchers until nightfall when she finally returned. Upon entering, she discovered Draco, his complexion flushed, leaning against the sofa, the common room devoid of any other company. With concern, Mia approached and tentatively placed her hand upon Draco's forehead, only to be seized abruptly. In a whirlwind, she found herself pinned to the ground, Draco having the presence of mind to cushion her head with his hand. "What's the matter?" Mia inquired, observing Draco's evident distress. Just as she was about to speak further, he buried his face into her neck. "Draco?" Mia froze, realizing that her neck felt damp, warm liquid trailing down her skin. "Have you been crying?" "I'm sorry, please don't ignore me," Draco murmured, his voice hoarse. "You haven't acknowledged me in ages. Please don't do this. It pains me to see you with someone else." Mia's heart ached in response, her own voice trembling as she turned her face to the fallen cup on the ground. "Draco, what did you drink?" Observing his condition, she sensed something was gravely amiss. She had not anticipated that someone would dare to administer a love potion to a classmate. "It's the hydrangea flower tea," he confessed, "the same scent as yours. I adore it." "Oh dear," Mia groaned, pushing Draco away gently. His eyes were red-rimmed, tears still clinging to the corners, and he looked utterly pitiful at her rejection. "We must inform a professor. I cannot abide by knowing who did this," she declared, leading Draco to the cellar. Professor Snape and Mia worked in silence, their expressions dark as they brewed the antidote. For Draco lacked the audacity to act affectionately towards Mia in Snape's presence. After administering the antidote, Draco recalled his actions, his face burning with embarrassment as he dashed away. "Professor, here is the remaining love potion," Mia said, bringing the cup and remnants of the potion to be destroyed in the cellar. "Very well, return to your duties," Snape replied, his demeanor grave. "And do not let me discover who is responsible." The following day, Draco's face flushed crimson upon seeing Mia, prompting him to retreat. Theodore's expression darkened with concern. Though I know not what transpired, it certainly cannot be anything good. Today marked the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match, with Wood initially brimming with enthusiasm, only to be informed that the match was cancelled. The sky has fallen, he lamented. Then came the news of missing notebooks, and yet another petrification, leading to a full lockdown of the school. Attention all students, the announcement rang out, in light of recent events. The following regulations are to take immediate effect. All students must return to the common room by 6 p.m., and no student may attend classes without a teacher present. Without exception. Mia mused that unless the culprit was apprehended, the school might face closure. As soon as the notebook went missing, Mia activated her tracking spell, arriving at the Gryffindor common room where the lion seemed unfazed by the chaos. She scanned the room, her gaze landing on Ginny. Ginny, come with me. Noticing Ginny's magic and vitality were nearly depleted, she furrowed her brow and shared some of her own energy. Once in her dormitory, ensuring they were alone, Mia cast a silencing charm. Ginny, you were behind the school's disturbances, weren't you? You also took the notebook from my room, didn't you? Although it was phrased as a question, Mia spoke with unwavering certainty. How did you know? Ginny's eyes widened in surprise. Please, return the notebook to me. He will harm you, Mia urged gently, observing Ginny's fearful demeanor. But he will hurt you. I don't want to do this, but I can't control it. I can't tell anyone. I'm so sorry. Tears brimmed in Ginny's eyes as she bit her lip, looking up at Mia. It's all right, it's not your fault. I will resolve this. Do not be afraid. Will you give me the notebook? Mia comforted her, wrapping her arms around Ginny. From the moment she saw Mia, Ginny felt an overwhelming urge to confide in her, reassured by the knowledge that Mia could rectify everything. Okay, Ginny said, producing the enchanted notebook. Excellent, let us proceed. What are we doing? Ginny asked, bewildered as Mia led her to the common room. Harry, Ron, Hermione, follow me. At the call, they hurried to catch up. Hey. The professor said no one should act alone. Percy cautioned as he observed the 5 of them. What are we doing? Hermione inquired, walking alongside Mia. We are avenging Ginny. Voldemort, prepare yourself. This time, I shall not fight alone. I shall bring reinforcements. Good deeds beget good rewards, and evil begets evil. I shall have my reckoning. Mia declared as she led the group to the headmaster's office, finding only Fawkes, who gracefully landed on her shoulder. Fawkes, where is the headmaster? Mia asked, her brow furrowing. Fawkes guided her to Professor McGonagall, who was accompanied by Professor Snape. What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from wandering? McGonagall said, exasperated with the disobedient children. Professor, I have urgent matters to discuss. Where is Headmaster Dumbledore? He has been suspended by the board. And Hagrid has been taken by the Ministry of Magic. McGonagall's expression darkened. Never mind that for now. I have discovered the location of the Chamber of Secrets. This notebook is the root of all our troubles. Mia exclaimed, raising the notebook triumphantly. What is this? Snape inquired, taking the notebook from her. This notebook belongs to Voldemort. It can manipulate thoughts. Ginny was controlled by it, leading to the release of the basilisk, and it was the basilisk that killed Myrtle. Hagrid was wrongfully accused. Damn it. Ron cursed upon hearing this. His sister had been in peril right under his nose, and he had been oblivious. We must go now, children, McGonagall declared, brandishing her wand. To the second-floor abandoned girls' restroom. Mia led the charge, flanked by the 2 professors and 4 students, while Fawkes flew off to gather supplies. Hey, what are you all up to? Lockhart approached, sensing the urgency. You've come at the right moment. Your chance to shine has arrived, Snape remarked, seizing the opportunity to drag the inept wizard along. What chance? Lockhart inquired, confused. Didn't you just assert that you knew the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? Without waiting for a response, Snape pulled Lockhart along to the restroom. At the sink, Mia discovered the serpent-shaped emblem. Harry, say something. Open? Harry replied hesitantly, though he complied. In Parseltongue, Mia reminded him. Oh right. Open. Upon uttering the command, the sink shifted aside, revealing a gaping pipe below. Ron, Hermione. Stay with Professor McGonagall above to prevent the basilisk from escaping. Remember, do not make eye contact. Harry, Professor, let us descend. Just as Mia prepared to leap into the pipe, Snape yanked her back by the collar. Mia gazed at Professor Snape in bewilderment. You and Potter stay behind. Professor Snape resolved to confront Voldemort alone, but Mia felt it was perilous for him to descend. What if something went awry? However, without Harry, the door could not be opened. Then Harry should accompany us. Harry nodded, but Mia elbowed him, exclaiming, What are you nodding for? I could handle this too. Please, Professor. Allow me to go. She cast a pitiful glance at Professor Snape, hoping to soften his heart. No. With that, He unceremoniously tossed Lockhart aside and leaped down alongside Harry. How could you betray us like this? Mia lamented, feeling utterly dejected as she waited atop the ledge, too intimidated to descend under Professor McGonagall's watchful gaze. She was oblivious to what was transpiring below, but a sense of dread washed over her as she felt Harry's bracelet activate. Don't worry, Mia, with Professor Snape around, nothing will go wrong, Hermione reassured her. Reluctantly, Mia composed herself and waited in anxious anticipation. Before long, the basilisk erupted from the depths. Although she was unaware of the events that had unfolded below, the sight of the seemingly unscathed creature sent a chill through Mia, leading her to fear for Professor Snape and Harry's safety. Protect everyone. Bind it swiftly. McGonagall and Mia simultaneously cast spells to shield those around them, with Hermione and Ron quickly joining in. Ron shielded Ginny while Hermione, Mia, and Professor McGonagall launched their attacks against the basilisk. Its thick hide rendered their spells ineffective. Alas, we must resort to ancient magic. Just as Mia prepared to channel her power, she caught sight of the battered professor and Harry, along with Fawkes. Harry brandished the sword of Gryffindor and charged, while Fawkes distracted the beast. Bind it. A surge of potent magic coalesced at the tip of her wand and struck the basilisk, depleting half of Mia's magical energy in the process. Harry, finish it, Mia urged, amplifying her magical output to keep the basilisk at bay. Understood. Harry thrust the sword forcefully at the creature, and soon, it lay motionless. We did it. Ron cheered with joy. However, their victory was short-lived. As Tom Riddle emerged, Mia's expression turned icy. The basilisk's venom spread swiftly throughout the body. I doubt your dear professor will survive more than a minute, Tom Riddle coldly declared. Mia swiftly shifted her gaze to Professor Snape. Indeed, one of his hands was bloodied, and he appeared weak. Fear not. You too shall not live, Mia declared, extracting one of the basilisk's fangs and plunging it into the diary. No. Tom Riddle vanished, and Mia hurried to Professor Snape's side, her eyes brimming with tears. Professor, how can I save you? Regret washed over her for having informed him about the Chamber of Secrets. If she hadn't, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Don't cry. Professor Snape wiped away her tears, while Harry looked at him sorrowfully, never having anticipated that Professor Snape would save him when he was nearly bitten by the basilisk. A melodious bird call echoed, and Fawkes descended beside Snape. Fawkes. Mia gazed at it in confusion as Fawkes offered her a comforting glance, shedding a tear that healed Professor Snape's wounds. Fawkes's tears can cure basilisk venom? Mia marveled at the miraculous sight of the phoenix and her professor. Thank you, Fawkes. The phoenix nuzzled against Mia. Wonderful. The professor is safe. But what about Professor Lockhart? Hermione interjected, her brow furrowed with concern. He accidentally cast a rebound memory charm, and has lost his memory. Harry explained, revealing that Lockhart was indeed a fraud who intended to use the memory charm on them. He recounted the events in the Chamber of Secrets, detailing how they had descended the pipe, how Lockhart had attempted to erase their memories only for the spell to backfire, and how Tom Riddle was, in fact, Voldemort, merely a memory imprisoned in a diary from 50 years ago. He had hypnotized Ginny to unleash the basilisk, inscribing blood messages, all to meet Harry and ultimately kill him. With everything revealed, Dumbledore was reinstated, Hagrid's name was cleared, and Mrs. Weasley was informed of Ginny's ordeal. Fortunately, by destroying the diary, Ginny's magical abilities and vitality were restored. Chapter 53. Dobby is free. In the headmaster's office, Mia, Harry, and their companions stood in a line, facing Dumbledore, who regarded the four children with a serious expression. You must be aware that in the past few hours, you have contravened numerous school regulations, Dumbledore stated, observing the Sootstreak children. Mia averted her gaze, Hermione hung her head, Ginny covered her face, and Ron exchanged a glance with Harry before both looked away. Yes, Headmaster. Your actions warrant expulsion. Yes, Headmaster. Dumbledore feigned seriousness, watching Harry and the others as they grew increasingly anxious. Mia, bemused by the old man's antics, thought that if he truly intended to expel them, he wouldn't do it in this manner. Instead, I commend you for your exceptional contribution to the school. A wave of relief washed over their faces. Thank you, Headmaster. Now, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Weasley, please have the owl deliver the release papers to Azkaban. I believe our gamekeeper should be returning. Dumbledore dismissed the others, leaving only Mia and Harry in the office. Headmaster, our discovery of the chamber was largely due to Moaning Myrtle, Mia dutifully reported. I see. Her name should indeed be included in the commendation. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Headmaster, why can I speak Parseltongue? As soon as Mia finished her report, Harry eagerly sought answers to his burning question. Because Voldemort is a Parselmouth. If I am not mistaken, when he left that scar on you, he also transferred a portion of his power to you. Voldemort transferred his power to me? Harry questioned incredulously. It was unintentional. Indeed. Voldemort likely never anticipated that Harry would become the final Horcrux. Does that mean I shouldn't be in Gryffindor? Harry, should you have doubts, simply observe this. Only a true Gryffindor can draw it out. Dumbledore handed Harry the blood-stained sword. Gryffindor. Mia placed her hand on Harry's shoulder, nodding affirmatively, and Harry smiled back at her. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lucius Malfoy entered, accompanied by Dobby. Dobby. The siblings exchanged glances at this unexpected pairing. You serve the Malfoy family? Mia finally pieced together the puzzle. Dobby served the Malfoy family, and Lucius had taken advantage of their time in the bookstore to plant the diary in Ginny's cauldron. Dobby had learned of it and attempted to stop them. It was all his doing. Dobby cast a fearful glance at Lucius, silently vowing to settle the score later. Lucius approached Dumbledore, shoving the two aside with his wand. Don't block the way, Potter. It seems it is true, you have returned. The Malfoy family held a position on the Board of Governors, and the Ministry of Magic was also under their influence. Thus, Dumbledore and Hagrid had been ensnared by Lucius's machinations. Mia glared at Lucius, wishing she could strike him. When the governors learned that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been harmed, they felt it necessary to summon me back. Damn it, Lucius muttered under his breath. Strangely enough, the governors seem to believe that if you do not agree to expel me, you will curse their families. You have quite the audacity. What did you say? For years, I have only cared for the welfare of this school and its students. Lucius tightened his grip on his wand, glancing at Dobby and Mia, who stood protectively behind Harry. Lucius shifted his gaze away. I believe the culprit has already been identified, yes? Indeed. Then who is it? Dumbledore and Harry exchanged glances before finally speaking in unison, Voldemort. This time he chose to manipulate others through this diary. Dumbledore held up the ruined diary. Lucius appeared visibly shaken. I understand. Fortunately, his trickery was uncovered by Miss Potter and Mr. Potter. I hope Voldemort's possessions from his school days do not fall into the hands of the innocent again. For the true culprit shall face severe retribution. Dumbledore's words carried an unspoken warning. Mia couldn't help but smile slyly. They always arrived just in time, turning the tide of despair. Lucius glared at the two siblings with clenched teeth. Don't worry, we can handle this. Mia and Harry exchanged resolute glances. Farewell. Keep up with Dobby, we're leaving. Lucius kicked Dobby and stormed off in a fit of rage. Harry? Mia observed Harry's expression and immediately understood his intent. Harry tucked his socks into his diary, using it as a means to have Lucius give the diary to Dobby, thereby allowing Dobby to receive clothing from his master. The master bestowed clothing upon Dobby, and thus, Dobby was freed. Lucius quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming, You have cost me my servant. He raised his wand, advancing towards Harry. Stop right there, Mr. Malfoy. Mia aimed her wand at Lucius with unwavering determination. Faced with the girl who had repeatedly vanquished Voldemort, and who Draco cared for deeply, Lucius hesitated. I have no desire to engage you. I suggest you depart swiftly. Mia understood Draco's affection for his family, which is why she refrained from attacking Lucius. Provided he did not lay a finger on Harry. Well done. Lucius departed in a huff. Harry Potter had granted Dobby his freedom. How might Dobby repay him? Dobby gazed earnestly at Harry. Promise me one thing. Never save me again. Harry vividly recalled the misfortunes that had befallen him due to Dobby's well-meaning interventions. Mia nearly stifled a laugh, while Harry cast a resigned glance at her. Chapter 54. The Dragon and the Treasure. Before long, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley arrived at the school, embracing Ginny, who was safe and sound. Thank you both, Harry, Mia. Ginny has informed us of everything. Arthur and Molly expressed their gratitude towards the siblings. It was our duty, madam, Mia replied with a polite smile. Molly's expression softened as she crouched down to gently stroke the heads of the two children. We are grateful for your help, but Voldemort is a grave danger. Remember to alert us adults next time, understood? Of course, Mia and Harry responded earnestly. Satisfied that Ginny was unharmed, the couple took their leave. The crisis in the Chamber of Secrets was successfully averted, and Lockhart was sent to St. Mungo's for treatment. Mia, noticing Wood and Harry's despondence due to the cancelled match, proactively proposed to the headmaster the resumption of the game, which was of course approved. Wood extended a special invitation to Mia to watch from the Gryffindor stands, but considering the potential wrath of the Slytherins, she politely declined and returned to the Slytherin viewing area. The match commenced between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The moment Cedric entered the field, Mia was greeted by a chorus of cheers. Truly popular, she thought, observing the two seekers waving at her, along with the twins and Wood, who seemed to be beckoning her to join them. As the game began, Cedric showcased remarkable skill. Although the Badgers adopted a somewhat laid-back approach, Cedric was determined to lead his house to victory in both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. What a perfect individual, Mia mused, admiring Cedric's athletic form, his strong waist and well-defined muscles. Perhaps she was beginning to take a liking to Quidditch. The Badgers played with a spirit of fairness and harmony, unlike Slytherin's more ruthless tactics, and thankfully, Wood was not knocked off his broom this time. While Hufflepuff's overall skill may not have matched Gryffindor's, they possessed outstanding players who could rise to the occasion when it mattered most. The match was exhilarating, culminating with Cedric catching the golden snitch for victory, prompting cheers to erupt from the crowd. As the teams descended from their brooms, Cedric approached Harry, offering a friendly handshake. "You played well. Thank you. You were impressive as well." Harry returned the sentiment with a smile. "Would I look forward to our next match?" Wood nodded in agreement. "See you on the pitch." Mia observed that the match was nearing its end, and leaped from the stands to join Harry. "Are you disappointed?" she inquired, concerned that he might be upset about losing. "Not at all. Cedric is a great opponent, and I eagerly anticipate our next confrontation." Harry winked. "Seems you two are evenly matched?" "Perhaps." Mia chuckled, glancing up at the towering figures of Wood and Cedric, both much taller and sturdier than her and Harry. Cedric's eyes lit up upon seeing her. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Here, this is for you." Cedric hesitated as he offered the golden snitch to Mia, worried she might refuse, while his teammates egged him on from behind. Harry's gaze snapped to Cedric. Well, you bold fellow, harboring intentions towards my sister? Why are you giving it to me? Am I a golden snitch receptacle?" "Thank you." Mia accepted it hesitantly. "Absolutely not." Harry and Wood exclaimed in unison. "What's wrong, Harry? Is there an issue?" Mia looked curiously at her brother. "Nothing. Just that she cannot accept it." Harry glared at Cedric. "Should I take it back?" Mia inquired, returning the snitch. Seeing Mia decline, Cedric's expression dimmed. "Well, we're having a victory party tonight. Would you like to join us?" Cedric hesitated, aware that inviting her so soon after Harry's loss might not be appropriate. "Is that all right?" "Certainly." Cedric's teammates eagerly chimed in, sensing a chance. "All right, I'll come over in the evening. We have a victory party too." Wood shot a reproachful look at Mia, as if to say, why not join us instead? "Shall I attend both?" After all, despite Gryffindor's loss to Hufflepuff, they had triumphed over Slytherin and Ravenclaw, securing the top rank, and the Quidditch Cup seemed within reach. "Such greed, Miss Little Snake," Fred and George said, flanking Mia with feigned sorrow. "Must we really do this? So many eyes are upon us." Mia could feel the curious gazes of the students. "Let go of my sister." Harry pulled Mia protectively, glaring at the two. All right, Fred sighed in resignation. "Guarding the treasure, are we?" George teased. "Both of you should be more aware." "Harry looks ready to devour you," Mia sighed. Chapter 55. Love Brings Down the Proud. In the Hufflepuff common room, the jubilant Badgers had decorated it early and prepared a feast in anticipation of their team's return. As Mia followed the team through the door, a pair of hands covered her ears, and suddenly, a bang announced the explosion of fireworks. It was Cedric, and Mia stood momentarily entranced by his handsome visage. "You weren't frightened, were you?" Cedric asked with concern. "No, thank you," Mia replied, her ears slightly flushed, grateful her hair concealed her embarrassment. The Badgers, who had been observing from the sidelines, exchanged knowing smiles. "Ahem, Cedric, come inside," Dean interjected, not wanting to disrupt the moment but recognizing they were blocking the entrance. Right." Cedric, realizing his blunder, quickly retracted his hands and pretended to cough as he led Mia to a seat. "Hello, everyone," Mia greeted the Badgers politely. "Miss Potter. Welcome to our celebration." The Badgers greeted her warmly. The victory party was essentially a gathering for food and games. "Is it boring?" Cedric asked with genuine concern. "Not at all. Everyone is quite friendly." Mia raised her cup. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Cedric clinked his cup against hers, and they shared a warm smile. "Now, for the main event." We secretly procured butterbeer and fire whiskey from Hogsmeade. The older Badgers had brought back these drinks specifically for the celebration, eagerly awaiting this day. "Wow." The Badgers erupted in cheers. "Miss Potter, would you care for a drink?" Dean inquired, raising a glass of fire whiskey towards Mia. Intrigued by the flavor of fire whiskey, Mia was about to accept when she was abruptly interrupted. "You're too young to drink. Don't let her indulge in foolishness," Cedric admonished, pulling his glass away as if to protect her from any temptation. "Oh, so you're playing the Guardian now? Very well, I shan't disturb you any further. I shall take my leave to amuse myself elsewhere." Dean smirked at Cedric, who looked as if he might retaliate in frustration. In truth, There was no need for such vigilance. Mia found Cedric's protective demeanor rather amusing. The celebration had drawn late into the night, and the badgers had scattered about. "Shall I escort you home?" Cedric suggested, realizing the hour was indeed late. He attempted to rise, but the effects of several drinks left him slightly disoriented. Mia quickly steadied him, saying, "Be careful. I can manage on my own, and in your condition, how could you possibly escort me?" She chuckled at his state. "It's far too dangerous for you to be alone." Cedric insisted earnestly, meeting her gaze. "Do not forget, I am quite formidable. Any danger would be directed towards others." "That may be true, but you could still be harmed, and that would hurt," Cedric countered, shaking his head. Mia's heart softened at the sight of the adorable badger before her, suppressing a laugh. "But in your current state, I would worry for you." "It's all right. I am quite capable," he assured her. "Would you at least accompany me to the corridor?" Mia relented, seeing his determination. Cedric, still a bit unsteady, grasped her hand as they made their way out of the lounge. "We've arrived. You should head back now," Mia advised, sensing they had reached a suitable stopping point. Cedric felt as though time had passed swiftly, and the distance had been far too short. He bent down to embrace her, conceding, "Very well then, good night." "Good night," Mia replied, and Cedric reluctantly released her, watching until she vanished from view. Upon arriving at the Slytherin common room, Mia entered with the password and spotted Draco. Wasn't this scene reminiscent of something she had witnessed before? Draco, recalling the events of Valentine's Day, felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, though he quickly regained his composure. Mia." He hesitated and she approached, intrigued by his faltering demeanor, taking a seat beside him. "Could you refrain from ignoring me?" Mia asked, pursing her lips, recalling the moment he had held her close, weeping. Though her heart softened, she would not easily forgive Draco for his disparaging remarks about Hermione. "No," she shook her head, watching as Draco's expression paled. "What must I do to earn your forgiveness?" he asked, pulling gently at her sleeve with a nasally tone. "You must sincerely apologize to Hermione." Mia understood Draco's pride. It would never allow him to apologize to someone he deemed inferior. Yet she could not overlook the hurt Hermione had endured, which she had witnessed firsthand. "If I apologize, you'll forgive me, right?" Draco remarked, aware of Mia's fiercely protective nature and her deep regard for friends and family. He understood she still cared for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so close, nor would she have gifted him a Christmas present. To her astonishment, Mia realized Draco genuinely intended to apologize to Hermione. "Please don't treat me this way. It makes me very sad," he implored, moving closer and taking her hand, resting his head against hers. Draco, Mia sighed. "Very well." They sat in silence, absorbing each other's warmth. The following day, outside the Great Hall, Mia stood with Draco as she had summoned Hermione, ensuring they had privacy for their conversation, knowing Draco preferred not to be observed. "Malfoy, what do you want?" Hermione frowned. Yet she trusted Mia's judgment in allowing him to speak. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that," Draco stated plainly, offering his apology. "Draco Malfoy has been impersonated?" Hermione realized what he referred to and acknowledged that it was an issue she had long since overlooked. She hadn't anticipated Mia would remember, and prompt Draco to apologize. After delivering his apology, Draco entered the hall, sensing Hermione still had words for Mia. "I remember everything, Hermione. I know you no longer care. But I have retained the memory for you," Mia reassured, gripping Hermione's hand tightly. "You fool." Hermione's eyes glistened with emotion. "Thank you. You're welcome." Chapter 56, The Marauder's Map. Draco had finally reconciled with Mia, elated beyond measure. After finishing her conversation with Hermione, Mia entered the hall, where Draco patted the space beside him, inviting her to sit. Mia complied, delighting the young Slytherin, for this was merely the beginning. During their classes, he intended to reclaim his position beside her. "Is this reconciliation?" The younger Slytherins whispered amongst themselves. "It seems so. Just look at how happy Malfoy is." "Indeed, it's about time they made amends. It's been half a year." Daphne quietly approached Mia. "You truly are back on good terms?" Theodore's gaze shifted to them. "Yes," Mia nodded. "He actually apologized?" Daphne knew that without Draco's apology, reconciliation would have been impossible. Shoo, Mia cautioned, aware of Draco's pride and unwilling to divulge details to others. Theodore glanced at Draco, smirking as he withdrew his gaze. At the Gryffindor celebration, Mia arrived early, anxious that the team's surprise might startle her, as she was easily startled. "Mia, come quickly," Ginny exclaimed, pointing to the seat beside her. Once seated, she snuggled close. "Why does everyone enjoy being so close?" Mia mused. Flanked by Hermione on one side and Ginny on the other, feeling a bit overwhelmed. In Ginny's eyes, Mia had eclipsed Harry in importance. She had become Mia's devoted fan. When the team entered, fireworks erupted as predicted. Harry was immediately swept into the center by the enthusiastic Gryffindors, dancing and cheering. George and Fred approached. "Hey there, little snake. Long time no see. Haven't we just seen each other? It's been ages since you visited our pranks. We've found something exciting. Make sure to come to the old spot tomorrow night." George winked, leaving a tantalizing mystery. Mia felt a surge of curiosity about what they had discovered, as they wouldn't have come to share anything mundane. Hermione, Ginny, and Ron soon joined in the festivities, allowing Mia to comfortably occupy the entire sofa, leisurely enjoying their dancing, albeit a bit awkwardly. Suddenly, the sofa sank, nearly tipping Mia over. She turned to see Wood. "Mia," he said, gazing at her with his puppy dog eyes. "Congratulations on winning the Quidditch Cup once more." Mia chose to forgive this handsome interruption to her appreciation of the peculiar dance, for she and Harry were somewhat guilty of being captivated by looks. "Thanks to you. Harry informed me it was you who resolved the Chamber of Secrets, allowing the headmaster to reopen the tournament. Is that so?" "Haha, it wasn't much." Mia blushed at the compliment. "Are you going to join in the festivities?" "I think not. I'm not quite accustomed to it." "Then I shall stay here with you," Wood replied, reclining on the sofa beside her, watching the merriment unfold. George and Fred excelled at energizing the crowd, with the little lions thoroughly enjoying themselves, though poor Ron bore the brunt of his brother's antics. After the festivities concluded, Mia declined the offers of several eager escorts, choosing to return at a leisurely pace. Before entering, she peeked around to ensure the coast was clear. "What are you searching for?" Theodore emerged from the shadows, amused by her cautiousness. "Why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" Mia inquired, looking at him curiously. "Who kept you out so late?" Theodore had actually been waiting for Mia for the past couple of days, though he had not shown up yesterday. "You should go rest now. There's no rush." Theodore approached, gazing at Mia. He raised his hand, gently brushing her cheek, inadvertently letting his fingers graze the corner of her lips, leaving a trace behind. "Really? Thank you. I should head back as well. Good night." "Good night." Theodore softly caressed his fingertips, only returning to the dormitory after watching Mia enter. "What were you doing out so late?" Blaise asked, lifting his eyelids at the sound. "Just handling some matters." "Still have things to do at this hour?" "Forget it, I'm going back to sleep." Theodore leaned against the window, gently stroking the protective charm Mia had given him. Everyone possesses their own talents, after all. The following evening, Mia awaited George and Fred in the empty classroom where they often convened, idly fiddling with the new gadgets they had developed in her absence. "Hey there, Miss Snake." "Good evening." George was the first to rush to Mia's side, while Fred ambled over leisurely. "Good evening, what is that?" Mia inquired, glancing at the two. They revealed a map, raising their eyebrows in excitement. It depicted a moon-faced figure, a worm's tail, a big foot, and Mr. Pointy Fork. "What's so remarkable about this?" Mia perused it briefly. "The real show is yet to come." George and Fred pointed their wands at the map. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The map unfurled, revealing a detailed layout of Hogwarts Castle, including all rooms, corridors, secret passages, and the locations of those present. "This is truly impressive. Where did you acquire it?" Mia examined her position on the map with intrigue. "We found it in Filch's office. We've been caught by him a number of times for our pranks, and we managed to divert his attention and sneak it away." "Really? How did you know the incantation to activate it?" "We must have tried over 300 spells," they admitted. "With such perseverance, why not succeed in other ventures?" "What is it called?" "The Marauder's Map." Chapter 57, Final Exams and Peter Pettigrew. Mia borrowed the Marauder's map from George and Fred, her mind racing at the prophecy's claims of heroic sacrifice. Peter Pettigrew's brave confrontation with Sirius Black. Gazing at the accolades awarded to Peter in the Daily Prophet, juxtaposed with the disdain directed at Sirius, and seeing Peter Pettigrew's name on the map, Mia's expression hardened. The map could indeed expose Peter, but simply allowing him to be captured would be too lenient. Furthermore, if the map were to be used as evidence, it might be confiscated, rendering it too valuable to lose. "I must first make a copy. Sirius needs to clear his name swiftly. 12 years in Azkaban. Who knows how he is faring now?" After a moment's contemplation, Mia resolved to seek out Professor Dumbledore, but upon entering his office, she found it empty. "Fawkes, do you know where the headmaster has gone?" Fawkes perched on Mia's arm and chirped a few notes. "Off to an academic conference, is he?" Mia furrowed her brow in thought as Fawkes chirped again. "He'll return shortly?" "All right, thank you." Mia gently stroked Fawkes's head. "How did you understand him?" The Sorting Hat interjected incredulously. "Just a guess?" It was quite easy to deduce. Mia and Fawkes tilted their heads toward the Sorting Hat. "Did I end up in the wrong house?" I should be in Hufflepuff. After leaving the headmaster's office, Mia made her way to the Ollery. Hedwig. Hoo-hoo. Hedwig fluttered joyfully towards her little master. Could you please deliver this letter to Professor Dumbledore? Make haste, understood? Mia penned a letter detailing that Peter Pettigrew was still alive, and that Sirius had been wrongfully accused. Hoo-hoo. Off you go. Following the Quidditch match, the final exams loomed. Under Mia's specialized training this semester, Ron and Harry found their spell work, defense against the dark arts, and practical applications to be manageable. However, theoretical knowledge remained a challenge. Dear Lady Mia, might you once again provide us with some exam hints? Ron beseeched, holding out his book with earnest eyes, Harry at his side, assuring a high success rate with Harry's involvement. Hermione was exasperatedly amused. Ginny averted her gaze in embarrassment, while Luna politely refrained from looking. Mia, feeling a headache coming on, glanced at Harry's pitiful expression and steeled herself. Only history of magic. Hooray. Long live Lady Mia. Ron exclaimed, knowing Harry's presence would be beneficial. Mia's temples twitched. Well, they were friends after all, and it wasn't too much to ask. Perhaps extra training next semester would suffice. Mia had been swiftly recreating the Marauders map. The progress was promising, making it suitable for evidence. Ron, could I take a look at Scabbers? Sure, but what do you need him for? Ron readily agreed. Just a little something. A mischievous smile crept onto Mia's face. Sending him to Azkaban would be too lenient. She believed in an eye-for-an-eye approach. All right, I'll go fetch him now. As soon as Ron finished speaking, he dashed off. Mia, what do you need Scabbers for? Harry curiously leaned closer to see the replicated Marauders map in Mia's hands. It's for evidence. Evidence? Scabbers has done something wrong, and you need proof? Be good and study. Will you pass the exams? Oh, fine. Harry reluctantly returned to his studies. I'm back. Ron returned breathlessly. Have some water and rest. Mia handed Ron a cup of water, then secured a collar around Scabbers' neck. What is this? Hermione, Ginny, and Luna inquired with curiosity. Luna furrowed her brow upon seeing Scabbers. She found the rat peculiar and gently tugged at Mia's sleeve. Don't worry. Mia squeezed Luna's hand reassuringly. It's a locator. Only Ron and I can remove it. I recall Ron saying Scabbers always runs amok, so I prepared this. Of course. It was more than that. The collar was inscribed with ancient runes, rendering it impossible for anyone else to remove it. Forcing it off would trigger an explosion. And Mia had added various elements to ensure Scabbers would experience the sensation of the killing curse and the Dementor's kiss. Unless he perished, the torment would persist, making it perfect for Peter. This was a preparation she made upon discovering Peter was the true culprit behind Sirius's framing. Enjoy the experience. This is the price of betrayal. Thank you, Mia. Now I won't have to worry about Scabbers going missing. Ron cheerfully accepted the rat, completely oblivious to Scabbers' stiffened body. Dumbledore's letter arrived swiftly, stating that he had always believed in Sirius's innocence but lacked evidence. He was thrilled that Mia could now provide it, and would return as soon as possible. The final exams approached as expected, with Mia maintaining her position at the top, Hermione in second, while Harry and Ron barely scraped by. What a close call. I passed. Ron gazed nervously at his scores, finally exhaling with relief. I did too, thank goodness. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow, having nearly failed potions. Next semester, we must ramp up our training. Mia sighed at the two of them. Chapter 58. The Order of Merlin. In recent days, Mia and Professor Snape had spent several days at St. Mungo's, where their latest potion version showed significant progress. To obtain the primary data, they had decided to stay at St. Mungo's. How are the Longbottoms faring? Mia inquired of the attending physician. Their condition has improved significantly. It's remarkable. That's wonderful to hear. However, I believe their inherent strong willpower also plays a crucial role. We should observe this aspect in the future. As Mia and Professor Snape conversed with the physician, they soon arrived at the Longbottoms hospital room. The doctor knocked gently on the door, and a soft female voice replied from within, "Please come in." As Mia entered, she was greeted by the sight of Neville, weeping in the embrace of his parents, and Augusta, silently shedding tears. Upon noticing Mia's arrival, they turned to her immediately. I apologize, I hope I'm not intruding. Mia hesitated. Not at all. Did you come to save us? Alice gazed at Mia with gentle eyes. No. I merely proposed the idea. It was Professor Snape, the physicians, and your own resilience that facilitated your recovery. Come here, child. Alice beckoned Mia closer, and she obediently approached. I recognize you. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. Regardless, I am immensely grateful to you, dear. Alice tenderly tousled Mia's hair, while Frank held Neville with evident gratitude. It's the least I could do. How is your health? Quite well. I believe we shall be discharged shortly, Frank replied cheerfully, still astonished that he would see his child again. Thanks to the efforts of Lily and James's daughter. That's wonderful. We still need to continue documenting data. We may require your cooperation. Mia indicated the notebook in her hand. Of course. All right, what do you need? Once the latest data was recorded, both Mia and Professor Snape felt fatigued and sought a place to rest, only to find that Professor Dumbledore and Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge had arrived as well. Headmaster? What brings you here? Dumbledore raised the object in his hand. I heard that the Longbottoms are nearly recovered. So I came to check on you and bring some good news. What is it? Mia inquired curiously at the document bearing the Ministry of Magic's seal. Previously, I nominated you and Severus for the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, and it has now been approved. Dumbledore passed the document to Mia, who was pleasantly surprised. The Order of Merlin is an honor bestowed by the Ministry of Magic to recognize wizards or witches who have made exceptional contributions to the magical community. 2nd class? The 2nd class is awarded for significant contributions to the magical world. Your project on the lingering effects of the Cruciatus Curse has had a profound impact on the entire wizarding community. Thus the Ministry has decided to award Severus Snape and Mia Potter the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. Cornelius Fudge solemnly presented the 2 medals to them. As they accepted them, Fudge beamed. The Daily Prophet is waiting outside for a report. Come along with me. Mia frowned. She was reluctant to appear in the newspaper, and Professor Snape, considering this, took the initiative to handle the photo and interview, stating that she was too young for excessive exposure. Fudge, however, was eager to seize this opportunity for publicity. Dumbledore shot him a warning glance. A written report will suffice. Fudge had no choice but to comply and stepped out with Professor Snape. Headmaster, about Sirius, Mia looked expectantly at Dumbledore. Fudge is unwilling to reopen the trial. He dismissed my request, Dumbledore replied, clearly displeased. But what if the evidence is conclusive? I will reapply, though it may take some time. Dumbledore gently patted Mia's shoulder. Do not worry, everything will be all right. But I'm worried about Sirius. 12 years in Azkaban. Do not fret, child. Sirius is waiting for you. All right. The Great Hall was adorned with Slytherin's silver and green banners, emblazoned with serpents. Although Gryffindor had once again claimed the Quidditch Cup this year, they had Mia, making the House Cup seem within easy reach. After the news of Mia and Professor Snape receiving the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, spread through the Daily Prophet, students quickly learned of it. Goodness, is this the disparity between people? Ron stared, wide-eyed at the newspaper. Wait, my sister received an award from the Ministry of Magic? Harry had anticipated Mia would be recognized but was astonished by the magnitude of it. Yet upon reflection he sighed, well, my sister is just that remarkable. Ginny. What are you doing? Hermione, originally shocked, turned to see Ginny cutting out something. I'm collecting articles about my sister Mia. She's incredible. Achieving so much in her 2nd year. Ginny gleefully pasted her finds. So many? Ron flicked through Ginny's notebook, only to have it swatted away by Ginny. How fierce. Ron pouted, rubbing his now red hand. What's going on? Mia asked as she returned to see the group gathered together. Mia. You're back. Hermione was the first to rush over, followed closely by Ginny. You're so impressive, sister. You all know already. That was quick. Mia immediately understood what they were discussing. The Daily Prophet covered it extensively. George waved the paper. Miss Little Snake saved countless families afflicted by the Cruciatus Curse. Truly remarkable. Though Fred teased. His eyes sparkled with humor. Mia, Harry said, brimming with pride. You're truly amazing. Mia chuckled softly. Initially, she had only sought to act within her capabilities, never expecting so many would feel proud of her. Upon returning to Slytherin, Mia was met with further admiration and envy. Before the feast begins, let us applaud Professors Sprout and Pomfrey. Thanks to their mandrake juice, those petrified can be saved. The sound of applause filled the hall, and suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Hagrid. Sorry I'm late. Mia's face lit up with joy at the sight of Hagrid. That owl named Errol got lost. Hagrid entered, looking at Mia, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. I must say, had it not been for you, I would still be in Azkaban. I just want to thank you. Welcome back, Hagrid. Mia beamed, her face radiant with delight. Hogwarts wouldn't be the same without you. Nor would we, Harry added to Hagrid. Mia and Harry hugged Hagrid's legs, and Hagrid lovingly patted the 2 children, as the professors led the applause. Hagrid, please take a seat. Dumbledore invited him to join them. Next, as you all have seen, let us congratulate Professor Snape and Miss Potter for receiving the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. The hall erupted in applause and cheers as Mia and Professor Snape exchanged smiles. while Professor McGonagall winked at Mia. I must also announce this year's House Cup, awarded to Slytherin. Congratulations on retaining the House Cup for the 9th time. Along with some additional points and awards I wish to announce. Dumbledore's words heightened everyone's anticipation, recalling how Gryffindor had narrowly surpassed Slytherin the previous year. First, congratulations to Miss Mia, Mr. Harry, Mr. Ron, Miss Hermione, and Miss Metal Elizabeth Warren for their special contributions to the school, each earning an additional 50 points for their respective houses. Myrtle strutted in proudly, and the students sincerely applauded them, while the Slytherins secretly calculated points, breathing a sigh of relief when they realized they had not been surpassed. Thus, amidst cheers, the second year concluded. Chapter 59, Sirius's Escape. Before returning to the Dursleys, Mia made a trip to Gringotts to exchange a significant sum of pounds. Mia, why are you exchanging so much money? Harry asked, puzzled. This will settle the Dursleys' debt of gratitude for raising us, and the remainder will serve as our rent for the coming years. We can consider this matter resolved. She had intended to do this before returning last year, but had forgotten amidst the chaos. Is that so? Harry's expression dimmed slightly. Perhaps it was for the best to settle early, as he still had his sister. Let us go. It's time to return. All right. Upon arriving at the Dursleys, Mia took the initiative to have a lengthy conversation with her aunt and uncle, handing them the money, effectively clearing their debt. After Mia's departure, Petunia remained silent for a long while Vernon quietly accompanied her. In a few years, we will move out and buy our own house. Mia noticed Harry's subdued mood, and went to comfort him in his room. Harry held Mia close and responded with a dull affirmation. In the days that followed, they coexisted with their uncle and aunt in a state of mutual indifference, with the latter no longer deliberately vexing them. During the holidays, having been well fed and well cared for, and at an age when boys experience a growth spurt, Harry had grown taller than Mia, who herself had also gained considerable height, resembling a sprouting branch, and her beauty had intensified, increasingly reminiscent of Lily. They had anticipated a continuation of this peaceful coexistence. However, the arrival of Uncle Vernon's sister disrupted it. Are you still living here? Maggie regarded the two of them with a distinct lack of warmth. Yes, Harry obediently replied, while Mia chose to ignore her. Your tone is rather ungrateful, considering my brother took you in out of kindness. If it were me, I would have surely sent you to an orphanage. Penny quickly intervened to halt Maggie's tirade. What's wrong, Penny? I'm merely stating the truth. Enough, stop talking. Vernon barked, compelling Maggie to fall silent. Is this my little Duddy? My precious nephew, come give me a kiss. Maggie's attention shifted to Dudley, while Mia had other matters to attend to. She had come downstairs merely to retrieve a letter, and intended to return upstairs immediately after. That evening, having prepared dinner for themselves, Harry was about to ascend the stairs with the plates when he overheard Maggie's remarks. Disobedient children ought to be taught a lesson. Like father, like son. What kind of a father does this child have? Nothing much, just an unemployed vagabond, Maggie scoffed, and while there was truth in that. As James had inherited a substantial fortune and had no need to work, it was still an unkind accusation. Surely a drunkard, Maggie added with disdain. Nonsense. Harry's hand momentarily froze. What did you say? Maggie inquired, having not caught his words. My father is not a drunkard. In a sudden surge of uncontrolled magic, the cup in Maggie's hand shattered. Ah, did I exert too much force? Maggie gazed incredulously at the broken cup. Sensing the surge of magic, Mia hurried downstairs, only to find Harry visibly enraged. What happened? Mia, preoccupied with the headache caused by Dumbledore's revelation of Sirius's escape, asked. Nothing, Mia. Harry clearly wished to shield her from anger, preparing to take her back upstairs when Maggie resumed her verbal assault. Actually, it's not just about the father. The mother is crucial too. You can tell from the dog. If the mother dog has issues, the pups are bound to follow suit. Maggie was abruptly silenced as Mia pressed a shard of glass against her neck, calmly demanding an apology. Although Mia's tone was gentle and her expression serene, it instilled fear in Maggie. How dare you? Mia applied a hint of pressure, causing blood to trickle from Maggie's neck. Stop it, Mia Potter. Penny scolded sharply. Have you forgotten, Aunt? We are even now, Mia retorted, her green eyes transforming into a fierce red. You. Monster. Monster. Maggie gasped in terror. Her gaze locked onto Mia's eyes before she fainted. Mia, calm down. Harry quickly enveloped Mia in his arms and led her back to their room. Mia. We're leaving. We can't stay here. Harry comforted her tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. Mia forced herself to regain composure, her pupils returning to their original hue, allowing Harry to breathe a sigh of relief. We must go anywhere but here, Harry urged as he began to pack their belongings. with Mia obediently assisting. Dragging their suitcase down the stairs, they were intercepted by Vernon. "Where do you think you're going?" "Anywhere is better than here," Harry replied coldly. "Where else do you have to go?" Vernon attempted to block their path. "Let them go," Penny called out to Vernon, watching the siblings depart. As they walked along the dimly lit street in the dead of night, they found a spot to sit, realizing that indeed, they had nowhere to go. At that moment, a large black dog emerged from the bushes, Mia gazing curiously yet hesitantly at it. "Come here," she called, crouching down and waving her hand. Just as the big black dog seemed ready to approach, a bus appeared. "Welcome aboard the night bus, designed for stranded wizards. I am Stan Shunpike, tonight's conductor. Why are you squatting on the ground?" Mia averted her gaze from Stan to the spot where the dog had been, but it had vanished, likely frightened away. "What are you looking at?" Stan leaned in with curiosity. "Nothing," Harry said, pulling Mia to her feet. "Then get on quickly. The grass has grown long while you waited. Come, let me take your luggage. Hurry aboard." Stan was overly enthusiastic. Mia and Harry climbed onto the bus, which was furnished with numerous beds, some of which were occupied by sleeping wizards. They looked around in wonder as Stan handed them a small ticket before starting the journey. The bus lurched unexpectedly, causing Mia and Harry to tumble onto the beds behind them. "My goodness," Mia exclaimed, rubbing her head where it had bumped against Harry's chest. "Are you all right?" Harry asked as he steadied himself and wrapped an arm around Mia's waist, gently massaging her head. The bus jolted again, swerving perilously. Harry quickly grasped the railing, holding Mia securely. "Where are you headed?" "The Leaky Cauldron, London." Mia noticed the newspaper in Stan's hand, which bore the headline about the escaped Azkaban convict. "What is that you have there?" "This? Sirius Black has escaped. Surely you've heard? He is a murderer, imprisoned in Azkaban. And he is the first to successfully break out. He was loyal to Voldemort." The bus came to a halt. Chapter 60, The Hero Peter. "Mia." Upon disembarking, Harry observed Mia's troubled expression. "News travels fast," she muttered, having just received Dumbledore's letter, and now the Daily Prophet was already reporting it. The Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly launch a massive manhunt for Sirius, and she wondered how he was faring. "Never mind, let us discuss this inside." Once inside, they were led to a room by Tom, where they found Hedwig. Hedwig. Harry reached out for her. She was clever. She had found her way back just 5 minutes prior. "Fudge. What is he doing here?" Mia queried, eyeing the man seated in the room. "Running away from home in the current climate is quite irresponsible," he stated. "The current climate?" Harry was perplexed. "There's an escaped murderer, Sirius Black. What does that have to do with me?" Harry asked. Nothing of course. You are quite safe." Fudge hastily redirected the conversation. "You know everything," Mia glared at Fudge, who feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about?" He replied, unwilling to admit the truth. "I hope your position remains secure, Minister," Mia remarked with a pointed tone. "Of course. I will be quite secure," he assured. "Take them back to their room, Tom." Mia and Harry followed Tom. "Mia, do you know something?" Harry hesitantly inquired. "Sirius Black was a friend of our parents. He was imprisoned for their murder." "What did you say?" Harry tightened his grip on Mia's shoulders. "Calm down. He was wrongfully accused. I have evidence. He has no living relatives left in this world, so I believe he will come to Hogwarts to find us after his escape. But I don't understand why he would escape, as Dumbledore had already informed him. Why did Sirius escape? That leads back to Fudge. When he visited the prison, he was holding a newspaper featuring a photo of the Weasley family vacationing in Egypt, which included Peter. Sirius recognized that as Peter's animagus form and feared he would harm Harry and me, leading him to transform into a black dog and flee. Then who is the real murderer? Harry's eyes burned with hatred. Mia pulled out a newspaper from 12 years ago, revealing the true culprit. The hero Peter. Where is he? Calm down, Harry. The priority now is finding Sirius. He has been wronged for 12 years. Harry struggled to quell his emotions, yet the hatred simmered within him. Harry, prepare yourself for countless individuals to tell you that Sirius killed our parents. Remember, that is not true, and do not divulge the truth to anyone, for no one will believe you. Understood. It is imperative that we locate him promptly. The headmaster has already submitted an application to the ministry regarding Weasley. If we can find him, then Sirius will be able to clear his name. In the days that followed, the siblings took residence at the Leaky Cauldron, and before the school term commenced, they ventured to purchase books at Flourish and Blots. Upon learning of their whereabouts, Hermione and Ron hastened to join them before the start of the term. I warn you, Hermione, do not allow that beast near Crookshanks, or I shall transform it into a teapot. Ron exclaimed. It's merely a cat, Ron. What harm could it possibly do? Mia and Harry, just stepping outside. Overheard Hermione and Ron's banter, while a long-haired cat chased after a scraggly rat at their feet. It's in its nature, Ron defended. A cat, is it? It resembles a long-haired pig. At least my rat doesn't look like a smelly shoe brush. The siblings descended to find Ron and Hermione bickering over their pets. Hermione, Ron. Mia greeted, witnessing her good friends finally display smiles after a long holiday. Mia. Hermione approached, cradling Crookshanks, and upon noticing Luna at Mia's feet, she exclaimed, Luna! It has been ages. Meow. Luna nodded in acknowledgement. Though it was not the first time she had encountered Luna's intelligence, Hermione couldn't help but marvel at it. Is this your pet? Mia gently stroked Crookshanks. Regardless of its nature, any cat that does not favor Peter is a good cat, an excellent companion, she remarked. Crookshanks nuzzled against Mia's hand, clearly pleased with the attention. Go play with Luna, Mia urged, setting Crookshanks down. How was your journey to Egypt? Ron inquired, visibly troubled. All ancient artifacts, mummies and tombs, even Crookshanks was hard to please. I don't understand why Crookshanks suddenly lost his appetite. He hardly moves at night, Ron lamented. The Egyptians worshipped cats, Hermione noted, evidently still reeling from the earlier encounter. Indeed, they even worshipped dung beetles, Mia sighed, observing their playful bickering before returning to entertain the two cats. You've been showing off your clippings again. George and Fred snatched the newspaper clippings from Ron's hands. I have not been showing off, Ron retorted. Not unless you count Tom, Fred chimed in, or the maid from the day shift, the one from the night shift, the cook, and the fellow who fixes toilets. Long time no see, Miss Snake. George bent down, noting that both he and Fred had grown considerably taller during the holiday, requiring him to stoop slightly to address her. You seem rather glum, Fred observed, leaning in close to Mia's face with concern. It's nothing, Mia shook her head. Mia, sister. Before she could finish her thought, a soft body pressed against her. Ginny. The Weasley family was indeed enthusiastic. Long time no see, Ginny. You've grown quite a bit, Mia remarked, stroking Ginny's soft hair. Hee, sister. You've become even more beautiful. Ginny attempted to snuggle closer until George and Fred playfully pulled her away. Arthur and Molly soon arrived, showering them with affection. Harry, Mia, may I have a word with you? Arthur leaned down to speak to the two children. Mia and Harry exchanged glances. It was likely about Sirius. All right. There are individuals at the ministry who vehemently oppose my disclosing this information to you. But I believe it is vital for you to know the truth. You are in grave danger. Your lives are at stake, Arthur declared solemnly. This is about Sirius, isn't it? How much do you know about him? Harry hesitated, admitting only that he had escaped from prison. Do you know why? 13 years ago, when you thwarted Voldemort. You also caused Black to lose everything. Yet to this day, he remains fiercely loyal, believing that you are the ones who prevented his master's return. He escaped from Azkaban to find you, and then to kill us? Harry and Mia exchanged fearful glances. You must swear to me that regardless of what you hear, you will not seek out Black. Mia pressed her lips together, cursing fudge. If only he had not rejected the headmaster's request. Sirius would have long since been exonerated instead of bearing the burden of infamy. Chapter 61. The Fluffy Godfather Appears. Due to their late arrival, Harry, Mia, and their companions could only find a seat in a bustling compartment. Come in, all the other compartments are full, Hermione ushered them inside. Harry noticed a figure sleeping with their face obscured by clothing. Who is that? Remus Lupin, Hermione replied. How do you know everything? Ron asked, astonished. It's written on the luggage. Mia pointed to a bag overhead. Sleeping? Let's keep our voices down so as not to disturb him, Mia whispered as she and Harry settled beside the stranger. I need to discuss something with you, Harry said, rising to close the door. He briefly recounted Sirius's situation but withheld the fact that they knew the real culprit, as Peter was still on the train. Sirius Black escaped to find you? But they will capture him, right? Ron asked, clutching Crookshanks. Ron, that's enough. Discussing this is futile now. Suddenly, the train came to an abrupt halt, the air turned frigid, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. What is happening? Ron pressed his face against the window. There's something out there. The train lights flickered off, and the windows began to frost over. It seems someone has boarded the train? Mia sensed something was amiss and drew her wand. The other three exchanged worried glances and quickly followed suit. A shadowy figure materialized outside the door and opened it. Dementors. The ministry has unleashed them to capture Sirius? Harry locked eyes with the creature, feeling an icy chill wash over him, as if he could hear his mother's final cries before succumbing to darkness. Harry. Everything transpired too swiftly. Mia quickly cast the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. A voice echoed alongside hers. It was Remus. though Mia's Patronus had yet to fully take form. Its power was sufficient to drive the Dementor away in tandem with Remus's. Check on him. I'll return to the train compartment, Remus instructed the group. With the realization that he might be their professor, Hermione nodded in agreement while Mia anxiously regarded Harry. Harry, wake up. Mia gently called. Are you all right? Cedric knocked on the door. Cedric? Mia recognized his prefect badge with relief. I'm glad you're safe. The Dementor has been driven away by a professor. I need to check on the other compartments. Stay safe. Mia nodded as she watched him depart. The train soon resumed its journey, and Remus returned to assess Harry's condition. Don't worry, he merely fainted. He will awaken shortly, Remus reassured them. Mia said, gazing despondently at Harry. Remus sighed, observing her concern. Harry, you're awake? Mia noticed Harry's eyes fluttering open, and hurried to support him. Here, have some of this. It will help. Remus offered Harry a piece of chocolate. Thank you, Harry accepted. And at that moment, Mia took a moment to scrutinize the man before her. He was tall and somewhat lean, with a scarred face, dressed in clean yet slightly worn clothing, emanating a gentle demeanor. Remus noticed Mia's gaze and smiled softly. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. Who are you? Mia inquired. I am Remus Lupin, your defense against the dark arts professor, and also your godfather. His revelation astonished everyone present. What? Mia stared at him, bewildered. I was a friend of your parents. Your mother appointed me as your godfather before your birth. It has been a long time, Mia. Remus smiled warmly at the young girl. A godfather? Mia hesitated, pondering the implications of having a godfather after a mere school year. So, do I call you godfather too? Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager to have a godfather of his own. No, your godfather is someone else entirely. Remus shook his head, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. Almost immediately, Mia thought of Sirius, a close friend of her parents, which meant he was likely Harry's godfather. They needed to find him without delay. I read about you in the Daily Prophet. You are quite remarkable, my child. Remus was aware that he would encounter his goddaughter and Harry at Hogwarts, and he had prepared a long-awaited gift for them, one that had been delayed for 12 years. Thank you, Mia replied, somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden addition of a godfather, as it implied a guardian role. What was that? Harry furrowed his brow at the earlier apparition. That was a Dementor, the guardian of Azkaban. They have departed now, but they are in pursuit of Sirius Black. Harry looked at Mia with concern, and she comfortingly squeezed his hand. Do not worry, the train will arrive shortly. You should change into your school robes. Remus sensed the weight of their thoughts but refrained from pressing them, instead offering them the time to digest the day's events. I can't believe the new defense against the dark arts teacher is your godfather, Ron exclaimed eagerly as Remus stepped out. We didn't expect that either. Let us just change our clothes, Mia suggested. After the train came to a halt, Remus parted ways with them, and Mia headed toward Draco's side. From their second year onward, students were to take the Thestral back to the castle, yet most could not see it. Thestral? I haven't experienced that yet since I arrived by car last term, Mia noted. Can you see it? Theodore asked, astonished. Thestrals could only be witnessed by those who had seen death firsthand. Theodore had witnessed his mother's passing, which granted him that ability. Can you see them too? Let's board the train. Draco is urging us, Theodore said, not wishing to delve further into the topic, as he took Mia's hand and led her aboard. After the sorting ceremony, Professor Flitwick led his choir in a performance, followed by a speech from Headmaster Dumbledore. Welcome to a new academic year at Hogwarts. Before everyone succumbs to fatigue, I have a few more words. Firstly, I am thrilled to announce that Professor Remus Lupin has graciously accepted the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. Best of luck, Professor. Remus stood to acknowledge. And Mia clapped enthusiastically in support of her godfather, though she hesitated upon noticing Professor Snape's displeased expression at the staff table. Is the professor upset because he failed to secure a position again? Our Care of Magical Creatures teacher has decided to retire due to some physical ailments. But I am delighted to announce that he will be succeeded by our very own Rubeus Hagrid. Applause erupted again, and Mia smiled at Hagrid's joyful demeanor. He was indeed well suited for the role. Lastly, in a disconcerting announcement mandated by the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts would be hosting a contingent of Dementors from Azkaban until Sirius Black was apprehended. Mia's smile vanished. Curse the Ministry. The Dementors would guard every exit. Although the Ministry assured that their presence would not disrupt daily activities, they cautioned that Dementors were the most malevolent beings, incapable of distinguishing between prey and mere obstacles. Therefore, I advise everyone to avoid giving them reasons to harm you. Dementors are born without the capacity for mercy. Yet suddenly Dumbledore's grave expression shifted, but joy is ever present. No matter how dark it may be, we can illuminate our hearts. Chapter 62. Unmasking Peter's identity after dinner, Mia sought out Headmaster Dumbledore. His office was not only occupied by him but also by Professor Snape and Remus. Good evening, Headmaster, Professor, Godfather, Mia greeted politely, noticing Snape shooting a disapproving glance at Remus when she referred to him as her godfather. Good evening, Mia. Please take a seat. Mia. What do you mean when you say Sirius is not the murderer? Remus inquired eagerly as soon as she settled down. He did not believe Sirius would harm James and Lily, but upon his return, everything had changed. James and Lily had perished, Peter was gone, and Sirius was taken by the Ministry. It was all too sudden. All right, I believe I should first show you something, Mia said, producing a replica of the Marauder's map. What is this? Remus recognized the item, yet it seemed different from the original. This is the Marauder's map. I obtained it unexpectedly. Mia waved her wand to reveal the map, which displayed the entirety of the castle. Remus realized this was not the original and looked at Mia with a hint of resignation. Look here, Gryffindor Common Room. Mia pointed out a location, and everyone turned to see the name Peter Pettigrew clearly inscribed. The expressions of everyone present darkened. Peter was indeed alive and within Hogwarts. Upon seeing the name on the map, I investigated and discovered it corresponds with Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. An animagus, Snape remarked, shocked to learn that after all these years, the true culprit was not Black, but this individual. Remus understood too. They had once been so close at Hogwarts, and Sirius and the others practiced animagus transformations for him. How could he forget? I must go kill him. Professor Snape's face was etched with rage and sorrow, prompting Mia to quickly embrace his waist. Professor, please calm down. If Peter is dead, Sirius cannot clear his name. What do I care? Snape almost retorted, but paused upon seeing Mia. What I mean is we must find Sirius as soon as possible to exonerate him. We do not know what he is going through right now. Dumbledore concurred with Mia. Given that the castle was surrounded by Dementors and Sirius was still wanted, finding him would be quite challenging. We are aware. Professor Lupin and I will keep an eye out for any information regarding Sirius. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about Peter. Mia smiled mischievously, raising eyebrows from the three men. I have researched an alchemical device inscribed with ancient runes that can locate Peter's whereabouts, and if removed without my permission, it will explode. She refrained from mentioning more, fearing Dumbledore might suffer from high blood pressure. Remus and Snape nodded in appreciation, acknowledging her cleverness, though lamenting that this might be a bit too lenient on Peter. Oh, I did not realize you had progressed so well in runes and alchemy. What elective courses have you chosen this year? Dumbledore was pleasantly surprised by the child's intelligence. Runes and care of magical creatures, Headmaster. Mia had no interest in divination. She believed more in her abilities to shape her destiny, and her time was precious. If not for the requirement to select 2 electives, she would not have chosen any, as she was already proficient in all of them. Very well, we understand your intentions. Now you should return and rest. Good night, Headmaster, Professor, Godfather. Mia nodded politely before departing. Once Mia left, Remus remarked, she is quite extraordinary, watching her retreating figure. The matter of Sirius will now be in your hands. Snape and Remus nodded in agreement. Mia did not return to the common room, but instead headed directly to the room of requirement, where Hermione, Ron, and Harry awaited her. How did it go? Harry eagerly approached. Now we just need to find Sirius, Mia replied with a wink. All right, perhaps you should tell us something? Ron, perplexed, suggested. Ron. I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare yourself, Mia warned, sensing he might struggle with the forthcoming revelation. Prepare? What does this have to do with me? Your Scabbers is actually Peter Pettigrew. He has been an animagus living in your home for 12 years, and he is the true culprit who framed Sirius. Are you all right? Mia asked, concerned as she observed Ron's disgusted expression. You mean to say, a man has been living with me in my house for 12 years? Ron exclaimed, glancing at the newspaper, and he's such an ugly man. Indeed, Harry added mercilessly. I knew Crookshanks was a good cat. Hermione cast a triumphant glance at Ron. Why didn't you tell me? Ron, on the verge of tears, replied, it was too early to inform you. What if Peter had caught wind of it and fled? You must act your part convincingly. If Peter senses something amiss and escapes, it would be disastrous. Mia deliberately frightened Ron, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of his distressed expression. Harry turned his head to stifle his laughter. Mia was delightfully mischievous. Hermione, leaning close to Mia, could not help but laugh openly. All right, no need to panic. He won't escape. We can track him down. However, you must indeed perform well. As you all have noticed, this semester is rife with Dementors and other unknown dangers, so we must intensify our training. I'm specifically calling out Harry and Ron. You are to double your training regimen. What? Ron felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Harry was equally unable to find humor in the situation. Hermione was the one laughing the hardest. Well then, let us begin with offensive spells. As for the Patronus charm, I will speak to my godfather about it. And he will teach us. Why not you? Don't you know it as well? Hermione questioned, puzzled. I've been trying to conjure my Patronus for 2 years. But it has yet to take form. I intend to consult my godfather so we can learn together. Mia too felt troubled. The Patronus charm required the happiest memory. Yet she found herself devoid of such a memory. Perhaps her time had not yet come. Chapter 63, The Paper Crane. Mia sat somewhat bored, listening to Professor babbling expound on ancient runes. She glanced at Hermione, who was attentively engaged in the lesson, and sighed. Hermione had opted for every elective course, and was so busy that she had even applied for a time-turner. Mia then looked over at Draco, Theodore, Daphne, Pansy, Blaise, Goyle, and Crabbe, all of whom had chosen ancient runes alongside her. Can they really comprehend this? They seem rather clingy, don't they? Observing Goyle and Crabbe, who were nearly dozing off, and Draco and Blaise, who appeared to have ulterior motives, as well as Daphne, who was trying to inch closer, and Pansy, who was secretly admiring herself in a mirror. Only Theodore seemed genuinely focused. Well, she herself wasn't paying much attention either. Mia lowered her head to doodle on her parchment, sketching an improved version of a defensive artifact. As Mia learned more ancient runes, the power of the ancient spells she wielded grew exponentially. Her equipment required constant updates, and the newly acquired spells could now be put to use. Starting with her godfather and Professor Snape. As Mia diligently sketched, a paper crane suddenly fluttered onto her desk. Turning her head, she discovered it was from Draco. Upon unfolding the crane, she found a simple drawing of herself, a little figure engrossed in writing. Mia chuckled softly, adding a few strokes to depict a young boy folding a paper crane before sending it back. It was worth noting that at this age, both boys and girls were experiencing growth spurts. Theodore and Draco had shot up considerably, and Mia wondered what they were consuming to grow so rapidly. Draco had finally abandoned his slick-back hairstyle. Every time Mia had seen him applying gel, she had worried for his hairline. Just as she was about to resume her design work, Theodore poked her again. What's up? Mia turned her head toward Theodore. I'm not quite sure about this part. Theodore tilted his head slightly, his eyes downcast. The sunlight streaming in from the window illuminated his face, enhancing the clarity of his striking blue eyes. Mia found herself momentarily entranced. Noticing her dazed expression, Theodore's lips curled into a fleeting smile. This? Mia, realizing she had been staring, quickly snapped back to reality, her ears burning as she explained. Is that so? His cool voice inexplicably carried a hint of tenderness, and when his blue eyes met hers, there seemed to be an alluring glimmer. Yet, when Mia looked again, it had returned to its former state, akin to the surface of a lake merely rippling, effortlessly captivating. Mia bit her lip, resting her hand against half her face, her ears visibly flushed through her dark hair. Goodness, when did Theodore become so charming? He's definitely trying to allure me. What's wrong? Theodore gazed at Mia with gentle eyes, his voice slightly rising in pitch. Mia hastily covered her ears, unable to listen. He is absolutely trying to seduce me. Hermione has a question for me. I'll just go over there and talk to her. You can take your time. Mia swiftly turned her head back towards Hermione, seeking calm. Daphne had witnessed the entire exchange, her eyes wide in disbelief. So you can be this way? You always act as if you're above everyone else. I didn't expect this side of you. Blaise raised an eyebrow, surprised that both Draco and Theodore harbored intentions toward Mia, which piqued his own interest. After class, Mia quickly grabbed Hermione and fled, fearing that if she lingered, she might lose control of her emotions. What's the matter? Hermione asked, still confused. It's nothing. Don't you have class this afternoon? Let us hurry back. Mia was unsure of what she was saying. Theodore watched with amusement as Mia hurriedly escaped. Later, during divination class, Mia waited by the door for Harry and the others after finishing her tasks. She observed that none of the students emerging wore smiles. What's going on? She inquired with concern. Professor Trelawney predicted Harry's death in divination class, Ron explained. Do you really believe that? Mia raised an eyebrow. Seeing their unhappy expressions, she reassured them. Trelawney tends to speak in hyperbole, and her predictions are often vague. Most of them do not come to pass. However, it is said that her predictions made in a trance can be quite accurate. Is that so? That's rather unscientific. Hermione thought it unreliable, preferring ancient runes instead. Look. When have I ever let you down while I've been by your side? Seeing Harry still troubled, Mia reached out to gently pat his face. Indeed. You are quite dependable, Ron nodded in agreement. Harry's mood lightened considerably. Next, they were headed to Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, which Mia had been eagerly anticipating. She had heard that Hagrid would introduce them to a hippogriff, which was said to be quite adorable. Mia had even run to Hagrid's hut to catch a glimpse. And she adored it. The class was held outdoors, and Hagrid led them to the teaching site. Mia, in high spirits, walked alongside Draco and Theodore. What has got you so cheerful? Draco asked, holding a monster book. Today's lesson is about Buckbeak. He is incredibly cute and quite affectionate. Draco had always been dismissive of these magical creatures, save for dragons, but Mia found them charming, feeling a pang of jealousy. Noticing Mia's bare fingers, Draco asked, "Why aren't you wearing your house ring?" The house ring was a symbol of Slytherin's nobility, but Mia found it cumbersome, and chose not to adorn her fingers with jewelry. "It's a bit bothersome, I prefer not to wear it." Draco casually handed his book to Goyle, took Mia's hand, and slipped his ring onto her right ring finger. It was a tad large, so he regretfully moved it to her thumb. "How odd. You should wear it yourself," Mia insisted, placing it back on Draco's finger. Harry, watching from behind, was fully aware of the situation. "Sister, what are you doing?" "Sister." Fortunately, Mia hurriedly ran off after securing the ring back on Draco, preventing Harry from confronting him. Draco gazed at the ring on his thumb, a smile spreading across his face. "Open your books to page 49. Hagrid instructed the students to pause and open their books. "How do you open it?" Draco questioned, staring at the book he was gnawing on. "You must first stroke the spine." Draco skeptically attempted this. Upon reaching their destination, everyone set down their books. Draco resumed his antics, teasing Harry about how he learned that Harry had fainted from a Dementor's fright, purposely pretending to be a Dementor to torment him. Mia shot him a glare that silenced him for the moment. "All right. I'll find trouble next time when Mia isn't around." Hagrid arrived with Buckbeak, who seemed delighted to see the little human he had met before. Eager to approach but was held back by Hagrid. "Cute, isn't he?" Draco gazed skeptically at Buckbeak, who towered over even Hagrid. "Isn't he beautiful? Come say hello," Hagrid urged, tossing a piece of meat, which Buckbeak promptly snatched up. The magnificent creature, with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, was known for its pride and sensitivity. It was essential to treat them with utmost respect, lest one face dire consequences. "All right, who wishes to greet him?" Mia felt drawn to approach, as Buckbeak seemed eager for her touch, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, the rest of the group recoiled at Hagrid's words, with Harry remaining still just as Hagrid turned. "Excellent, Harry, you come forward." Hagrid beamed at Harry, who appeared quite willing. Chapter 64. Psychological Trauma? Harry's interaction with Buckbeak went splendidly, and he enjoyed a delightful flight around the grounds. Upon dismounting, Buckbeak trotted over to Mia, nuzzling her affectionately. "Ah, you finally arrived," he seemed to say. Mia playfully scratched Buckbeak's neck, marveling at the connection she had with creatures. Was it her charm that enchanted them so? Ron was once again astonished by Mia's extraordinary affinity with animals. Hagrid watched with satisfaction before instructing the students. "Follow the steps I outlined earlier and attempt to engage with him. Remember, do not provoke." Encouraged by Mia's rapport with Buckbeak, the students were now more inclined to approach. Aware of the need to respect Hagrid's lesson, Mia reluctantly released Buckbeak for others to experience. In a moment of chaos, Draco nearly found himself in peril, having provoked Buckbeak, who came dangerously close to scratching him. Fortunately, Buckbeak detected Mia's scent on Draco and ceased his advance. "Draco?" Mia hurried over to calm Buckbeak and check on Draco, relieved to find him merely startled. Had he been injured, Lucius Malfoy would have undoubtedly caused an uproar. "Are you hurt?" Hagrid, Harry, and Hermione rushed over to assess the situation. Mia thoroughly examined Draco, reassuring Hagrid, "Do not worry, Draco is just shaken." Hagrid finally relaxed. "What were you thinking, provoking him?" "Thankfully my scent was on you. Otherwise, you would have certainly been harmed," Mia chided gently, poking Draco's forehead. His face flushed crimson. At that moment, Buckbeak sidled up, nuzzling Mia's cheek and letting out a few plaintive sounds. Mia tenderly stroked his head in consolation. Thus, the class concluded without further incident. In the Great Hall, Mia was engaged in homework with Harry and the others, discussing the day's lesson when a sudden commotion arose. Someone spotted him. "Who?" "Sirius Black." The four exchanged hurried glances, swiftly maneuvering through the crowd. Daftone was not far from their location, indicating that Sirius was nearing Hogwarts. Mia gazed at the newspaper displaying a haggard and frenzied image of him. In defense against the dark arts class, Remus was set to explain boggats, magical creatures that transform into a person's deepest fears. They were safely contained within a wardrobe to prevent any harm to the students. Do you know what is inside? He asked. It's a boggart. Excellent. Can anyone tell me what a boggart looks like? Silence engulfed the room until Hermione spoke up. When did you arrive? Ron questioned, noticing Hermione's sudden presence. A boggart changes form, becoming whatever the person facing it fears the most, making it quite terrifying. Remus acknowledged Hermione's response with satisfaction. Indeed. Miss Granger answered well. Thankfully, there is a simple spell to combat it. Let us practice without wands first. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Mia reflected on how, after 3 years, they finally had a competent professor in defense against the dark arts. Watching her gentle godfather made her heart ache a little. That's good. But it is still insufficient. The ultimate method to defeat a boggart is to laugh. Yes, through laughter and humor. A boggart's power is diminished, eventually banished or subdued. As the saying goes, the best way to conquer fear is to confront it. The students then engaged in practice, with Neville being the first called upon. To everyone's surprise, Neville's greatest fear was Professor Snape. Mia paused to consider. Professor Snape was merely strict, but ultimately a good person. Neville transformed Snape into a figure wielding a potion for the aftereffects of the Cruciatus Curse, embodying both his fear and gratitude for the professor's role in saving his parents. Remus nodded approvingly at Neville's transformation. The boggart exercise was intriguing. Remus organized the students into a line. Ron was fearful of spiders, Harry of Dementors, and Hermione's boggart morphed into Professor McGonagall, informing her of failing her exams. That's so, Hermione. Then, amidst eager anticipation, it was Mia's turn. Remus, with a smile, asked, Are you ready? Curiosity piqued. Mia wondered what she feared. I'm ready. God, Professor, she nearly slipped, almost calling him Godfather. As the boggart was released, it exhibited no transformation. Confusion rippled through the students, and Remus looked equally perplexed. It hasn't he changed? Does this girl fear nothing? Mia had always been resolutely confident. While she detested insects, she was not afraid of them. Her unwavering belief in her abilities led her to conclude there was nothing that truly frightened her. It seems I might possess no weaknesses? Mia jested, sharing a light moment with her godfather. I suspect our Miss Potter is quite brave, hence there is nothing she fears. Next, after class, Mia lingered, waiting for most students to leave before Remus led her to his office. Child, not having fears is commendable. You are indeed a strong girl, Remus remarked, presenting her with some prepared snacks. Professor, I have a question for you. Mia contemplated the elusive form of her Patronus. Speak. Remus was pleasantly surprised that his goddaughter sought his guidance. I have been practicing the Patronus charm for 2 years, yet it has never taken shape. What should I do? Remus furrowed his brow. Show me how you perform it. All right, expecto patronum. A wisp of white smoke emanated from the tip of Mia's wand. Powerful, yet formless. Your magical strength is considerable, and your practice has been extensive. If it remains formless, it may be due to insufficient emotional intensity or... What? You carry within you a trauma. After sharing her plans for the Patronus charm practice with Harry and the others, Mia left the office, pondering her own potential trauma. Surely, she should not have any. If she did, she ought not to have forgotten it. Chapter 65. Wolfsbane Potion. At the beginning of this semester, Mia was summoned by Professor Snape to learn the complexities of the Wolfsbane Potion. This advanced potion alleviated the suffering of werewolves during their transformation under the full moon, allowing them to retain their sanity and avoid harm. The potion was intricate and challenging to brew, demanding exceptional potion-making skills. Initially, Mia assumed the professor intended for her to learn something novel. However, observing that this was not her first encounter brewing it, indeed, it was the umpteenth time she had prepared such a large batch, she wondered if it was truly for practice or meant for someone in need. Perhaps for her godfather? After all, he was the only new instructor this term, and it was only after his arrival that Professor Snape began teaching the Wolfsbane Potion. It dawned on her that her godfather was a werewolf, explaining his modest means and his fear of the moon. The full moon transformed him, making it difficult to secure stable employment. Coupled with the high cost and demand for the Wolfsbane Potion, it seemed her godfather had to endure considerable hardship. Thus, Mia resolved to focus her research this year on reducing the cost of the Wolfsbane Potion while optimizing its effectiveness. Considering the apparent tension between her professor and her godfather, it was perhaps best for her to conduct her studies independently. In the wish-granting chamber, Mia and Hermione diligently experimented with various enhancement techniques, while Ron and Harry struggled to master the Patronus charm. It was no surprise that Remus was dependable. He began instructing them as soon as he had mentioned it. Mia, what prompted you to delve into this? Hermione inquired, jotting down notes. Well, it's a secret, Mia replied, not wishing to pry into Remus's intentions. Once she succeeded, she planned to surprise her godfather. So many secrets. Hermione feigned dissatisfaction, causing Mia to chuckle. Brother, I'm exhausted, Ron groaned, on the brink of nausea from his practice. Hang in there, Ron. If you give up now, you'll double your efforts tomorrow, Harry reminded him. Recalling how Ron had been caught slacking off a few days prior, and had endured rigorous training at the hands of Mia and Hermione, the thought sent a shiver down Ron's spine, prompting him to push on. Ginny, keep it up. Follow my instructions, and Luna, you too. Mia encouraged as she asked Hermione to check the cauldron while she surveyed their progress. This year, Mia had also included Ginny and Luna in the intensive training group. Recognizing Ginny's remarkable magical talent and Luna's acute intuition, both would be squandered if left untrained. After all, under her supervision, Ron had managed to hold his own against Death Eaters. All right, Mia. Ginny beamed at the encouragement, and Luna nodded obediently. Satisfied with her inspection, Mia returned to her studies. Later that evening, Mia ventured into the Forbidden Forest to gather some potion ingredients, making her way back to the castle at a leisurely pace. However, she was spotted by Madame Loris, and as the lady approached with determination, Filch was not far behind. Mia took off running. The downside of attracting magical creatures was the constant risk of being discovered by Madame Loris, often accompanied by Filch. As she sprinted, she turned to check if Filch was in pursuit, only to collide with someone around a corner. Mia felt her head collide with something warm and solid, leaving her momentarily dazed. Have I just caught a nocturnal creature out past curfew? A gentle voice chimed. Looking up, she found it was Cedric, who had just assumed the position of prefect for the night patrol. Was this a stroke of luck or misfortune? Would pleading for leniency work? As Madame Loris approached, Mia quickly grasped Cedric's arm and scurried towards a nearby secret passage. The passage was somewhat cramped, and Cedric could feel Mia's warm, soft form pressed against him, faintly scented with the fragrance of bellflower. He silently thanked the darkness, for otherwise Mia would undoubtedly notice his flushed ears. Once the coast was clear, Mia spoke up. I was wrong. Please let me off. Her directness took Cedric by surprise. You will still face a deduction, but you must return to rest now. I can escort you to the common room. Cedric took Mia's hand as they walked back. How ruthless, he teased. I call it impartiality. Favoritism cannot be shown, she retorted. Alas, I never anticipated being caught, Cedric lamented. Well, you were indeed caught, he gestured to their joined hands. Humph, truly a detestable badger, she quipped. And you are a cunning little snake, Cedric replied, eliciting a playful glare from Mia. Cedric chuckled, poking her cheek gently. Now you resemble a pufferfish. Unable to suppress her laughter, Mia burst out. All right, we've arrived. Go rest. Cedric lightly pinched Mia's soft cheek. Understood, good night. Good night. Cedric watched Mia return before he turned to leave, his hand that had just pinched her gently curling inwards. As for Hogsmeade, visiting required parental or guardian consent, and only students in their third year or above were permitted access. Although Mia lacked parents, she now had her godfather, Remus, to sign for her. However, Harry had no one, and Mia did not wish to leave him alone, so she decided against going. No need, Mia. You should go with Hermione and Ron, Harry suggested, sensing his sister's desire to stay with him. He was touched but didn't want her to miss out because of him. It's not entirely for your sake, besides. I can't just abandon you. I prefer reading over anything else. This made Harry's eyes well with tears. As they walked through the corridors, they encountered Remus. Why didn't you go to Hogsmeade? I recall signing for you, Mia, he noted. I'm just not particularly interested in it, she replied, handing him some defensive tools and her newly developed wolfsbane potion. Remus, upon noticing Harry beside Mia, understood and looked at the items in his hands. What are these? He asked. Just a few protective gadgets I've created for you. And this, it's a revised version of the wolfsbane potion I prepared for you. You figured it out already? Remus was surprised by Mia's quick comprehension. I guessed a few things. You can try it out and give me your feedback. Warmth filled Remus's heart as he accepted Mia's thoughtful gesture, while Harry stood by, bewildered by the revelation. Professor Remus is a werewolf. How did you find out, Mia? Harry questioned, confused about what he had missed. Just some fuzzy little details, Mia replied, tilting her head to meet Harry's gaze. Harry opened his mouth but ultimately decided against speaking. It was perfectly normal for someone as clever as Mia to know such things. Chapter 66. The Dazzling Emergence of Dogfather. Mia had been closely monitoring any news regarding Sirius, and checking the Marauder's map frequently. However, Sirius had hidden himself rather well, and Mia had not received a single hint. Remus had informed her that the Marauder's map was created by them, and since Sirius was aware of its existence, he would likely avoid hiding within the castle. Thus, if he was to remain undetected at Hogwarts, he would probably be concealed in the Forbidden Forest or Hogsmeade. The fat lady's portrait had been attacked, and it was Sirius who had done it, prompting immediate lockdown at Hogwarts, requiring all students to sleep in the Great Hall. Sirius had indeed arrived. Now that it was confirmed he was at Hogwarts, the search could commence. Students were settled on temporary cots in the Great Hall, separated by gender, and Mia found herself next to Hermione, Ginny, Luna, Daphne, and the others. The night passed swiftly. Mia had received special permission not to attend every class, so she seized the opportunity to transform into an animagus and ventured into the Forbidden Forest. After reverting to her human form at the forest's edge, Mia, wand in hand, began exploring the depths of the Forbidden Forest. It was somewhat slow going alone, and after nearly a day of searching most areas, she found nothing. Could he possibly not be in the Forbidden Forest? Then it must be Hogsmeade. In Hogsmeade, there were places to hide without being discovered, such as the Shrieking Shack. Deciding to investigate, Mia transformed back into a raven and flew toward the Whomping Willow, which had a passage leading to the Shrieking Shack. Upon entering the Shrieking Shack, Mia transformed back into her human form and gently brushed off the dust clinging to her. The faint glow of magic flickered as she cautiously ascended the rickety stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she spotted a gaunt black dog sitting on the ground, watching her intently. It was the same dog she and Harry had encountered when they ran away from home. Mia crouched down, tentatively extending her hand toward him. The large black dog hesitated for a moment before cautiously inching closer to her. He was emaciated and dirty, clearly having endured a harsh existence. Mia gently cradled him in her arms. "You are Sirius, aren't you?" she asked softly. The black dog did not respond, merely letting out a low whimper. "Shall I take you back? I know you're not the murderer. I will help clear your name. Come back with me, won't you? Both Harry and I need you." She stroked the dog's back gently, her heart aching at how bony he felt. "I know it was Peter who betrayed you. I've captured him, and I've used magic on him that will torment him. I've informed the headmaster, and he believes in your innocence, as does Remus and Harry too. We have already submitted a request for a review to the Wisengamot. Let me help you exonerate yourself, all right? Sirius, both Harry and I need you." The large black dog's eyes glistened with moisture as he gazed at Mia, his expression seemingly questioning. "Do you truly believe in me?" "I believe in you. We all believe in you. Sirius, do not be afraid. I know you and Dad are the best. You would never harm him. You are Harry's godfather. And Harry still needs you to sign for him to go to Hogsmeade." As she spoke, Sirius transformed back to his original form, embracing Mia. The madness once visible in his eyes now replaced with clarity. "Thank you for believing in me, Sirius." Mia returned the embrace. Mia led Sirius away from the Dementors back to the castle, heading straight for the headmaster's office. "Professor, I have found Sirius." Holding Sirius's hand, Mia watched as Dumbledore rose and approached Sirius. "You've endured much. We will clear your name." Dumbledore's and Mia's faith soothed Sirius's tumultuous hatred. "Thank you, Professor. Please inform Remus and Harry to join us." Dumbledore summoned a Patronus to relay the message to Remus. Considering that this was Sirius's first encounter with Harry, Mia requested to borrow the prefect's washroom. Afterward, she used a transfiguration charm to don suitable attire. Sirius was quite handsome, despite the myriad of trials he had faced. Leaving him with an air of weariness, his inherent charm remained undeniable. "A splendid transformation. If I were a professor, I might just award you extra points," Sirius remarked, deeply touched by Mia's efforts, his spirits lifting enough to share a light-hearted jest. "Thank you," Mia winked. "Come on, Harry has arrived. Are you nervous?" They stood at the door of the headmaster's office, having just been informed by Dumbledore that Harry and Remus were present. "A little. Will he like me?" Sirius's anxiety was palpable. When Mia had not come to find him, he had secretly observed Harry and the Dursleys, feeling a surge of anger at their plight. Longing to rescue them, yet fearful of encountering the hatred in the children's eyes. "Harry is excited to meet you. He has always wanted a godfather, and nearly took mine from me." Sirius chuckled at the jest. "That won't do. That position cannot be usurped by Remus. Let us enter," Mia said, taking Sirius's hand and pushing the door open. Harry eagerly turned his head, and Remus smiled as he approached with Harry, first giving Sirius a warm embrace. "Long time no see." "Indeed, long time no see," Sirius replied. "Mia, you are truly a lifesaver." Remus ruffled Mia's hair, his eyes sparkling with joy. Upon entering, Sirius immediately noticed Harry, who bore a striking resemblance to James, yet found himself too timid to embrace him. Mia gently nudged Harry, who promptly wrapped his arms around Sirius, exclaiming, "Godfather." Yes, Sirius replied, his eyes instantly moist as he returned the embrace fervently. Mia tilted her head, casting an envious glance at Remus, tugging at his sleeve. What is it, Mia? Remus asked, opening his arms. I believe your godfather would appreciate a hug as well. Remus chuckled softly, enveloping Mia in a gentle embrace. Thank you, Mia. You're welcome. The feeling of happiness in that moment was more profound than ever before. Mia mused that perhaps her Patronus could finally take form. With a mischievous grin, she released Remus, drew her wand, and captured the curiosity of Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore. Expecto Patronum. Wisps of white smoke emerged from the tip of her wand, gradually coalescing into the figure of a hawk. A hawk, a medium-sized raptor, is among the longest living birds of prey in the world, possessing extraordinary visual acuity, allowing nothing to escape its gaze. Upon identifying its target, it would spring into action to hunt. You actually succeeded? Remus exclaimed, astonished by Mia's Patronus, as Harry and Sirius leaned closer, while Dumbledore regarded Mia's creation with admiration. Such a clever child. Mia, you have summoned a corporeal Patronus in your 3rd year? Sirius was unaware of Mia's remarkable achievements, such as vanquishing Voldemort and assisting in defeating the basilisk. Harry decided to withhold further details of Mia's impressive feats. By the way, this is for you. It is a defensive charm I have researched, inscribed with ancient magic to protect you. Mia produced a carefully prepared gift. Little one, please inform Professor Snape, and have Ron bring along Scabbers, and some snacks too. Sirius, hasn't he eaten yet? The hawk nodded and soared away. Sirius, upon hearing Mia's affectionate title, was incredulous. Had she just referred to Snape in such an endearing manner? I must be too famished to have heard that correctly. Chapter 67. Peter's Life Imprisonment. Professor Snape and Ron arrived promptly. Ron was carrying a gaunt, half-dead rat, and Sirius nearly failed to recognize him. Is this what Mia referred to as torture? It is quite satisfying. Sirius Black. Snape exclaimed. Mia was perplexed as to why her professor and Sirius seemed poised for conflict upon meeting. Professor? Mia queried, looking puzzled. Mia. Come here, Snape beckoned, his gaze shifting from his former adversary to his student. Nosebleed Nougat, this is Remus's goddaughter. Sirius held Mia close. What is happening? Why does it feel like they are about to come to blows? Mia instinctively glanced at her godfather, while Remus quickly diffused the situation, emphasizing that the focus was not on this. Suddenly, all attention shifted to Scabbers, or rather Peter, who upon seeing Sirius had an immediate urge to flee. Though escape was no longer an option, Dumbledore swiftly cast a spell, revealing Peter's true form. Having been a rat for so long, his appearance had begun to resemble that of a rodent. The moment Sirius laid eyes on him, a deep-seated hatred surged within him. Peter frantically attempted to flee, but the collar around his neck restrained his movements. How does it feel? Mia inquired, her voice laced with malice as she addressed Peter, who trembled in fear. Heaven knew how he had endured these past days, haunted by the agony of the Avada Kedavra curse and the kiss of Dementors, unable to eat or sleep, wishing for death yet finding no release. Demon, you are a demon. Peter crumpled to the floor in terror. Mia clicked her tongue in disdain. If he found this unbearable, what Sirius had endured for 12 years was unfathomable. I believe Sirius has something he wishes to convey to you. Mia relinquished the stage to the one most entitled to speak. Remus, Sirius, old friends. Peter feigned vulnerability, attempting to embrace them in a ploy to escape once more. But Sirius, wielding Mia's wand, repelled him, while Snape and Remus held their wands at the ready. Seeing that this avenue was blocked, Peter turned to Harry. Harry, look at you. You resemble your father, James. We were good friends. Sirius immediately positioned himself in front of Harry, while Mia's expression hardened, muttering a spell to intensify Peter's suffering. Ah! Peter writhed in pain. You dare speak his name? Sirius roared, taken aback by Peter's audacity. You betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort. Remus interjected, pointing his wand at Peter. I did not mean to. Do you have any idea what weapons the Dark Lord possesses? Sirius, what would you do in my position? Peter attempted to elicit sympathy. I know not what weapons Voldemort wields, but I am quite aware of what I possess, Peter. And suffice it to say, Voldemort may have weapons, but it did not save him from defeat. Mia scoffed at the cowardly traitor. I would rather die than betray my friends. Sirius bellowed. Seizing the opportunity, Peter attempted to dash for the door, only to find Harry blocking his path. Your father would forgive me. He would forgive me. Forgive you? You still need to face the wizarding court to clear Sirius's name. Mia, with a flick of her wandless magic, disdainfully bound Peter and silenced him. The headmaster, now fully aware, acknowledged that Sirius and the evidence, along with the witnesses, were all present. Mia turned her gaze towards Professor Dumbledore, who nodded in agreement. Then let us submit the evidence. I believe Sirius will soon be exonerated. Once the evidence was submitted, the Ministry of Magic commenced its review and decided to reopen the case against Sirius Black. On the day of the formal retrial, Mia, Harry, Hermione, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Remus all attended as witnesses. After the evidence was verified and the lawyers presented their arguments, the jury finally announced its verdict. In a last-ditch effort, Peter attempted to plead for leniency from Sirius and Harry, but the verdict from the ministry was clear. Sirius Black was declared innocent and awarded due compensation, while Peter Pettigrew, as the true culprit, had his title of hero rescinded and was sentenced to a lifetime in Azkaban, with the news reported by the Daily Prophet. Sirius Black was vindicated, and Peter became the most reviled traitor. Congratulations, Sirius, Mia said, smiling at the relieved Sirius, who had finally cleared his name. It is your achievement. I never expected our Mia to be so remarkable, earning the Order of Merlin. Sirius, having taken the time to catch up on the Potter siblings' information, was left astounded. Is this truly James's child, so extraordinary? He lifted Mia into the air, startling her momentarily before she broke into laughter. You already knew? I intended to keep it from you, as it is somewhat embarrassing. Embarrassing? Our child is so talented, she deserves all the praise. Sirius had already contemplated that since Mia had a penchant for ancient magic and alchemy, he would share the numerous ancient tomes from the Black family with her. Mia. It's time to return. Snape, casting a disapproving glance at Sirius, beckoned Mia to leave. He refrained from arguing with Sirius in Mia's presence, but would certainly voice his grievances in her absence. All right, Professor, I must return now, Sirius, Mia said, gently patting Sirius's hand to be set down. Where are you going? Sirius asked, perplexed. Even if she was returning, what did it have to do with Snape? Shouldn't she accompany Harry and Remus? She is one of us, a Slytherin. Snape replied coolly, observing the stunned expression on Sirius's face, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Sirius turned to Harry and Remus, hoping they would confirm that Snape was merely teasing him, but instead, he saw them nod in agreement. His expression fell, the joy fading from his face. Goodbye, Sirius. Professor and I have new potions to learn. See you later. Mia chirped, scampering over to Snape and waving goodbye as they departed. Sirius watched as his child walked away with Snape. Are you all right, Godfather? Harry remarked, surprised at how Mia's affiliation with Slytherin had such a profound impact on Sirius, recalling that he had felt similarly not long ago. James, I am so sorry, Sirius lamented, on the verge of tears. Chapter 68, The Werewolf. Due to Remus's transformation into a werewolf, he was unable to attend class, so Professor Snape took over the defense against the dark arts lesson today. In a certain sense, the professor had achieved his desire, Mia noted as she watched him stride into the room with an air of confidence, lowering the windows and drawing down the projection screen. Turn to page 394, Snape commanded, scanning the students before him. Where is Professor Lupin? A brave student inquired. Let us put it this way. Your professor is currently unfit to teach. Now turn to page 394. Werewolves? Ron questioned, puzzled by the content of the book. Mia observed the lesson material, realizing that the professor harbored a significant grudge against Remus for taking his coveted position. But we just finished studying redcaps and chisperfles. Werewolves are a topic for much later, Hermione remarked to Snape. Ron glanced at Hermione, who had suddenly appeared, and leaned toward Harry, asking, Did you see when she came in? Harry shook his head, bewildered. Quiet down. Now can anyone tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf? No one answered. Then I shall call upon Miss Potter to enlighten us. Mia glanced at Hermione, who had raised her hand. An animagus is a wizard who transforms voluntarily, whereas a werewolf is compelled to change during the full moon. During this transformation, a werewolf loses its sense of self and may even harm loved ones, responding only to calls from fellow werewolves. As Mia spoke, the projection altered to reflect her words. Excellent. Slytherin earns 5 points. To deepen your understanding, I require a paper on werewolves by Monday morning. 2 rolls of parchment, focusing on how to identify a werewolf. Harry frowned, knowing he had a Quidditch match the next day. Professor Snape continued his lecture. After class, Mia handed her written assignment to Harry. What is this? Harry asked, puzzled. I know you have a match tomorrow. You can use my paper as a reference. Finish it quickly tonight, and you can submit it tomorrow. I have some business to attend to, so I must leave. Mia passed her book to Draco, asking him to take it back for her, and hurried off. Hey, where are you going? Harry tried to stop her, but she had already vanished. Once outside the castle, Mia transformed into a raven and flew directly to the Shrieking Shack, where Remus, in his werewolf form, was resting. She landed quietly beside him, keeping him company as her father and Sirius would have done. Mia's newly improved Wolfbane potion was proving highly effective, with reduced costs and enhanced results, thanks in part to Professor Snape and some unexpected advice from Theodore. Before long, Remus awoke, curious about the little raven beside him. "How did you get here, little one? You should leave, it's dangerous." Remus carefully avoided the small raven with his claws, cradling it in his hands. The little raven tilted its head and nuzzled Remus's hand. "I'm here to keep you company, Godfather." Remus, seeing the raven's refusal to leave, sighed and warned it to keep its distance. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a commotion. A large black dog appeared at the entrance. It was Sirius. "Sirius? What brings you here?" Remus was taken aback. "I'm here to keep you company," Sirius replied with a knowing glance. The little raven flew onto Sirius's back, finding comfort in the presence of the newly plump Sirius. Having seen Mia transform from raven to human in the Shrieking Shack, Sirius recognized her and affectionately nuzzled the little raven before finding a comfortable spot to lie down. The three spent the night together, keeping Remus company. "Mia, it's you. When did you learn to become an animagus?" After returning to her human form, Mia and Sirius reverted to their original selves, leaving Remus astonished at his goddaughter's boldness. "Secret," Mia replied playfully. "Who would have thought our Mia would be so extraordinary, mastering the Patronus charm and becoming an animagus? Simply marvelous." Sirius ruffled Mia's hair. "But next time, you must inform us of such perilous endeavors. You may have been alone before, but now you have us to rely on. Learn to lean on us, Mia." Mia gazed at Sirius and Remus, noting the tenderness in Sirius's expression and Remus's concern for her safety. She opened her mouth, feeling a pang of emotion. Remus, understanding the struggle she had faced, softened his demeanor. "We are adults now, Mia. You can depend on us without worry." Mia acknowledged his words. As Harry's Quidditch match approached, with the Ministry's Dementors still present, Mia, Remus, and Sirius hurried to the pitch, eager to support Harry in his game. They, as guardians, had yet to witness their child in action. Recently, Sirius gifted Harry a firebolt, which soared with remarkable speed, and Harry immediately fell in love with it. It would be his companion in the upcoming match. Today's competition featured Gryffindor facing off against Hufflepuff, though the weather was less than ideal, marked by rain. Nevertheless, the match was not impeded. After Remus cast a waterproof charm on the trio, Mia headed to the Slytherin stands while Remus made his way to the professor's box. Sirius watched Mia dart towards the cluster of green robes, irritation gnawing at him, but he had no choice but to follow Remus. Observing her friends clad in raincoats as they braved the downpour to watch the match, Mia felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. With a determined flick of her wand, she cast a large waterproof charm that enveloped the entire stand, earning her grateful glances from the crowd. How could so many people forget to use a waterproof charm? Mia mused silently. "Mia, you've arrived," Draco exclaimed, cheerfully clearing a spot for her. "Aren't you worried about catching a cold without a waterproof charm?" Noticing Draco's damp hair, she cast a drying charm for him, then saw Theodore's clothes were also soaked, while Daphne, Astoria, and Pansy were shivering slightly. Without hesitation, she applied a drying charm and a warming spell to them. "Thank you, Mia," Daphne and Astoria said, drawing closer to share warmth, while Pansy awkwardly muttered her thanks. Theodore had intended to express his gratitude as well, but his keen eyes caught the subtle redness around Mia's eyes. "Have you been crying?" he asked softly, ensuring only she could hear. Mia hadn't expected him to notice. "Is it that obvious?" she replied, slightly taken aback. "Not really, don't worry," he reassured her, conjuring a bouquet of fresh magnolias before her. "Cheer up." Mia accepted the flowers in a daze. They were exquisite. She thought to herself, no wonder so many were drawn to Theodore. He truly possessed an undeniable charm. Meanwhile, in another section of the stands, Sirius shouted, "That brat, what are you doing? Keep your distance from my child." Chapter 69, Dementors and Patronuses. Upon entering the field, Harry noticed that Sirius, Remus, and Mia were all present, lifting his spirits as he waved cheerfully at them. "Harry, go for it," Sirius called from a distance, and Harry acknowledged him with a hand gesture. The match commenced. The Quidditch players, donned in raincoats and goggles, battled through the rain. This was not their first encounter. In the previous match, Cedric had bested Harry, but this time, Harry was resolute in his quest for victory over Cedric. As they spotted the golden snitch, both players surged forward, chasing it as it ascended higher and higher, their determination palpable. The spectators held their breath, anxious to see who would seize the snitch first. Just as the outcome seemed imminent, chaos erupted, Dementors invaded the school grounds. Cedric plummeted from the sky on his broom, while Harry remained in pursuit of the snitch, only to find himself surrounded by Dementors. Why had they breached the school? Seeing the Quidditch team members descend one by one due to the Dementors, Harry, high above, was at a loss. Mia swiftly cast protective charms to shield the Quidditch players from harm and, in unison with the professors, summoned Patronuses to drive away the Dementors, ensuring the safety of the students. Little Eagle, go protect Harry. Mia commanded as a majestic eagle soared into the air to escort Harry. While the students below descended into chaos, Mia was nearly knocked off her feet by the crowd, but Theodore caught her, shielding her protectively. Be careful, Draco, Theodore, Pansy, and Daphne quickly gathered around to prevent her from being jostled. There are too many people. Damn it, useless fudge. Mia cursed under her breath, frustrated that he could not manage the Dementors, and if anything were to happen to Harry, she would hold the ministry accountable. Everyone, calm down, Dumbledore urged, striving to maintain order as the prefects worked to soothe the students, aware that such panic could lead to a stampede. The Patronuses diligently repelled the Dementors, and as the situation stabilized, the students gradually regained their composure. However, injuries were still reported, primarily due to the stampede and the Dementors' influence. With the immediate crisis quelled, the Eagle successfully guided Harry to safety. Given the turmoil of the match, Dumbledore promptly called for a halt and instructed the surrounding students to assist the injured to the hospital wing. After ensuring her friends were unharmed, Mia declared, I'll check on Harry. You all should leave this place at once. She then entrusted the Eagle to Theodore, urging them to return, reminding them that it was uncertain if more Dementors lurked elsewhere. Stay safe. Draco and the others recognized their inability to help and agreed that it was best to find a secure location. Damn fudge, I'll make sure to inform my father, Draco exclaimed. With that, Mia departed, while the professors took charge of guiding the students back to the common room, with some heading to the hospital wing to assess the situation. Mia, Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore arrived at the pitch to check on the players. Fortunately, Mia's protective charm had been timely, resulting in only minor injuries among the players, though some unfortunate students had succumbed to the Dementors' effects. Harry, are you all right? Sirius asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Harry. I'm fine, Sirius, don't worry, Harry quickly reassured him. Satisfied that Harry was safe, Mia turned her attention to Cedric, who had been airborne alongside Harry. Cedric, are you okay? Mia inquired, crouching down with concern. I'm all right, thanks to your magic, Cedric replied with a gentle smile. Sirius, observing nearby, wondered, should he merely be concerned for a classmate? He hesitated, diverting his gaze from Cedric's earnest expression. That's a relief, Mia said. Her worries alleviated as she checked on Wood, George, and Fred. They were all fine, though it seemed less so. With the match suspended, the mood dampened. The players were escorted to the hospital wing for examinations, while Mia and the professors were assigned to search for any remaining Dementors within the school, with Dumbledore responsible for contacting Cornelius Fudge. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy had learned of the events at the school, and was pressing the ministry for action. Mia did not spare Fudge either, swiftly submitting a letter to the Daily Prophet regarding Fudge's refusal to reconsider Sirius's case. The Daily Prophet had long sought to interview Mia, but she had always shied away from such attention. However, her letter garnered significant interest today. In no time, Fudge found himself in a precarious position, besieged by public scrutiny, pressure from the Malfoy family, and warnings from Dumbledore, enough to keep him busy. The ministry had no choice but to urgently withdraw the Dementors. Yet, Remus noted that the impact of the Dementors on Harry was profound and called the siblings to his office. Why? Harry asked, puzzled. They consume all feelings of joy and fond memories, leaving only the most painful experiences behind. It is not your weakness, Harry. The Dementors affect you deeply due to the misfortunes you have endured. Misfortunes that your classmates cannot fathom. There is no shame in this. Remus set down a pot of brewed tea before them. Thank you, Remus, Mia said with a sweet smile. I'm scared, Professor, Harry confessed, clutching his cup tightly. Mia placed her hand over Harry's, offering comfort as he looked at her. Don't be afraid. I will protect you, Harry. Warmth filled Harry's heart. I will conquer my fears, but as the older brother, it should be my duty to protect you. Harry glanced towards Remus. I want to learn how to combat them. Will you teach me? Remus nodded with a smile, of course. In the days that followed, Mia remained by Harry's side, supporting him as he confronted the boggart that transformed into a Dementor. At present, Harry was unable to conjure a Patronus against the Dementors. Feeling defeated, he sat on the steps, despairing. Will I ever be able to overcome my fears? Harry, the moment you decide to confront your fears, you exhibit great courage. Yet, To conquer them requires even greater bravery, Mia gently reassured, seated beside Harry. Why are you not afraid of anything? Harry recalled Mia's boggart, feeling somewhat perplexed. It is because I possess the faith in my own strength to face all that is unknown and terrifying, for I wish to protect those I hold dear. Harry. Individuals often become stronger when driven by the desire to safeguard their loved ones. Harry stared blankly at Mia, pondering the notion of loved ones. He yearned for strength to protect his sister, safeguard Sirius, shield Remus, and defend his friends. There were so many he wished to protect. Your loved ones are your courage. I wish to try again. Remus reopened the boggart. Expecto Patronum. Harry envisioned his parents, his sister, family, and friends. The silvery mist took shape, transforming into a majestic stag. Success. Chapter 70. A Disruption of Affection. As the last opportunity to visit Hogsmeade before the Christmas holidays approached, Harry finally received the signature from his guardian. Initially, he planned to accompany Mia, Hermione, and Ron, but unexpectedly, Mia had agreed to join someone else. The scene reverted to the moment when the Quidditch match was announced as paused. Mia observed Wood's discontent and, unable to bear the sight of the handsome boy's sadness, approached him to offer comfort. Is it truly that disheartening? The headmaster did say the match would be rescheduled after the Christmas break. As she watched Wood sitting alone in the empty stands, cradling the quaffle, Mia felt a pang of sympathy. Wood, with his droopy eyes, gazed at Mia with a look that was both pitiful and hesitant. What is it? Mia inquired, noting his struggle to articulate his thoughts. It's not solely about the match. Mia's curiosity was piqued. What else could the Quidditch-obsessed would be troubled about? I was wondering if, I could invite you to Hogsmeade. Wood nervously licked his lips, realizing this was his first genuine concern for something beyond Quidditch. Mia had never formally explored Hogsmeade, having only visited the Shrieking Shack, and felt intrigued by the students' fondness for the place. Sure. Without overthinking, Mia readily agreed. Really? Wood's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall wait for you at the castle gates. As they made their way to Hogsmeade, Harry, feeling dejected after Mia's rejection, sat in the carriage with Hermione and Ron. At the castle entrance, Mia had changed out of her school uniform and donned a short skirt paired with knee-high boots. Her long hair cascading freely, her already lovely face adorned with a hint of makeup. Upon seeing her, Wood blushed deeply, but concern creased his brow as he asked, "Are you not cold in that outfit?" "I am a witch, of course I won't freeze." "Then shall we set off?" Wood and Mia walked side by side, their hands nearly touching. Wood's fingers curled and stretched as he yearned to hold her hand but hesitated. Their fingers accidentally brushed against one another, and Wood subtly hooked Mia's pinky, glancing at her to gauge her reaction. Noticing her lack of disdain, he gathered his courage and entwined his fingers with hers. Wood's hand was large enough to envelop Mia's easily. As he successfully grasped her hand, a blush crept up his ears, and a smile graced his lips. They strolled slowly through the snow toward Hogsmeade. Wood had visited this place in his third year but lost interest after that, for it seemed populated only by third-year students or couples, far less engaging than Quidditch. However, accompanying Mia reignited a sense of regret for not having visited more often. He was unaware of the enjoyable attractions. Shall we visit Honeydukes? Mia recalled the delightful candies Cedric had once brought her from there, and thought it would be a perfect opportunity to stock up. All right. Upon entering Honeydukes, Wood followed Mia, holding a basket. Have you tried this? Is it good? Mia inquired, lifting a candy toward Wood. I haven't, but we can buy some to try. Wood took the candy from her hand, noting the basket was already filled with various treats. But what if we buy too much and can't finish it? Mia fretted over the abundance of goodies. No worries, I shall help you eat it. Wood dismissed her concerns, eager to indulge. And what if you can't finish it? Mia teased, amused by his readiness to agree to everything. I can manage to eat it all, Wood replied earnestly. Mia chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. Eating too much will give you a toothache, but I can brew a potion to help you. All right. Wood gazed at Mia with tenderness. After paying, Wood held the candies in one hand and Mia's hand in the other, as they continued their exploration. Why did you pay for everything? Mia had intended to pay herself, but Wood had acted first. I invited you out. It is only right that I cover the expenses. Besides, how could a suitor allow the girl he admires to pay? What purpose would he serve otherwise? Fine, then I shall treat you next time. Next time? Wood nodded eagerly, fearful of missing the opportunity. Where shall we go next? Mia scanned the surroundings and spotted a shop adorned with feminine decorations, named Madame Putafoot's Tea Shop. Upon noticing it, Wood's face flushed crimson. He had inquired about this very establishment from his roommates prior to their outing, aware it was renowned as a romantic rendezvous for couples. He hesitated to reveal this to Mia, but she pulled him inside. The shop's decor, dominated by pink and lace, exuded a romantic aura, and from a distance, they could see a couple sharing a kiss at a nearby table. Wow, Mia curiously observed, and would quickly covered her eyes, leading her away to find a vacant table. Don't we feel a bit out of place here? Mia remarked, taking in the room filled with pink frills. Yes? Wood hesitated to divulge the truth. Would you like to order something? Anything is fine. Why do you seem a bit off since we entered? Mia eyed Wood suspiciously. Nothing. Wood averted his gaze, feeling guilty. All right then. Mia remained half convinced. They ordered 2 cakes and a pot of floral tea, leisurely enjoying the snowy scenery while indulging in their treats. However, Mia's gaze suddenly locked onto Harry, who appeared utterly incredulous and distraught, accompanied by a curious Hermione and Ron. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Harry stormed into the tea shop, pulling Mia outside, prompting Wood to quickly follow, while Mia lamented the unfinished cake. What a waste. Harry dragged Mia to a secluded spot, eyeing Wood, who had caught up. You came to Hogsmeade with him? Yes, what of it? Mia was still unaware of the reason behind Harry's ire. Wood, I trusted you. Yet here you are. Harry directed his frustration towards Wood, unable to continue reprimanding his innocent sister. Harry, calm down. Hermione and Ron quickly intervened, restraining the furious Harry. He glanced between Wood and his sister, his heart racing. Mia, you are never to hang out with him again. Huh? Why not? Mia was bewildered. I said no means no. I won't let you be taken advantage of. Oh fine. Mia reluctantly acquiesced but secretly exchanged glances with Wood, planning to meet again. Thus, the day's outing concluded with Mia being taken away by Harry. Chapter 71, Christmas. Ever since the incident with Wood, Harry had become thoroughly vigilant of the presence of male creatures surrounding his sister. On a day devoid of classes, Mia, feeling unburdened, decided to venture outside for some relaxation. She spotted George and Fred constructing a snowman. Hey Miss Slytherin, good afternoon. Would you care to join us in building a snowman? The two called out from beside their completed snowman, and Mia readily accepted the invitation. She joyfully rushed over to join them, rolling a large snowball. Mia intended to show off to Fred and George, only to discover their snowballs were even larger. This simply cannot stand. I, the esteemed miss, must not be outdone. The trio ignited an inexplicable competitive spirit, determined to create the largest snowball. In the end, an enormous snowman emerged. Wow. The 3 of them stepped back in unison, gazing at this colossal snow figure. How large must a carrot be for its nose? Mia pondered aloud. Perhaps a spell could suffice? Are you all prepared? Absolutely. George deftly produced a carrot and 2 black buttons from his pocket. It seems we might not be able to reach it, right? Mia glanced at the snowman, then compared their heights. Truly underestimating us. George handed the items to Mia, and with Fred on one side, they hoisted her onto their shoulders. Mia felt herself lift off the ground unexpectedly, letting out a quiet gasp as she quickly grasped their hands. You should have warned me beforehand. Hessie. Now you can reach it. Fred and George held Mia steady as they approached the snowman. The decorating task is entrusted to you, Miss Snake. Annoyed, Mia lightly swatted them both, then enlarged the carrot and buttons with a flick of her wrist before placing them on the snowman's face. It still feels like something is missing? Mia surveyed the figure, removing her silver-green scarf to drape it around the snowman's neck. Quite nice. Satisfied, Mia admired her handiwork. Once she finished, George and Fred set her down, and they all took a moment to appreciate the snowman. Quite splendid. The 3 nodded in agreement. They exchanged smiles, and Mia stealthily extended her hand behind her back, launching a snowball at George. Wow. A sneak attack. How cunning. George was hit squarely, while Mia and Fred celebrated with a high five. Not fair. Watch this. George retaliated defiantly, prompting Mia and Fred to quickly dodge. The trio became enmeshed in playful chaos, emerging from the frolic soaked in snow. Exhausted, Mia flopped onto a mound of snow. Observing her, George and Fred each lay down beside her, tilting their heads to face her. Gazing up at the clear, pristine sky, Mia inexplicably recalled Theodore's eyes from that day. So clear, so beautiful, truly stunning. The sky? Indeed. It is lovely. George turned to follow Mia's gaze. Yet there is something even more beautiful here, Fred remarked, admiring Mia's profile. Just as the 3 of them were reveling in nature's beauty, Mia spotted a familiar face appearing above them. Green eyes, glasses, resembling Harry. It's Harry. Oh no. Mia sat up abruptly, noticing Harry glaring at George and Fred, flanked by Hermione and Ron, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. Mia was swiftly whisked away by Harry. George and Fred exchanged annoyed glances at Ron's eager expression, squinting their eyes in displeasure, then threw a prank toy before making their escape. Fred, George. As Christmas approached, Harry was eager to take Mia away. Harry exclaimed, "Farewell to this place crawling with those who covet my sister." This year, the siblings had a destination, as Sirius had emphatically instructed them not to remain at school for Christmas. Naturally, Mia and Harry agreed, marking their first Christmas spent with their respective godfathers. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius eagerly awaited the return of his children, and upon seeing Remus with Harry and Mia, he rushed towards them. Grabbing Mia, he exclaimed, "Mia, did you miss me?" "Sirius. Merry Christmas." Mia embraced Sirius, affectionately nuzzling his face. Satisfied, Sirius returned the gesture before setting Mia down, and repeating the embrace with Harry. "Merry Christmas, Sirius," Harry said as he was released. Remus and Sirius shared a hug as well, and the four finally entered the Black residence. Although Sirius had tidied up, the house still exuded an inescapable gloom, with the heads of house elves hanging on the walls, the Black family tree, and portraits shrouded in black cloth, alongside a grumbling house elf. "Oh, the wastrel brings his little spawn to desecrate my mistress's home. Oh, my poor mistress, if she knew what sort of filth he has dragged into her abode. What would she say to old creature? Oh, poor old creature." "Creature." Sirius glared at the house elf. Upon seeing Sirius, Creature immediately bowed deeply. "Get up quickly. What do you want?" Sirius asked impatiently. Creature was busy with cleaning, as he served the noble house of Black for life. Sirius was at a loss. Since his return, Creature had expressed his discontent both openly and subtly. The Black household was ill-suited for him and his brothers to enjoy a splendid Christmas. So Sirius decisively took them into the Muggle world. Sirius had always loved it there. He recalled racing motorcycles on the roads in his youth with James. Though James was no longer with them, he could still speed along with his children. During this Christmas holiday, Sirius made sure they had a wonderful time before returning. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Remus and Harry to keep a close eye on Mia, lest she be lured away by wild men. Harry readily agreed. Chapter 72, Eucalyptus. The holiday concluded, and Harry and Mia returned to school, resuming their classes. Mia languidly reclined on the sofa in the common room, flipping through a book while absent-mindedly stroking Luna's soft body, her head resting on Daphne's lap. Astoria and Pansy were on the opposite sofa, idly browsing magazines. It was uncertain who initiated a topic of conversation. "Hey, have you noticed that Blaise hasn't gone out on a date in ages? Is that so? How peculiar." Pansy replied lazily. "Do you think he might have found true love?" "Who? Him? Blaise?" Pansy exclaimed, a tremor in her hand. "Blaise true love? Why such disbelief?" Mia curiously inquired as she observed their astonished expressions. "Mia, you don't know?" Daphne lowered her head. "Blaise's mother is quite famous, known for her beauty and numerous marriages. It's said that every one of her husbands mysteriously died, leaving her with vast wealth. Growing up in such an environment, Blaise never believed in true love." "Is that so?" Reflecting on Blaise's flirtatious nature, Mia nodded. "But it is indeed strange. Do you remember when Blaise started behaving this way?" "I think it was in second year." Pansy hesitated. "No, I believe there were signs during the first-year holidays." Daphne recalled their encounter at a party, where Blaise had seemed particularly virtuous. "How odd. Yet I've never seen him out looking for his true love," Daphne mused. "What do you think Blaise's true love would be like? Since she must be someone who could capture his heart, she must be quite attractive. As for her personality, that is harder to say. There are only a few good-looking girls in the entire school, like Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw, and Mia from our house, etc. Blaise wouldn't he look at anyone outside of Slytherin?" At that moment, the three turned their gazes toward Mia. Mia hesitantly pointed at herself. The three gasped in unison. If that were true, it would be amusing. Draco clearly had feelings for Mia, and while Theodore was more discreet, the three of them were not oblivious. Adding Blaise into the mix would be quite alarming. "No, I'm not a femme fatale. It can't be that dramatic," Mia said, her lips twitching as she hurried to quell the images forming in their minds. "You're far more formidable than a femme fatale," Daphne teased, gently pinching Mia's cheek. "No way," Mia thought. "It couldn't be possible." Daphne mused that no one could possibly refuse Mia. It was hardly surprising that anyone might find themselves enamored with her. She was undeniably captivating, a blend of gentleness, strength, reliability, and erudition. If by chance Mia were to confess her feelings to Daphne one day, she feared she would be unable to contain her eagerness to accept. As these thoughts lingered, Draco entered the room, accompanied by Goyle, Crabbe, and Theodore. Without hesitation, Draco settled himself beside Mia, while Luna leapt from the sofa to tug at Theodore's trousers. Theodore bent down and scooped Luna into his arms, while Blasé opted for a solitary armchair. "What shall we discuss?" Draco queried, his gaze landing on a green apple on the table. which he seized and began to munch on. Perhaps some feminine topics? Where have you all been? Daphne inquired, draping her arm around Mia's slender waist, allowing her to lean comfortably against her. Draco squinted at the sight, having just returned from a team meeting regarding a rematch. Theodore, cradling Luna, sat across from Mia, his eyes lowered as he gently caressed her. Luna the cat seemed quite pleased. How Luna adores Theodore. She permits no one else to hold her, Pansy remarked, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Theodore replied nonchalantly, though a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. Speaking of which, why haven't we seen Blasé on any dates lately? Daphne casually brought up the topic. Blasé paused, absently steeping tea, not particularly interesting. How heartless. The girls who fancy you might just have their hearts shattered upon hearing that. Pansy teased. We merely share a few conversations, Blasé remarked with a flippant smile, though the emotions lurking in his eyes remained inscrutable. You certainly have quite a few conversational partners, Daphne noted, accepting the tea she had poured, a floral blend that Mia particularly enjoyed. Fortunately, there's not much to discuss now. As the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, Mia felt rather uncomfortable and decided to rise, drawing the attention of everyone present. Theo, I recall my potions notes are with you. I'm heading to the potions classroom. Would you care to join me? Absolutely, Theodore replied, a smile gracing his features at Mia's address. As they both departed the common room, Blasé took a sip of tea, observing their retreating figures. Phew. Once outside the common room, Mia exhaled in relief, and Theodore chuckled at her. What's the matter? Nothing, the atmosphere inside was just a bit odd. Shall I accompany you for a stroll? Theodore offered gently. Sure. The two strolled through the courtyard, Mia toying with the blue gum flower Theodore had gifted her. The moonlight enveloped them like a gossamer veil, creating a romantic and beautiful ambience. Theodore's gaze remained fixed on Mia, and in this enchanting moment, he found himself yearning to reveal his feelings, to kiss her, to claim her as his own. He had always known of Mia's allure, which attracted many suitors, but today he had discerned Blasé's subtle intentions, a realization that stirred some agitation within him. His treasure was being coveted. Mia, he called, compelled by his emotions. What is it? Mia turned to him, her expression one of curiosity. Theodore said nothing, instead drawing closer, gently tilting her chin upward, leaning down, his eyes brimming with possessiveness and overwhelming affection. Under the moonlight, their shadows drew nearer, and a blue gum flower tumbled to the ground, petals scattering about. Chapter 73. Trelawney's Prophecy. Theodore brushed a stray lock of hair from Mia's face, leaving her momentarily dazed as she gazed at him. What were you just about to? My hair was a bit disheveled. Theodore composed himself, still uncertain if Mia reciprocated his feelings. Thank you, Mia murmured, lowering her gaze to retrieve the fallen blue gum flower. It's getting late. We should head back. Agreed. The school had now scheduled the Quidditch match for just before Valentine's Day. In the upcoming game between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Harry successfully caught the golden snitch ahead of Cedric, securing yet another Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor this year. During Trelawney's divination class, Harry idly stared at the crystal ball, while Ron succumbed to sleep. What did you see? Trelawney suddenly appeared beside them, causing Harry and Ron to sit up straight in alarm. They were at a loss for words, staring helplessly at the crystal ball. Allow me, Hermione sighed, observing their confusion. It must be something ominous. Trelawney leaned closer to Hermione. My dear, the moment you entered my class, I sensed that perhaps you were ill-suited for the noble study of divination. You see, while you are still young, your spirit seems prematurely aged. Your soul is parched as the tomes you cherish. As Trelawney's words sunk in, Hermione's expression darkened. When Trelawney grasped her hand, Hermione forcefully pulled away, inadvertently knocking the crystal ball to the floor. Angrily, she departed without a second thought. After class, Mia waited at the doorway, observing as Ron and Harry emerged, her brow furrowed in confusion. Where's Hermione? She's gone mad. Though she often does, this time everyone knows it, Ron complained. Although Mia had not grasped the full extent of the situation, she didn't hesitate to give Ron a light admonition. Tonight as training is doubled. Ouch. Ron groaned. Harry watched Ron's self-destructive tendencies with exasperation before summarizing the situation with Hermione for Mia. Nonsense, Mia frowned, muttering a curse under her breath. Harry spotted the crystal ball on the floor and picked it up. I'll return this. I refuse to go back, Ron declined. I'll accompany you, Mia offered, joining Harry on his return. Unexpectedly, they encountered a dazed Trelawney. Harry Potter, she exclaimed, placing a hand on his shoulder, prompting both to turn abruptly. He shall return soon. The treacherous murderer who betrayed his friends shall be set free. Innocent blood will flow, and master and servant will reunite. With that, Trelawney abruptly regained her senses. Completely oblivious to what she had just proclaimed, Mia hurriedly ushered Harry away. What did that mean? Harry inquired as they walked. The treacherous murderer who betrayed his friends, master and servant, Mia contemplated, lowering her gaze. Pettigrew? Is he coming back? Harry asked, alarmed. But wasn't he sent to Azkaban? Azkaban isn't impervious to escape. Though Pettigrew need not worry, no one can dismantle the collar I placed upon him. As for Trelawney's prophecy regarding master and servant reuniting, does that imply Voldemort is poised for resurrection? That Pettigrew will seek him out? Mia's deductions left Harry astounded. Voldemort, Harry clenched his fists. It seems chaos is imminent. Mia relayed the prophecy to the headmaster, who assured her that Hogwarts and he would bolster their defenses. Yet Mia remained vigilant. Voldemort's return signified greater casualties. She needed to expedite the creation of more defensive tools. With words put into action, Mia intensified training for Ron, Hermione, Harry, Ginny, and Luna, while she herself delved tirelessly into magical runes. Valentine's Day arrived as anticipated. Fortunately, there was no sign of Lockhart, nor any mischievous cherubs. Aside from receiving love letters, Mia found little cause for embarrassment today. However, she was far too preoccupied to indulge in the holiday spirit, given her pressing tasks. After ensuring her friends were equipped with defensive tools, Mia resumed her studies on magical arrays and the restricted section of the library. Since Professor Snape had granted her permission, she had scarcely ventured there due to her overwhelming schedule, but now she was determined to carve out some time. Hey, what's been happening with Mia lately? Ron asked Harry. Observing her frantically busy demeanor, Trelawney made a prophecy. Mia suspects Voldemort may soon resurrect, and she must prepare. We need to strengthen ourselves as well. At the very least to protect ourselves. That's impossible. The Dark Lord, Ron hesitated, but the seriousness in Harry's expression compelled him to accept the possibility. Do not divulge these matters to anyone just yet, lest we incite panic. You must also strive to strengthen yourselves swiftly. Hermione and the others nodded earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, they would unconditionally place their trust in Mia. In the restricted section, Mia perused various tomes on dark magic. She unexpectedly stumbled upon a book titled The Most Venomous Magic, which detailed the creation and destruction of Horcruxes. Horcruxes are exceedingly dark and perilous magical objects, utilized to harbor fragments of a wizard's soul for the purpose of achieving immortality. Mia opened her notebook and began to speculate. It is already known that Voldemort's Horcruxes include a diary and Harry, the latter being an unforeseen occurrence, but what might the others be? Given Voldemort's character, it is likely that his chosen Horcruxes are not of an ordinary nature. Therefore, to vanquish Voldemort, it is paramount to obliterate the Horcruxes. Voldemort is a descendant of Slytherin, and the known heirs of Slytherin are the Gaunt family, who have nearly all perished. It is plausible that Voldemort is indeed a member of the Gaunt lineage, suggesting that his Horcruxes may bear some relation to them. It appears that an investigation is warranted. Additionally, Voldemort's Horcruxes may also be intertwined with the treasures of the Four Houses, as this aligns with his identity. Of course, this notion is inherently Voldemort's. Aside from Gryffindor's sword, the other treasures of the Four Houses have gone missing, thus providing another avenue to explore regarding the Horcruxes. Furthermore, how many Horcruxes might there be? Voldemort believes that fragmenting his soul guarantees immortality, and he also adheres to prophecies, indicating a degree of superstition. It would be wise to take note of this for future reference. Returning to the main topic, in the magical realm, the number 7 is regarded as the most potent and perfect number, suggesting that Voldemort may have divided himself into 7 parts. Therefore, we have the diary and Harry as 2, the house treasures as 3, and likely one from the Gaunt family, but what about the final one? Moreover, where might these objects be concealed? Extra. Super Mia vs. the Vampires legend has it that a mysterious organization exists in Britain, endowed with extraordinary abilities and cloaked in secrecy, hidden within a common corner of London, maintaining the peace of the world. They are known as superheroes. One day, our Miss Mia awoke to find it was already 8 in the morning. She hurriedly got out of bed. After completing her morning routine, she descended the stairs to find Mr. Cedric had thoughtfully prepared breakfast, while Ron, George, and Fred were already dining. "Good morning, Mia. What missions await us today?" inquired Miss Ginny, returning from walking her pets. "Good morning, Ginny, Hermione. We haven't received any missions today. It seems we shall enjoy a leisurely holiday," Mia replied. Mr. Draco and Mr. Harry returned, covered in dust from their sparring. "How splendid. Mia, join me for a date." "Get lost, Malfoy. Keep your distance from my sister." "Curse that wretched Gryffindor." "I won't." Observing their quarrel, Mia chose to ignore them and gazed at the delectable breakfast spread on the table. Thank you, Cedric. Dig in. Cedric replied with a gentle smile. Just as Miss Mia was about to relish her meal, Professors Dumbledore and Snape arrived. Oh no. Their arrival signifies the end of our respite. Another urgent mission looms. Children, we have received an emergency call. A mysterious injury incident has been reported in London. Our investigation team has been dispatched, and it is highly likely that it involves vampires. Vampires? Vampires. A class of supernatural beings typically depicted as immortal creatures that feed on human blood. Their legends trace back to Eastern Europe, particularly the Balkan Peninsula. The earliest vampires can be traced to ancient civilizations, possessing immortality yet fearing sunlight, garlic, crucifixes, holy water, and wooden stakes. They are often endowed with superhuman strength, speed, and perception, Hermione dutifully elucidated. An impeccable response, Miss Granger, Dumbledore commended with a smile before turning to Mia. I fear we may require your assistance, Mia. This situation appears rather troublesome. Fear not, sir. It is my duty, Mia assured. Then I shall entrust this mission to Mr. Knott, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Malfoy. However, do exercise caution. We suspect this incident may be the handiwork of our old adversaries, the Death Eaters, Professor Snape cautioned Mia. Are they still so obstinate? After being defeated by Mia, they dare to return? Ron remarked, gnawing on a chicken leg. Indeed, they are sworn enemies of the Order of the Phoenix. The Death Eaters aspire to dominate the world, while the Order has repeatedly thwarted their plans. Following the last great battle, their leader, Voldemort, was slain by Mia and Harry, only to unexpectedly resurrect himself. What of my family? Draco's complexion turned pale upon hearing this. His family had once been coerced into allegiance with Voldemort, but after his demise, they were absolved of punishment due to their undercover efforts, and he had since joined the Order. Do not fret, Aunt Narcissa will be unharmed. Besides, what does it matter? I shall confront them one by one, Mia reassured Draco. Without further ado, let us depart. Understood. Chapter 74. The Diadem of Ravenclaw. Mia had recently been frequenting the headmaster's office, conspiring with Professor Dumbledore. Headmaster, when shall we pay a visit to the Gaunt residence? Mia nestled comfortably in her chair, clutching a cup of beverage. There is no rush. We shall discuss it once you are on break. Do not think of sneaking off without me, Mia warned, her gaze fixed on Dumbledore, who was known for his cunning. Why would I? I shall certainly bring you along. How perceptive you are. It is rather difficult to deceive you. Headmaster, I discovered a change in Peter's whereabouts recently. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore straightened up. Has he escaped? Perhaps. But I did not anticipate Peter's unwavering loyalty to Voldemort, even when he is in dire straits. Where is he now? Running amok, likely in search of Voldemort, Mia remarked, sensing the caller's position. Then we can trace Voldemort's whereabouts by following Peter's trail. However, before we confront Voldemort, it is imperative to destroy the Horcruxes to prevent his resurgence. Headmaster, do you have any leads? Dumbledore appeared troubled as they speculated about the Horcruxes, uncertain of their identities or hiding places. Given that the diary was in Malfoy's possession, it is likely that other Horcruxes are also under his control. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Who could Voldemort have trusted enough to entrust his Horcruxes? There are indeed several candidates. Barty Crouch Jr., Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, and various pureblood families. Most Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban, and Barty Crouch Jr. is already deceased. Deceased? Barty Crouch Jr. is the child of that high-ranking ministry official, correct? Precisely. Is that so? I suspect there may be more to the death of young Barty Crouch, but for now, we can only speculate. Noticing the time, Mia bid farewell to the headmaster, and made her way to the room of requirement, where she had been practically residing. She needed to study dark magic, reform Wolfsbane potion, and delve into alchemy and ancient runes. It was overwhelming. Mia rubbed her temples, determined to continue her current endeavors. The progress on her godfather's Wolfsbane potion was satisfactory, but her ultimate goal was to completely resolve the issue of lycanthropy. Additionally, the Horcruxes pertained to ancient magic and souls, which also required extensive research. Mia emerged from the shadows of dawn, stifling a yawn as she resolved to visit the Ravenclaw common room. Perhaps Luna might offer her some inspiration. With ease, Mia made her way to Ravenclaw Tower, where she encountered the familiar specter, the Grey Lady. A nod of acknowledgement passed between them before Mia stepped into the common room, where Luna happened to be present. Mia flung herself onto Luna, exhausted, resting her weary head on her friend's shoulder. The common room was unusually quiet, devoid of other occupants. You really ought to rest, Mia, Luna observed, noting the fatigue etched on Mia's features, her palm gently covering Mia's eyes. I can't seem to sleep. My mind is a tumult of unresolved matters, Mia replied, her voice tinged with frustration. Curse Voldemort for creating so many Horcruxes. Would you like to share your troubles with me? Luna tilted her head inquisitively. I'm in search of something, but I don't know where to find it. What is it? The treasure of the school, Mia murmured, her gaze cast downward. What do you intend to do with the treasure? A voice unexpectedly interjected, belonging to the Grey Lady. Startled, Mia opened her eyes. The Grey Lady, familiar with Mia and possessing a keen intellect, harbored a deep disdain for Voldemort. Upon hearing her question, Mia sensed that the Grey Lady might possess valuable information. Sitting upright. Do you know the whereabouts of the treasure? What do you seek it for? The Grey Lady countered without answering Mia's inquiry. Mia pondered for a moment, weighing the implications of her disclosure, as this was a matter not to be shared lightly. Let us find a more private location. Very well. The two ventured into an abandoned classroom, where Mia cast a muffliato charm to prevent eavesdropping. Then turned her attention to the Grey Lady. Who are you? Do you know about the treasure? I am Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of the founder of Ravenclaw. I suspect the school's treasure has been turned into a Horcrux by Voldemort, and I need to ascertain its location. Do you know anything? Yes. Helena conceded, and proceeded to recount a tale from her past. Overcome by jealousy of her mother's wisdom and talent, she had stolen the diadem and fled to the forests of Albania, where she was ultimately slain by her infatuated admirer, the Bloody Baron. Unable to accept her demise, she became a ghost at Hogwarts. Later, she was found and deceived by the young Voldemort, Tom Riddle, who coaxed her into revealing the diadem's location, inside a hollow tree in the Albanian forest. Voldemort took the diadem, and only later did she realize she had been duped, filled with profound regret and sorrow. He has hidden the diadem in a chamber filled with secrets, accessible only to those in need of it. After promising Helena that she would assist in destroying the diadem, Mia departed. Following her farewell to Luna, she hurried to the Room of Requirement, a chamber steeped in secrets, accessible only to those who seek it. Was this not the very description of the Room of Requirement? How had she overlooked it right beneath her nose? Blast that wretched Voldemort. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Mia stood before a tapestry depicting a troll being batted by a club, pacing back and forth as she wished for a room to conceal treasures. Suddenly, the door materialized, and Mia pushed it open. Inside lay a vast labyrinthine chamber, cluttered with the hidden belongings of students spanning centuries. Countless bookshelves, cabinets, furniture, and assorted bric-a-brac formed a convoluted maze. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items, Mia urgently called for Harry and the others to assist in her search. Eventually, they discovered the diadem atop a dilapidated cabinet, nearly obscured amidst the other debris. How can it be so well hidden? Mia exclaimed in disbelief. As she retrieved the diadem, she beheld a crown adorned with sparkling jewels, its base inscribed with Ravenclaw's famous motto, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Noticing the same magical traces as Harry's scar, and those on the diary, Mia's suspicions were confirmed. I've heard that wearing the diadem grants one wisdom, Hermione mused. Gazing at the crown, Mia immediately snatched it away, fearful that Hermione might don it. No, you mustn't handle it recklessly. There's no need for such alarm. Hermione replied with a hint of exasperation. Thank you for your efforts today. We needn't double our training. I shall speak with the headmaster. In that moment, Ron was at a loss. He felt conflicted, pleased that their training would not double, yet dismayed at the reason behind his relief. Chapter 75, The Third Horcrux. Mia, crown in hand, swiftly made her way to the headmaster's office, feeling that had there been a way to communicate via a device like a cell phone, she would surely have topped the leaderboard for steps today. Why the rush? Dumbledore inquired, noticing Mia's breathlessness and promptly offering her a cup of warm tea. I found it, Mia declared, producing the diadem. Dumbledore paused, astonished by her efficiency. Where did you come across it? His expression was a mix of intrigue and concern. This child seemed destined for Ravenclaw, for she had outpaced him even in his own domain. In the Room of Requirement, thanks to the Grey Lady's guidance, it is now evident that Voldemort indeed used the school's treasure as a Horcrux. Mia settled into a chair, savoring the sweetness of the tea. Is that so? It's astonishing that it had remained hidden within Hogwarts all this time. Let us destroy it at once. With that, Dumbledore retrieved Godric Gryffindor's sword, and the third Horcrux was obliterated. Speaking of which, what of Harry? Watching Dumbledore destroy the Horcrux, Mia felt a pang of anxiety. To destroy a Horcrux, Harry will likely need to undertake a similar journey, Dumbledore mused, having contemplated this dilemma himself. The methods for destroying Horcruxes were limited. If Harry did not undergo the experience, the Horcrux could not be entirely eradicated. Mia furrowed her brow. understanding that this meant Harry must endure the agony of death. Is there truly no other way? Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. He wished for an alternative. With a heavy heart, Mia departed the office, her emotions a tumultuous storm. Standing in the astronomy tower, gazing at the stars above, Mia found solace in the stillness, often retreating here when troubled. Suddenly, a cat appeared beside her. Luna S. What brings you here? Mia asked, gently stroking the feline that had leapt into her lap. It was I who requested it lead me to you. A familiar male voice resonated from behind her. It was Harry. Do you have something on your mind? He inquired, observing his increasingly reticent sister, who preferred to harbor her concerns within. Not at all, Mia replied, her gaze evasive. You never look me in the eye when you lie, Mia. Harry sat down beside her. Caught in her pretense, Mia averted her gaze. It must be about my situation. Harry did not press her, instead adopting a methodical approach akin to Mia's usual demeanor. Is it regarding the Horcruxes? Mia bit her lip, remaining silent. I've known since my arrival that I must face Voldemort. Our fates are entwined in a life-or-death struggle, Harry stated candidly. You won't die, Mia insisted vehemently, refusing to accept that outcome. I know, Mia. You have always been formidable. Whether it was with Sirius or those patients, you always prevailed, haven't you? Harry gently ruffled Mia's hair. I don't know, Mia admitted, the fear of losing Harry gnawing at her heart. They had been together since before birth, companions through the years. You can do this, Mia. Do not fear, for I am unafraid. Harry pressed his forehead against hers. It will hurt terribly, she whispered, recalling the pain of death she had already experienced. I am not afraid, Mia. I will not falter. Harry's gaze was filled with compassion as he noted the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Mia rarely cried. In fact, she could count the occasions on one hand. One being when she mistakenly believed Professor Snape would be murdered, and now this. I will always be here. Do not fear. Do not be afraid. The room of requirement. Mia, look. Ginny excitedly called out to Mia, having just unleashed a particularly powerful bone-breaking curse. What's wrong, Ginny? Mia approached Ginny, noticing the statue before her was shattered beyond recognition. Wow, I didn't expect you to master the bone-breaking curse so quickly. Mia gazed at Ginny with genuine astonishment. Ginny's magical talent was truly remarkable. Hearing the praise, Ginny beamed with joy, while Ron felt a chill run down his spine. Sister Mia, can I have a reward? Ginny looked at Mia's gentle face, feeling a bit nervous. Of course. What kind of reward do you desire? Mia inquired curiously. Sister Mia, just stand still. Ginny mustered her courage and tiptoed to plant a quick kiss on Mia's cheek. Mia's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Ginny, who anxiously bit her lip. Harry, wait. Ginny just kissed my sister? Is this just sisterly affection? Ron exclaimed. Merlin's suspenders. Hermione added, astonished. Ginny? Mia covered her face with one hand, perplexed as she gazed at Ginny. I just like Sister Mia. Is that so wrong? Ginny's demeanor dimmed slightly. It's fine, right? After all, we're both girls. A kiss isn't a big deal, Mia thought uncertainly. Upon hearing Mia's words, Ginny's eyes sparkled with hope. So can I kiss you again in the future? No. Harry immediately interjected, feeling something was off with Ginny, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Ginny and Harry turned their gazes toward Mia. I have something to attend to. You all continue practicing. Mia quickly excused herself and headed over to Hermione. Hermione clicked her tongue, thinking Mia's charm was truly impressive, captivating both genders. By the time Mia returned to the Slytherin common room, it was quite late. She had assumed it would be empty, only to find Blaise waiting. Is this the third time? Aren't you tired? You're not here to confront me again, are you? Mia ventured, greeting him. Good evening, Blaise replied with a smile, setting down the envelope he was holding. Still awake at this hour? I couldn't sleep. Just came out for a bit, he said. What do you have there? Mia inquired, noticing the thick envelope in Blaise's hand. A love letter. Want to see? He offered it to her. Believing it to be a letter from someone else, Mia quickly declined. No, that's your private matter. A flicker of regret passed through Blaise's eyes as he retracted the letter. I'll head back now, good night. Good night. Blaise gazed at the unsigned letter in his hand, tucking it away. What a useless coward, he muttered. Chapter 76. The Gaunt Family. Mia's progress on the wolf venom potion was commendable. The cost had significantly decreased. She prepared ample supplies for Remus, as he would voluntarily resign at the end of the semester. Considering that no defense against the dark arts professor had ever been safe, Mia suggested Remus resign, and offered him a position to assist her in selling the wolf venom potion and capturing werewolves for her potion experiments, ensuring that the potions would be safely tested. Remus was indeed concerned about the potential exposure of his identity causing panic among students' families. And if he could truly assist Mia in developing a potion that would prevent him from transforming into a werewolf, that would be ideal, so he agreed to her plan. At the end of term exams, Mia once again secured first place, and Slytherin retained the House Cup. Harry, Sirius, Remus, you all should head back. I have some matters to discuss with the headmaster, Mia said, embracing Sirius, who had come to the station to pick them up. Where are you going, Mia? Sirius asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm with the headmaster. We need to handle some matters, Mia reassured them with a smile. We'll be waiting for you at home. Sirius and I. Stay safe, Harry advised, guessing Mia's intentions and feeling helpless to stop her, so he could only hope for her safety. Upon seeing Dumbledore arrive, Mia remarked, I must take my leave. Stay safe, safe travels, he replied. Mia joined Dumbledore, who used apparition to transport them to Little Hangleton, where the Gaunt residence was located. During this time, Dumbledore had diligently investigated Tom Riddle and the Gaunt family. The Gaunt family, descendants of Salazar Slytherin, prided themselves on their pureblood lineage, believing themselves to be among the noblest families in the wizarding world. They were notorious for their arrogance, paranoia, and violence, vehemently rejecting muggles and half-blood wizards, and through inbreeding, they gradually fell into decline. Dumbledore pieced together Voldemort's history from the memories of Morfin Gaunt, Hokey the house elf of Hepzibah Smith, and Horace Slughorn. First there was Morfin Gaunt, Voldemort's uncle, imprisoned in Azkaban for attacking muggles. In his memories, Voldemort harbored deep hatred for his muggle father, believing him to be the root of his mother Merope's tragedy. He severed all ties with the muggle world by murdering his father and grandparents. Then there was Hokey, who served a wealthy witch with a valuable collection of magical artifacts, including Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup. Young Tom, using his charm and flattery, approached Hepzibah to showcase her treasured collection, which included Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup. Days later, Hepzibah died of poisoning, and Voldemort stole the locket and cup, manipulating Hokey's loyalty to frame her for the murder. Lastly, there was Slughorn, Voldemort's former teacher, who had altered his own memories to conceal key facts. Nevertheless, this information was sufficient, confirming Mia's suspicions were largely accurate. As they arrived at the Gaunt house, located near Little Hangleton, they found it to be a dilapidated and eerie structure, overgrown with weeds and in a state of disrepair. Exchanging glances, they began their search. Suspecting Voldemort might choose family-related items as Horcruxes to assert his pureblood and Slytherin heritage, which could include family heirlooms, rings, or crests. Drawing from her previous lesson regarding Voldemort's hidden diadem, Mia decided to search in more concealed areas. After scouring the obvious spots without success, she turned to the hidden corners instead, attempting to sense magical fluctuations, a skill she had recently acquired, allowing her magic to resonate with ancient magic. Following the faint magical waves, Dumbledore and Mia crouched to examine a section of the floor. Could it be here? Mia sensed again and confirmed the presence of magical energy, 2 types. Dumbledore knocked on the floor, and it echoed hollowly. This had to be the spot. Shall we break it? They exchanged looks and picked up a nearby stone to smash it, breaking the floor open to reveal a box, which was protected by powerful dark magic. So that second magical wave was this? Let me handle it, Dumbledore said, waving his wand to dispel the outer layer of magic. Once confirmed safe, he picked up the box and opened it. Inside lay a ring, adorned with the emblem of the Peveril family. The Resurrection Stone? Mia leaned in for a closer look. Dumbledore stared at the Resurrection Stone, recalling Ariana. Perhaps this stone could allow him to see his sister once more. He reached for the ring, yearning to reunite with his sister and parents. Observing Dumbledore's actions and expression, Mia sensed something was amiss. Headmaster, she called out urgently. Then she recalled the Christmas of their first year, when Dumbledore had seen a woolen sock in the Mirror of Erised, symbolizing familial love. Surely he wasn't contemplating using the Resurrection Stone to bring someone back, was he? Mia quickly snatched the box away, snapping Dumbledore back to reality. Headmaster, calm down. The Resurrection Stone cannot truly bring someone back to life. Dumbledore gazed at Mia, his eyes filled with sorrow. This object is a Horcrux. What if Voldemort has employed some sinister trick upon it? I am aware, yet my yearning to see them is overwhelming. Mia observed Dumbledore, calming down, before revealing the ring once more, remaining vigilant against any further enchantments he might fall under. Dumbledore appeared quite helpless under her gaze. I can sense 2 distinct magical auras emanating from it. Why are there 2? It seems Voldemort is quite cunning indeed. Mia gazed silently at the ancient magical traces and the other cursed aura, reflecting on how perilous the situation could have been had the headmaster donned it moments ago. Headmaster, for any future matters, please allow me to accompany you. At least we could look out for one another. Dumbledore, realizing the implications, felt a sudden relief that he hadn't absconded with it after all. The two of them used the sword of Gryffindor to destroy the ring, and Mia ensured that the Horcrux was obliterated before permitting Dumbledore to take it away for disposal. The sword of Gryffindor is truly magnificent. Mia felt a pang of envy. Indeed, Dumbledore concurred verbally, hastily retracting the sword into his possession. What a miser. You ought to return now. Dumbledore escorted Mia back to the Black residence. Chapter 77. The Quidditch World Cup. During the holiday, Sirius procured several tickets for the Quidditch World Cup, and invited them to attend the match. In addition to their party, Harry and Mia also received word that the Weasley family, along with Cedric and Hermione, would be attending as well. After some discussion among the parents, they decided to go together. Furthermore, Mia discovered that Peter had lingered in the Albanian forest for a time before making his way to Little Hangleton, where not only the Gaunt residence stood, but also the Riddle House. Mia suspected that Wormtail might have located Voldemort. Swiftly communicating with Professor Dumbledore, they resolved to bide their time until all the Horcruxes were destroyed before confronting Voldemort. Early the next morning, Mia was awakened. They were to set off for White Weasel Mountain and Ottery St. Catchpole. Throughout the journey, Harry seemed somewhat distracted. "What's wrong?" Mia inquired with concern, while Sirius and Remus leaned in curiously. "I had a nightmare," Harry recalled, pursing his lips. A nightmare? The fragments of his soul might lead him to dream of Voldemort's affairs. It was likely that Voldemort was beginning to stir. "Do not worry," Mia reassured him, and Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Ron, Hermione. Mia spotted her friends from afar and waved joyfully, Harry's face lighting up with a smile. "Hey, Miss Snake. It's been a while." Just as George and Fred attempted to approach Mia, Sirius interjected, keeping them at bay. Ginny deftly evaded her brothers and nestled beside Mia, calling out, "Sister Mia, since everyone is gathered, shall we set off?" Arthur chuckled, observing the children. The group proceeded on their way to White Weasel Mountain. "Ron, where are we headed?" Harry looked to Ron. "I'm just as puzzled." "Hurry up." Upon reaching the mountain's summit, they encountered two individuals. "Arthur, you've kept me waiting for ages," Amos Diggory remarked to Arthur. "Apologies, we have a few little ones who enjoy their slumber. This is Amos Diggory, my colleague from the Ministry of Magic," Arthur introduced to the group. "And this is Sirius Black and Remus Lupin." Sirius and Remus shook hands with Amos. Meanwhile, a figure leaped down from a tree. "This tall young man must be Cedric, correct?" Arthur observed as he shook Cedric's hand. "Good day," Cedric greeted the adults present, then noticed Mia lingering behind. "Enjoy your holiday," he said, approaching Mia with a gentle smile. "Happy holidays," Mia replied, waving her hand. Amos, noticing his son rushing towards a young girl, curiously peered over. "You must be Mia. Cedric has spoken of you." Amos instantly recognized his son's interest, having heard of Mia's renown long ago. Mia looked at Cedric in surprise, who cleared his throat and quickly pulled his father aside. "You must be Harry Potter," Amos exclaimed, clearly recognizing him. "Yes," Harry replied, shaking hands politely. They did not linger in pleasantries for long, as they needed to proceed, exchanging a few words before heading to the mountaintop. At the summit, a single boot awaited them. This was the portkey, organizing everyone to select their spots. They grasped the boot, and Mia felt as though her navel was hooked, followed by a wave of dizziness as they arrived at their destination. "This sensation is dreadful." Mia covered her slightly queasy head as Remus chuckled, supporting her. "Children, welcome to the Quidditch World Cup." The campsite was bustling with tents, filled with spectators from around the globe, creating a lively atmosphere. The tents of the three families were situated apart, with Sirius leading them to join the Weasley family and the Diggory father and son. Along the way, they encountered several familiar faces, including Hogwarts classmates and their families, such as the already graduated Harry, Wood exclaimed, excitedly waving at them. Upon seeing this individual, who had once attempted to whisk Mia away, Harry immediately grew alert. "Oliver, it's been a while," Mia waved back. "Would you like to join us? I have so much to share with you," Wood said eagerly, eager to tell Mia about his signing with the team. Mia nodded in agreement, and Sirius followed suit. "These are my parents," Wood introduced Mia to his parents, and the two sets of parents exchanged polite greetings. "I must tell you, I just signed on as a substitute player for Puddlemere United," Wood said, his eyes crinkling in delight. "Congratulations on fulfilling your wish." Mia and Harry genuinely shared in his joy, as Wood's passion for Quidditch was evident. They didn't wish to intrude for long, and soon departed to find their tent. "This will be our tent. Come in and take a look." Sirius pulled back the curtain, revealing a tent enhanced by the extension charm. Inside, everything was well stocked, prompting Harry to exclaim, "I love magic." Mia nodded in agreement, truly impressed by the convenience. "Come inside," Remus said, carrying Mia's luggage as they entered. The match would commence in the evening, and everyone gradually made their way inside. Sirius led them and the Weasley family to the top-tier box. "How high is this?" Mia grasped the staircase railing while ascending, glancing upward. "Would you like me to carry you up?" Sirius and Remus each took one of Mia's hands as they climbed the stairs. "No thanks, I prefer to maintain my dignity." Mia firmly declined. "Really? I thought you might lean on me a bit." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Your godfather could carry you up, too," Remus teased, watching her childlike antics with amusement. "You've turned mischievous, godfather." Mia puffed her cheeks. "It seems you need to work on your stamina," Harry remarked, unfazed as he walked behind Mia. "I don't need to play Quidditch. This level of stamina is sufficient for me." In truth, Mia's endurance was quite commendable, yet climbing stairs was exhausting, especially alongside three gentlemen who were all quite fit. "Goodness, Dad, how high is this?" Ron, also fatigued, called out to Arthur. "See, she claims her stamina is enough," Arthur cleverly quipped. "The top level?" Ron contemplated collapsing right there. "Are we as well?" Mia inquired, glancing at Sirius. "Yes, dear. We're at the very top." Accompanied by numerous stairs, Mia sighed heavily. As she lowered her head, she inadvertently locked eyes with someone. Draco and Lucius, the father and son duo, impeccably dressed in suits, were gazing up at them. Mia exchanged a wave with Draco, who raised an eyebrow and smiled before shifting his focus back to Ron and Harry. "My father and I were seated in the minister's private box," an invitation personally extended by Cornelius Fudge himself. To our surprise, the two individuals present hardly acknowledged him before turning away, with Harry taking the opportunity to escort his sister along. Lucius Malfoy gave Draco a nudge, then pointed his wand at Harry, wishing them to enjoy themselves while they still had breath. "Mind your words, Malfoy," Sirius warned, casting a dangerous glance at Lucius. Mia too regarded Lucius with contemplation. Could it be that Voldemort was re-establishing connections with his old followers? Chapter 78. The Quidditch World Cup 2 at long last. They reached the top of the stairs and entered a small box situated at the pinnacle of the stadium, offering a clear view of all the unfolding scenes below. "The sight is truly splendid," Mia remarked. Before them lay an enormous blackboard, constantly flashing with text, densely packed with sponsors' names. As Harry surveyed the surroundings, preparing to identify others sharing their box, he spotted a house elf. "Dobby," he voiced in confusion, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was not Dobby. "Did you just call me Dobby, sir?" "My apologies, I must have misheard," the elf replied, revealing herself to be female. She introduced herself as Winky, indicating her friendship with Dobby, and informed Harry that she was occupying his position. Upon Harry's inquiry, she shared that Dobby was seeking a paid position. Mia recalled the remarkable magical abilities possessed by house elves, and since her own wolfsbane potion business was flourishing, alongside other potions, she thought it would be opportune to offer Dobby a job. "Winky, could you contact Dobby? I believe I could provide him with employment." "Of course, kind Miss Potter. I am certain Dobby would be immensely grateful." Winky's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a brief exchange, the box began to fill with guests of notable stature. Mia observed Arthur and Percy rising repeatedly to shake hands with the newcomers, recalling that Percy seemed to have joined the ministry post-graduation. When Cornelius Fudge arrived, he immediately engaged Mia and Harry in conversation, feigning ignorance of the tension between himself and Sirius. "Useless Fudge," Mia rolled her eyes. It was evident that Sirius held no fondness for Fudge either, offering him scant words. The last to enter was the Malfoy family. After Lucius greeted Fudge, he engaged Arthur in a verbal duel. As for his wife and child, they seized the opportunity to chat with Mia for quite some time, while Sirius appeared hesitant to speak, and Draco found no chance to interject. However, this pleasant scene was short-lived as the match commenced. Prior to the game, the team's mascots performed to warm up the crowd. First came the Bulgarian national team's mascot, a throng of Vila. They glided onto the field, their beauty ethereal, skin radiant as the moon, hair flowing without wind, and began to dance. The men in the audience instinctively leaned forward, mesmerized. Harry too found himself momentarily entranced, but quickly regained his focus, glancing around to see Ron nearly leaping from his seat, while Mia leisurely admired the Vila's performance. Sirius, Remus, and Arthur seemed oblivious, each turning their attention to their beloved companions, while Draco and Lucius wore expressions of disdain. "Is Draco Malfoy looking at my sister? What is wrong with him? Why is he not watching the match? I knew he had ulterior motives regarding her," Harry thought. "Mia, that was a Vila. They are magical beings renowned for their beauty and mystery. Their allure possesses the power to bewitch men, even driving them to madness," Mia explained, gesturing toward Ron. who was maintaining a diving position. Hermione, embarrassed, yanked him back. However, when Vila become angry or excited, their appearance undergoes a dramatic transformation. Harry nodded in understanding. No wonder he had almost succumbed to the same impulse as Ron. The Bulgarian mascot's performance concluded to a chorus of furious shouts from the crowd, who were reluctant to see the Vila depart. Yet their sentiments swiftly shifted with the entrance of the Irish team's mascot, a leprechaun, who conjured a massive shamrock from which gold coins rained down. The audience's focus shifted entirely, each scrambling beneath their seats for the coins. Indeed, it seems that gold proves more enticing than beauty, Mia mused. Following the mascot's performances, the players took to the field. Among the Bulgarian team was an 18-year-old prodigy, Victor Krum. His significance would soon be revealed. Once everything was prepared, Fudge announced the commencement of the match. The competition was fierce. Whenever one team scored, their mascot would celebrate. And both mascots were unwilling to concede. The Vila danced more provocatively, prompting even the referee to lean in closer, only to be jolted back by a nearby healer. Ultimately, before the players could unleash their full potential, the mascots clashed. The Vila, in a fit of rage, transformed, their hair igniting in flames, their faces elongating into beaks, their bodies becoming avian. Harry was taken aback by the transformation. I told you, they change when angered. Mia chuckled at Harry's startled expression. Incredible, isn't it? Remember, children, one must not judge solely by appearances, Arthur interjected sagely. Below, chaos erupted as the mascots engaged in a brawl, ministry officials struggling to separate them. Thankfully, the match concluded with the Irish team triumphing by 10 points. However, Krum's capture of the golden snitch provided a dramatically satisfying conclusion. Hermione, observing Krum's performance, was deeply impressed by his calm focus. After the match, the players were summoned to the VIP box for the award ceremony. Krum lagged behind, looking disheveled and bloodied from the recent match, a testament to the battle he had endured. Hermione, a devoted fan, found herself captivated by the world-class Quidditch star, while Krum was equally taken by the bright and confident 14-year-old witch. Chapter 79. The march and protest following the award ceremony. The crowd began to disperse as they made their way back to their tents, animatedly discussing the match. Today's game was spectacular, especially that Krum, Hermione exclaimed, embracing Mia, revealing her loyal fan status. Alright, I know you're excited. We all knew the Irish team would win, but who would have thought Krum would catch the golden snitch? Ron mused. You might just be falling in love with him, Ginny teased. Who wouldn't be enchanted by him? Ron retorted, defending his admiration for Krum, the 18-year-old prodigy. Harry nodded in agreement. Their conversation flowed effortlessly as they returned to their respective tents. Sirius and Harry continued their fervent discussion about the match, while Remus, observing their lack of intention to rest, felt somewhat overwhelmed. Mia, perhaps you should get some rest, Remus suggested, approaching the thoughtful young witch. Is something troubling you? I fear something significant may transpire tonight, Mia replied, recalling Lucius's warning of Voldemort's return and his re-establishment of connections, leading to an inevitable proclamation of his resurgence to the wizarding world. Today, with so many gathered, was the perfect opportunity for chaos. Why do you think that? Remus was aware that Mia never spoke without purpose, and he was somewhat concerned. Was it because of Lucius Malfoy's words? Indeed, he thought. There must be a reason behind his statement. Mia nodded. I understand. I will discuss this with Arthur, and ensure they remain vigilant. Remus replied earnestly. Mia was somewhat taken aback by Remus's unwavering trust in her, as all of this was merely conjecture. She could not be certain, despite the high probability of its truth. She hadn't anticipated Remus to place such faith in her. Are you this surprised? Remus chuckled at Mia's expression. Do you truly believe in my speculation? Of course I do, he affirmed. Why? Because I am your family, Mia. Family trusts one another unconditionally. Remus enveloped Mia in a warm embrace. Thank you, Remus, Mia replied, holding him tightly in return. Now let's not dwell on this. We're all here. There's no need to worry, Mia. Remus spoke softly as he sat beside her. Let us hope that is the case. Before long, Remus informed Arthur of the situation, who subsequently urged several ministers to enhance their vigilance. However, no one took it seriously. As night fell, chaos erupted in the camp. Sirius and Remus hurriedly roused the two children, and left the tent to assess the situation. They witnessed a throng of hooded figures, their faces obscured by masks, rampaging through the camp while brandishing wands and chanting derogatory slogans against Muggles. They had suspended the Muggle camp administrator, Roberts, and were mocking and humiliating him. Officials from the Ministry of Magic attempted to restore order, but the scene was too chaotic. Sirius and Remus led the children to join the Weasley family. Quickly head into the woods. We need to assist the ministry in maintaining order. Arthur called out as they dashed toward the trees, the confusion too overwhelming. Mia, Remus and I will help. You and Harry should go inside, Sirius urged, pushing them away before joining Arthur and Remus in efforts to restore calm. Mia cast a worried glance at Sirius and the others, then turned to Harry and the others behind her. It was best to heed their advice. There were numerous officials present who would likely manage the situation. However, Harry and his friends still needed protection. With that thought, Mia led them into the woods. "Oh no, my wand is missing," Harry exclaimed, having intended to use it for protection, but finding it absent upon searching his person. "Where could it be?" Hermione inquired. "I always had it with me." Harry shook his head in disbelief. "Let us move deeper into the woods. We can search for the wand once the chaos subsides." As they ventured further into the forest, they suddenly heard a hoarse male voice. A figure emerged, wand raised, followed by the incantation, revealing bones. A gigantic green skull and serpent insignia appeared in the sky. "It's the Death Eaters," Mia recognized the dark mark. Stupefy. Mia aimed her wand at the figure, but she missed as he disapparated away. He got away. "Let us check it out." When they arrived, they found Harry's wand being wielded by Flitwick, who had been struck by the stunning spell. Soon they were surrounded and attacked. Mia immediately cast a protective charm over the group, and then discerned the identity of the assailants. "Stop! That is my son," Arthur interjected, rushing forward. Upon hearing his voice, the assailants immediately ceased their actions, parting to allow Barty Crouch through. "What are you doing?" Mia glared at them, her anger rising. Had she not reacted swiftly, Harry and the others could have been harmed. "Which of you conjured the dark mark?" Barty Crouch glared at them in fury. Mia couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. How inept the ministry was. They had been warned that tonight would be tumultuous, yet they had disregarded it and failed to quell the disturbance. Now, they were unjustly accusing innocent people. It was utterly useless. "Open your eyes. Do you think we would know that spell? Have you lost your minds? Attacking minors without certainty? Is the ministry truly this incompetent?" Her outburst rendered Barty Crouch visibly uncomfortable. Sirius and Remus soon arrived, witnessing their child being bullied by a group. Setting aside Mia as contributions, how could they expect mere young wizards to recognize the dark mark? Sirius and Remus shielded the children. "If you seek answers, why not inquire with the house elf I hold?" Harry spoke in a low voice. Upon seeing the elf, Barty Crouch's expression shifted, a realization dawning upon him. Mia keenly noted his change in demeanor, committing it to memory. After a series of inquiries, the ministry condemned the elf, and Barty Crouch dismissed him, despite Harry and the others insisting that it was a male voice that had cast the spell. Upon returning to the tent, the appearance of the mark had incited panic. Harry and Ron were somewhat bewildered, prompting Arthur to explain some matters to them. The dark mark is a symbol of Voldemort and the Death Eaters, representing darkness and fear. Its manifestation often signals Voldemort's return, or the activities of the Death Eaters. The mysterious individuals they had encountered were indeed Death Eaters, a demonstration by those who had evaded imprisonment in Azkaban. The reason they were not incarcerated stemmed from their various attempts to clear their names and diminish their culpability, thus escaping punishment. Their thorough concealment was to prevent the exposure of their identities, as being captured while protesting would mean their ruin. Chapter 80 Mad-Eye Moody. They were now entering their 4th year at Hogwarts. Mia sat in the Great Hall, observing the annual sorting ceremony with a sense of tedium as she toyed with the bracelet in her hand. "Bored," Theodore whispered to Mia, to which she nodded in affirmation. With a flick of his wrist, Theodore conjured a bouquet of blue eucalyptus flowers, deftly weaving them into 2 exquisite rings. "Your hands are so skilled," Mia exclaimed, surprised as she accepted the rings. "Let me put one on you." Theodore placed a blue eucalyptus ring on Mia's middle finger. It fit perfectly. "Could you help me wear one too?" he asked gently, his azure gaze fixed solely on Mia, making her cheeks flush as she averted her eyes and swiftly placed the ring on his finger before straightening up to watch the sorting. Theodore chuckled softly, his other hand, adorned with the knot family ring, brushing against the flower ring. Once the sorting concluded, it was time for the feast. Draco naturally served Mia some food, while Blaise and Daphne sent treats her way from a distance. "I can't eat anymore. I truly can't," Mia exclaimed, gazing at her plate piled high with uneaten food. "Can't finish?" Draco observed Mia's expression, and casually took the untouched snacks beside her. "Wait, that's mine. I know I haven't touched it, but isn't that a bit too intimate?" Mia watched Draco as he unhesitatingly popped the snacks into his mouth. "I don't mind you," Draco remarked with a raised eyebrow, grinning at Mia. "What is wrong with these people?" Once everyone had eaten their fill, Dumbledore stood to announce matters. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, informs everyone that this year the list of prohibited items has increased to 437. 437? What on earth have they done? Mia's lips twitched at the absurdity of the banned items. But I'm sure next year it will only increase. Especially since George and Fred are bound to invent numerous new prank toys. The same school restrictions remained in effect, including the Forbidden Forest. No matter. School rules are merely guidelines. They won't hinder my escapades in the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, there would be no Quidditch matches this academic year. The Quidditch players present voiced their discontent. Thank goodness Wood graduated. Otherwise he'd be out on the pitch getting drenched, right Rainy? Dumbledore gestured for silence as he continued, explaining that this year Hogwarts would host a grand tournament. At that moment, a rumble of thunder echoed outside, and the doors of the auditorium were flung open with a resounding bang. A man, leaning on a long cane and swathed in a cloak, made his entrance. As another flash of lightning illuminated the scene, he removed his hood and limped towards the teacher's desk, one leg replaced by a prosthetic. His face bore scars, and one eye was replaced by a magical prosthetic capable of rotating 360 degrees. He cast his gaze over Harry and Mia, who met his stare with unwavering resolve. This man was peculiar. Alastor Moody, an aura known for his suspicious and vigilant demeanor, possessed a profound understanding of dark magic, and was skilled in its defense. Mia recalled the details she had learned about him. He approached Dumbledore, shook his hand, and after a brief exchange of words, was gestured to take a seat in an empty spot. Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Moody. The applause that followed came primarily from Dumbledore and a few professors, while the students below remained somewhat hushed, seemingly intimidated by his appearance. Mia understood that the scars were remnants of his battles with Death Eaters. Regardless of any peculiarities Moody may possess, he certainly deserved respect. Thus she led the applause, inspiring her fellow students to join in. Dumbledore smiled at Mia before resuming his interrupted announcement, revealing that Hogwarts would soon host a grand event, the Triwizard Tournament. This tournament was a collaboration between three of Europe's foremost magical institutions: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and Durmstrang Institute, aimed at fostering friendship and communication among the schools. However, it had been suspended in previous years due to the high number of fatalities associated with it. The students below were not deterred. On the contrary, they buzzed with excitement about the competition, particularly George and Fred, who were especially animated. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would lead their students to Hogwarts, with the selection ceremony for champions scheduled for Halloween Eve. Dumbledore, observing the eager students, announced a rather disappointing rule. Those under 17 would not be permitted to participate. George and Fred grumbled in dissatisfaction, as they would soon turn 17 in April. I advise you to comply with the rules. The headmaster will certainly not stand idly by, Mia cautioned, well aware of the mischief these two were capable of. Understood. Miss Snake, they replied sarcastically. Chapter 81, Spicy Little Lobster. Mia arrived at the headmaster's office as usual. Headmaster, she began. With Voldemort back and having recently staged a demonstration at the World Cup, do you think he might cause trouble during the Triwizard Tournament? She stroked Fawkes, with the sorting hat and Gryffindor sword nearby. Dumbledore gazed at the audacious girl before him, perplexed as to why Fawkes held such affection for her. Considering her somewhat bully-like demeanor, he will undoubtedly act. However, we shall not remain passive. Very well, but do you think Professor Moody might pose a problem? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Mia's inquiry. Well, you see, most professors in our defense against the dark arts class seem to encounter some trouble each year. This position has become somewhat of a curse, and now Moody has taken it on. Dumbledore's lips twitched at her observation, realizing there was indeed some truth to her words. Wait, what a nonsensical notion, he thought, quickly redirecting his wayward thoughts. I will keep your concerns in mind. As for the Triwizard Tournament, I shall grant you permission to assist in protecting the students should danger arise, specifically, in the event of Voldemort or Death Eaters, and to inform me immediately if you perceive any threats. Considering Mia's character and her penchant for peculiar studies, Dumbledore decided it best to keep her close, preventing her from recklessly confronting danger on her own. How cunning, Mia mused as Dumbledore saw through her intentions. Do not think to sneak off, he replied with a satisfied smile. Understood, Mia said, rolling her eyes before departing with Fawkes in her arms. Put Fawkes down, Dumbledore called after her as she exited the office, the phoenix unresisting in her embrace. Tonight, Fawkes will keep me company. Mia cheekily made a face at Dumbledore before dashing away. Fawkes, content in her grasp, spread his wings and flapped them joyfully as they left the headmaster's office. Our Fawkes is such a good boy, Mia beamed, nuzzling him, and he affectionately returned the gesture. That day they had herbology and care of magical creatures. Mia arrived early in the Great Hall for breakfast, and noticed Hermione animatedly speaking to Ron and Harry while holding up a badge. Curious, Mia approached and learned that Hermione had formed SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, driven by her sympathy for the plight of house elves, and was attempting to persuade them to join her cause. Ron, however, scoffed at the notion, believing that house elves willingly accepted their servitude, and found the idea of them seeking wages absurd. To placate Hermione, the two reluctantly contributed 2 silver sickles, hoping it would quiet her down. SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, aims to improve the conditions of house elves and advocate for their rights. Mia, will you join? Hermione asked, raising the badge in her hand. Though she spoke cheerfully, a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart, as her friends did not seem to share her enthusiasm. Sure, Mia replied, handing Hermione the 2 sickles and accepting the badge. Don't you find it strange? Hermione was taken aback by Mia's immediate agreement. Not at all. Hermione is very kind to consider the plight of the elves, even if others do not understand. Mia gently reassured her. Change often faces skepticism. You are remarkable. Do not doubt yourself. Hermione's eyes sparkled at Mia's words. Thank you, Mia. Mia chuckled softly and playfully tapped Harry and Ron on the head, leaving them to sulk in silence. They were friends, and even if they did not support Hermione's views, they should not discourage her. Those two deserved the taps. In their herbology lesson, they were to study the bubotuber, a plant that resembled an unsightly black slug, covered in shiny pustules filled with yellow pus. The pus of the bubotuber possessed unique magical properties, although it could irritate the skin and cause redness and blisters. With proper processing, it could be used to brew potions that treated acne and other skin issues. Professor Sprout explained the properties of the bubotuber, and their task for the day was to collect its pus. The students' faces contorted in disgust at the thought, though some girls hesitated, plagued by acne and reluctant to squeeze it themselves for fear of hurting their skin. Mia, however, was unfazed. Despite its repulsiveness, she found the act of squeezing quite therapeutic. Don't you find it disgusting? Draco inquired, observing Mia's efficient demeanor as he leaned in closer. Not really, it's actually quite relieving. Well then, Draco said, reluctantly withdrawing his hand, which had been poised to assist her. The next class focused on blast-ended scroots. Hagrid stood outside his hut, holding on to Fong while wooden crates lay open at his feet, emitting odd clicking noises and faint explosions. Good morning. I think you'll love today's lesson on blast-ended scroots. Hagrid gestured to the crates. What are those? Ron gaped incredulously at the creatures inside the boxes. Blast-ended scroots. Gross. The students recoiled in distaste at the sight of them. What on earth are those? Where did Hagrid get them? Mia gazed at the peculiar creature before her. A bizarre amalgamation resembling a lobster, a scorpion, and a fire lizard, devoid of a distinct head. Its body was encased in a hard shell, while its tail erupted in a continuous display of sparks. Your task today is to care for them, said Draco coldly. Why should we feed it? What purpose does it serve? Hagrid opened his mouth to respond. That's the subject of our next lesson. Out of deep affection for Hagrid, Mia and her 3 companions stepped forward to attempt the task, prompting Draco to reluctantly follow suit. Truth be told, the creatures did indeed resemble small lobsters and scorpions, leaving Mia to ponder whether they could serve as a substitute for the long-missed spicy crawfish. The thought of their flavor made her swallow instinctively. Noticing her reaction, Draco, Theodore, Blaise, Daphne, and Pansy exchanged alarmed glances. Surely she didn't intend to taste one, did she? Draco quickly pulled Mia back a few steps, urging her to maintain her composure. You can't eat that. Blaise and Daphne swiftly obstructed Mia's view, warning her about the creature's dangerous tendencies to burn, sting, and bite. If you're hungry, I can ask my mother to prepare some snacks for you. No, really, it's not necessary. Chapter 82, Bertha Jorkins. During breakfast, Hedwig delivered today's daily prophet. The Ministry of Magic was embroiled in yet another scandal, reported by Rita Skeeter. It detailed how the ministry failed to maintain order during the Quidditch World Cup, alongside the mysterious disappearance of a ministry official, Bertha Jorkins. A ministry employee is missing? Mia scrutinized the article, noting that Bertha Jorkins had previously worked in the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The report hinted at her possible misplacement, due to her absent-mindedness. Disappeared at such a time? Mia mused, tapping her fingers on the table, pondering the circumstances of her disappearance. Furthermore, the missing official was from the department responsible for the Triwizard Tournament, a matter that had been confidential until Professor Dumbledore's announcement. Thus, apart from the involved ministry departments and the 3 school heads, it was improbable that anyone else was privy to this information. Might Bertha Jorkins, one of the informed parties, actually have encountered foul play rather than simply going missing? It seemed prudent to investigate her last known whereabouts, as ministry officials likely had travel records. Mia summoned her Patronus, a small eagle, to convey a message to the headmaster, inquiring about Bertha Jorkins' last known location. The eagle nodded and nudged Mia before taking flight. Dumbledore's response arrived swiftly. The last trace of Bertha Jorkins was found in the Albanian forest. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. The place where Voldemort is hiding, Mia thought, her lips pursed. This likely means she has been captured by him, and her fate may be dire. Incompetent ministry. She seethed, realizing they likely learned of the Triwizard Tournament's existence through Bertha. This also validated Mia's suspicions. They would undoubtedly meddle with the tournament, and Bertha Jorkins, who likely knew of Voldemort's methods, could very well be in grave danger. She may have been taken to Little Hangleton, Mia resolved. There's something else. Voldemort will undoubtedly target Harry during the Triwizard Tournament. Harry is his primary target. And I should be a close second. Mia acknowledged her own position with grim understanding. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, contemplating how to ensure Harry would be chosen as the champion of the Goblet of Fire. Mia fell silent, reflecting on Harry's tumultuous past. Each year had been fraught with peril, and the Goblet of Fire was inherently dangerous, especially now that Voldemort was involved. Let Harry participate. I will equip him and the other champions with protective and diversionary tools, allowing us to turn the tables, Mia declared through gritted teeth. Despite her reluctance to let Harry go, fearing he might face ostracism from his peers, she recognized that Voldemort would stop at nothing to target him. It was better to keep everything under their control. Dumbledore sighed, visibly troubled. These two children have it so hard. Their path is fraught with difficulty. After discussing their plans with Dumbledore, Mia departed, understanding the need for secrecy. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore informed her of Bertha Jorkins' tragic demise. She had been tortured to death. Alone in the Astronomy Tower, Mia grappled with the weight of the Goblet of Fire, Harry, Bertha Jorkins, Voldemort, and the Death Eaters, all pressing down on her, robbing her of sleep. What am I to do, Harry? She whispered, her words whisked away by the wind. In defense against the dark arts class, Alastair Moody, a former Auror dissatisfied with the ministry, was introduced as the new teacher. He wrote his name on the blackboard. Mia nodded in approval. Noting that she was not alone in her discontent with the ministry, Moody seemed perceptive. I am here because Dumbledore invited me to teach. It's as simple as that. Any questions? Moody surveyed the room, met with silence. When it comes to defending against dark magic, I advocate for practical experience. But first, can anyone tell me how many unforgivable curses there are? Mia raised an eyebrow at Moody's question. 3. Hermione replied. Why are they called that? Because they are unforgivable. Using any of them will land you in Azkaban, he affirmed. The ministry claims you are too young to learn about such curses, but I disagree. You must understand your adversaries and be well prepared. And for the love of magic, find another place to stick your gum rather than under your desks. Mr. Finnegan. Is he for real? Can he see behind him? Finnegan exclaimed, disbelief evident in his tone. Indeed, Moody's magical eye was formidable, capable of seeing through anything and rotating 360 degrees, providing an unobstructed view of the surroundings. A rather convenient tool that made Mia envious. Let's see which curse we shall learn first. Weasley, you go. Ron, somewhat apprehensive, stood up. My dad mentioned one, the Cruciatus Curse. Moody produced a spider and enlarged it, casting the Cruciatus Curse. The spider flailed about, executing Moody's commands. The Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, is an exceedingly dangerous and malevolent form of dark magic that allows the caster to control the victim's actions and thoughts, rendering them a mere puppet. The reason Voldemort had followers was largely due to this curse. Mia observed the display, noting that the man's flaws were glaringly evident. While Moody was indeed formidable, as a seasoned Auror, he should emphasize the defense against dark magic rather than actively teaching its usage. His familiarity and admiration for such magic suggested a deeper allegiance to Voldemort. It seemed clear that this Moody was an imposter, yet he possessed genuine knowledge of dark arts. Moody pressed on with another question, and Neville correctly answered with the Cruciatus Curse, prompting Moody to complete the list of unforgivable curses with Avada Kedavra. All 3 had been victims of these curses. As Moody demonstrated the spell on the spider, it evoked painful memories for them. Neville's parents had suffered under the Cruciatus Curse, and Harry's parents had perished due to the killing curse. Mia felt a pang of discomfort, understanding that they must confront these realities. Even if Moody chose not to teach it, she would undoubtedly teach Harry this curse in the future. It was undeniably powerful. and Harry would need every advantage when facing Voldemort and the Death Eaters. After the lesson concluded, not a single soul managed to smile as they departed the classroom. Their faces heavy with solemnity. Neville leaned against the wall, seemingly ensnared by the haunting memories, just as they contemplated offering him solace. Moody summoned Neville away. And upon his return, Neville cradled a herbology book, his expression considerably brighter. Observing that their presence was no longer required, Mia hastily took her leave. She still had to inform Professor Dumbledore about the situation regarding Moody. Chapter 83. The puppet. Are you certain that this Moody is an imposter? Dumbledore inquired, tightly gripping Fawkes, who was struggling to fly to Mia's side. Indeed, Mia replied, finishing her analysis with no hesitation as she moved closer to Dumbledore, embracing Fawkes gently and smoothing its ruffled feathers. Dumbledore pondered, then it follows that the genuine Moody must be concealed somewhere. This individual would need to regularly consume Polyjuice Potion. Thus, the real Moody must be at Hogwarts. He cast an annoyed glance at Mia, whom he regarded as a little brigand. Fawkes affectionately nuzzled into Mia's arms, persistently seeking her to take him out for a frolic. All right, my dear, once we've concluded our discussion, I shall take you out. In fact, there's no need for any fuss. I've brought along the Marauder's map. With that, Mia produced her replica of the Marauder's map. While the genuine one had been given to Harry by the Weasley twins, she pointed to the names of Barty Crouch and Moody marked upon it. Barty Crouch Jr. is still alive? Dumbledore noted, recognizing the name. The elder Barty Crouch had yet to arrive at Hogwarts. Thus this Barty could only be the former follower of Voldemort, the one who perished early in Azkaban. What do you intend to do about him? Mia inquired nonchalantly as she settled into a chair. For now, let us disregard him. His ultimate goal is the Triwizard Cup, so he will likely refrain from rash actions. As for the true Moody, we must expedite his rescue. Perfect timing, as I have recently developed a decoy device that can facilitate Professor Moody's rescue without detection. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Let me see. Mia retrieved a small metallic figure, approximately the size of a palm. Dumbledore took it and examined it. How does one utilize this? Quite simple, actually. Now, may I borrow a strand of your hair? Mia requested. She combined Dumbledore's hair with the figure, and recited an incantation. The little figure gradually enlarged, its shape morphing until it perfectly resembled Dumbledore. Dumbledore rose to assess it, noting its uncanny likeness, capable of mimicking his speech patterns and habits. I had no idea your alchemical and transfiguration skills had progressed to such a level. Not too shabby. Why don't you try infusing it with some of your magic? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore complied. As he channeled his magic into the figure, he sensed a mysterious connection binding him to the effigy. He attempted to control it to cast spells and voice his thoughts. How is it? Mia inquired, observing Dumbledore's evident delight. Quite impressive. I believe I ought to award Slytherin 10 points for your extraordinary talent. Dumbledore blinked, his eyes sparkling with admiration for her genius. He had begun teaching Mia since her second year, and her learning capacity had been remarkable. Her growth was astonishing. Let us proceed with the plan to rescue Professor Moody. Having reached a consensus, the pair successfully extricated the trapped Professor Moody from his confinement that very night. The poor man, of considerable age, had been subjected to such treatment by the very Death Eaters he loathed. Dumbledore had to soothe his anger to engage him in their plans. After resolving matters there, Mia clutched Fawkes and dashed off towards Hagrid's hut, for Hagrid had promised her the chance to play with both Rupee and Buckbeak. Rupee was overjoyed to see the little human once more, nearly shedding tears of joy. Human, have you finally remembered me? Surrounded by 3 magical creatures, Mia finally relaxed. There was nothing more healing than the soft, furry embrace of friends. Consequently, the trio's exuberance led to Mia dozing off in History of Magic class the following day. Draco observed the slumbering Mia with a sense of resignation. Although he too felt tired, he didn't collapse at the mere sound of Professor Binns' voice. Did you go thieving last night? Theodore kindly shifted to shield Mia from the sunlight, then resumed his study of potion notes. Professor Binns was lecturing about the Goblin rebellions, his voice as monotonous as ever, causing many in the classroom to succumb to slumber. Blaise, however, remained awake, propping his chin on one hand while fixated on Mia, with the other hand flipping through a book entitled 100 Tips to Captivate a Witch. After class, the group proceeded to the Great Hall for a meal, suddenly noticing that the castle appeared remarkably clean. Several grimy portraits had been scrubbed, the armor gleamed brightly, and even the professors seemed tense, paying closer attention to the students' conduct. The students were puzzled until they spotted a notice on the wall. The Triwizard Tournament. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive on Friday, October 30th, at 6 o'clock in the evening. Afternoon classes will conclude half an hour early. Time had flown by unexpectedly. The Triwizard Tournament was about to commence. Mia remarked with a hint of wonder. Speaking of which, my father had hoped I would attend Durmstrang, Draco recalled, reflecting on his experiences at the beginning of the term. Durmstrang, one of Europe's 3 premier wizarding schools alongside Hogwarts, was established by the Bulgarian witch, Kendra Vorkanova, renowned for its strict discipline and emphasis on dark magic, notably not admitting Muggle-born students, placing great value on pure bloodlines. Victor Krum was among Durmstrang's students. Then why did you not go? Mia inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she was unaware of this detail. Draco raised an eyebrow. Because my parents couldn't bear to part with me. Of course. It was more complex than that, but parental reluctance was indeed part of it. He felt fortunate not to have attended, as it meant he would not have met Mia. Aunt Narcissa truly cares for you. Mia nodded in understanding. The day the representatives from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons were due to arrive, the final class was taught by Professor Snape, and the students could hardly contain their excitement. Professor Snape had hinted he would poison one student before Christmas to test their antidote knowledge, compelling them to study diligently. With classes concluding half an hour early, it seemed Snape would have no opportunity to administer any poison. Surely he wouldn't actually poison anyone, would he? Chapter 84. The Visitors, October 30th. The Great Hall was transformed overnight, bedecked with grand silk banners, each representing one of Hogwarts' houses. The Crimson Lion of Gryffindor, the Azure Eagle of Ravenclaw, the Golden Badger of Hufflepuff, and the Emerald Serpent of Slytherin. Behind the teacher's table, the largest banner displayed the Hogwarts crest, where the lion, eagle, badger, and serpent intertwined around a grand letter H. All the students gathered eagerly before the castle, awaiting the arrival of representatives from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. The first to arrive were the Beauxbatons. A colossal figure streaked across the deep blue sky, heading towards the castle. As it drew nearer, it became apparent that it was a massive powder blue carriage, as large as a house, drawn aloft by 12 winged horses. Moments later, a loud, peculiar sound echoed from the darkness, and following the noise, a long pole emerged from the tranquil surface of the lake, followed by a grand ship. The students erupted into waves of astonished gasps. As everyone settled in, I hereby announce that this castle will not only serve as your home this academic year, but also as the residence for some distinguished guests. Hogwarts has been honored to host a highly prestigious event, the Triwizard Tournament. I shall elaborate on the rules shortly. But for now, let us extend a warm welcome to the charming ladies from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and their headmistress, Madame Maxime. The doors of the Great Hall swung open, revealing a group of girls adorned in elegant blue silk gowns, moving gracefully as butterflies fluttered about them. My goodness! Some gentlemen in attendance could not help but exclaim in awe. Following closely behind, Madame Maxime entered with the same poised gait, her imposing stature reminiscent of Hagrid. Perhaps she belongs to the giant lineage? The girls performed a brief dance, gracefully bowing in appreciation. The long table erupted with excited applause and whistles from the students. The Beauxbatons students took their seats at the Ravenclaw table. After Dumbledore bestowed a kiss upon Madame Maxime's hand, he returned to the podium, signaling for silence. Now, let us welcome our friends from the north, the esteemed students of Durmstrang, along with their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff. A group of robust, crew-cut boys entered, brandishing their staffs in a display of flair as they marched to the front, followed by the fur-clad Victor Krum and Headmaster Karkaroff. It's Krum. My goodness, it's Victor Krum. The students present recognized the international Quidditch star. Murmurs of excitement arose as some scrambled for paper and quills in hopes of securing his autograph. Mia noticed Hermione's gaze fixed upon Krum, who seemed to have also noticed her. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, and a subtle smile graced Krum's lips. Mia exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione regarding the connection. Karkaroff embraced Dumbledore with open arms before taking his seat. The Durmstrang students settled at the Slytherin table. The remaining students sighed in disappointment, while Draco eagerly engaged Krum in conversation, to which the Quidditch star responded graciously, and the two schools seemed to share a delightful rapport. I remember you from the Quidditch World Cup. Krum's somewhat unrefined English reached Mia's ears. Hello, Mia nodded politely, intrigued by his address. What was the name of that girl beside you that day? Krum had been deeply impressed by Hermione, but had been unable to ascertain her name until now. Her name is Hermione, Hermione Granger. Hermione? Hermione Granger. Krum stumbled over the name, yet soon pronounced it correctly. Thank you for telling me, he nodded at Mia. She waved her hand dismissively, unable to suppress a smile. You're quite cheerful, Blaise remarked, noticing Mia's grin. You wouldn't understand. Mia was well aware of Hermione's admiration for the famed Quidditch player, which, while not romantic, could perhaps witness the budding of sisterly affection. If you don't tell me, how would I understand? Blaise feigned disappointment. Even if I tell you, you may not comprehend, Mia replied with a teasing lilt, igniting Blaise's curiosity. Blaise opted not to continue the debate, instead bringing Mia her favorite beverage, declaring, I know you well. Not necessarily, I harbor many secrets. Then I shall uncover them little by little. Blaise was unafraid of exploring a girl's secrets, particularly one he admired. As dinner neared its conclusion, Professor Dumbledore was set to announce the rules regarding the Goblet of Fire. Attention, everyone, I have a few words to share. Eternal glory awaits the student who triumphs in the Triwizard Tournament. However, that student must first complete 3 perilous and formidable tasks. In light of this, the Ministry of Magic has instituted a new regulation. I invite Mr. Barty Crouch, the Director of International Magical Cooperation, to provide further clarification. Mr. Crouch approached the podium with a grave expression, and Mia noticed that the imposter Moody's face twitched involuntarily, revealing a distaste for Mr. Crouch. After careful consideration, the Ministry has decided that, for safety reasons, students under the age of 17 are prohibited from entering this year's Triwizard Tournament, Mr. Crouch announced. That's outrageous. Unfair. What nonsense is this? George, Fred, and other students protested vocally, trampling Mr. Crouch's dignity. Silence. Dumbledore quickly intervened to restore order, mindful not to embarrass Mr. Crouch excessively. He pointed his wand at the golden cover that had been placed in the hall, causing it to vanish, revealing the Goblet of Fire. The goblet erupted in blue flames. Students wishing to enter the tournament must inscribe their names on parchment and submit it into the fire by this Thursday evening. Please be cautious when entering your names. For once chosen, there is no turning back. The Triwizard Tournament will have commenced. Chapter 85, A Meeting in the Library. That night, someone stealthily entered the room housing the Goblet of Fire and submitted their parchment. The following day, heavy rain poured outside as students hurried into the chamber to register, eagerly anticipating who would participate. A circle had been drawn around the goblet, a precautionary measure by Dumbledore to prevent students under 17 from entering. One by one, students cast their names into the goblet, and applause erupted from the onlookers. Hermione sat on the steps, engrossed in a book, while Mia leisurely crossed her legs, observing the registration process. Suddenly, a familiar name echoed nearby. Hurry, Cedric, put it in. Soaked to the skin, Cedric was urged forward by his friends, and he too submitted his name. Mia raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Cedric, who flashed her a smile, prompting her to gesture encouragingly. Cedric exited the circle with a joyful expression, greeting Harry and Ron with a polite smile before being playfully dragged away by his friends. Ron's expression toward Cedric was somewhat strained as he and Harry discussed the goblet, remarking, "Eternal glory, how marvelous. In 3 years we can participate too. Then let's pick you." Harry joked. "Yay." As they spoke, George and Fred burst in, brandishing something in their hands, and the others, clearly aware of their intentions, applauded enthusiastically. Mia sensed that these two were far from giving up. They must have concocted some outrageous scheme. Sure enough, they had brewed a potion to artificially age themselves, hoping to deceive the system. "Good luck with that," Hermione remarked. "How do you know it won't work, Granger?" George and Fred crouched beside Mia and Hermione. "Did you see this?" The age limit, hand drawn by Dumbledore himself. Hermione pointed at the circle. "So?" Hermione's exasperation elicited a chuckle from Mia, who gently patted Hermione and encouraged them. Let them try. After all, one must attempt before they can relent. Mia found amusement in their antics. George and Fred leaned closer to Mia, their expressions playful. "It seems Miss Snake is eager to see us fail." "Not at all. I am not that kind of person." Mia feigned innocence. "We won't embarrass ourselves, just you wait and see. Are you ready, Fred?" "Bottoms up." With that, they each raised a vial of the aging potion and toasted, arms crossing as they drank, before leaping into the circle. As the two individuals emerged unscathed, cheers erupted around them. George and Fred, filled with pride, exchanged glances with Mia before tossing their names into the Goblet of Fire. With a playful smile, Mia began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. They were ejected, only to find themselves hastily aged. A soft chuckle escaped Mia's lips as George and Fred, caught in a playful scuffle, bickered. "It's your fault." "No, it was your idea." Mia, ever the peacemaker, intervened. "I think a visit to the hospital wing might be in order?" "Well, perhaps you're right," the two admitted, sitting up in dejection. With a resigned shake of her head, Mia pulled each of them to their feet just as commotion arose at the entrance. Krum had arrived, casting a sidelong glance at Hermione while depositing his name into the goblet. Hermione's lips curled into a smile. "Krum's rather impressive, isn't he?" Mia remarked. crouching beside Hermione to observe him. Hermione swiftly turned her head, her ears tinged with pink. "What are you talking about?" she retorted, diverting her gaze. A guilty expression that brought a smile to Mia's face. In the hushed library, the only sound was the gentle scratching of quills on parchment. Hermione and Mia occupied a long table in a secluded corner, each engrossed in their respective tomes. Hermione in a hefty history of magic, and Mia in the study of new magical artifacts. Suddenly, a tall figure loomed beside them. Mia smiled at the newcomer and nudged a deeply focused Hermione. Upon raising her head, Hermione found Krum standing there, somewhat awkwardly, clutching a nearly pristine copy of A History of Magic. Hermione, Krum's deep voice, laced with an accent, stumbled over her name. Mia couldn't help but be surprised by his hesitance. Surely he knew how to say Hermione's name by now. "May I sit here?" Krum asked, his tone tentative. Hermione blinked and nodded. "Of course, Krum. But are you sure you want to read about the history of magic? I thought Durmstrang's curriculum covered that." As Krum clumsily pulled out a chair and set the book down, he appeared slightly embarrassed. "Yes, but we study it differently. I thought maybe you could help me find some information?" Catching a glimpse of the untouched table of contents, Hermione couldn't suppress a smile. "You haven't even opened the table of contents, Krum. If you need help, just ask me directly." Krum's cheeks flushed slightly as he mumbled something under his breath, possibly in Bulgarian. Clearing his throat, he attempted to steady himself. "Actually, I just wanted to talk to you. You always seem so focused. As if you don't notice anything around you." Hermione raised an eyebrow and set down her quill. "I don't notice? Krum. I simply believe the library is a place for studying, not for idle chatter. But you're different from the others." Krum's voice softened. "They always stare at me because I'm a seeker, but you only care about your books." Hermione paused, then smiled. "Books are far more interesting than Quidditch. Wouldn't you agree?" Krum chuckled. "Perhaps, but I find you more intriguing than any book." Hermione's cheeks turned crimson as she quickly lowered her head, pretending to organize her notes. "Saying that won't make me help you with your paper. I don't need you to write it for me. I simply wish to know more about you," Krum replied earnestly, his gaze fixed on her. The library's warm light enveloped them, and the faint scent of parchment and ink filled the air. When Hermione met Krum's eyes, it felt as if time itself had paused. Mia watched with delight as their smiles widened, excitedly gripping Theodore's arm, who, with an affectionate yet resigned glance, followed suit. Later, Hermione confided in Mia, "He spent an entire week in the library just to ask me how to use the library catalog." Mia shook her head in amusement. "He likes you, but doesn't know how to express it." Chapter 86, The Champions. On Thursday evening, everyone gathered in the Great Hall, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the champions selected by the Goblet of Fire. "Please take your seats. The moment we have all awaited has arrived, the selection of the champions," Dumbledore proclaimed, extinguishing the wall sconces and approaching the goblet. The flames shifted from blue to red, and then a singed parchment was expelled. The Durmstrang champion Victor Krum. Amidst the cheers, Krum rose to shake Dumbledore's hand before entering the champions' chamber. This room was designated for the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Once selected by the goblet, they would meet with the organizers and headmasters. Here, the champions would first learn the specific rules and tasks of the competition, and it would serve as their gathering and preparation place throughout the tournament. The goblet's flames flared red once more, signaling the selection of the second champion. The Longbottoms champion, Fleur Delacour. The third champion, from Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. Mia observed the selection of the Hogwarts champion with a sense of inevitability. Cedric's prowess was well recognized, and he had achieved his aspirations. Excellent. Our three champions have now been chosen, yet ultimately, only one shall etch their name in history. Only one may hoist this trophy of victory, the Triwizard Cup. The Triwizard Cup was unveiled before the gathered crowd, and as all eyes fixated on the trophy, Mia and Dumbledore remained focused on the goblet. As expected, the flames shifted again, revealing another name. Harry Potter. No, Hagrid shook his head in disbelief. Harry Potter. Dumbledore feigned anger as he called Harry's name, while Hermione urged him to hurry forward, and Ron glared at Harry with a mix of anger and jealousy. What's going on? He cheated. He isn't even 17 yet. Discontent murmurs rippled through the crowd, and Mia's expression darkened. Although this was all part of the plan, she couldn't suppress her anger as Harry faced this unexpected ordeal. Theodore sensed Mia's distress, placing a comforting hand over her tightly clenched fists. Harry was left to walk into the champion's chamber under the gaze of all. However, the goblet was not done yet. Both Dumbledore and Mia exchanged surprised glances at its next revelation. What is happening? Is there a problem with the goblet? Dumbledore hesitantly took the parchment, and upon seeing the name, instinctively looked toward Mia. She was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. Which clever individual had submitted her name? This was tantamount to delivering Voldemort right to her doorstep. Had no one bothered to inquire beforehand? Mia Potter. Professor Snape's face darkened at the mention of her name as he strode forward to seize the parchment from Dumbledore's hand. Hagrid looked as though he might shatter. And Professor McGonagall, along with the others, registered the gravity of the situation, their expressions grave. The students below fell silent, recognizing the weight of Mia's name. Who would dare to express dissent now? Draco and Blaze's eyes widened as they turned to Mia. What is happening? Draco's expression darkened as he grasped Mia's hand. Someone has plotted against them. Theodore was taken aback, realizing that the scheme against Harry extended to involve Mia as well. No, you can't go. Daphne clutched Mia's hand tightly. The goblet had claimed countless lives in the past. Mia's participation could lead to dire consequences. Blaze, typically nonchalant, now wore a serious expression as he shook his head. Pansy, Astoria, and Hermione all regarded her with concern. Mia chuckled softly, her eyes alight with mischief, as she reassured them with a gentle pat. She strode confidently to Dumbledore, exchanging a brief yet meaningful glance with him before offering a soothing word to Professor Snape, then proceeded into the Champions' Chamber. Initially, she had worried about Harry competing alone. Yet it seemed she was not without her own allies. Before Mia stepped inside, she cast a glance at the faux Moody, a truly benevolent figure, assisting her in the realization of her aspirations. In the Chamber of the Champions, the three warriors were initially taken aback by Harry's entrance, and then Mia followed suit. Mia? You how? Why? Harry exclaimed, incredulous as he grasped his sister's hand, astonished that Mia had also been chosen. What was happening? Were they to be plagued every year? Mia. Cedric looked at her with concern. Krum and Fleur furrowed their brows. Krum, familiar with Mia through Hermione, had a decent rapport with her, while Fleur, having a sister herself, felt a pang of worry upon seeing this younger child. Voices of the headmasters escalated from the staircase. This is unacceptable, I tell you. You old French hag. Everything is a conspiracy to you. Silence. Let me think. Everything is a conspiracy to you. I protest. The headmasters were displeased with the unexpected addition of two champions from Hogwarts, and Dumbledore had no choice but to place a hand on the siblings' shoulders and perform. Did you submit your names? Let the older students cast their votes. We did not, we didn't. Harry shook his head. The Goblet of Fire possessed immense magical power. Only an exceptionally potent confundus charm could deceive it, something no fourth-year student could wield. To Mia's surprise, young Barty also spoke up in their defense, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Was Barty truly a good person? If so, he was quite amiable, aiding her in achieving her various desires. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence now. Their participation hinged on Barty Crouch. All eyes turned to him. The rules cannot be altered. The goblet selection must be adhered to without exception. Mr. Potter and Miss Potter have no choice. From this evening forth, they are champions of the Triwizard Tournament. In the headmaster's office, Mia transformed into a raven to conceal herself outside the window, eavesdropping on the professor's discourse. This cannot continue, Albus. First the dark mark and now this. What are you implying? Minerva? We must terminate this immediately. Do not allow them to compete. Professor McGonagall, acutely aware of the competition's perils and the oddities surrounding this matter, could not bear to witness the two children walk toward doom. But Barty has stated that the regulations cannot be changed. To hell with Barty and his rules. Since when have you begun to pander to the Ministry of Magic? Professor McGonagall remarked somewhat rudely. Mia felt a swell of gratitude towards Professor McGonagall. Despite her concerns, it was perhaps best for the situation to unfold as it would. Fortunately, Professor Snape shared her views. Headmaster, I personally find it difficult to believe that this occurrence is mere coincidence. However, if we wish to uncover the truth, perhaps we should allow it to develop for the time being. The final words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. Thus, even though Professor McGonagall opposed using the two children as bait, the decision was ultimately settled by Dumbledore, with Harry and Mia being entrusted to the care of Faux Moody and Professor Snape, respectively. Chapter 87, The Tarnished Pearl. Ron and Harry quarreled due to Harry's newfound status as a champion. Rita Skeeter, representing the Daily Prophet, arrived today to interview the 5 champions. Rita Skeeter, a journalist for the Daily Prophet, specialized in celebrity gossip and sensational news. Her articles often rife with exaggeration, distorted facts, and malicious speculation designed to captivate readers rather than convey truth. She published a plethora of skewed reports about Harry, Mia, and the other 3, including tales of the siblings' tragic childhood, and claims that Harry was an attention-seeking youth. Insane, Mia exclaimed. However, at the moment, she could not afford to engage with her. As Sirius and Remus rushed to the school upon learning that the two children had been chosen by the Goblet of Fire. "We cannot allow this. The goblet is perilous." In the headmaster's office, Sirius spoke fervently. "Mia, Harry, tell me, did you submit your names to the goblet?" Remus looked sternly at the two children. Knowing they could be mischievous, but would never act recklessly. If it were not them, someone was clearly plotting against them. No, Harry shook his head. While Mia observed the anxious expressions of her godfather and Sirius, wishing to reveal the truth. Yet, once a secret was known to a third party, it was no longer a secret. Moreover, the undertaking she was involved in was fraught with danger, one that Sirius and Remus would vehemently oppose. "Listen, children. Death Eaters appeared at the World Cup, and your names are in the goblet. These are not coincidences. Hogwarts is no longer safe. The evil resides within this castle," Sirius stated, looking at the two children while speaking of Hogwarts dangers in Dumbledore's presence. Dumbledore coughed to remind him of his presence. Remus offered a sheepish smile. "I apologize. Sirius is merely anxious, but indeed Hogwarts is not entirely secure." Mia nearly burst into laughter. This statement was undeniably valid. The siblings had been at Hogwarts for 4 years, and nearly every year had brought forth some calamity. Dumbledore conceded that it was difficult to refute. Igor Karkaroff, he was once a Death Eater. Those who have been Death Eaters can never change their nature. And the cold-hearted Barty Crouch, who imprisoned his own son in Azkaban. "Are you suggesting that they registered us?" Harry asked eagerly. "I do not know who submitted your names, but they harbor ill intentions. This competition could be fatal." Sirius was nearly beside himself with worry. He could not bear the thought of Harry and Mia facing any peril. Remus gripped Mia's shoulders tightly. They were the most precious legacy left by James and Lily, and they would devote their lives to protect them. Mia comfortingly grasped the hands of Sirius and Remus. While she could not divulge too much, she felt compelled to share enough to ease their concerns. She could not lie to those who loved her so dearly. "Do not worry, Remus, Sirius, Harry and I know. Surely nothing will happen to us in this competition. Trust me, will you? Mia, I know you are clever and capable, but that does not mean you are entirely without danger. We cannot lose you, do you understand?" Sirius bent down, sorrow etched in his gaze as he looked at her. Mia opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Her heart swelled with the love bestowed upon her by Sirius and Remus. Mia rushed forward and embraced them. "Trust me, we will be fine. Remember the protective items I gave you? If Harry and I encounter danger, you will sense it, and you can come to our aid. If that item truly warns you, you will immediately come to protect us, right?" Sirius and Remus gazed at the items Mia had once gifted them. "We will always protect you." Dumbledore observed the two guardians being reassured before speaking. "We have surmised that this is likely a conspiracy, and we are prepared for it. I will ensure their safety." The three adults exchanged further words before Sirius and Remus felt reassured enough to depart, promising to attend the competition as well. The Cold War between Harry and Ron had escalated to the point where Hermione was needed to facilitate communication between them. In the library, Hermione expressed her despair to Krum and Mia. "So why?" Mia was baffled. Ron and Harry usually had a good relationship. Ron suspected that Harry had deliberately cheated to gain attention and honor by being chosen by the goblet, and Harry had not disclosed the truth to him. Hermione rested her head on the table, overwhelmed. Krum casually placed his hand on the table, and as Hermione lowered her head, she bumped into his hand. Perhaps they needed to have a serious discussion? Harry, too, was a victim of manipulation, but Ron was reluctant to believe that. The mere mention of this made Hermione's headache intensify. Mia felt equally helpless, but the issues between the two boys were theirs to resolve. However, it would surely sadden Harry to be suspected by his closest friend, Mia thought with a sigh. Theodore listened quietly, noticing Mia's disappointment, and took her hand in a comforting gesture. The four of them often congregated in the library, and Hermione had grown accustomed to Theodore's presence. Speaking of which, it seemed a ball was to be held during Christmas. Hermione recalled that Mia had previously confided in her about it. A bit of gossip, still unannounced officially? It was likely to be revealed right after the first match. Mia chuckled softly. "Do you have any thoughts? A dance partner, perhaps?" She glanced at Krum, deliberately asking Hermione. "Me?" "A little," Hermione smiled, yet refrained from elaborating. Krum, upon hearing this, regarded Hermione with a newfound urgency in his gaze, worried she might be invited away. Although it was clearly not the right moment to extend an invitation. The Christmas Ball, also known as the Yule Ball, is a significant social event where champions must lead their partners in the opening dance. "So Mia, do you have any ideas?" Hermione inquired, genuinely curious, for many admired Mia. An invitation to the ball typically serves as a splendid opportunity to express affection or secret admiration. Theodore also looked over. A secret. Mia playfully placed a finger to her lips and winked. Hermione raised an eyebrow at the composed Theodore nearby. Well, I eagerly anticipate your splendid appearance that day. I am equally looking forward to yours, Hermione, Mia replied with a smile. Normally, Hermione did not make an effort to adorn herself. To others, she was a treasure cloaked in dust unnoticed. Yet Krum saw through it at once, steadfastly choosing to guard her side like a fierce dragon. Hermione deserved the most genuine and unwavering love this world could offer, and Krum was that love. She eagerly awaited the day when the treasure would be unveiled, free of its dust, to shine brightly. Chapter 88. The White Weasel. Ron informed that Hagrid was looking for the siblings, and that he had come to relay the message to Harry. Even though they were face to face, their childish choice left Hermione to play the owl. Ronald wants me to tell you, Seamus told him. Dean heard from Parvati that Hagrid is looking for you. Hermione recounted the convoluted message to Harry. Is that so? What do you? Harry was somewhat perplexed. Hermione, feeling a headache, rushed back to Ron. Don't you want to tell him yourself? Ron was reluctant to speak to Harry, urging her to go. Hermione had no choice but to return to Harry. He heard from Parvati. Please don't make me repeat it. Hagrid is looking for you. Hermione was at her wit's end. You can tell Ronald, she said angrily as she turned to leave. I'm not an owl. Harry fell silent. Ron followed Hermione and Ginny away. Hagrid stealthily led the siblings to a magically concealed enclosure in the dead of night. Don't go bothering Hermione. She's almost had it with you too. Mia overheard Hermione grumbling about their childish antics in the library again, and decided to intervene for Hermione's sake. This is all Ron's fault. Harry felt equally aggrieved. Having been inexplicably chosen to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, only to be treated this way by his best friend. Alright, I know you're upset. But Hermione is innocent too, Mia said with exasperation as she tiptoed to ruffle Harry's messy curls. Harry pitifully clutched de Mies's sleeve, bowing his head to make it easier for her. There, don't be upset. I'm here with you. Harry murmured a low acknowledgement. Seeing Harry's mood improve considerably, they promptly continued following Hagrid. Mia noticed that Hagrid had even made a special effort with his appearance, nudging Harry to indicate this. Hagrid is certainly up to something. Isn't he? Mia whispered conspiratorially to Harry. Harry turned to glance at Hagrid, bemused. Why is he carrying a flower? Hagrid, did you comb your hair? Hagrid, slightly bashful, adjusted the flower pinned to his clothing. Mia chuckled softly. The trio proceeded until they reached a grove, suddenly hearing the roar of a dragon. Roar. They halted, looking around, and soon heard a female voice. Hagrid. A smile immediately spread across Hagrid's face as he turned to approach without looking back, prompting Mia to quickly signal Harry to don the invisibility cloak. Remembering that there were still two children who had yet to hide, Hagrid turned around only to see a hand suspended in the air, giving a peace sign. The words Hagrid intended to say caught in his throat. You two stay hidden, he instructed before hastily moving on. Mia pulled Harry along behind Hagrid. Good evening, Olymp. Hagrid, I thought you wouldn't come, the siblings observed from a short distance. Realizing the newcomer was Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, as Hagrid presented her with the flowers, and they exchanged affectionate words. I told you Hagrid was up to something. Mia raised an eyebrow at Harry. Hagrid appeared rather sweet. Listening to their endearing exchanges, Harry pretended to gag. You shouldn't find it disgusting. When you fall in love, you'll likely be like that too. No way, Harry retorted. But Hagrid calling us out in the middle of the night isn't to show us his romance, is it? Harry pondered, watching the two with confusion. It shouldn't be. Let's wait and see. Clearly, it wasn't just the siblings who were curious, for Madame Maxime was equally intrigued. Hagrid soon concluded his conversation, and led Madame Maxime through the branches, revealing the true purpose of the evening. Upon seeing the massive, fierce creature locked in a cage, Harry's eyes widened. The first task involves dragons. Dragons are not as terrifying as one might imagine, though I must admit the Hungarian horntail is indeed ferocious. Ron nearly fainted upon seeing it. Ron came to see it. Didn't his brother Charlie help bring the dragon here? He didn't tell you? Harry asked, puzzled. While Mia understood and smiled knowingly. After conferring with Harry, Mia decided to inform Krum and Cedric about the task, as they, alongside Fleur, were already aware. And to ensure fairness, they ought to inform them as well. The first task involves dragons. Harry, Fleur, and I all know, Mia stated to Krum as they stood on the second floor overlooking below, where Harry was conversing with Cedric. Thank you for telling me, Krum nodded in appreciation. Regarding this task, at the headmaster's request, I have prepared a tool for all the champions. Mia handed Crumb the protective device. She briefly explained its function as Crumb examined it and put it on. Once the matter was settled, Crumb departed for the library, leaving Mia alone to admire the view. At that moment, she noticed a commotion below. Draco, seeking mischief, had deliberately provoked Harry, leading to a confrontation. Suddenly, the foe Mad-Eye Moody appeared, transforming Draco into a white weasel, and using his wand to toss him about. Mia quickly descended and rushed to Harry and Draco's side. Noticing Mia's arrival, Draco immediately called out to her, and she swiftly wrapped her arms around him, drawing her wand. Draco trembled against Mia. "Professor Moody, what are you doing?" Mia glared dangerously at the fake Moody. "I am teaching him," Moody asserted, looking at the trembling Draco in Mia's embrace with feigned justification. "Is it necessary to treat a student this way? Hogwarts does not condone such corporal punishment. Mr. Malfoy's provocative behavior needs to be addressed. I am merely giving him a little lesson." "A little lesson? This is an abuse of power. You have no right to treat students this way, regardless of their actions." Moody's magical eye darted wildly at Mia. He seemed poised to retaliate against her when Professor McGonagall arrived. "What are you doing? That is a student, isn't it?" "Strictly speaking, it is a white weasel," Moody replied coldly, eyeing Mia and Draco. Mia furrowed her brow and transformed the weasel back into Draco. "Professor Moody, we never employ transfiguration spells as a form of punishment for students here," Professor McGonagall stated sternly. "It is certain that Professor Dumbledore has conveyed this to you. He may have mentioned it. Then you must remember it well." Moody observed McGonagall's demeanor and found himself at a loss for words, ultimately leaving with a cold expression. Once everyone had dispersed, Mia turned her attention to the two of them. "Are you injured? Just now Draco was thrown around several times. I wonder if he is all right?" "No, thankfully you arrived in time," Draco said plaintively to Mia. "Don't be so aggrieved. What's going on?" Mia was only aware that the two had quarreled again, a frequent occurrence that she had grown accustomed to, given that neither had suffered any loss. Who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of the foe Moody? Mia. "It was Malfoy who first said I wouldn't last 10 minutes in the arena," Harry immediately lamented to Mia. "Mia, he also called me a pathetic creature." Draco quickly chimed in. It seemed both felt more wrong than the other, resuming their quarrel in Mia's ear. See, she knew it was due to such childish reasons. They had been at odds since their first year, and everyone had grown used to it. "Enough, both of you be silent. No more arguing. Lest Professor Moody take it upon himself to act against you again." Mia covered the mouths of both quarrelers, effectively muting them. "Mia, the world has grown quiet." Both looked at Mia with indignation, but she feigned ignorance. Chapter 89, The Triwizard Tournament. Before the commencement of the first event, Professor Snape ensured that Mia learned several spells, and advised her to prioritize safety before allowing her to depart. On the day of the competition, Sirius, Remus, and Mr. Diggory arrived to witness the event. The stands were bustling, with many students placing bets. "Hey, place a bet for me. Wager on myself and Harry to win." Instead of hastily preparing, Mia dashed over to George and Fred, tossing a hefty bag of galleons. "Wow, it appears Miss Snake is quite confident," Fred remarked as he weighed the bag in his hand, which was no lightweight. "Of course, who am I?" Mia replied proudly, raising an eyebrow. "Since Miss Snake is so self-assured, I'll join in as well," George said, tossing his own bag of galleons into the mix. "Can the house still place bets?" "I'm not the house. Fred is," George pointed to Fred. With one acting as the house and the other betting, they could hardly incur a loss. Truly, they were made for business. "All right, betting on me will ensure you won't suffer a loss." Mia and the two exchanged fist bumps. In the champions' chamber, the 5 participants donned their competition robes, and soon heard the voices outside announcing the commencement of the competition. "Attention, everyone, today is a significant day. Each event in the Triwizard Tournament carries the potential for great peril. So please remain seated throughout the proceedings." Harry paced anxiously, and as Mia noticed, she approached him to offer a word of comfort, but suddenly a voice called from outside the tent. "Harry, Mia?" The siblings exchanged glances before lifting the curtain to reveal Hermione. "Hermione?" Before Mia could complete her sentence, Hermione enveloped her in a tight embrace. Hermione was genuinely worried. Incessantly chattering in their ears, her voice slightly choked with emotion. At that moment, a flash went off, capturing the intimate pose of Mia and Hermione in an embrace. Photographed by Rita Skeeter. Young love blossoming? Rita Skeeter paused momentarily upon recognizing them. But who was she? She could weave a story from anything. It was thrilling. Should misfortune befall you today, you too could very well make the headlines. This is none of your concern. This tent is designated for the champions and their friends, Crumb warned Rita Skeeter in a cold tone. Mia raised an eyebrow, reassuringly patting Hermione, signaling her to loosen her grip, and then spoke, "Madam, one must exercise discretion in conversation. You surely understand what can and cannot be said? It would be wise not to fabricate stories about my sister and her friends in the press." Harry stood protectively behind Mia and Hermione. "Please do not misrepresent the truth." "Madam," Cedric added sternly, "it matters not. We have already captured what we desired." Rita Skeeter dismissed them with a wave of her hand. Following this, the headmasters and Barty Crouch entered. "Greetings, champions. Please gather round. The moment you have eagerly awaited has finally arrived, and its essence can only be grasped by the 5 of you," Dumbledore proclaimed. Hermione, feeling somewhat guilty, hid behind Mia and Krum, who could completely shield her. Seizing the opportunity, Mia gestured for Hermione to make her exit. "Barty the bag." Barty instructed the 5 of them to stand around him, then displayed the bag he held, which contained their tasks. Whichever one they drew would correspond to the challenge they would face. Fleur drew the Welsh green dragon, Cedric the Swedish short snout, Krum the Chinese fireball, Harry the Hungarian horntail, and Mia the Australian opaleye. These represented 5 real dragons, each guarding a golden egg. Your task is simple: obtain the golden egg. This task must be completed, for within the egg lies a clue. Without it, you cannot progress to the next event. Are there any questions? The champions pondered their strategies in silence for a moment. "Excellent. I wish you all good fortune, Mr. Diggory, and when the cannon fires, you shall begin." Boom. The cannon fired impatiently. Outside cheers erupted. "Diggory, Diggory, Diggory." Cedric was the first to compete. He used a transfiguration spell to turn a stone into a dog, diverting the dragoness' attention, and seized the golden egg. The judges rated his performance highly, awarding him a total score of 38 points. Next was Fleur Delacour. She utilized a sleeping charm on the dragon, but the dragon merely dozed and did not fall into a deep sleep. She was scorched by the dragon's flames while attempting to seize the golden egg. The judges deemed her performance somewhat lacking, awarding her 34 points. The third to compete was Victor Krum, who launched a direct attack on the dragon's eyes with the stunning spell, temporarily blinding it, allowing him to snatch the golden egg. However, in its struggle, the dragon damaged some of the golden eggs. Despite his impressive performance, the judges awarded him 40 points due to the damage caused. Fourth was Harry, who summoned a firebolt using the summoning charm, skillfully maneuvering in the air around the dragon before finally acquiring the golden egg, also receiving a score of 40 points. Lastly, it was Mia Potter's turn. She entered under the intense gaze of the crowd, with Sirius, Remus, and Professor Snape anxiously watching, Draco cheering her on, while Harry and Hermione looked on with concern, and the other champions awaited to see what method Mia would employ. Mia assessed the dragon before her, the Australian opaleye, dwelling in valleys, its scales shimmering in a rainbow of colors, characterized by its pupilless eyes, exhaling red flames, and exhibiting a relatively mild temperament. It primarily fed on sheep and only attacked humans when famished. Observing the agitated state of the opaleye suggested it had likely been hungry for several days. Unhurriedly, Mia conjured several sheep and began to employ her signature move, one that had never failed her. TSK, TSK, TSK. The entire arena fell silent. The opaleye, having gone several days without food, brightened at the sight of the sheep. Upon hearing Mia's tsking, it felt as though it had been summoned. The opaleye thought, "Strange. Why does that little human seem so appealing?" The dragon trotted over to Mia, crouched down, and began to feast on its meal, while Mia skillfully stroked the dragon. It is worth noting that she had never touched a real dragon before, and the Australian opaleye was considered the most beautiful of dragons. Draco would surely be envious. The opaleye, content and well-fed, nuzzled Mia affectionately, then gently placed the guarded golden egg into her hands. Mia effortlessly completed the competition. The judges, after a lengthy debate, the final few judges awarded Mia a commendable score of 47. Mia, how stingy. Current rankings. First Mia, second Harry and Krum, third Cedric, fourth Fleur. Chapter 90, Dance Partner. Harry and Ron have finally reconciled. The news about the dragon wasn't actually conveyed by Hagrid, but rather by Ron, who awkwardly devised this plan to mend their friendship. Boys can be quite troublesome. After Hermione relayed this incident to Mia, she couldn't resist making a few jabs. At least they've made amends, right? Harry no longer has to be sad every day. Mia chuckled lightly, casting a teasing glance at the parties involved. I don't. Harry was reluctant to admit he truly felt that way, quickly covering Mia's mouth. Ron was surprised to discover that Harry, who had threatened to sever ties with him, had secretly been heartbroken. Hey, brother, don't be embarrassed. Shut up, Ron. Harry was eager to drop the subject. It was too humiliating. Mia removed Harry's hand from her face and opened today's Daily Prophet, pausing momentarily at the content. What does it say? Hermione leaned in to see Mia's incredulous expression. Hermione's face mirrored Mia's disbelief. Merlin's bikini, what a sensational story. Ron stared at the report, astonished, glancing between Hermione and Mia. Harry's face darkened. The article stated that the ambitious yet unassuming Miss Granger seems enamored with a renowned wizard. According to reliable sources, her recent interest is none other than the Bulgarian hunk, Viktor Krum. It remains unknown how Mia Potter will react to this news, accompanied by an image of Mia and Hermione embracing. No wonder so many people were looking at them earlier today. Even Draco wore an expression of hesitation. Mia's lips twitched. I'm going to find her. Harry could no longer contain himself, grabbing his wand with the intent of confronting Rita Skeeter, while Ron appeared equally restless. You should sit this one out. Your arm isn't healed yet. Mia quickly restrained both of them, noting that one of Harry's arms was still in a sling. At that moment, a young boy approached, carrying a large package, prompting the two of them to settle down. Your package, Mr. Weasley. Thank you, Nigel. What is it? A dress robe. The Christmas ball is a tradition that has existed since the Triwizard Tournament commenced. It takes place on Christmas Eve, where we gather in the Great Hall with our guests. The Slytherins sat in the classroom, listening to their prefects convey details about the ball. Upon hearing of the event, a significant portion of Hogwarts discreetly set their sights on Mia. Leading the charge was Draco, who rushed to Mia the moment the prefects concluded their announcements. Mia, would you accompany me to the ball? Draco gazed at her with eager anticipation. Theodore Nott and Daphne Greengrass swiftly turned their attention toward her, awaiting her response. Mia smiled and shook her head. I'm sorry, but I already have a dance partner in mind. Crack. Someone's heart shattered. News of Mia having a partner spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts. Harry, already worried that his sister might be swept away by an invitation, hurried to find Mia with Ron and the others as soon as the ball announcement was made. But they were too late. Ooh, which scoundrel is it? Mia. Who did you agree to go with? You're not going with me? Harry gazed incredulously at Mia, his eyes reddening. The ball invitations were typically extended to one's crush, and now his sister had someone she liked. No, Harry, calm down. Mia looked at Harry's pitiful expression. Surrounded by a similarly distressed Draco and the twins, George and Fred. So many people wished to invite me? Harry glared at those who had their sights set on his sister, and then realized they were not her dance partners, making him feel even worse. Which scoundrel dared to steal the cabbage while I wasn't looking? What am I supposed to do? You're not going with me. Harry didn't want his sister dancing with anyone else, nor did he wish to dance with anyone else himself. Mia felt overwhelmed, observing the group around her, clearly sharing the same sentiment. No, what are you all doing gathered here? Gryffindor loses 10 points. Professor Snape's voice suddenly cut in. Just as Mia was at a loss, Professor Snape's timely interjection rescued her. Under his scrutinizing gaze, the boys reluctantly dispersed. Thank you, Professor. Mia cast a grateful glance at Snape. How foolish boys. Snape scoffed, handing Mia the dress robe he had prepared for her. Prepare well. He ruffled Mia's hair before departing. In the following days, a few persistent boys pursued Mia, hoping to wear her down into agreeing to dance with them. In exasperation, she sought refuge by the Black Lake alongside Hermione, Harry, and Ron. They spotted Krum being chased by a group of girls. In their exchanged glances, both Mia and Krum felt an overwhelming sense of resignation. They had both been evading attention, occasionally aiding each other. Harry sat dejectedly on the ground, drawing circles, while Ron sulked, kicking at the dirt. Mia sighed, wishing only to dance her first waltz with that particular person. Harry, how about the second dance with you? Mia could no longer bear to see Harry so forlorn, so she offered this compromise. Harry pursed his lips. Although he preferred to dance the first waltz, he couldn't bear to put Mia in a difficult position, so he nodded in agreement. Krum finally seized the opportunity to invite Hermione, with Mia as witness. Hermione, may I have the honor of being your dance partner? Krum gazed at Hermione with hopeful eyes. Hermione was taken aback. Among all the attendees, Krum had chosen her first without a hint of hesitation. Of course. Hermione placed her hand into Krum's palm. Feeling her soft hand, Krum instinctively tightened his grip. And upon hearing Hermione's answer, he looked up at her in surprise. Really? Krum had assumed Hermione would decline, given the presence of two other boys beside her. I chose you from the very beginning, Victor. Hermione reciprocated Krum's grasp, and with a gentle tug, Krum pulled her into an embrace. Thank you for choosing me. Watching the two in their embrace, Mia smiled. In the study room, students diligently worked on their assignments, while Professor Snape patrolled the area. At this rate, we'll be the only ones without dance partners, including Neville, Ron lamented, whispering to Harry. Snape approached, overhearing them. Indeed, he may end up dancing with himself. Harry listlessly continued his writing. Do you think anyone would invite old Bat? I highly doubt it. Ron glanced at the stern-faced Professor Snape and whispered. I don't know. Harry's thoughts were consumed by his sister. Don't be too disheartened. At least you have the second dance. Hermione attempted to console Harry, observing his demeanor. I say, Hermione. You're a girl, Ron remarked, looking at her. You have decent eyesight, Hermione replied, unimpressed. You choose between us, Ron began, but was interrupted by Professor Snape's return. Once Snape moved away, Ron covered his head and continued, hurry and choose. Boys can manage alone, but girls will be left in a dire situation. I want to go alone, believe it or not. Someone has already invited me. Hermione rolled her eyes at them, and stood up to submit her assignment before leaving. Damn it, is she lying? Ron exchanged incredulous glances with Harry. Lower year students require invitations to attend the ball, and upon learning that Mia had a partner, Ginny rushed to pester her brother, demanding they take her inside, eager to discover who had captured her sister Mia's heart. Meanwhile, the gentlemen, eager to uncover who had stolen Mia away, conspired with the ladies beside them, determined to enter the ball and secure Mia's second dance. As the anticipation of everyone in the room reached a fever pitch, the ball was about to commence. Chapter 91, The Opening Dance of the Champions. In the lounge, Mia donned a strapless, emerald-hued gown meticulously prepared by Professor Snape. Her lustrous black curls were elegantly fashioned into a low bun by Daphne, who adorned her wrist with a bracelet gifted by Theodore and complemented her outfit with matching green earrings. A subtle touch of makeup enhanced her natural beauty. My dear, you look absolutely breathtaking. You shall surely dazzle everyone tonight, Daphne remarked softly, caressing Mia's delicate face. Observing Mia's enchanting appearance only fueled Daphne's curiosity. She was eager to discover who had captured Mia's heart. Thank you. You look stunning as well, Mia replied with a gentle smile, taking Daphne's hand as they prepared to depart. Downstairs, Draco, Theodore, and Blaise awaited the ladies' arrival. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the trio looked up to see Mia gracefully descending the staircase, a collective expression of astonishment crossing their faces. The emerald gown accentuated her fair complexion, while her low bun exuded a softness and elegance that was captivating. The emerald earrings sparkled beside her green eyes, which shone with an authenticity that rendered the jewels mere imitations. Noticing the bare expanse of Mia's neck, Draco produced a long-prepared emerald necklace. Your neck seems a bit bare, he remarked, stepping closer to Mia to drape the necklace around her neck. The warm sensation of his touch sent a shiver through her. Thank you, Mia said, her cheeks reddening as she glanced shyly at his handsome face. Draco noted the blush creeping up her ears, a smile playing at his lips. Shall we? Theodore said, rising to take Mia's hand, unintentionally revealing a matching green bracelet on his wrist, and a blue pendant around his neck, both gifts from Mia. Blaise squinted, shedding his outer coat and draping it over Mia's shoulders. Be careful not to catch a chill. Mia offered Blaise a grateful smile, the faint scent of bellflower lingering on his coat. The three young men subtly vied for her attention along the way, though Mia remained blissfully unaware. Engrossed in animated discussions about their outfits with Daphne, Astoria, and Pansy, the latter occasionally embracing Mia affectionately. Daphne quipped, "This is too amusing. I'm the ultimate victor here." As they neared the hall, Mia separated from the group, as the champions were to make their grand entrance for the opening dance, and she could not join them just yet. The expressions on the faces of her companions faded as they walked into the hall, their smiles replaced by a mixture of curiosity and concern, eager to discern who had captured Mia's affections. Mia waited on the steps for a moment, until a beautifully adorned Hermione arrived. Hermione, Mia exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at her friend's pink gown and elegantly styled hair. Mia. Hermione rushed over, linking arms with her. You look absolutely stunning. I'm sure Krum will be utterly enchanted. Hermione blushed at the teasing. Yet her heart fluttered with excitement at the thought of Krum's reaction. The remaining champions awaited their entrance at the door. Harry found it peculiar that Professor Snape was also waiting at the entrance until he and Cedric were captivated by the sight of Mia and Hermione appearing on the staircase. They instinctively stepped forward. They are truly beautiful, Parvati remarked, gazing at the two ladies in awe. Indeed they are, Harry agreed, entranced by Mia, his heart racing uncontrollably. Hermione and Mia resembled two distinct yet equally exquisite flowers, each with their own unique charm. Krum and Professor Snape strode purposefully through the crowd to reach them. Krum's gaze was fixated on Hermione, his eyes brimming with affectionate adoration, as he eagerly approached to claim his flower. Meanwhile, Snape, filled with a sense of pride, approached Mia and extended his arm. Mia smiled at him and linked her arm with his. In the Western tradition, a young lady's first dance is typically shared with her father. Though she lacked a father, Snape had assumed that role, caring for, protecting, and guiding her since her enrollment. Even with Sirius and her godfather Remus in her life, she wished to reserve her first dance for him. Snape understood her sentiment and gazed tenderly at the child he had nurtured, a vessel for his profound emotions. Realizing that Mia's dance partner was indeed Snape, Harry and Cedric felt a wave of relief wash over them. It turned out she was not taken by another suitor after all. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, accompanied by music, the champions and their partners made their entrance. The previously eager gentlemen and ladies fell silent at the sight of Mia's companion. "Professor Snape?" Draco exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. "Who?" Blaise coughed, nearly choking on his drink. "How mischievous. No wonder you didn't inform us," Theodore observed with a wry smile at Mia's playful demeanor. "What a surprise." George and Fred sighed in relief. Daphne managed to regain her composure, while Ginny lowered her wand, which had been poised for action. "Merlin's heels, Ginny is becoming increasingly formidable," Ron remarked, stepping back nervously from the wand in Ginny's hand. He then turned to Hermione, momentarily stunned. He had never perceived her as particularly feminine, yet today she looked exceptionally lovely. And Mia? He had always known she was beautiful, but today she was truly breathtaking. Upon entering, Mia took in the magnificent hall. Its walls adorned with shimmering silver frost, the ceiling resembling a starlit sky, and festooned with hundreds of mistletoe sprigs and ivy wreaths. The champions and their partners found their places, indulging in light refreshments as Dumbledore rose, waving his wand to clear the tables to the sides, creating a dance floor, and conjuring a stage adorned with various instruments. The Weird Sisters took the stage to the cheers of the audience, playing a slow, melancholic melody, prompting the champions to dance gracefully. Soon, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall joined in, while Hagrid invited Madame Maxime to dance. Despite her towering stature, Madame Maxime moved with remarkable grace. With so many joining in, the others shed their reservations and took to the dance floor with their partners. As the dance concluded, Mia lifted her gown in a curtsy, and Snape mirrored her playful gesture, prompting a bright smile from Mia, who could not help but laugh. Snape merely watched her with a gentle gaze, enjoying her laughter and joy. Chapter 92. The Chaotic Ball. Mia had not forgotten her promise to Harry for the second dance. After politely nodding to Parvati, she took Harry's hand. Harry, satisfied, placed his hand on Mia's waist as they began to dance. Draco, observing, felt a pang of disappointment. He had missed his chance to claim the second dance, but surely the third would be his. "Mia, you look splendid today," Harry complimented her with a smile. "Thank you. You look quite dapper yourself," Mia responded, admiring Harry's meticulously styled hair. "I never expected you to invite Professor Snape. He has always treated me kindly, so I wished to share my first dance with him. I thought you might have someone special. You had me worried," Harry confessed, recalling his feelings upon learning Mia had a partner. "Not at all. If there were someone, I would certainly tell you. You are my brother, after all. We are the closest in the world," Mia chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Though Harry was somewhat comforted by Mia's words, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease within him. He wished for her to be unencumbered by romantic affections, especially not for anyone but himself. Realizing the implications of his thoughts, he shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the chaotic musings that invaded his mind. After all, this was his dear sister, Mia. He heard her call out, noticing his troubled expression. Harry snapped back to reality, his gaze meeting Mia's clear, vibrant green eyes, mirroring his own. He abruptly lowered his head. "What's wrong, Harry?" Mia observed his discomfort with growing concern. "Nothing, I'm fine." He cast his eyes downward, concealing the tumult of emotions swirling beneath the surface, determined to shield his thoughts from Mia. "Really? Should we take a break?" Mia inquired, still worried. "Okay." Mia took Harry's hand, guiding him to a nearby table where Ron and his dance partner were seated. "What's the matter?" Ron leaned in, curiosity piqued as he noted Harry's abrupt halt to the second dance, which he had so tenaciously pursued. "It's nothing," Harry struggled to articulate. "Don't worry. I'm fine," he reassured, observing Mia's anxious expression. Mia nodded, remaining by his side to rest. Before long, Hermione and Krum approached, engaged in conversation. As they drew nearer, Mia could hear Hermione instructing Krum on the correct pronunciation of her name. "Hermione," she enunciated slowly. "Hermine?" "No, it's Hermione." "Hermine," Krum feigned ignorance, stubbornly repeating the mispronunciation. "Forget it, that's close enough." Hermione chuckled resignedly as she joined Mia and Harry. "Would you like something to drink?" "Krum can fetch it for us," Hermione asked, settling beside Mia. "No thank you," Mia replied, shaking her head. "Then I'll get you some pumpkin juice." Krum took Hermione's hand and kissed it gently before departing. Wow, how clingy, Mia teased, glancing at Hermione. Hermione flushed. Stop teasing me. Amid their playful banter, Harry remained ensnared in his own thoughts, feeling a mix of emotions. Ron had been cast aside after rejecting his partner's invitation. Suddenly, two male voices rang out from above Mia. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Mia, dance with me. Mia, who had been conversing with Hermione, looked up in surprise at the two outstretched hands before her. Draco and Cedric? Mia, dance with me. They reiterated. Cedric and Draco exchanged glances, silently vying for her attention. Mia hesitated, glancing between the two. Mia, you've already turned me down once. Will you refuse me again? Draco feigned a pout, knowing all too well how to tug at her heartstrings. Mia felt her resolve soften at Draco's expression. Meanwhile, Cedric, unwilling to concede, chimed in, it's all right. You can dance with him first. I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. I can wait until the song ends if that's okay? Cedric feigned understanding, but his true intent was to gain ground. He observed Mia's wavering expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Mia, is that acceptable? Draco muttered through clenched teeth, aware that he must maintain composure to avoid losing his chance. Mia, I'm fine with it, Cedric replied, pursing his lips, pretending to be sorrowful. What to do? Hermione and Ron watched the scene unfold, their expressions hinting at amusement. Hermione noticed Krum returning with snacks and beverages, beckoning him to join their spectacle. Mia shot them a reproachful glance. Harry, observing the situation, felt a chill wash over him, interrupting his contemplations. I'm sorry, but my sister has declined. Blimey, Potter, even as Mia's brother, you can't strip her of her right to choose, Draco retorted, biting back the urge to call Harry Potter outright. Casting a glare in his direction. I believe we should respect Mia's wishes, don't you? Cedric interjected, wearing an impeccable smile as he addressed Mia gently. I'll dance with Draco first, then with you. Is that all right? Mia, sensing the tension, cast an apologetic glance at Harry before decisively taking Draco's hand and leading him to the dance floor, flashing Cedric a smile and mouthing, see you in a bit. Though the choice was ostensibly hers, she knew that had she chosen Cedric first, Draco would have undoubtedly sulked and made a scene. Thus, she acquiesced to the young heir. Draco shot a triumphant glance at Cedric and Harry, whose expressions darkened. Cedric chuckled softly, unperturbed by the perceived loss. Draco, reveling in the victory of securing Mia's third dance, grasped her hand with one and encircled her delicate waist with the other. He had long desired this moment, his jealousy flaring when he witnessed Daphne embrace Mia so intimately. Our dear Mia is quite the social butterfly. It's a challenge to claim her for a dance, Draco remarked with a hint of envy. Be grateful. Aside from the professors and my brother, my first dance was with you, Mia comforted the proud young lord, amusement dancing in her eyes. Draco, upon reflection, conceded that he was indeed the first male peer to dance with Mia, discounting family and faculty. This realization brightened his expression. Relieved by Draco's easygoing nature, Mia danced with him, then quickly dashed to Cedric's side under the watchful gaze of Draco, who looked on with longing. Are you tired? Cedric asked with genuine concern. I'm fine. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mia replied, shaking her head as she prepared to rejoin the dance, only to be halted by Cedric. Let us take a break first. He guided Mia to a seat, placing a selection of herbal tea and snacks at her side. Would you like to chat for a while? Cedric's intentions had always extended beyond mere dancing. He sought to cultivate a deeper connection with Mia and enhance their rapport. Of course. Mia recognized Cedric's thoughtfulness and engaged him in conversation, smiling warmly. Watching his sister converse with Cedric, Harry clenched his fists, a twinge of unacknowledged resentment and jealousy flickering in his eyes. Hermione glanced at her dear friend with concern, mindful that aside from Cedric and Draco, Mia had several admirers. It was indeed a burden. Was this the price of popularity? Would Mia manage to navigate the evening's complexities? Don't worry, I think those suitors will know their limits. Krum reassured her, taking the cup Hermione had used and offering her a piece of cake as a comforting gesture. Ron quipped, should I put on sunglasses? It's getting a bit bright in here. Chapter 93. The Bellflower Rain and first kiss. Cedric was a true gentleman, and conversing with him was never awkward or dull. Rather, it was delightfully engaging. He expertly navigated topics that piqued Mia's interest while attentively tending to her emotions. No wonder so many at Hogwarts admired him. His charm extended beyond mere appearance. Mia took a small bite of a pastry, marveling at how well he understood her preferences. You've got something on your lips. Cedric suddenly leaned closer, gently brushing his finger against the corner of her mouth. As she met his strikingly handsome face so closely, Mia's cheeks flushed involuntarily, Thank you, she murmured, turning her face away to avoid his tender gaze. Cedric, observing her bashfulness, raised his cup to mask the smile that crept upon his lips. His eyes alight with joy. So, what are your thoughts on the golden egg? Mia, feeling flustered under Cedric's scrutiny, sought to redirect the conversation. Cedric, sensing the moment, reined in his advances, knowing he must tread carefully to avoid overwhelming her. I haven't figured it out yet, he replied, shaking his head. Equally puzzled about the egg's mystery. Neither have I, Mia admitted, frowning slightly. It was evident that the golden egg could not be opened by conventional means. Today marks the grand ball, and having finally relaxed, they decided to refrain from further discussion. Cedric gently smoothed Mia's furrowed brow. Feeling the warm touch of the boy's fingers, Mia found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. She quickly rose, exclaiming, I feel a bit warm. I need to step outside for some fresh air. With that, she fled in haste. Cedric was momentarily taken aback by Mia's sudden departure, but as realization dawned upon him, he chuckled softly, watching her retreat. Blaise, who had been attentive to Mia, noticed her exit and picked up his discarded coat to follow her. Mia ran to the courtyard. Her head bowed as she concealed her flushed face. What is happening? Is it merely my imagination? It felt as though Cedric had draped a warm coat over her bare shoulders. Her reverie was interrupted as she turned to see Blaise approaching. Blaise, why are you here alone? Aren't you cold? Blaise regarded Mia with gentle focus. It was a bit stuffy inside. I thought I'd come out for some air. Mia hesitated to divulge her true reason, opting for ambiguity. Is that so? Blaise perceived her unspoken thoughts, but chose not to press the matter. Ever since he realized his feelings for her, he was determined not to concede. Then stay here with me for a while. I have something I wish to show you. Mia, intrigued by his words, looked at Blaise with curiosity. Observing her adorable demeanor, Blaise chuckled softly and covered her eyes with his hand. Just a moment. His mysterious air thoroughly piqued Mia's interest, compelling her to await his revelation. Blaise lowered his hand, declaring, You can open your eyes now. Mia eagerly blinked her eyes open. The night sky hung low, and the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the earth, as if cloaking everything in a delicate veil. A cascade of bellflower petals rained down like stars falling from the night sky. The pale lavender petals danced lightly in the breeze, settling on her shoulders, hair, and palms. Staring at this enchanting spectacle, Mia was momentarily entranced. Facing Mia, Blaise gently lifted her chin, leaning in slightly. The warmth of his touch fleetingly grazed her forehead, and Mia, in disbelief, covered her brow while gazing at Blaise. His eyes were filled with an indescribable complexity as he uttered, Look at me, Mia. Once again, she fled in panic. Daphne had indeed spoken the truth. Blaise harbored feelings for her. But why? Mia hurried down the corridor, her thoughts a whirlwind. Observing her turmoil, Theodore stood in her path, awaiting her arrival. Theodore? Mia regarded him with a hint of trepidation, sensing an ominous premonition. Surely not. Theodore approached her wordlessly, inching closer until her back met the wall. He encircled her with his arms, lowering his head to murmur, You're quite bothersome. Then, lifting her chin, he kissed her without hesitation. Mia's eyes widened as she struggled against Theodore's grasp, but the strength of a furious boy her age proved too much for her. Theodore, incensed by the events of the day, bit down gently on the corner of Mia's lip. Hiss. He would not relent, pressing closer and brushing his lips against the wound he had just inflicted. He was not prepared to endure this any longer. If things continued this way, Mia would never see him as a suitor, and he could not allow anyone else to claim her. She was his. Don't look at anyone else, all right? Theodore concluded the prolonged kiss, one hand tenderly caressing the back of Mia's head, their foreheads touching as his blue eyes gazed sorrowfully into hers. Initially, Mia had intended to confront Theodore with anger, but upon witnessing the vulnerability in his voice and the sadness in his eyes, her ire inexplicably dissipated. Stay calm. Do not be swayed by his charm. He is merely feigning pity. Yet, as Mia looked at Theodore, she found herself at a loss for words once more. Mia, please don't reject me, okay? Theodore's beautiful eyes now resembled the fog of Berlin. Mia bit her lip, steeling herself before forcefully pushing Theodore away, ignoring the hurt in his gaze as she quickly fled. Seeking solitude, she found refuge in the astronomical tower, a place of tranquility. Mia wrapped her arms around herself. Troubled by the turmoil surrounding her, Theodore, Blaise, Draco, Cedric, were they all somehow interested in her? Good heavens, could she possibly possess Vila blood? Why else would they all seem drawn to her? Yet, considering her age and her obligations to confront Voldemort and research time-space magic to save her parents, how could she entertain thoughts of romance? Perhaps it was best to escape. Though shameful, it was effective. Mia chose to retreat into isolation. Chapter 94. The Weasley Arena of Chaos. Look what I've discovered. A forlorn little Miss Snake. While Mia was still mulling over her troubles, she felt a flicker of curiosity upon seeing George, who had left the ball early, approach her. Why is Miss Snake sitting here all alone? Noticing Mia's poor complexion, George bent down to inquire with concern. Mia was reluctant to answer. What are you doing here? Where's Fred? I lured Fred away. As for why I'm here, well, take a guess. George grinned mischievously at Mia, exuding an air of mystery. Mia was disinclined to speculate, recalling that the last person who had spoken similarly had confessed their feelings for her. All right, it seems Miss Snake is unwilling to cooperate with me, George lamented. But that's all right. I'll show you. George straightened up, retrieving something from his belongings. Look to the sky, he urged Mia. Then, something launched from his hand, igniting the entire sky in a spectacular display. It was fireworks. They formed various captivating shapes, fiery lilies. The Weasley W. and Mia SM. These are the fireworks Fred and I crafted, capable of creating all sorts of designs, George explained, having secretly prepared this surprise for Mia. Do you like it? Is your mood any better? Mia nodded, realizing why he had left the ball early. It was all for this. Seeing her affirmation, George breathed a sigh of relief, a smile blooming on his face. Dancing in the hall is rather dull. This beautiful lady. Would you honor me with a dance? George extended his hand to Mia. Feeling uplifted by the beautiful fireworks, Mia placed her hand in his. They danced gracefully beneath the moonlight, the boy's formal robes and the girl's gown intertwining in a close yet tender embrace. As their dance neared its end, George tightened his grip on Mia's hand, pulling her into his arms. Ah! Mia felt the sturdy warmth of his body, her own stiffening in surprise. George! She exclaimed, staring at him wide-eyed. Don't look at me like that. I might lose control, George teased, reveling in her flustered expression. What? You might lose control and kiss me? Before she could finish her thought, his lips brushed against her cheek, trailing down toward her earlobe. Mia trembled, forcefully pushing him away. Were you scared? George gazed at her with a playful intensity. I finally managed to lure Fred away to have you all to myself. Seeing Mia's guarded demeanor, George felt a pang of regret. So you were doing this on purpose? Fred's voice suddenly echoed from behind Mia, and before she could react, she was yanked into his embrace. No wonder you weren't bickering with me today. I knew you had ulterior motives. As George observed Fred's swift reaction, disappointment washed over him, prompting a resigned sigh before he retaliated with a teasing smile towards his brother. Yet what of it? Capturing the heart of a fair maiden surely necessitates some cunning strategy. Very well, there are still two more to contend with. Ginny, oh Ginny, your words have indeed come to pass. In light of this, I shall not hold back. Fred turned Mia around to face him, preparing to plant a kiss, only to be pushed away by Mia. Could you please respect my wishes? Mia exclaimed, visibly irked, her frustration mounting from the antics of the men around her. Not only had she sought refuge from the chaos, but she found herself subjected to unwanted affection. Enough. I mean it, this script has serious issues. Mia's outburst halted both men in their tracks, their gazes shifting to her irate expression, realizing they had overstepped their bounds. Mia, let me explain, George quickly interjected, attempting to salvage the situation. I apologize, Fred chimed in urgently. However, Mia had no inclination to listen. Perhaps they could save their explanations for when her temper had cooled. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving the two men in mutual regret. George and Fred lamented their foolishness, their remorse palpable. Curse those books. Fred grumbled, admitting that his attempts were inspired by the fanfiction penned by younger students, only to find that not only did they fail, but they also incited her anger. If one cannot succeed, should one blame the books? George mocked Fred, yet soon found himself reflecting on his own missteps. Having drawn inspiration from his father's collection of Muggle films, mistakenly believing Mia would appreciate it. Oh, you aren't faring much better, Fred retorted defiantly. The two exchanged glares before departing the astronomical tower, each contemplating how to mend their relationship with Mia, aware that failure to do so would spell disaster. Mia, disheartened, left the tower, pondering that with its discovery, a new hiding place would be necessary. She treaded carefully, anxious not to encounter another friend harboring feelings for her. Fortunately, this time, she did not run into any male admirers but rather met a female friend. Mia, sister, I've finally found you. Where have you been? Ginny exclaimed upon spotting the sneaky Mia, her curiosity piqued. Yet her joy was immediate as she rushed to embrace her. Ginny? Sorry, just a few matters to attend to. Mia replied, relief flooding her as she returned Ginny's hug, grateful it was her. Unbeknownst to Mia, Ginny's feelings for her were more profound than mere sisterly affection. Mia assumed their closeness was simply a natural bond among friends. "Mia sister, are you feeling down?" Ginny perceptively inquired, concern etched across her features. "Is it that obvious?" Mia hesitated, reluctant to divulge the truth, and instead deflected, "No, just a bit tired." Ginny did not press further, but instead took Mia's hand, leading her to a nearby spot to sit. "Can you stay here with me, Mia sister?" Ginny's hopeful gaze met Mia's. "Of course," Mia replied with a gentle smile, relishing the company of Ginny and Luna, who were both delightful and affectionate towards her. The two sat in serene companionship, with Ginny occasionally playing with Mia's delicate fingers, which resembled finely crafted works of art. Captivated, Ginny intertwined her fingers with Mia's, a gesture of warmth. "What are you doing, little Ginny?" Mia teased, playfully tightening her grip. "Your hands are truly beautiful," Ginny remarked, a faint smile curling her lips as she admired their joined hands. "Do you think so?" Mia glanced at their entwined fingers, noting that Ginny's hands were equally lovely. "Then do you like them?" Ginny asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Absolutely. You are so adorable." "I can't help but adore you," Mia replied, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Ginny's words, believing Ginny merely sought reassurance about her appearance. "This is what you said, sister. You mustn't go back on your word. No takebacks." Chapter 95. Rita Skeeter's malicious reporting. Harry was once again haunted by nightmares. Trapped in a house where a hoarse voice emanated from a sofa occupied by a serpent, and a gaunt man squatted before it alongside Peter Pettigrew. Suddenly, a green light shot towards him. Harry jolted awake. In recent days, he and Mia had been tirelessly seeking the secret of the golden egg. Yet each attempt resulted in nothing but its piercing cries, compelling Mia to wish she could discard it altogether. With heavy snowfall today, they were headed to Magical Creatures class, where Mia had been inseparably present with Harry, Hermione, and Ron as if a package deal. In truth, Mia had been avoiding Theodore and his companions, preferring silence over unnecessary conversation. Every time her eyes met theirs, she recalled the awkward events of that fateful night, and their gazes felt almost suffocating. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, they were met with an elderly witch standing at the door. Hurry up, you're already 5 minutes late for class," she barked. "Where's Hagrid?" Harry queried, puzzled by his absence. Rather than echoing Harry's quiet confusion, Ron boldly inquired, "Who are you? Where's Hagrid?" "I am Professor Grubblyplank, your substitute for Magical Creatures class," she replied briskly. "Where's Hagrid?" Harry pressed again. "Yes, unwell." The four exchanged concerned glances, noting the tightly drawn curtains and the stillness of the hut. "Is something wrong with Hagrid?" Harry asked anxiously. "We'll check after class, don't worry," Mia reassured him, gently patting his shoulder, signaling him to focus on the lesson. Reluctantly, Harry quelled his worries as they followed Professor Grubblyplank toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Upon arrival, they discovered a magnificent unicorn tethered to a grand tree at the forest's edge. Its radiant white coat exuded an ethereal beauty that left many girls gasping in awe. "Oh my gosh, is that a unicorn? How stunning! How did she catch it?" The unicorn, sensing the crowd, began to paw the ground nervously, raising its horned head. It seemed to spot something, calling out pitifully to the gathering. The girls, entranced by its plight, yearned to rush forward and untie it. Mia noticed that the creature was calling out to her. She recognized it as the very unicorn that had once bestowed her with its blood. How had this poor creature been captured? Mia pondered, knowing that unicorns were notoriously difficult to catch. While she felt compelled to soothe the distressed creature, their current instructor was not Hagrid, and she could not approach it freely. Fortunately, Professor Grubblyplank soon instructed them to attempt to get closer to the unicorn. "Gentlemen, step back. Unicorns prefer the touch of females. Ladies, please step forward and approach cautiously." Upon hearing she could interact with the unicorn, Mia dashed forward before fully absorbing Professor Grubblyplank's warning. The professor hesitated, concerned the unicorn might react adversely, but to her surprise, the unicorn showed no fear of Mia, even nuzzling against her affectionately. Mia gently placed her hand on its neck, soothingly murmuring, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The unicorn, looking forlorn, called out to Mia, continuing to nuzzle her. Merlin's lace gloves. Can Mia even tame a unicorn? Ron mused, his eyes wide with wonder. What could she possibly be incapable of? He genuinely questioned why animals seemed so drawn to her. The enchanting maiden stood alongside the sacred unicorn, a scene so picturesque it could have been lifted from a painting. The gentlemen present, who harbored affections for Mia, unabashedly admired her beauty. Since Theodore and Blaise had openly expressed their feelings towards Mia, they had ceased to feign indifference, adopting a demeanor that made their intentions abundantly clear as they vied for her attention. Harry's eyes were clouded with frustration. He was enraged yet powerless to thwart these suitors pursuing his sister, as he lacked the authority to reveal his own sentiments. The girls endeavored to approach the unicorn, and Professor Grubblyplank addressed the eager young ladies. Daphne was the first to step forward, tentatively reaching out to the unicorn. With Mia at her side, the unicorn's earlier apprehension dissipated, and it allowed Daphne to stroke its magnificent coat, even leaning affectionately against her. "It's so adorable," Daphne exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. One by one, the other girls joined in, and the little creature welcomed each lady with unreserved enthusiasm. No wonder it had been captured, Mia thought, feeling a twinge of concern at its sociable demeanor. What if it were sold? It seemed necessary to discuss with its caretaker the importance of educating the creature on the dangers of being sold. "Merlin, it truly is exquisite," Daphne mused. "I wish I could have one." Pansy gazed longingly at the unicorn, echoing the silent wish of all the girls, who nodded in agreement. Mia's mouth twitched. Could one simply possess such a creature? Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had learned from Draco about Hagrid's predicament. Of course, Draco's motives were far from altruistic. He was merely seeking to provoke Harry. The catalyst for this was a newspaper article titled Dumbledore's Grave Mistake, penned by Rita Skeeter, which accused Dumbledore of hiring a controversial instructor, Mad-Eye Moody, a former Auror whose long-standing battles had rendered him unable to distinguish between a handshake and an attack. The article then proceeded to embellish and fabricate tales regarding Hagrid, making unfounded insinuations about giants. Harry stared incredulously at the distorted account, seething with anger, and wishing he could confront Rita Skeeter. First, she had spread rumors about their childhood misfortunes, then concocted lies about his sister and Hermione. And now she was targeting Hagrid. How does she know so much? Ron pondered aloud. What do you mean know so much? Mia leaned over to inspect the newspaper in Harry's hands. What are you doing here? Harry turned to find Mia's face alarmingly close and instinctively distanced himself. Mia looked perplexed, noting that the unicorn had calmed down considerably with her presence. By the way, why did you come all this way? Oh, nothing, Harry deflected, avoiding Mia's probing gaze as he handed her the newspaper. This is strange, Mia remarked, scanning the article. We were just discussing how she could possibly know so much. Ron answered her earlier question. As Mia read the absurdities, her brow furrowed tighter. What nonsense! I can only imagine how heartbroken Hagrid must feel reading this. That wretched Rita Skeeter. Mia reflected on the myriad of ways one could gather information. Eavesdropping charms, invisibility cloaks, soul-sucking spells, and more. However, Rita Skeeter likely lacked the prowess to employ such methods undetected, for no magic could surpass that of Dumbledore within the school. It was probable she had utilized some undetectable form of magic. Animagus, Mia suddenly exclaimed. Animagus. A feminine voice echoed her realization. Hermione had returned, having finished her interaction with the unicorn, employing her sharp intellect to deduce the answer. Hermione, you're brilliant. Mia grinned at her clever companion, and they exchanged knowing glances. So if we can find evidence that Rita Skeeter is an animagus, we can hold her accountable, Mia said, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face. Chapter 96. The Secret of the Golden Egg. As soon as classes ended, Mia and Harry hurried to find Hagrid, but as expected, he was withdrawn and heartbroken. Unwilling to see them, Mia and Harry exchanged glances of resignation. They could not force their way in, so the four of them reluctantly retreated. Don't worry. Once we gather evidence of Rita Skeeter's status as an animagus, we can put her in her place, Hermione reassured the despondent Harry and Mia. That's all we can do, Mia sighed. The time for the second task drew near, and Mia gazed at the golden egg, troubled. By the Black Lake, Mia and Hermione sat on the shore, observing Crumb, who was swimming in the frigid waters clad only in a tank top. Isn't he cold? Mia shivered at the sight. He comes from a place much colder. I suppose this feels warm to him, Hermione mused, casually draping her arm around Mia's shoulders. By the way, has Crumb found any clues about the golden egg? I don't know. We don't really discuss the competition. In fact, we hardly talk at all, Mia replied, arching an eyebrow at Hermione. Given the frequency with which Crumb encountered Hermione in the library, this seemed unlikely. Realizing her words might have been misconstrued, Hermione hastily clarified, Victor is athletic. I mean, he is not very talkative. As if struck by a thought, Hermione suddenly laughed, her demeanor brightening. Most of the time. He just watches me study. It can be quite annoying. But you seem to enjoy it, Hermione. Mia chuckled, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Your heart is certainly being swayed by him, Mia teased. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson. No way. Mia couldn't help but laugh, burying her head in Hermione's embrace. And soon Hermione joined her in laughter. Hermione, you're wonderful, and I hope you find happiness. Crumb truly likes you, Mia said after they settled down, gazing tenderly at her friend. I know, Mia. I will, Hermione replied softly, taking Mia's hand in hers. Mia, you will unravel the secret of the golden egg. One to you? Hermione suddenly shifted the topic. Of course, why do you ask? Mia inquired, puzzled. The competition is meant to test you. And it does so in a rather cruel manner. I'm just worried about you, Hermione admitted, her anxiety palpable. Don't fret. We will all be safe, Mia reassured, gently stroking Hermione's furrowed brow in comfort. Hermione hugged Mia tightly, murmuring a muffled agreement. Just then, Krum emerged from the water, cradling the golden egg. I think I may have found the secret of the golden egg, he announced, looking at Hermione and Mia. They exchanged glances and Mia, clutching her golden egg, marched towards Krum. She plunged into the water, followed closely by Hermione and Krum. As Mia attempted to open the golden egg underwater, instead of a scream, a mermaid's song emerged. Come find us, where our voices sing, on land we cannot harmonize. As you search, do ponder well. We have taken your most cherished treasure. You have but 1 hour to reclaim what we have stolen. Once the hour passes, all hope is lost, and it will vanish forever. As the golden egg fell silent, Mia and Hermione nodded, resurfacing. I didn't expect it would require us to be underwater. Thank you, Krum, Mia expressed her gratitude. Don't mention it. You've helped me before, and you're Hermione's friend, Krum replied, shaking his head as he handed a thick coat to the soaked Hermione and offered another to Mia. Don't catch a chill. He ensured Hermione was warm before expressing his concern. Thank you, Victor. Mia, you should also put on your clothes quickly. Hermione, her cheeks flushed, expressed her gratitude to Krum before urging the equally drenched Mia to dress. Mia returned the garments to Krum, and then cast a drying charm and a warming spell on the three of them. Although they could have utilized magic, she thought, why not indulge in a moment of intimacy between the young couple? Hermione recalled that they could indeed use magic, her face reddening as she dared not meet Mia's gaze. Ahem, let us unravel the riddle, Mia interjected, eager to divert the conversation, fearing that Hermione might submerge herself in the black lake out of embarrassment, which would surely distress Krum. We cannot sing above ground. Thus, the next challenge must be underwater, here in this very place, and our adversaries are likely to be mermaids. Mia reasoned, recalling the melody. Having stolen our treasured possessions, we have but 1 hour, indicating that the next contest will be time-limited, requiring us to reclaim our treasures. Otherwise, we shall face defeat. Hermione continued her analysis. Therefore, we must devise a method for maneuvering underwater, Krum concluded. The trio, having reached a tacit understanding, immediately dispersed. Krum set off to find a solution, while Hermione and Mia went to inform Harry of the clue regarding the golden egg. Unbeknownst to them, as they sought Harry, he was simultaneously searching for them. Harry, we found it! Mia and Hermione exclaimed in unison, then paused in surprise. You go first, Mia instructed, allowing Harry to speak. Cedric informed me that I could access the prefect's bathroom. Cedric had shared this information with Harry as a gesture of goodwill following the first task. We've uncovered similar clues. But since you have some as well, why not give it a try? Mia initially intended to share her findings with Harry, but since Cedric had already informed him, she felt it unnecessary. Back in the common room, Mia pondered strategies for the upcoming challenge while seated on the sofa. Navigating underwater would be cumbersome, and breathing would prove difficult, not to mention the potential threats they might face. Suddenly, someone sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. What are you thinking about? A cool, melodic voice broke the silence. Mia stiffened. It was Theodore. They hadn't spoken since the incident at the last ball, and though she initially intended to rise and leave, Theodore's hold prevented her escape. Luna, at that moment, emerged, her head tilted in curiosity as she observed Theodore embracing Mia, before leaping between them, sniffing here and there, ultimately settling in Theodore's lap while gazing at Mia. Little traitor. You dive into his arms as soon as you see him. Mia exclaimed. Why are you avoiding me? Theodore asked. Do you not know why I would avoid you? Mia shot him a mournful look. Did I frighten you? What do you think? Mia puffed her cheeks in defiance. I apologize if I have offended you, Theodore replied, his lips pressed together as he gazed at Mia, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. I merely wished to convey that you need not be upset, all right? Mia found it difficult to remain angry at Theodore's handsome face and striking eyes. Yet the matter could not simply be brushed aside. She was at a loss for how to continue interacting with him. How am I supposed to continue our relationship? Mia sighed, exasperated. I am now your admirer. There is no need for you to feel burdened. Let us interact as we did before, shall we? Theodore took Mia's hand and brushed it against his face, his eyelids fluttering down. You truly know how to charm, Mia thought, bewildered by his flirtation and unsure how to respond. Well, their pursuit is their affair. Whether I acquiesce is mine, Mia mused, feeling a sense of resignation. Chapter 97. The Horse-Shaped Water Beast. That evening, Harry obediently ventured to the prefect's bathroom, successfully uncovering the secret of the golden egg. However, he also discovered that Moaning Myrtle was quite the tease, nearly taking advantage of him. The following day, Harry lamented to Mia in the library, teary-eyed, about Myrtle's antics from the previous night. All right, don't be sad. I'll speak to her on your behalf. Mia comforted him, exasperated by his faux tears. I nearly lost my virtue, Harry protested, feeling wronged. Initially, he intended to keep his distance from Myrtle, fearing his own impulses, but the weight of his grievances proved too great to bear. But Myrtle is a ghost, Ron muttered. She is still a girl. And then the more Harry thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Heaven knows how helpless he had been last night. All right, no more tears. Let us think about how to tackle the next challenge, Hermione interjected, holding a book while observing the two unreliable boys. Mia, have you come up with a plan? Harry recalled the matter at hand, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he looked at Mia. I have some ideas. I was just about to tell you that I need to step away for a moment, Mia nodded, preparing to inform them of her intentions. That is good, Harry. You still don't have a plan, do you? Ron, pull him away from Mia, Hermione commanded mercilessly. Understood, Ron replied hurriedly, not daring to defy her, as he feared both Mia and Hermione, knowing his fate rested on their goodwill. He promptly yanked Harry away from Mia. With the weight lifted, Mia breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly departed. Not even a backward glance? Harry remarked, watching Mia's retreating figure with longing. Hermione forcibly turned Harry's head back to the book. Stop staring, and focus on finding a solution. Oh fine. Mia first stopped by the kitchen to procure a piece of raw meat before hastening to the Black Lake. She intended to tame a horse-shaped water beast. The horse-shaped water beast, a mysterious aquatic creature, often appeared in the form of a horse but could also transform into other shapes, such as a handsome man or various animals. They favored lurking near the water's edge, using their gentle appearance to lure prey. Moreover, they possessed immense strength and speed in the water, capable of effortlessly dragging prey or moving swiftly. This information was gleaned from the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which detailed common creatures found in the Black Lake, with the horse-shaped water beast being the most suitable for her needs. Before proceeding, Mia checked her gear to ensure her safety. As horse-shaped water beasts did not solely consume fish, they also preyed on humans, so precautions were necessary. The first step in taming a horse-shaped water beast was to attract one. Mia placed the raw meat at the water's edge, and then concealed herself, waiting for it to appear. This initial phase went remarkably smoothly, as the creatures loved to lurk near the water. A magnificent beast emerged, a striking black horse with silvery eyes, tall and robust. As it bent down to devour the meat she had left, Mia prepared for the next step. The second step was to approach and exert control. Mia advanced towards the feasting water beast with steady steps, her wand firmly in hand. As she neared, the creature regarded her with caution, prompting Mia to cast a calming charm to temporarily ease its wariness. Now she needed to employ the taming spell, a specific incantation designed for subduing horse-shaped water beasts, Subigo Equus. Pointing her wand at its head, she intoned the spell, channeling sufficient magical energy. The incantation needed to be sustained until the beast fully submitted. Initially, Mia assumed it would take considerable time, yet the moment she cast the spell, the horse-shaped water beast capitulated. Isn't it supposed to be difficult to tame? She pondered. The Ministry of Magic had previously attempted to train horse-shaped water beasts for underwater patrols, but abandoned the effort due to the challenges involved. Observing the compliant creature before her, Mia felt a tinge of confusion. Could this be a trap? There was still the subsequent step of establishing trust. Should she proceed? The horse-shaped water beast gazed at the human before it, inexplicably drawn to her, tilting its head in curiosity. As he endeavored to draw closer to Mia with tender affection, she instinctively retreated, her vigilance evident. A flicker of hurt flashed in his eyes, and he let out a pitiful sound. Observing his demeanor, Mia hesitated momentarily. Had she succeeded in her endeavor? Tentatively, she placed her hand upon his head, and he nuzzled against her in a docile manner, squatting down to beckon her to mount. Oh dear, this felt increasingly like a trap. Mia eyed the creature before her with suspicion. The hunting strategy of the Kelpie involved luring beings to touch its skin, whereupon it would become viscous, ensnaring the rider and dragging them into the depths of the water to their demise. Noticing Mia's wary and doubtful expression, the Kelpie grew anxious, almost as if it could speak. It lowered its head and tugged gently at the hem of Mia's robe, seeking to demonstrate that it posed no danger, and merely wished to be close to her. Could it be that her peculiar ability to attract animals was at play? Watching him, Mia decided to attempt mounting. When she found herself unencumbered, relief washed over her. "Have I tamed you?" she inquired. The Kelpie tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend her words. "Well, it appears I have indeed tamed you. Therefore, I entrust my next competition to you, little one." Mia affectionately stroked its neck, and the Kelpie lowered its head to nuzzle against her in return. The second contest soon arrived, with everyone gathered in structures overlooking the Black Lake to watch. George and Fred reopened the betting, and Mia once again placed her wager. "As usual, I shall take first place, with Harry in second." "So confident, are we, Miss Snake?" George remarked, pleasantly surprised that Mia had finally spoken to them. "Of course. Although we should wait until your competition concludes, we wish to finalize our conversation promptly," Fred added, cradling a box filled with galleons. "I apologize, Mia," both of them said, their expressions filled with sincerity. "Very well, you are forgiven. Just refrain from learning everything haphazardly next time. However, please do not pursue me. I am not currently contemplating romance and cannot reciprocate anyone's affections," Mia replied, her irritation dissipating as she observed their earnestness. "That's all right. I can wait until you are ready to date, provided you allow our courtship." George and Fred were undaunted. They had long recognized the challenges of their feelings for Mia, but were resolute in their determination. "Well, suit yourselves. I must prepare now, farewell." With a sigh, Mia departed, noting their unwavering persistence akin to Theodore. Once Mia and Harry were ready, they made their way to the Black Lake. Just before their turn, they instinctively glanced towards the spectator stands, only to find that Hermione, Ron and Remus, who should have been there cheering for them, were conspicuously absent, leaving Sirius alone in the stands. They exchanged puzzled glances. Sirius, equally confounded, wondered aloud, "Where has everyone gone? Am I the only one here? Why is Remus taking so long to return? Ah well, I can cheer for myself." Chapter 98. The Treasure of the Warriors. Welcome to the venue of the second event. Last night, 5 warriors had something stolen from them, their treasures. Each warrior possesses one treasure, now resting at the bottom of the Black Lake. To claim victory, each warrior must locate their treasure and bring it back to the surface. As Headmaster Dumbledore explained, Mia and the other warriors had donned their swimsuits and commenced their warm-up exercises. Just before the competition began, Neville provided Harry with gillyweed. "It's quite simple, just place it in your mouth," Professor Moody instructed Harry. However, there was a time limit. They had only 1 hour. Exceeding this limit would leave them to fend for themselves, with no magic to assist them. As the competition loomed, Harry swallowed the gillyweed in a single gulp. "Harry, are you all right?" Mia asked, concern etched on her face as she watched him struggle. "I'm fine really," Harry insisted, forcing a smile despite his discomfort. "You certainly don't look fine," Mia remarked, hesitating to voice her worry further. "Mia, prioritize your safety," Professor Snape advised, accompanying the warriors to the competition grounds, a thick robe in hand. "I understand, Professor," Mia nodded in acknowledgement. With the sound of the cannon, the competition commenced. Bang! At the sound, all the warriors plunged into the water. Harry, still acclimating, was inadvertently pushed in by Professor Moody. Mia swam over to Harry, and as the potion took effect, he quickly adapted and commenced swimming, as she aimed for first place. The known magical creatures inhabiting the Black Lake included mermaids, grindylows, giant squids, kelpies, alongside various fish and aquatic plants. Given the kelpies' untamable nature and inherent danger, it was unlikely they would have to contend with them. The giant squid, though intimidating in appearance, was actually gentle in disposition, making it an unlikely adversary. Thus, the potential threats were mermaids and grindylows. The mermaids posed little concern, but grindylows were troublesome. Resembling toothy water monsters, their long, powerful fingers lurked amid the aquatic vegetation, seizing their prey and attempting to drag them beneath the surface. After casting a bubblehead charm to ensure her breathing, Mia retrieved her wand, previously secured to her leg, and silently performed the summoning charm, Accio Kelpie, invoking the Kelpie. Upon casting the spell, a dark creature swiftly approached her. Their synergy was remarkable. Once the Kelpie arrived, Mia mounted it and cast a Lumos charm to attract a school of glowing fish. Employing their phototropic behavior, she guided the fish to locate the hostages. The Kelpie surged forward alongside the fish school, and as they advanced, Mia cast Vibratio on the underwater rocks, emitting a specific frequency to disperse the grindylows, sidestepping entanglements that would waste precious time. The Kelpie galloped swiftly, and as Mia reached the mermaid village, no other warrior had yet arrived. Witnessing the treasures guarded by the mermaids, a wry smile crept onto her lips. No wonder only Sirius remained. Ron, Hermione, and Remus were all present here. Sirius would surely weep upon witnessing this. As for the judge's selection of treasures, let us shift our focus to a few days prior in the headmaster's office. Have you all chosen your treasures? A moment of silence enveloped the room, initiated by an uncertain voice. The primary silence came from Hogwarts and Durmstrang. The treasures were, in fact, the most cherished individuals of each warrior, selected collaboratively by the judges and mermaids. Each warrior's treasure typically represented a beloved friend, family member, or romantic partner, intended to test their courage and resolve. To ensure accuracy, they would conduct magical assessments to confirm these were indeed the warrior's most valued individuals. If that proved impossible, a secondary treasure would be selected. Fleur had made an excellent choice, her sister Gabrielle. The difficulty lay with the other four. How about Hermione for Krum? Dumbledore suggested. No. Karkaroff vociferously opposed the match, adamantly rejecting the idea. Hermione is Krum's most cherished person. It is a rule of the competition, Ludo countered, dismissing Karkaroff's objections. As for the remaining three, both Harry and Cedric hold Mia in high regard, while Mia treasures Harry, but they are all competitors. Thus a reselection is inevitable, Dumbledore remarked, visibly perturbed. Harry could select Ron. Cedric could choose Amos. But what about Mia? With Hermione and Ron chosen, and Harry competing, the remaining connections were too numerous. Severus, Remus, Sirius, Ginny, Luna, Daphne, Draco, Theodore, all were significant figures in her life. No wonder Dumbledore found it so challenging to decide. This child is rather sentimental. How do we choose? Ludo mused, surveying the plethora of options. Perhaps family would suffice, Maxim suggested, reasoning that family was ultimately of utmost importance. Let us choose Remus, for he is Mia's godfather. Thus, the decision was made. Mia swiftly severed the ropes binding Remus and placed him upon the horse's back. Just as she prepared to rescue Hermione and Ron once more, she was halted by a mermaid. Only one could be saved. The mermaid brandished her weapon, intent on attacking Mia, but the horse-shaped water creature immediately directed a warning glance at them, compelling their standoff, though they did not lower their arms. Simultaneously, Mia heard the announcement regarding Fleur's elimination. The champion from Beauxbatons, Miss Delacour, regrettably had to withdraw from the competition, and would no longer participate. Fleur, upon returning to the shore, was draped in a blanket by her classmates. She longed to plunge back into the water, for her sister remained within. However, once eliminated, one could not continue, and despair began to creep into Fleur's heart. Mia observed Fleur's precious treasure, a small girl, undeniably adorable, and likely her sister. The failure in the competition meant the treasure would vanish. Although no real harm would befall her, Fleur was unaware of this, and Mia knew it would sadden her greatly. After all, they had come this far. She could not bear to witness the sorrow of another girl. She had broken the rules before. Seizing the moment while the mermaid was distracted, Mia used her wand to cut Gabrielle's bindings and swiftly cradled her in her arms. The mermaid, enraged, attempted to strike, but Mia commanded the horse-shaped water creature to retreat. She had no time to engage with the mermaids, especially since she felt at fault and could not afford to inflict further harm. The horse-shaped water creature moved swiftly, and during her return, Mia spotted Harry, Cedric, and Krum hastening towards the mermaid village. Was she carrying two individuals? Had she snatched away someone else's treasure? Harry gazed curiously at the fleeting figure of his sister, perplexed. As she maneuvered through the aquatic vegetation, she employed a familiar trick to distract the Grindylow, passing through with remarkable ease. Meanwhile, time was running out. The spectators anxiously observed the surface of the water, which soon began to ripple. The first warrior emerged. Chapter 99, The First Place. Mia surged forth from the water atop the horse-shaped water creature, carrying two individuals. The horse-shaped water creature. How did she accomplish this? Was she indeed bringing two people? By Merlin's lace gown, how splendid! Gasps erupted from the stands. The horse-shaped water creature bore them to the platform, where Mia and Remus dismounted, and she gently lifted Gabrielle down. Gabrielle. Fleur had been watching intently as Mia burst forth from the water. Upon seeing her sister in Mia's arms, she rushed forward, embracing Gabrielle in tears. Mia, Remus. Sirius also descended from the stands, hurrying towards them with a blanket in hand, ready to wrap them up. However, Sirius was outpaced by Professor Snape, who draped the blanket over Mia and immediately cast drying and warming spells. Curse that Snavellis. Sirius seethed, glaring at Snape. With Sirius preoccupied, Remus had to fend for himself, grabbing a towel from Sirius to dry off. You saved her, even though it wasn't your responsibility. My sister, thank you. Fleur, tearful, gazed gratefully at Mia, then leaned in to kiss her head. Mia was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, gently brushing away Fleur's tears. Do not cry, you look most beautiful when you smile. Fleur stared at Mia, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Sister, thank you for saving me. Gabrielle looked up at her sister's rosy face, worried, yet still managed to express her gratitude politely. It was nothing, the credit belongs to Eli. Mia tenderly patted the tall warrior, having named the horse-shaped water creature Eli, who seemed to bask in her praise. Hearing Mia's compliment, Eli proudly raised his head. Thank you. Eli. Sister, may I pet him? Gabrielle looked at Mia with eager anticipation. You may ask Eli, Mia replied with a smile at the polite child. Eli. May I touch you? Gabrielle tilted her head up to the towering Eli. Eli nodded and bent down, indicating she could proceed, and Gabrielle joyfully began to play with him. Mia, I never imagined you could tame a horse-shaped water creature. Remus chuckled, watching Mia, truly impressed by her ability to befriend such creatures. I never expected it either. Mia replied with a smile, shaking her head, astonished that her charm extended to the horse-shaped water creature as well. Well done. Snape ruffled Mia's hair, regarding her with a gentle gaze. Sirius was nearly beside himself, pulling Mia close and glaring at Professor Snape. Sirius? Mia looked at the two of them in confusion. Mia, you should change into your swimsuit with Remus. Do not catch a chill, Sirius urged, nudging Mia and signaling for Remus to hurry her away. All right, Eli. You may return now. See you next time. Mia, concerned that Eli might become agitated in her absence, watched as he returned to the water before leaving with Remus. After changing clothes, they stood on the platform, awaiting the appearance of the remaining champions. Before long, Crumb, Harry, and Cedric emerged one after another. Mia quickly wrapped them in blankets. Are you all right, Harry? She asked, crouching to dry him off with a towel, while Sirius and Remus looked on with concern. Do not worry. I am fine, Harry said, grasping Mia's wrist and smiling. Hermione, quickly wrap yourself. Crumb, upon reaching the shore, had no time for himself and immediately sought out Hermione with a blanket. Victor, I'm all right, Hermione reassured him, her gaze soft as she observed his worried expression. Good son. Well done. Amos cheerfully patted Cedric on the shoulder. Dad, you should dry off first, Cedric replied, glancing helplessly at Amos, his eyes inadvertently drifting towards the radiant Mia. If you like her, go for it. I'm supporting you, Amos declared, thoroughly satisfied with Mia. An exceptional and kind young woman, perfectly matched with his son. I understand. Cedric replied with a smile. Ron, it seems you hold significant status in Harry's heart, Mia teased, casting a playful glance at Harry and Ron. The two exchanged a resigned look, glancing at Mia. However, Sirius regarded Harry with a hint of melancholy. Harry, I'm the only one in the stands, Sirius lamented. Harry was taken aback by the weight of that statement. Well, I didn't know about that either, he protested, feeling unjustly accused, for it was not his choice. All right. Let us not tease Harry any longer, Remus said, pulling the childish Sirius back. Hermione, too, squeezed in alongside Crumb to stand close to Mia. Mia. Hermione. Do not catch a chill, Mia said, wrapping a blanket around her. Mia, you are incredible, Hermione exclaimed, having heard of Mia taming the horse-shaped water creature, and eager to see it for herself. I'll take you to see him later, Mia replied, chuckling as she held Hermione's hand. Sister Mia. Ginny exclaimed, pulling Luna along as they rushed over to embrace her. Mia swiftly caught them both. Be careful. Remus stood behind Mia, steadying her. You are all remarkable, Mia, Harry, Sirius said, wrapping his arms around the two children, his face alight with joy. Remus, too, beamed with pride as he looked at them. Besides Ginny and Luna, Draco, Theodore, and Daphne also approached, their expressions filled with concern for Mia. Mia winked at them, and Daphne smiled back, her worry for Mia no less than Hermione's. Indeed, the anxiety shared by each of them was equally profound. Once the competition concludes, we must celebrate properly. Pansy and the others remained outside the crowd, gazing at Mia. Truly, Mia is the best sister, Astoria said, holding Daphne's hand. Theodore looked at her with gentle eyes. Draco wore a smile brimming with pride, and Blaise gazed at Mia with deep admiration. The crowd on the platform cheered for the champions, with even Dumbledore choosing not to join the throng. Attention, please. Potter. Potter. Cedric. Cedric. Crumb. Crumb. Dumbledore's voice resonated powerfully, commanding the crowd's focus. The victor is none other than Miss Potter. She has tamed the water-dwelling creature to assist her in her task, and has exceeded expectations by rescuing others, thus earning a perfect score of 50 points. The crowd erupted in cheers for Mia, who cast a triumphant glance at George and Fred, raising an eyebrow in satisfaction. See, I had a good hunch. The twins chuckled, joining in the raucous applause. The judges subsequently announced the scores for the other participants. Cedric performed the bubble head charm successfully, rescuing Amos and earning 47 points. Krum employed partial transfiguration to save Hermione, garnering 40 points. Harry utilized Gillyweed to rescue Ron, receiving 45 points. Fleur attempted the bubble head charm but was attacked by a Grindylow underwater, resulting in a score of 25 points. Meanwhile, Mia not only tamed the water creature to save Remus but also rescued Gabri, securing a full score of 50 points. Currently, the standings were as follows. Mia in first with 97 points, followed by Cedric and Harry both at 85, Krum at 80, and Fleur at 59. After the two contests concluded, the group made their way back to the castle, with Mia, George, and Fred joyously discussing their winnings, having earned quite a sum. Harry gazed at the 2 hefty bags of galleons in Mia's hands. "Mia, what did you do?" "Oh, just placed a small wager. Luck was on my side," Mia replied, shaking the heavy bags with satisfaction before handing one to Fred. "I'm reinvesting in the Weasley joke shop." Fred and George caught the bag, grinning widely. "Long live the boss!" They cheered, their laughter echoing as they walked. Suddenly Mia and Harry were intercepted by Bartemius Crouch. "Congratulations. Impressive scores," he said, approaching them. "Thank you," they replied, though Mia wondered why Crouch, who had been absent during the first 2 competitions, had chosen this moment to appear. She sensed urgency in his demeanor, and felt he had something significant to share. "Well done, children," Crouch remarked, placing an arm around Harry. Noting the trio's evident camaraderie, George, Hermione, and the others chose to step away. "I've been wanting to talk. Your story is quite well known to me. You truly stand out. Though the loss of family is a heartbreaking experience, leaving an ever-present sense of incompleteness, does it not?" Crouch's words seemed laden with deeper meaning. Mia noticed Moody observing him intently, reflecting on the past of young Crouch and old Crouch. Mia speculated whether Bartemius had been absent from the earlier events not by choice, but due to the control exerted by young Bartemius Crouch. "Life must go on. We have not fallen. Your parents would undoubtedly be proud if they were alive," Crouch said. "Barty, you aren't planning to lure them into a summer internship at the Ministry, are you?" "The last boy who entered the Department of Mysteries never returned," Moody interjected, fixing a piercing gaze on Crouch. It seemed Bartemius suddenly realized something. With disbelief, Crouch approached Moody, recognizing him. He hurriedly attempted to depart. "Still calling me mad?" Moody scoffed, then produced a vial from his chest and consumed the polyjuice potion. It was evident that Bartemius recognized Moody's true identity and understood Voldemort's scheme, leading him to the grim realization that he would likely be killed by young Bartemius Crouch. With this thought, Mia quickly pursued Bartemius after seeing Moody leave. "Mia." Harry hurried to follow her. "What's wrong?" "I can't explain right now, Mr. Crouch." Mia called after him. "Miss Potter?" Bartemius paused, initially eager to alert Dumbledore, but now taken aback by Mia's urgency. "You know something, don't you?" Mia didn't finish her thought, but she was confident he understood. "How could you have guessed?" "This child is remarkably perceptive," he mused. Mia nodded. "And Dumbledore? You suspected something. You were being controlled these days, weren't you?" Bartemius's face darkened as he acknowledged this with a nod. "You may not be safe moving forward. I need you to aid me in a ruse. I will arrange a secure location for you. For now, please refrain from getting involved further." "What?" Bartemius seemed confused. "My actions have the headmaster's approval." "You can trust me," Mia asserted, invoking Dumbledore's name for more weight. "Time is of the essence. We can discuss details once you are safe." Bartemius, seeing the seriousness in Mia's demeanor, chose to place his trust in her. "What do you need me to do?" "Harry, guard this area and ensure no one approaches," Mia instructed, sending Harry away. He trusted her implicitly, despite his myriad of questions. Their movements were swift, and by the time Mia emerged, she was alone. "Where is Mr. Crouch?" Harry scanned the woods, finding nothing. "He has gone elsewhere, Harry. For now, act as if you know nothing of today's events. After the competition, I will explain everything." "Okay, I trust you," Harry nodded, leading his sister away. In the Forbidden Forest that night, Hagrid reminisced. "I remember when you first arrived. You seemed so out of place, much like I did. Yet look at us now, for years later." Hagrid was on his nightly patrol through the forest, with Mia and the others accompanying him, chatting as they walked. "Still out of place," Ron chuckled in response. "Perhaps, but we have each other, along with Harry and Mia, who are poised to become the youngest champions in the Triwizard Tournament." "Huzzah!" Hagrid exclaimed with infectious enthusiasm. Mia and Harry shared a glance, stifling laughter at Hagrid's spirited demeanor, relieved that he had not succumbed to his previous melancholy. "Isn't this splendid?" Harry smiled, holding Mia's hand as they walked, ever mindful of their footing. Indeed, Hagrid's happiness is a treasure, Mia thought, wishing for his untainted joy to endure. Meanwhile, Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid began singing, but Harry fell silent, having seen something. It was Bartemius Crouch's hat. He continued walking with Mia, moving behind a tree to discover Bartemius Crouch's lifeless body. Mia and Harry exchanged wide-eyed looks. "Show." Mia raised a finger to her lips. The show must go on. They reached the entrance to the headmaster's office, where they overheard a heated argument. "One person is already dead, fudge. And he won't be the last unless we take action. I won't act rashly. The magical community needs a strong leadership team to draw strength, Dumbledore. Then do not let them down. The Triwizard Tournament will not be cancelled. I refuse to be seen as a coward." Fudge's foolishness was unmistakable. True leaders are decisive, unconcerned with public opinion. Dumbledore's irritation was palpable. "What did you say? What was that?" Fudge appeared riled, approaching Dumbledore with agitation. "Forgive us, gentlemen. Your conversation seems to have lost its privacy," Moody announced as he opened the door to the headmaster's office, revealing Mia and Harry. Mia shot a derisive glance at Fudge before exchanging a knowing look with Dumbledore. Fudge, oblivious to their exchange, eagerly approached Harry. "Harry, it's wonderful to see you again. Sorry to interrupt. We can come back later," Harry interjected. "Not necessary, Harry. Mia, you and I have concluded our discussion. I will join you shortly. Minister, you may leave. Children, while you wait for me, feel free to enjoy some licorice wands," Dumbledore said, ushering them out to provide Harry and Mia some privacy. "Harry, go grab some licorice wands," Mia nudged him. "Mia." Harry was filled with confusion yet trust towards his sister. He grabbed a handful of licorice, which unexpectedly bounced to the floor. As he bent down to retrieve it, a hidden mechanism was triggered. The wall behind Harry opened, revealing the pensive. He leaned in to observe, only to be drawn into a memory. Chapter 101. The Pensive. The Pensive unveiled a scene depicting the Ministry of Magic's trial of Death Eaters. "Greetings, Igor Karkaroff. At your request, you have been brought from Azkaban to provide evidence to the committee. Should your testimony hold any merit, this committee may very well consider ordering your immediate release. However, as it stands, you remain a convicted Death Eater in the eyes of the Ministry. Do you accept these terms?" Bartemius Crouch addressed Karkaroff, who was confined within a cage. Karkaroff subsequently named his accomplice, Evan Rosier, though he had already been slain by the true Moody. This piece of evidence proved futile, prompting Karkaroff to provide another name. August Lucius, an individual from the Department of Mysteries, who had relayed internal information to Voldemort, as well as Severus Snape. Harry widened his eyes at Mia. "Watch closely, Harry." Dumbledore rose to testify on behalf of Severus. Although Severus was indeed a Death Eater in the past, he became an informant for me early on. Karkaroff vehemently countered that Severus would forever remain loyal to Voldemort, but was silenced by Bartemius, and then revealed an astonishing name that left everyone in disbelief. "I know of another individual who participated in the capture operation, and who used the Cruciatus Curse to torture the Auror Frank Longbottom and his wife, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Young Barty was subsequently attacked by his father and taken away." Harry emerged from the pensive. Mia, stroking the obedient fox, gazed at Harry while Dumbledore leaned against the pensive. "Curiosity is not a sin, Harry, but you must tread carefully. This is the pensive, an invaluable tool, especially when one's mind is as cluttered as mine. It allows me to revisit past experiences. I have been relentlessly searching for the small details I have overlooked, which might elucidate why these dreadful events transpired. Just when I feel I am close to an answer, it slips away, driving me to madness. Professor, what became of Mr. Crouch's son? He was imprisoned in Azkaban." Old Barty was nearly heartbroken, yet he had no choice. The evidence was irrefutable. What purpose does this serve? Harry recounted his dreams from the summer, involving Voldemort, Peter, and young Barty Crouch. "Do not dwell on those dreams any longer. It would be prudent to extract them from your mind and place them into the pensive, leaving them behind." Harry departed the headmaster's office first. "Mr. Moody and Mr. Crouch have already met, haven't they?" Mia inquired, lowering her gaze. "Yes. Young Barty is now convinced that old Barty is dead." "Very well, leave the rest to me. During the Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort will make his move in the third task. My task is to ensure the safety of the champions and Harry, and to manipulate events when Voldemort is resurrected. There is no need to prevent Voldemort's return, at least not until all Horcruxes are eliminated. I know that the days ahead will be anything but peaceful." Mia sighed, gazing at the darkened sky outside. Upon exiting, Mia spotted Harry not far away. "I shall escort you back, Mia." Harry took her hand as they walked down the dimly lit corridor. "The Ministry is rife with corruption, and Voldemort's influence has permeated it." Harry, do not trust the ministry, Mia whispered softly. I understand, Mia. We will be fine, will we not? Harry felt an unsettling anxiety. He sensed Mia held many secrets. Yet this particular secret felt perilous, instilling a fear of losing her. We will. After escorting Mia back to the common room, Harry passed by Professor Snape's storeroom and unexpectedly encountered Karkaroff along with Professor Snape, catching sight of the dark mark on Karkaroff's arm. Snape then suspected Harry of stealing potion materials. Once again, it's me? The third task soon approached. The champions emerged to the cheers of the students. Amidst the choral performances of Professor Flitwick and the ladies of Beauxbatons. Silence. Dumbledore stood at the podium. This morning, Professor Moody concealed the Triwizard Cup within the maze. And only he knows its precise location. As Miss Potter has achieved the highest marks, she shall enter the maze first, followed by Mr. Diggory and Mr. Potter, who will enter simultaneously as they are tied for second place, and lastly Mr. Crumb and Miss Delacour. The first to reach the cup shall be crowned the champion. I have arranged for patrols around the maze. Should any contestant wish to withdraw, they need only cast a red spark with their wand. Contestants, please proceed. Dumbledore observed as the gathered children approached. Within the maze, there will be no dragons, nor will there be aquatic monsters. However, greater challenges await you. Once you enter the maze, transformations will occur. Strive to find the cup, but exercise caution, for you may very well lose yourself along the way. Having delivered his speech, Dumbledore moved to the entrance of the maze. Champions, ready yourselves. Each contestant awaited their turn at various entrances. Harry stood alongside Moody and Sirius, while Mia was flanked by Professor Snape and Remus, and Cedric stood with his father. Mia, stay safe, Remus expressed his unease, leaning down to gaze at her. Snape held Mia's hand tightly, unwilling to release it. The dark mark on his arm stirred. Voldemort was likely returning. Despite his reluctance to accept Karkaroff's words, he had to acknowledge that Voldemort would target the two children. Do not worry, I will be fine. Mia reassured them with a glance before stepping into the maze under their watchful eyes. The maze was fraught with peril, yet for Mia, it posed no real danger as she swiftly navigated her way to the cup. Fleur and Crumb were eliminated in succession as Mia transformed into a crow, perching beside the cup, awaiting Harry's arrival. However, it was not only Harry who approached, Cedric was also there. Harry felt perplexed as to why Mia had not claimed the cup, and instead had transformed into her animagus form, but he refrained from questioning it in Cedric's presence. Observing the two of them, Mia sighed, surprised that Cedric had also arrived. Mia flew directly to Cedric's shoulder, which he clumsily caught. Harry, you take it. You saved me. The championship should rightfully be yours. Cedric, too preoccupied to argue, urged Harry as the vines within the maze began to stir once more. Let us take it together. Although Harry was unsure of Mia's motives, he chose to trust his sister and proceeded. 1, 2, 3. The two of them touched the cup simultaneously. And in the blink of an eye, they were transported to another location.